The sound of horse hooves rang out, the horseshoes collided with the ground, creating a familiar clicking sound. The straight back of a man appeared, and just by looking at the clothes on his body, one could judge that he was a person with an unusual status. Appearing was Li Han with an irresistible handsomeness. He rode a horse, closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Next to him there was another person. He suddenly pointed forward to inform Li Han that he was almost there, so he also paid attention forward. In front of them was a magnificent castle in the middle of a rich green mountain forest. They were walking towards the best magic academy in the empire, Reborn. An elderly man named Alrolong was next to Li Han. He was extremely moved, not thinking that a useless old knight like him would have the opportunity to help a young master like him. Alrolong kept admiring the fact that Li Han had become strong and was enrolled at Reborn, but he was silent, just looking straight ahead. In Li Han's mind is helplessness because no matter what, he cannot escape school, even in this life. The schoolyard was filled with the chatter and laughter of graduating students, everyone holding bouquets of flowers and talking excitedly. At this time, Li Han of the real world was standing in the schoolyard holding flowers. Another friend ran to hug his neck. He smiled and congratulated him on graduating. He couldn't hide his joy because he had graduated, was liberated and survived before the professors and teachers in the school. Li Han recalls images of when he was a student in the past, when the professor wanted to invite him to join the climbing club but he found an excuse to refuse. Or when he appeared with a haggard face, the professor still gave him a thick stack of documents, making it impossible for a student like Li Han to refuse. Or long days in the lab with panda eyes, sadly scraping kimbap in boredom. Those horrifying memories flashed through his mind. The other friend still shivered and admired that horror but still lamented that having Li Han alone was excellent. He seemed indifferent. The two boys walked home together. Li Han denied that he was excellent because he thought that what he did was just his best effort, causing his friend to only laugh helplessly because he saw that he did not understand the meaning. Yours. His friend took off his graduation cap and asked him why he didn't choose to continue studying because he thought this school lifestyle was suitable for him. Li Han was scared of his friend's thoughts. He let out a breath and answered his friend attentively, making it clear that he would no longer go to school, because he had tried his best, he wouldn't care anymore. Li Han couldn't even tell from afar, "There's a truck coming." His face darkened. He made up his mind that from now on he would live for himself and never study again. The truck in the distance was getting closer and closer, and for some reason the driver's steering wheel was a little wobbly and uncontrollable. The driver's face changed color. He was panicked when the brake did not work and did not respond to his control. Li Han was about to cross the street when he was surprised by the car rushing towards him, and the driver in the car tried to shout a warning to him. The car's lights were bright, the horn was blaring and a giant truck was in front of him, but why was his whole body frozen motionless at this moment, only able to stand still in front of the dangerous vehicle? So whatever happens must happen. The unfortunate thing has happened. Now all the good knowledge has finally become a pile of waste paper. He thought it was the end, but he unexpectedly opened his eyes and saw tiny hands like those of a child. Only then did he realize that he had been reincarnated and remembered everything. The original memories of his previous life were still there, and now he was a child named Li Han Wardanas. The third son of the Wardanas clan, the empire's leading magic family. Li Han was surprised that he had reincarnated, but the strange thing was that he had reincarnated into another world, becoming a noble and the son of the family, noble clan. Li Han suddenly seemed to understand something, tears welling up in his eyes. He happily thought that God was merciful to him and rewarded him with relaxation after the hard work of studying at graduate school. But unfortunately you were wrong. The first rule of the Wardanas family is that the eldest son will inherit everything. Li Han was a bit worried about it because he was the third son. Obviously it would not be his turn to inherit the family. Li Han seemed to understand. He was a bit dissatisfied that except for the eldest son, everyone else had to decide their own future path. Time passed, the sound of wooden swords clashing against each other. Li Han was now a bit older. He and Alrolong practiced swordsmanship together. He was surprised that Li Han wanted to learn swordsmanship from him, and Li Han simply did it out of convenience and he had nothing to do. After all, his clan would support anything Li Han wanted to learn. The two of them practiced wooden swords while chatting. Alrolong asked Li Han if he wanted to follow the path of Kendo, but Li Han refused. He affirmed that he would become a magician because that was the most stable path. Alrolong calmed down a bit after hearing his steady answer, making Li Han feel a bit guilty because he thought his previous answer was a bit unambitious. But he didn't expect Alrolong to directly hug him and admire his intelligence. This made Li Han a bit surprised and looked at him with wide eyes. Alrolong believes that noble children are mostly delusional, and few can make a realistic plan for the future like him. He didn't know that the child in front of him was a graduate student, so the reality was of course something that didn't need to be discussed. From the Night Court to the Adventurer Guild to even the royal family, a good magician will always be welcomed. And of course the place that can train those talented characters can only be the best magic academy in the Einrogard Empire. Returning to the reality of adult Li Han, he led the horse and looked at the academy castle, telling himself to endure a little more suffering for the upcoming study period. Alrolong thought that he was wondering in his heart and encouraged him that he would do well because the homeowner had also praised his talent. Li Han just laughed at those words of encouragement and denied it because the homeowner wouldn't even let him practice magic because it was dangerous for children. Hearing that, Alrolong could only be confused and affirmed that what he just said was true, real. The two of them walked a short distance when Alrolong stopped. He could not continue because neither the escort nor the person could enter from here. Li Han did not bother too much to go first himself. Behind him at this moment came the sound of a carriage. It was a carriage with quite a large area, and it looked a bit ostentatious. Except for him, almost all the other nobles came in carriages, and also brought servants. Everyone shouted their positions to force everyone to get out of the way. Li Han could not help but exclaim that this place was too many people. He thought that summoning the musketeers was a bit too much. There were even many servants around. He knew that Einrogard was supposed to be a place where one had to enter on one's own, but perhaps there were still those who disobeyed. Suddenly there was a mumble next to him shouting that everything was wrong. Li Han turned his head to look and discovered that the guy standing next to him kept staring at his hand and trembling, his face a bit unsightly. Li Han couldn't help but ask if the other guy was okay. Hearing the question, he just frowned and clenched his teeth, admitting that he couldn't sleep without the servant. Li Han also didn't know what attitude to express towards this statement. His face was also a bit grumpy with it. The other guy didn't even know what he meant but just rushed at Li Han, saying that the servant was like his hands and feet, that not allowing him to bring the servant was the same as removing his hands and feet. Li Han's smile stiffened, his mouth in agreement, but in my heart I felt disdain. That idiot actually aggressively approached the person standing guard near the gate. He said he wanted to personally use his last name to protest against allowing slaves to study in the same school. Li Han did not stop him. He was only curious to see if the other person would answer. What did that idiot say? The person standing at the gate directly held his wand and cast a spell at the idiot standing in front of him. Immediately, the other guy suddenly became unconscious, repeating the words "I'm sorry" over and over again. Li Han was startled to realize that it was mind control magic. Li Han felt a bit confused. He didn't expect them to dare to use magic on the nobles without thinking. He wondered if those rumors were true. Rumor has it that there are many monsters here and if you die you will be buried in the mountain behind. Suddenly the academy gate slowly opened, a terrible energy emitted. A mysterious voice came from behind the door, welcoming them to Einrogard, calling them unfriendly and stubborn. Li Han couldn't help but frown. He used his hand to block in front of his face, feeling that the magic power radiated was too scary and overwhelming. He recognized the person who spoke loudly as the rumored principal of the academy. Li Han quietly observed everyone around him. He realized that they were all frozen under this pressure. The principal's voice continued to resound. He thought he had warned him not to go alone. Then that terrible magic power once again emitted so strongly that everyone couldn't help but be on guard, scared. He boasted that he would force those who did not want to obey him, and he proved it immediately by using an invisible suction force, sweeping away all furniture and even flying servants, up into the air, causing the nobles to scream and scream because they couldn't stand the lack of servants or having their clothes blown away. The old principal looked at the group of stupid nobles standing still in place and couldn't help but mock them for not moving but just standing there like idiots. He then urged them all to enter. Li Han walked through the door in bewilderment. A skull hovered over the academy. It turned out that everything that had happened just now was because of it, or in other words, this skull was the principal of the academy. He shouted and urged everyone to come in. The academy door gradually closed. That was the first day that Li Han came to Einrogard Academy, and he had a bad feeling about this. The students were now walking together in the hallways of the school, talking loudly about being called an ironhead by the skull-headed principal, even though he was the successor to the earl position. Anyway, Li Han was walking away when a voice came from behind him, asking if he was Li Han of the Wardanas family. That voice made him turn his head back to look. It turned out that the person who had just started talking was a girl. She introduced herself as Yoner Macon, a member of the Macon family, a lineage of magicians. Li Han wasn't too interested, just greeted back and asked if she had anything to do. Yoner said His Highness was looking for him. This sentence caught Li Han's attention a bit. Over there was a boy with blonde hair waving at him. Perhaps it was his royal prince. Li Han suddenly remembered that Einrogard was an ideal place to learn and make friends. The other prince looked at Li Han and smiled awkwardly. Li Han looked at him, not too happy. On the contrary, he felt that the title of His Highness was a bit too exaggerated because after all, His Highness the King had more than 100 children. Because even in the royal family, people only care about the eldest child, and the king can completely ignore his other children, so it's even more difficult for them. And they had to live in a place full of children of such large families. Even though they were royal, they were considered inferior to the Macon and Wardenas families, so Li Han wondered why this Yoner girl became friends with that foolish highness. While he was busy thinking, Yoner asked if he was going. Li Han noticed that there were people around her who were whispering why she had to help an unknown little highness. However, in reality, Li Han thought it was better to be friends than enemies, so he shook Yoner's hand and agreed. Yoner smiled as beautiful as a flower. She thanked him because he was the first to accept. This sentence made him freeze and sweat began to flow. Li Han helplessly scratched his head, starting to regret his decision a bit, while Yoner and His Highness talked and laughed happily together. His Highness's name was Gai Nandu. He was the 97th prince. There were rumors that he was the 101st prince, but he insisted that he was the 97th child. And obviously because he didn't want to be behind the 100th, the three of them stood together and started chatting. Li Han was still lost in thought when Gai Nandu asked him why he didn't hear what he said, causing Li Han to apologize and ask again. Gai Nandu looked frustrated and said that someone refused his offer. Li Han felt that this yellow-haired guy was indeed quite childish. Li Han could only say consolation that perhaps the other person did not know Gai Nandu's status as a tycoon, but he was indifferent to this new term. Li Han further commented that he was not only childish but also stupid. Then he explained the word tycoon. Hearing that, the kid felt proud and thought that was the right word to describe him. But Gai Nandu's anger did not calm down. He was upset because the other guy refused him to talk to Adenart. His eyes turned to the crowd of about 7 or 8 people, all of whom were from high-ranking families with no ordinary status. The Adenart that Gai Nandu mentioned was the 44th princess, or somewhere close to it. Li Han felt that Adenart had the aura of a noble as expected and that people would naturally associate with someone like her, not like Gai Nandu. Gai Nandu told Li Han to take care of Adenart because he had a big body, but Li Han of course didn't care, not forgetting to sarcastically say that a tycoon would not bully others. Gai Nandu pouted and said that he did not mean to bully but to punish, but before he could finish his words, Li Han rejected him. Gai Nandu asked what he should do. Li Han said he should be generous and forgive, but if he doesn't want to, Li Han suggested that he could challenge them directly. Gai Nandu's hair stood on end when he heard that. He shyly said there was no need to make a big deal out of it because he was a tycoon, so he would generously ignore it. Hearing that, Li Han immediately patted his head and praised him for being good. Yoner from afar saw this whole scene. She opened her mouth to praise Li Han for being great. Because Li Han can control Gai Nandu's stubbornness, even if Yoner is a relative, he has to give up. Li Han is humbled by her praise. Li Han then learned that the two were relatives, but he wondered why she had to spend so much time taking care of Gai Nandu. She sighed and was about to answer. Suddenly a blue light appeared in the air. A giant skull appeared again. He asked if everyone was talking happily, not forgetting to add the phrase Ironheads. A person pointed at him and said loudly that it was the skull that appeared at the gate. That skull was a lich, an entity that was the result of a magician willing to pay the price in exchange for immortal life. Li Han couldn't believe that an academy principal was a lich. He said that he had a question for everyone about why he called them Ironheads. Adenart raised his hand and answered that the reason was that the symbol of this class's students was steel. He recognized this as the correct answer and gave her house 10 points, making Adenart surprised and a little happy to ask if there were points for stars here. But in response, he laughed at him because there was no such scoring system. He sarcastically said that if you want to become a magician, you should distinguish between real and fake. He said the symbol of this course was indeed steel, a material that could change depending on how it was made, a precious thing with many uses, a perfect material for new students. After listening, everyone was amazed at what he said. But the lich laughed loudly and pointed at them and said that they had been deceived. The simple reason for the symbol was because their heads were empty. All the students were stunned by his answer. Li Han observed everyone's reactions. Indeed, no matter how much he said, everyone was speechless. You can guess that. It was because of the powerful energy emanating from that skull, suppressing all of them. But now that Li Han could move his shoulder joints, he wondered if it was because of the principal, or because he had gradually gotten used to it. The old principal admitted that he was a bit harsh on everyone who had just traveled a long way to get here. Then suddenly his eyes noticed Li Han. He wondered if he could move in such a dense place. Then he opened the big door, telling everyone to look at the door on the left. The other door slowly opened. Inside is a row of long dining tables prepared with sumptuous, neat dishes that look extremely attractive. The old principal told everyone to enjoy the party and relieve all the fatigue from the recent journey. Everyone was happy because they could finally eat delicious food, only Li Han was a little cautious. Everyone's eyes were glued to the dishes on the table, looking longingly. Slices of white bread spread with butter and cheese. Delicious chicken marinated with oil, butter, spices and flour, cooked with wine to create a premium chicken dish. Scones topped with bechamel sauce. There is also fresh fish grilled on a charcoal stove in European style. Guy Nandu quickly pulled a plate of fish out in front of him, holding a knife and fork in his hand, ready to enjoy and happily invite everyone. But life is not like a dream. He has just touched the fork and knife to the fish. Immediately all the dishes disappeared, making everyone panic. The old man understood that the principal at this time appeared and laughed and mocked them for being idiots. When would they be able to wise up a bit? While Li Han observed the principal, he heard that when he became a lich, he would have to trade a few things. Pretty sure this principal's skeleton is missing quite a few things. His eyes looked more carefully and carefully. The principal produced a pile of tools, food and clothes, telling them that this academy was the birthplace of true magicians, and that the driving force for that development was hunger. The students saw things falling from nowhere like rain, and were startled, not knowing what it was. Yoner caught a cloak, which was their uniform. And Gainando held rice balls and bread, which were their food. Gainando felt that was too much. He shouted to protest, but unexpectedly the principal's eyes suddenly flashed. His reaction was exactly what he had been waiting for. He was extremely certain that they would not be able to swallow this dish, so they had to learn magic, then create their own delicacies, the clothes they wore, the wands they used. Common sense has been thrown away a long time ago, so let's learn how to use magic and replace it with things we like. The students' faces turned worse when they heard that. The principal emphasized that they should remember, because this is also the rule that governs this academy. A student blurted out, expressing his doubts, what would happen if they went out and got more things? The principal immediately pointed at him and praised his good question. According to this academy's regulations, first years will not be allowed to leave here. Furthermore, you are not allowed to ask about your seniors. After announcing the rules, the principal immediately asked the students to disperse. Before leaving, he did not forget to wish them luck, go forth and transform themselves into the greatest magicians. Li Han tiredly scratched his forehead. He thought to himself, every world has teachers like this. He's tired of seeing so many of them. He remembered that the professor's face just now, that crazy look in his eyes, was no different from his teacher in his previous life. While Li Han was still engrossed in his thoughts, Gainando suddenly asked if he was also planning to go there. He was extremely dissatisfied that the principal dared to treat them like that. Li Han didn't pay attention to him. He was wondering, what if that skull was kinder than his old teacher? Gainando looked at the poor quality food and clothes in his hands and continued to complain. How could they survive with such terrible things? Li Han didn't think so. He thought that this place not only provided food but also clothes. As expected, they were much better. Gainando's face turned pale. He called his name in confusion. Talking a little about the Wardanas family, they are not very famous among the nobility. Very few people know them, because this family always uses magic research as a curtain to separate themselves from the bustling world outside. That's why, when it comes to them, there's nothing to say other than misunderstandings. Like right now, Gainando looks at Li Han like he's looking at a monster. Even his servant doesn't even have to dress like that. I don't understand what his life is like. Gainando sobbed and cried, telling Li Han to stop by his house if he had the chance. Even though he didn't know what was wrong with him, he still politely thanked him for the invitation. Li Han changed the subject, asking if Gainando would come home with him now. Rogard Academy accepts anyone to study, regardless of background, as long as they have talent, but to avoid unnecessary conflicts between teenagers, the dormitory has been divided into 4 areas, corresponds to the student's background. The first is the Tower of the Heroic Bic Long. Only the noble descendants of Bic Long can enter. This means, only for those with dragon blood. The second is the Tower of the Eternal Fire Phoenix, especially for those who have devoted everything to the sacred fire. It is a holy and pure place, reserved for clergy and apostles. The third is the Tower of the White Tiger God of Lightning, only for those who carry a rage that sweeps away everything. This is the tower where generations of knights reside. They are willing to walk on both paths, knights and magicians. Finally, there is the Tower of the Prophet Wien Vu, the tower for those with endless patience. There are many types of people here. From commoners, servants, actors, beggars, merchants, to low-class nobles. And members of this house are often distinguished by their lowly origin. This is most evident when first entering the academy. However, there are exceptions to everything. For example, right now, two students are telling each other to look over there. He only saw Li Han looking intently at them. In his eyes, these students were the most potential business partners. The two people he looked at felt that although his eyes looked at them without disdain, they still made them angry. Goosebumps. Actually, Li Han was thinking about how to make friends with them. He thought that no business was rich. The core of business was real combat experience, so he needed to accumulate more. On the other side, there was suddenly a student who looked uncomfortable. He didn't understand why the academy accepted lowly people here. All the students present turned their eyes toward the source of the sound. It was a group of two men and a woman. Seeing everyone around them looking at them, the person standing in the middle even smiled and asked him why he said something wrong. Because he dared to insult Li Han's future business partner, he criticized with dissatisfaction. The inferior person here was him. He reminded them that when they stepped in here, they left everything behind. Li Han didn't understand why an arrogant person like him would forget this. He thought to himself, if you dare to insult your partner, you'll let him know. Hearing that, everyone around them immediately agreed. Everyone started talking about him. Some people knew that he belonged to the Wardanas family and praised him for being a great family. The other three were shocked by the students' reactions, confused. Li Han felt like the surrounding atmosphere was better, just waiting for him to come over and say hello. But his joy didn't last long. Suddenly two people were afraid and told around that the Wardanas family was very dangerous. Don't be foolish to look and come close. Li Han felt embarrassed, hearing rumors about his family, that the head of his family was an entire dragon. Some even said that his family was descended from ancient souls. He didn't understand why they overreacted like that. Yoner even laughed and teased, who said he was so famous. Li Han hesitantly asked her if he looked scary, but she didn't think so. She felt that Li Han looked like a true aristocrat. Until then, he had no idea how famous his family was. Li Han was still thinking about this. On the other side, Gainando waved for them to come back. He was angry that they let the prince out. Yoner immediately smiled and apologized to him. Li Han and Yoner quickly walked past. He suddenly offered to hear everything she was about to say before. She asked again why she pampered him so much. Yoner said it was because of Gainando's mother, making Li Han surprised. She remembered when she was a child, that day someone chased her and told her not to run around while there was a party. Yoner also playfully turned his head and made a devil face at that person. Suddenly she slipped and screamed. The glass of wine she was holding in her hand fell down, and the wine in the glass spilled all over the dress of a noble woman. Noisy discussion rang out. They said it was the queen's outfit. The Macon family was finished. Even if Yoner was a child, it wouldn't be enough, making her scared. But unexpectedly, that woman picked her up and gently told her not to worry. She thinks everyone makes mistakes sometimes, so she only cares if Yoner is okay or not. That tender moment became an indelible mark in her memory. But the truth is, this story didn't happen, Yoner said, and it's because she's super rich. As long as she is friendly with Gainando, she will provide her with a huge amount. Li Han couldn't believe it when he heard it. He thought to himself, if that's true, maybe he should be friends with him right away. The students began to move to the common house. Gainando complained that this place was really big. Li Han also felt the same way. Even though it was called an academy, once inside, there were lakes, forests, and mountains. If you don't understand, why do you have to do it yourself? Suddenly there was a discussion in front. He was sure that the road they were taking led to the Big Long Tower. Li Han curiously asked Yoner what was going on, but she didn't know. She just remembered that their shared house was in that direction. He wondered why everyone came here. Li Han suddenly opened his eyes wide. He forced his mouth to say something. At this moment, the surrounding students were equally surprised. Everyone looked up at the skyscraping stone building ahead. Gainando couldn't help but feel depressed because the building looked so shabby. He felt dissatisfied because even the servants' living quarters were bigger than here, yet the academy forced him to live here. Li Han looked around. He felt that the building looked a bit cramped compared to the room, people. They moved up the stairs, and Gainando only felt more and more frustrated. Li Han's steps suddenly stopped. Suddenly the surrounding scene changed. He was pulled into a pitch-black space. He looked everywhere. Everyone had disappeared. He didn't understand what was going on or where he was. Suddenly Li Han heard a sound welcoming him and asking where he wanted to go. In the endless darkness, only the front emitted a faint light. Li Han suddenly understood. He understood what was going on. This common house was a magic tower. He secretly praised it for being a magic academy. Then he asked the only light source where he could go. The light source was quite surprising because he adapted quickly. It guides Li Han to the only place he can go. These are private rooms and iron classrooms reserved for first-year students. He asked if that meant he could go to other places in the future. The light source said yes. There are places where he only needs to know the name to be able to enter, and there are also places where he needs to know new information, can come. But right now he can't go in because the principal has banned it, which he understands is strict for no reason at all, so he wants to be taken to a private room. The light source understood what he meant. This time, it welcomed him to his magical apprenticeship. Li Han read a book called A Few Lines About AeroGuard. The content in the book says that, except for the main classes that are required to take, you can choose other classes yourself, and you can decide whether to continue taking them or not after a 1-month trial. He noticed a quote, "Magicians are people who explore the principles of the world. Even if others offer to help, magicians still have to walk their own path." Below, named Osu Gon Adults. Now he knew that was the principal's name. Closing the book, Li Han suddenly felt that it was not as strict as he thought. Studying here was easier than studying at university. Furthermore, the private room had almost everything he needed. Unfortunately, Li Han was the only one with that thought. When the other students saw the private room, they all screamed because there was nothing. After Li Han understood the rules, he suddenly had the idea to go see what subjects everyone had signed up for. So he moved to the break room and chatted with Yoner. She was excited to learn alchemy. Up until now, she has always been interested in it. Her dream is to build her own workshop and provide items for the royal family. Li Han thinks it seems like a good deal. Yoner's eyes shined. She wanted to invite him to do it together, but alchemy is not an easy job. He needed to think more. The Empire's alchemy industry is highly competitive, from spreading bad rumors about competitors to monopolizing medicinal ingredients. There were even stories of gangs taking profits in the market, so he thought it would be better to choose something stable. Yoner suddenly asked him what topics he liked to study, which startled him. To be honest, Li Han wants to study a subject that has little competition and is easy to get high scores. He prioritized the goal of becoming an official in the imperial court. In other words, as a person working for the imperial government, no matter what field he focused on, grades and ability assessment were still the most important. But when he looked at Yoner's expectant face, he was afraid that if he spoke frankly like that, she would be disappointed. So he casually said that he intended to try out many subjects first before choosing, not to make important decisions like this too hastily. At this moment, Gainando hurriedly ran to inform them that there was a problem, already. He thought his room had been robbed, because it was empty and there was nothing in there. Li Han and Yoner looked at him helplessly. Gainando was confused. He repeated that there was a thief, but the other two still maintained their calm attitude as usual. The next day, Li Han read books to understand the basics of magic. This is one of the main subjects for first-year students, and each house has its own lesson time. He closed the book, but what's with those students wandering around like ghosts in front of them? Yoner complained that they were hungry and moldy. The bed was too uncomfortable so no one could sleep, not to mention the thorny clothes that bothered them. Li Han thought to himself that everything was so difficult, he couldn't help but remember his past life. Someone asked him if he saw it wrong. He still persisted in saying that mealtimes were not included in the schedule. That person gave him a bag of cakes and said that was his daily ration. He could eat any time he wanted. Li Han looked at him murderously, but he had to eat just like him. He consoled him that after they finished work, there was a whole party waiting for him. He joked that if he had to eat noodles again, he would kill him. Unexpectedly, the party waiting for him was not noodles, but cup noodles. He even happily said that he also got a triangular piece of kimbap. Li Han really couldn't say any more. Therefore, he felt that the situation here was indeed much better. The students moved to the front door of a large room. This must be their lecture hall. They pushed the door open and walked in. Some students breathed a sigh of relief because it was on the first floor. The two looked inside, then gasped in surprise. They shouted loudly, even swearing that this was indeed their lecture hall. But inside, a person with blue skin appeared. The corner of the mouth also has fangs sticking out like a wild beast. They called that person an ogre. The ogre smiled warmly and greeted the students. She introduced herself as a professor at the academy and she would teach them. Talking more about ogres, they are ferocious and dangerous monsters to the nobility even though they are very well protected. So the students didn't expect it, but there was a well-dressed ogre standing in their lecture hall. After welcoming the students, the ogre signaled them to feel free to come in and sit. Seeing the students hesitate, she immediately urged them. The lecture hall was quickly filled. Li Han was a little scared and worried when looking at the people in front. To meet you guys, I'm very happy. I'm Garcia Kim, a half-elf, but don't worry, Garcia Kim smiled. Put your hand forward, I don't eat people. She playfully licked her lips with her soft tongue. Suddenly, her eyes became dangerous, her voice lowered slightly, unless you're really hungry. Li Han was worried and restless. He thought to himself, so if the professor is hungry, will he eat us? Next to him, Guy Nandu opened his mouth in surprise. Garcia Kim quickly explained, I feel a bit regretful for joking like that. Anyway, let's start studying. Garcia Kim raised her hand. Something flashed. She said the students here had never used magic, because it was extremely dangerous, so adults were only allowed to use it. Garcia Kim clasped hands. You are all the seeds that create magicians. Reaching iron rank, the lesson teaches you what magic is and helps you see what magic you have. She continued, the journey to becoming a magician is very harsh and I hope I will be your compass. The students were relieved that the professors here were not all like the principal. She picked up the small stick like a chopstick. Okay, now let's start with the most basic thing. What is magic? Adenart raised his hand to speak, which is when a magician uses it to change the outside space according to that person's will. Garcia Kim nodded with a very good answer, but to add more. That is using the power of magic and mana as the main force to change everything outside. Those who have joined this academy have enough talent to sense and detect this magical force. One hand holds a pointing stick, but to use magic one must go further than that. You will have to summon magic yourself and weave it delicately, only then can the magic be cast. Garcia Kim smiled. Usually you think you have to read a spell or take an action to use it, but the most important thing is your will, you must not forget that. She continued, it seems like I've been explaining for a while, why don't we try it ourselves? Please stand up. Now take out your wand and gather magical energy. Li Han picked up the wand and can finally use magic. Instantly, magical energy gathered around the wand. Garcia Kim wants you to visualize the light in your mind while continuing to maintain the current magical energy. Yoner tried his best. It was difficult, so that's what controlling magical energy is all about. Yoner thought of a scene, as if he was trying to hold the reins of a horse that was galloping madly. It would scatter if he lost concentration. Garcia Kim smiled while you were focusing on keeping the magical energy from dispersing and chanting the spell. She raised her wand high and a bright light appeared. She said loudly, "Oh light." The hall suddenly lit up. The students grimaced because of that light. The spell can be anything you can think of at the time, but let's say a short one will make it easier for you to stay focused, right? Li Han thought to himself, I think I have grasped the main problem. The wand flashed. Li Han holds the wand in his hand. Just because he understands the lesson doesn't mean he can do it. Everyone was trying to gather magical energy on their wands. Guy Nandu exclaimed, why is it like this? He grimaced at the magical energy that was spreading on its own. On the other hand, Garcia Kim was calmly gathering magical energy. Suddenly, Guy Nandu's whole body flew into the air. She spoke up, if you can't control it, the magic can become unstable and hurt others, but it's your responsibility as a professor to prevent that, so calm down and practice. Garcia Kim reassured, don't be afraid, if a trick still has magical energy, just try again. The second time, 1/3 of the students gave up, leaving only 2/3 of the students left. Guy Nandu helplessly collapsed face down on the table. Why not? Garcia smiled at them. She whispered, lighting may be the simplest spell, but it often takes months of practice to master. She raised her wand again, then thought, but this is something the students have to overcome on their own, so I won't tell you. Then, she said, okay, let's do it again. The third time, half of the students gave up, leaving only half of the students remaining. The fourth time, most of them gave up, leaving only 3 students. The fifth time, 1 student remained. The 6th time, one student remained. The 7th time, a hand raised up to say, "Forgive me, Professor." Li Han stood up. "I'm sorry for interrupting, but I still have to practice. It seems I'm the only one left." His expression looked a bit confused. She just realized, "I've done it 7 times already." Usually by the 5th time the first-year students have run out of magic power, no matter how energetic they are. Magical energy. In the East, some tribes call it spiritual energy. A boastful scholar would call it element, and some stubborn priest would call it divine power. The energy that goes with these names is the source of a magician's power. Since every time casting magic requires the use of magical energy, it is natural for a young, inexperienced magician to experience a phenomenon called magical energy deficiency. But his appearance still looked good even though this was the 7th time. Garcia Kim asked him, "What's your name?" Li Han answered, "Li Han," and because he said his first name instead of his last name, it worked. A+ in the professor's eyes because she sees a student practicing equality. She asked, "Can I come forward?" "So this girl is Li Han." Garcia put his hand out first and told me, "Can you give me your hand?" Li Han placed his hand on her hand. Suddenly, Garcia was surprised, realizing something. This is it. A blue stream of water appeared around her body. A stream of green water swirled around him. Garcia sank all the way down. Her body suddenly fell into a giant water tank. The teacher's call made Garcia wake up and return to reality. Was it an illusion? Li Han kindly asked her, "Is there a problem, Professor?" Garcia smiled awkwardly. "No, it's nothing. Let's continue studying." She panicked, "Just now. Guy Nandu asked this Yoner, shouldn't we rescue him? What if she eats him?" Yoner next to him rested his chin and looked at this idiot. "Be quiet for a bit." Garcia put his hand on Li Han's shoulder, then said, "Come talk to me after today's lesson." He nodded yes. She told everyone, "I'm sure you have felt it, but magical energy is very easy to run out. Don't be discouraged. The more you practice, the more magical energy in your body will increase, and you will use less energy. Sometimes a motivated student will lose control during practice and get injured, so we should be very careful." Guy Nandu, he was a bit surprised. "Yes." She continued, "There's more. I don't eat students." Guy Nandu was confused. "I'm sorry. Today we will only learn this much. You guys did a great job." Everyone shouted in unison, "Thank you, Professor, for this lesson." And then the lesson ended. In the staff room, a voice rang out, "Excuse me, Professor. But what's going on? Why did the professor call me out like that?" Li Han entered the room and asked Garcia Kim. She looked at him and said, "Actually, the principal told me about you before today's lesson." She told Li Han. That crazy lich. Li Han was angry. She reassured him not to worry. She said the principal looked a bit silly, but he was a kind person. The students don't know this, but the principal has an extremely good eye for people, and every year he gives out a lot of information about new students. Be careful with that half-beast student. He can burn down the common house several times. My student is a half-demon. Be careful when using holy magic near the girl. And what he said about Li Han was that he has the qualities to be a great idiot. Garcia Kim thought to himself that he said he was a big idiot. You can take it literally, but Eastern people often have a saying. She thought he saw this person's talented qualities. She wondered what kind of student he would be. The teacher has high expectations for Li Han Wardanis. Li Han interrupted her, "Professor." She thought to herself that she couldn't tell her about that, but with her mouth she said, "That was the reason I called you here. You have too much magical energy." Li Han raised his hand to scratch his head. Oh yes, he thought to himself that it was good, but that was why the professor needed to meet with him personally. He thought that practicing would increase his magical energy. Garcia Kim interrupted his younger brother, "Not just a little better. We cannot even fathom its limits." Li Han was once again surprised. The total energy of a magician is one of the determining factors. If there is a shortage of magical energy, it will be necessary to use magic extractors to be able to possess more energy, which means possessing the more you do, the less likely you will encounter those limitations. In other words, it symbolizes a talented person. Li Han's face suddenly lit up. If what the professor said is true, then the road ahead is full of roses. Garcia exclaimed regretfully. Li Han asked what she meant. She said, "Isn't it good to have a lot of magical energy?" That might be true, but you have too much. Then she held up a cup full of water. Let's compare the magical energy to the water in this cup. This much is easy to regulate, however. To regulate this much total energy, wouldn't it be difficult to do so? Li Han gasped. That meant The difficulty of controlling magical energy and the main principles of magic will be extremely high. Li Han held his head and struggled. Garcia picked up the bracelet and put it on Li Han's hand. He asked what this was. She explained that a bracelet can absorb magical energy. It will help you. Li Han smiled happily. So as long as you have this bracelet, it will be okay. Thank you, Professor. She immediately said it was a small problem, so why should I call you up? Li Han was speechless and didn't know what to say. He asked Garcia Kim for advice, and she leaned forward, thinking it would be helpful to use multiple spells to drain his magical energy. I was allowed to practice on my own because there would be no risk of running out of magical energy. Li Han smiled and thanked the professor. He didn't need such special treatment. Moving to another scene, Li Han shook his head thinking the future was bleak. Now he had to make sure he got good grades. He wondered whether he should choose a class that didn't use magic or not. He then asked the two if they were thinking about signing up for any classes. Yoner laughed loudly and chose Scholar Kim. She asked if they wanted to study together. Guy Dan No happily refused. Alchemy is for servants. There is no principle to learn. Yoner is so stupid. Yoner clenched his fist and told Wardanas to move away a bit. She clenched her fists, her veins popping out, making him jerk back. Guy Nandu heard someone calling and quickly turned around. If you go to the infirmary, never ask for a bottle of medicine. Guy Nandu was suddenly punched and sent flying several meters away. Li Han also knows a little about fighting thanks to the lessons Auralong taught about sword fighting. And that punch was 10 out of 10. Guy Nandu fell face down on the ground and Yoner was happy. Li Han's thumb even raised. On the way to grasp the basics of alchemy, the two were talking about whether it was okay to hit Guy Nandu so hard. She replied that it's okay to apologize tomorrow. Li Han was a bit scared. This probably wasn't the first time she had beaten him. Yoner snorted. There are so many students coming. There are many students coming from the Black Battery Tower. Li Han didn't care much, but their looks made him afraid. Commoners react in two ways when meeting nobles. One is to fear them, and the other is to not want anything to do with them. Two other students are telling each other not to stare. Wardanas is also here, but the other student is not afraid. So what? In this academy the Wardanas clan can't do anything. Li Han thought that if he appeared too friendly, it could easily backfire. A few minutes later, they were standing together. Is everyone here? The professor asked. Li Han thought to himself that with a lich principal and a half-elf professor, another strange professor wouldn't be much more strange. Everyone was curious and chatting in front of that professor. But this is just a short professor. The professor introduced. His name was Uregilm Giamdar, better known as Professor Uregilm. He pointed at the school. Probably you all were thinking the same thing. We build such a big building. So why are you practicing outside in a yard with no tables? Adenart raised his hand to say that in order to feel the mana coming from nature, to understand what forces beneficial to alchemists existed in nature. The professor's expression was truly confusing. No, he protested. Yoner asked Li Han what he thought, but he wasn't sure. He said could it be to collect ingredients? The professor pointed at Li Han. That's right. Li Han suddenly sprayed glue on the spot. The professor complimented him that he must be quite a smart ironhead. Adenart was a little embarrassed. Li Han thought to himself that his guess was right. Don't feel like you have to compete because of this. Yoner is extremely grateful. The reason for gathering here is so that I can teach you the most important conditions in alchemy. Uregilm was sure that students were thinking that alchemy required someone to be exceptionally intelligent and to control magic with precision. Yoner began diligently taking notes. He continued to say that this was far from reality, the most important ability for alchemists. He suddenly stopped. Then, he raised his voice and emphasized gathering the ingredients. Yoner was scared by this sudden loud sound. Adenart doesn't think so, since they can grow more materials themselves or request it from others, so gathering materials is only a minor skill. There were people around who agreed with her opinion. They also wondered why they had to buy ingredients. Wasn't it a bit strange? Professor Uregilm's face immediately became angry. He mercilessly scolded Adenart for being stubborn, telling her she didn't know anything about the real world, and her expression immediately turned sour. Uregilm went on to say she couldn't even grow 10% of the ingredients she needed herself. Furthermore, the things she bought were useless. The reason they were traveling with the adventurers was because they were digging up valuable herbs in a half-hearted way. He specifically emphasized that half-heartedly. After letting out a long breath, Uregilm stood angrily panting. He quickly regained his composure. After all, as an alchemist, he should know how to collect his own ingredients. If they cannot collect the ingredients themselves, they will not be able to become an alchemist, good at alchemy. Uragum felt that this explanation was enough, so he threw a piece of paper to the students. On the paper was a drawing of an ingredient. He told them to practice bringing that ingredient here. Reborn Academy, in addition to its reputation, also has many bad rumors. At this time, Li-Han sat on a stone slab. He was reading information about sapweed used to make poison. He didn't know if Yoner had ever worked with it. Yoner of course did it. She used it before registering, and said there was a rumor that people fainted while learning magic. Li-Han looked ahead uneasily. It was clear that magic was very dangerous, and accidents could happen. He thought this was a lack of preparation. Why would he bring the students to a place like this? The forest in front of them was deep and deep. Li-Han felt that it would be very dangerous if there were only the two of them. Yoner also thought so. She felt that they needed at least 3 people. She asked if there was anyone else at their tower, want to find more allies. Li-Han tried asking her if she could see Her Highness the Princess. Yoner was quite curious that he didn't find that serious princess very difficult, but he didn't think this was important. Anyway, they just needed to find the herbs. Li-Han suddenly pointed forward. It seemed they were late. Looks like Adenard has finished forming his team. Notably, there were also people from the Black Turtle Tower. Even though she avoided him, he still felt hurt. Yoner was not surprised because Her Highness was famous before she even registered. Adenard was famous even among royal family members for her outstanding intelligence and talent. She had star talent that the public loved, and because of that, people always followed her. Li-Han suddenly remembered that Gainando had no one else. Yoner saw that as a matter of course. At this moment, the person whose name was mentioned was sitting alone in the room. He secretly wondered who was saying what about him. Li-Han looked at everyone around. The people who had formed teams had all left. Now only the students of the Black Turtle Tower remained. He felt like it was okay if they hated him, because just the two of them were too dangerous. He needed someone who could cover the team's weaknesses. Li-Han suddenly noticed something. On a student's belt hangs a moon-shaped badge with 2 cross-shaped arrows. He looked up. It was a person with short hair. The moment that person turned around, he was immediately sure that she was the person he was looking for. Nilia of the Black Turtle Tower. She is a dark demon and a member of Detone, a patrol force in the north. The Detone team is a group of skilled hunters and scouts. They operate in the north and know the topography very well. Mountain. At this moment, Nilia was looking at the drawing in her hand. Then she rolled it up. Even though this was the first time she heard about necrosis, she didn't find it difficult to find it all. Nilia was so confident because this forest was her playground. Although she was also surprised that there were so many skilled first-year students, it didn't matter, because now it was her stage. Suddenly, someone cleared their throat, attracting her attention. Li-Han and Yoner greeted her warmly, then the two introduced themselves. Nilia knew Yoner was a noble, but not knowing who Li-Han was, she rudely asked them what they wanted. Yoner suggested that they wanted to work together with her to go over the mountain, and when she heard that, she was startled. Nilia looked annoyed and wanted to know what their real purpose was. She clenched her fists, thinking that all nobles were the same. They had insulted her by calling her a barbarian. Even when she showed the most hospitality, they complained that they treated them poorly, so how could these two be an exception? Li-Han didn't know that Nilia's heart was stormy. He still tried to convince her that going alone was very dangerous. What should she do if a monster appeared? But Nilia didn't need his help. Li-Han immediately asked why. He guessed that she probably didn't think they would use her as bait or throw her away. She was startled when she heard it because she was guessed right in the heart. She stammered and said she just wanted to go on her own. Li-Han waved his hand and went into the forest on his own. He was sure that wasn't the reason. Not only did she not know what would happen in the forest, but she also had to collect the ingredients to bring back. He told Yoner that he believed she wouldn't be stupid enough to think she could do it herself, making her blush. Now Nilia just wants him to shut up. It's okay if she agrees to go with them. Li-Han immediately smiled and complimented her on her intelligence. He suggested then let's go. Yoner stood silently listening the whole time, just feeling stunned. She didn't know what the Wardenal family taught anymore. A moment later, something passed by as fast as the wind. Then, strong hands grabbed the branch. The owner of those hands is none other than Nilia. Li-Han and Yoner looked at her. She was using very fast speed to jump on the tree branches. Yoner exclaimed in admiration that Nilia was truly a skilled hunter. She was curious how he knew so well. Actually, it was because he saw that Nilia's muscles and calves were very developed. Furthermore, she had calluses on her palms, proving that she often used a bow, something only experienced hunters had. Okay. Nilia heard this and immediately stood still. An indescribable feeling suddenly arose in her heart. She wondered if it was just those clues. She felt there was something strange about Li Han. It seemed like he could read other people. But suddenly Li Han said it was just a joke. It was actually because he saw the Datone badge on her belt that he realized that this sudden turn caused Nilia to slip and almost fall. Li Han smiled happily and asked her if she heard. She immediately denied it. Yoner interjected and asked her to go together at the same speed. Nilia shyly wanted to know why. In Li Han's opinion, the only person who can distinguish the herbs here is Yoner. If she collapses, then they have to do it, because what he said was so reasonable that Nilia couldn't refute it. But she did not intend to let him go. She started to change the subject to what role he played. While Yoner searched for herbs, she led the way, and he did nothing. Li Han silently thought that Nilia would be very angry if he said this trip was free, so he decided to say that his role was to protect everyone. When she heard him say that, she looked at him closely and evaluated him. She guessed that based on his toned body, he seemed to come from a knight family, but the thing that made her wonder was why he was in the Blue Tower. Seeing that she misunderstood his origin, he immediately explained that he was from the Wardanis family, not a knight family. He thought about this dark demon girl starting the conversation, so this was a good opportunity to be friends. For some reason, when he introduced himself as being from the Wardanis family, it made her say, "What in such surprise?" She looked at him and then repeated Wardanis as if to confirm. But then it was surprising that she didn't know about his family, but the rest were from the Wardanis family. What was the problem? Li Han looked bewildered and turned to ask Yoner if there was something wrong with his family, only to see her sigh and say that most noble families have bad rumors, but his family was a rather extreme case, making him a little curious and asked about that rumor. She also answered, "That is, the head of the Wardanis family is a dragon. After the zombie rebellion incident, he used his breath to burn all the zombies into dry corpses. The Wardanis family's bloodline made a pact with an ancient spirit, so they received incredible magical abilities at the cost of losing their emotions. That's why the Wardanis family was not merciful. The Wardanis magicians, who came to quell the rebellion, caused a city to disappear." After hearing this rumor, he gently scratched his head in confusion and exclaimed, "Oh my God, that's so scary. Is it the image that if something happens they will become monsters and wipe out everything, ingrained in everyone, right?" According to Yoner, every time a big incident happens, magicians always appear. Why is it only the Wardanis family? It's so unfair. Her friend clapped her hands to comfort him. "You're right, don't think about it, think too much." Nilia smiled slightly. She didn't know anything else. Then, looking at Li Han's current appearance, it seems that the rumor of losing his emotions is probably false. She reminded him to stop whining. They would start walking. He obediently replied, "Yes," and followed. With the skills of a black demon, she will swing through tree branches and serve as a guide for the two of them to follow. Suddenly she stopped as if she had found something. Then jumped down in front of Li Han and Yoner and said, "Wait." She led the two of them through the foliage, showing them the tracks she discovered. From the footprints left on the ground, something very large must have passed here. But because the tracks were quite faint, she speculated that it was controlling its strength to hide its tracks. This aroused the curiosity of a hunter like her about what it would be, what it looked like, what will it be like. Yoner really wasn't interested but wanted to support her, so she showed an expression, "I understand," but this made the black demon friend wonder if she was boasting again. She frowned, adjusted her emotions, reminded herself to start getting used to this, then said, "Nothing," because she knew that no one in the village was interested in these things. Then suddenly there are people who also find it interesting like her. It was Li Han who approached and asked her what she knew about this trace. Making the black demon friend a bit surprised and touched, her cheeks also turned pink. Nilia carefully asked her friend if he really found it interesting, but he asked her again if she thought it was interesting. Her shyness made her speak somewhat flustered, but she couldn't really explain, but then complimented him on coming from a wonderful family. She kept stammering, "So in this wild place," he couldn't fully understand. The question is what she wants to say. Then she stood up and reminded her that it was best to be careful if she saw any traces like this. With her experience, she speculated that this animal not only had extremely large claws, but it was quite difficult to guess what kind of creature it was. She remembered that she had heard about some types of monsters hanging around the area of the Magic Academy, and Yoner had also heard about it. Since Einrogard is a land rich in magical energy, it affects the land and rocks, and many types of monsters appear. Of course, there are also monsters created from experiments, and monsters formed from discarded medicine bottles, taking the shape of special slimes. Hearing the two girls say that made him, I really felt safe. The black demon suggested changing her plan and following these tracks, because, this way, they would be less likely to be ambushed. Suddenly Li Han said he wanted to learn how to read traces, making his friend seem a bit surprised. But then she quickly refused because it wasn't easy and he would probably give up, but he still tried to convince her that as long as she taught him, he would try his best to learn. Hearing Li Han say that, she suddenly stopped moving forward. She smiled excitedly and turned to look at him in agreement to see what he would do. Then the group of three of them continued to follow the traces they discovered. After walking for a while, they finally found the necrosis. Yona reached out to pick them but felt a bit regretful because she could only find two, but she thought she would quickly find the rest when her two friends suddenly turned around as if they had discovered something. She turned around and suggested to them that she would continue looking because she couldn't see anything else nearby. But for a while, no one spoke up, everyone seemed tense and about to attack something. When she turned to look at the two of them, she couldn't help but be surprised. That was the creature that left behind the huge footprints that they had been following until now. It was a large, ferocious wild boar with two long, sharp fangs, standing in front of the group of three of them. Its size and ferocity made the group of three of them a bit overwhelmed and scared. It growled and advanced, emitting a strange source of energy. Li Han could sense its energy source, so he was sure this was not an ordinary wild boar. Nilia also reminded everyone to be careful, because it was a monster. The monster that was approaching Li Han's group was also in a ready position to attack. He felt it would be dangerous if they kept this up since they didn't have any weapons, then took out his wand from his pocket. He decided to use his wand, because the size of the wand can change based on the owner's will. Suddenly the tiny wand in his hand turned into a huge stick, making the two girls gasp in surprise. Nilia suddenly remembered Li Han's background and thought, that's right, he comes from a family of magicians, come to think of it. The family empire of great magicians, the Wardanas family, so she assumed that he had already learned a few spells before entering the school. Seeing that magical wild boar getting closer and closer, the black demon asked him if he was confident. He was a little confused and said, probably yes. Then she turned with a steady look and reminded him that if he failed, catch its red head and run away, then she would distract it and lead it somewhere else. Making the two of them extremely touched, Yona was surprised and grateful that Nilia thought so much of them even though they had only met today, making the black demon friend a little embarrassed to explain that it was because among the three of them she is the only one who can do that. When the growling monster stood right behind Li Han, he smiled and thanked his friend for her kindness and asked her to take care of him when things got out of control. Seeing the steadfastness and determination in his eyes made her black demon friend unconsciously call Li Han Wardanas' name in her head, wondering if he was planning to use magic to defeat that wild boar. He tightened his wand in his hand, ready to fight. Li Han suddenly remembered when he was about 10 years old. At that time he was also holding the stick in his hand as tightly as it is now. When kind words of instruction rang out in his ears, the sword could be the king of all weapons, other weapons, but you must not rely on them. You need to learn how to use other weapons to prepare for all possible situations. Only those who understand this process can push mana into their weapons, which is called the state of aura. He looked at his hard-working appearance and sighed with a heavy heart, thinking, he will be disappointed when he learns the truth because only a small number of chosen people can reach this state. After a while of practicing, sweating profusely, he stopped to wipe away his sweat and sighed. Did he have to go to this extent just for aura? He wanted to become a magician and live in an office. So he turned to tell Mr. Al-Rarlong. He believed that training himself was a way to protect himself, but what he really meant was, so this is enough. When he heard the little master understand things like that, tears filled his eyes. With just this much, he believed that he was definitely different from the nobles who chased wild dreams, but he was even more different from his brother's thoughts, more enthusiastic and determined to teach him everything he knew about aura. Then he made him do the stabbing motion 100 more times, making him confused. Didn't he say that to take a break from practice? It turned out like this. Returning to the present, he raised his wand and aimed at the target in front of him. Then he forcefully used all his strength to put his weapon into the wild boar's mouth. When two girls saw this scene of his, they couldn't believe it. They were really shocked. The monster, receiving that painful blow, trembled in pain. It lost its balance and staggered back. And with a bang it was knocked down by him with a single blow and he fell to the ground unconscious. One surprise after another made the two girls freeze in place. It took a while for me to regain my composure when I shouted and asked if he had just stabbed it with a wand, and what about magic? However, using it to defeat a pig monster, a pig that had turned into a monster, was not easy at all. The only reason this was possible was because he used mana unconsciously. Although he was still far from his aura state, he had begun to adapt to being able to survive on his own. Then the three of them quickly gathered around to see the pig monster's situation. Nilia pulled out the wand from its mouth and gave it to him after confirming that she informed Li Han that he had defeated it. Yoner was still scared, her legs were so weak she couldn't stand up, she sighed. Did the subject need to be so harsh? It's unbelievable that they could throw first-year students into a place like this. Li Han reached out to help Yoner up when they heard a familiar growl from a pig monster. Making their faces as black as the bottom of a pot, it probably wasn't that unlucky, but they just had a hard time taking down one of them. He was depressed but still had to confirm with his friends. It seemed like there was one more. Yes, Yoner was still panicking and was about to leave this class, but Nilia stopped her and advised her not to do so. It seemed like this monster was very close to them, so the sound was quite clear. Thanks to that, the black demon girl was able to follow and move towards the source of that sound. She raised her hand to signal to her two friends, so she should stand behind and she should go ahead and investigate. Following that direction, she saw a pig monster facing head-on with a few students below. Li Han looked far away to see the situation and saw that there were so many people in their group that they probably wouldn't have any problems taking down monsters, so the three of them could just sit and watch. The black demon friend listened to what he said, seemed convincing and immediately agreed. Suddenly, in that group of people, a brave person stood up and said he wanted to take care of defeating the monster. It seemed that he also intended to use the enlarged wand as a weapon, and this boy was Ashan Dalkard. Yoner wiped the sweat from her forehead and suspiciously recognized him as Ashan from the Dalkad family. Dalkad is a family famous for its excellence and extremely precise work. The Wardanas family has assisted the Emperor as advisors for many generations, and the Dalkad family has assisted the Emperor as praetor and treasurer. Li Han thought that if this was Dalkad, he could be trustworthy, because looking at his standing posture, it looked like he had learned swordsmanship. Ashan pushed his glasses and confidently said he could 100% see the pig's movements. He thought that the monster would never escape his calculations. At that moment, it also ran in front of him and growled viciously, looking at him with cold eyes. With confidence in his ability to judge, he quickly rushed up and hit this monster with a stick. But not only was it not defeated, it also became angrier and crazier. It glared at him while he was still standing there stupidly, not believing that his calculations were wrong, so he didn't bother. Pay attention to that scary look. Just like that, the ferocious pig monster rushed towards him, knocking him unconscious and lying on the ground, looking pathetic. Next, it rushed towards the two female students of the group, intending to attack them, making them extremely frightened. They were so scared that they were about to burst into tears when suddenly there was a hand in front of them. It was Her Highness Adenard who wanted to protect the two of them from that ferocious pig monster. Seeing that Nilia had finally come out, Yoner asked him what their group should do next. But he just quietly focused on observing and calculating. The ferocious pig monster is gradually approaching Her Royal Highness. Her eyes gradually became determined and she reminded herself to be perfect, just like she always does. She rushed up strongly and ran straight towards it, paying close attention to how it moved and attacked to receive the most accurate attack. But to her surprise, as soon as she ran closer, the griffin was attacked from behind, causing it to roar in pain. A blinding light emitted, causing the princess to narrow her eyes in surprise at the scene before her eyes. That monster was defeated with just one blow and fell to the ground. Li Han now breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily he wasn't caught red-handed. Nilia then asked him if he knew how important it was to approach it from the opposite direction. He felt that it was very useful advice, so he asked her to give more valuable experiences like that in the future. When the princess saw that he was the one who defeated the monster, she was really surprised and grateful. So she approached to thank him, but he quickly waved his hand politely and said, "It's nothing, Your Highness the Princess." Nilia, standing next to her, couldn't help but wonder why the two of them were so stubborn. Wasn't there a rule that schoolmates had to quit doing that? Yoner was at a loss. Because of her gratitude for Li Han's life-saving grace, the princess promised to repay him. When he heard her say that, he immediately wanted to ask her for something. Although His Highness on the outside calmly told him to keep talking, inside his mind he was nervous and worried about what he would ask for. He was a little confused and shyly said, wanting her to help him suggest some subjects that would be easy to get high scores because he knew she had a lot of relationships with other people. After hearing his wish, Her Highness Adenart couldn't help but be surprised because she thought he must be very demanding and only wanted her to suggest a few subjects that were easy to get high scores. She kept thinking for a while. She wondered what he meant. Was he really just asking which subjects could easily get a high score, or was he just testing her? Li Han still enthusiastically asked her if she knew any such subjects, and she said, a little confused, to be honest. Before the princess could answer, a voice rang out, saying she knew what lesson Li Han was looking for and knew better than anyone. Hearing that, he suddenly felt that this was a bad feeling. It was the trembling feeling he had felt before whenever a university professor patted his shoulder. This atmosphere is really similar to that time. He wondered doubtfully, this is it, when a person approached and called his full name Wardanas. It turned out that person was Professor Uregilm. He came forward and placed his hand on his shoulder and said, that's alchemy. The feeling when he approached was exactly like when he met the university professor in his previous life, really, stuffy and stuffy. Seeing that his emotions were unstable, he told himself to calm down. Now I am no longer the scared, immature student like before. He calmly told the professor that it would be a good subject if he had enough passion and love for it. Li Han thought this was a perfect answer to refuse the professor's invitation and looked very pleased, but Professor Uregilm slowly said that's what he thought. He emphasized that he should listen carefully. He would create that passion and love for him, causing him to hastily refuse the professor, saying that he was not ready to study that subject. The other students around were whispering and talking, as expected of the Wardanas family, and the professor wanted to pull him back, but he really didn't want to do that. How could they be jealous, just because of this? Professor Uregilm heard him refuse so bluntly and sighed helplessly. Then he turned to caress the pig monster that Li Han defeated. He thought that today's lesson was enough. Hearing that, he also thought that the professor had finally let him go, so he breathed a sigh of relief. The professor also felt a bit regretful that the other group of creatures had not yet encountered the students. Upon hearing that, Ashan suddenly understood that the professor intentionally led them to the group of first-year students. This sentence of his made the professor laugh out loud. He couldn't believe that this group of first-year students thought he said they only went to the forest to pick herbs. How could they be so naive? He reaffirmed that today's goal was for them to face different situations in the forest while searching for herbs. Whether they catch it, avoid it, run or hide from it, an alchemist needs to have the skills to deal with unexpected situations. After that, the professor didn't forget to sarcastically mock them as a group of ironheads, causing the first-year students to listen and only dare to secretly scold him for being bad people, but they were so angry that they couldn't do anything to this teacher. Yoner saw that the teacher's purpose was to deal with situations, not to find herbs, so he held up the herbs his group had found and asked the professor if he really didn't need them. She would really regret it if the professor said there was no need to use it because her group had gone through a lot of trouble to get it, so she immediately called the professor out to see what the three of them had found. When the professor saw that it was the herb he was looking for, his eyes widened in surprise. He didn't think they could find it. Then he happily ran out and hugged the group of three, solemnly announcing that they had passed the subject and saying they were talented students here to study this subject. The professor smiled cunningly and whispered to Li Han that, as he expected, he would have to study this subject, making his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Li Han was so desperate that tears came to his eyes that he thought his life was over. After a while of being immersed in misery, he finally accepted reality. With a listless face and lifeless eyes, he forced a smile and said to Professor Uregilm, I will try my best. Alchemy is a subject. In my dream, hearing you say that, he looked at you happily. His eyes looked at him with satisfaction in his mind. This boy seemed very mature. Kids this age were often rebellious, but this boy was not. The professor told me, because you defeated the wild boar and collected a little bit of weed, I will give you a privilege. I heard that, wondering, a privilege. Hearing his question, he excitedly answered, I have a hut in the forest. You have the privilege of going there whenever you want this school year. When he heard that, he was startled and asked again, what? He also wondered, are you going to ask me to volunteer to clean up? As if he knew what you were thinking, he cleared his throat. Ahem, let me explain more to you. I looked towards him quite expectantly. Suddenly the professor asked the three of us, what do you think students need the most? Hearing that question, Yoner standing next to him answered, snacks. Seeing that answer, he was dissatisfied and said, now your life here is quite chaotic and in just a week it will be completely chaotic. Hearing what the professor said made him restless. Chief, In his mind, he envisioned the menu he would eat as mushroom rice and bread and exclaimed, "That's right, who can stand this kind of limited menu?" He continued to think and remember one thing, and everyone in his tower was of royal origin. While you were thinking, the professor was still chattering, and my hut was full of fresh ingredients. He said it with great pride, not to mention the fresh fruits and vegetables I picked myself. He sounded like he realized something, so that means. A cupboard full of food appeared before his eyes. He happily thought, is this a true buffet? His eyes lit up and he grabbed his hand. Alchemy is really good, Professor. He seemed to have found an ally. Oh ho ho, this clever guy, I understand what you mean, right? Everyone had finished beating the wild boar that Professor Urigum released. It was very big. Some people saw that and asked, what a crazy professor, did he release the wild boar and force us to deal with it? Does that sound right? Some people followed suit. I will never study this subject again. Some people exclaimed, I even thought I was done. He saw them talking and turned pale and went the other way. I was about to complain about what a strange school this was, but nothing surprised me anymore. Then he regained his composure. His priority now was. In front of him now was a wooden house. Next to it there is also a small stream gurgling continuously. Standing in front of the first house, he just thought, make sure to have food rations. The three of us started standing around the wild boar and started to deal with it. After a while, he tiredly wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. He looked at the wild boar lying on the ground and thought to himself, I learned how to handle animals for food from Alrar Long, but doing it alone is a lot of work. While he was thinking about how to handle this pig, Yoner took the initiative to come over. Lihan. Yoner looked at you with a worried face, his eyebrows furrowed and his voice trembled, let me help you. Seeing that Yoner's expression was not very good, he asked, he didn't look very well, are he okay? Although a bit scared, she still tried to forcefully reply, of course it's fine, but can you share some meat with me? Nelia heard the two talk and also stood up. Turning towards him and Yoner, they asked loudly, are you really going to kill it? Nelia continued in disbelief, you guys are all nobles, you don't know how to do it. He heard Nelia say that and immediately called her name, Nelia. Just calling her name made her scared. He and Yoner showed a different side than usual and asked Nelia, do you hate meat? Hearing that, Nelia looked at the two in shock. Nelia's thoughtful eyes revealed a contemplative look. Then walked over to where you were and Nelia told you to, let me show you my skills as a hunter. Looking at the two people, Nelia and Yoner, he silently assessed that Nelia was really good at this job, while Yoner came from a family that was very familiar with handling materials, so he was pretty sure that with these two friends, things would go smoothly. Right after that, Professor Urigum brought a large bag and told him, here are some tools. Seeing that bag, he quickly said, thank you, Professor. The wild boar was placed neatly on a large towel. The three of us each took a tool to share to deal with the wild boar. He told the other two, now let's begin. Suddenly Nelia noticed something. Nelia looked at him and silently assessed, he was better than I thought. Not only that, Nelia also asked himself, do they teach things like this in Wardanez's house? Now that everyone has divided the wild boar into parts, Yoner said, we will now skin it, cut the meat into pieces and hang them on each piece, doing it very precisely. He continued, you should not remove the intestines, because they can be used to make sausages, saying that those intestines were used by him to make sausages. He held the fan and sat fanning his face, no longer bright at all, thinking, I don't know how much longer this hellish life will last, maybe I should reserve this for later. Professor Urigum, when he saw the large slabs of meat being hung high for smoking, laughed happily, oh ho, you guys are going to make bacon, that's impressive. He seriously told the three people, no matter how good the weather is, the meat will spoil easily, smoking is the right choice. Hearing his recognition, he immediately politely said, thank you Professor for your compliment. My heart also felt a little happier. Professor Urigum was quite impressed that the boy had only been learning alchemy for 3 days and could, to get to this point, but to smoke meat proficiently like this. Professor Urigum continued to think with satisfaction, the boy exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, his stomach made some gurgling sounds, causing everyone to pay attention, and he was also startled. Hearing his recognition, he immediately politely said, thank you Professor for your compliment. My heart also felt a little happier. Professor Urigum was quite impressed that the boy had only been studying alchemy for 3 days and could still do it, to get to this point, but to smoke meat proficiently like this. Not letting everyone wait too long, he immediately started preparing the dish. He added a little seasoning to taste. Seeing him like that, the professor was not inferior and brought out a bag of food, surprising Yoner, leaving him with sparkling eyes. When he gave it to him, he began to prepare it and he looked at him in confusion. After a while, he had set up a table of extremely delicious food. Just looking at it made his stomach growl. He told everyone, "Let's eat." On the table there were also special spices from Urium jam. He happily sandwiched a large piece of meat into 2 halves of bread. Yoner and Nelia next to him also began to enjoy their meals with extremely satisfied faces. While eating, Yoner exclaimed to the professor, "His jam is super delicious." Hearing his praise, he couldn't close his mouth and smiled. He proudly said, "Just eat as much as you can while you can, not always, enjoy like this." Then he brought out a plate of meat that looked so delicious, the professor who was eating it had to speak up, even though he didn't know what magic he had cast on the meat, its taste was truly divine. The 4 people eating and drinking together under the canopy of green trees nearby also found themselves immersed in nature. Happiness is simply like that. After finishing eating, I prepared 3 or 4 small bags to store food. Yoner came and sat next to him and asked him, "Bacon is fine, but what should you do about unprocessed meat?" Hearing that, he replied, "I'm too full so I can't eat any more." He and Yoner looked at the bacon in front of them and could only sigh. Nelia sitting at the table saw this and asked the 2 of us, "How about sharing it with our friends at the tower?" Since there was a way to deal with all this bacon, the 2 immediately exchanged looks. The 2 of them turned around at the same time. He looked at Nelia with a cheerful expression. "Do you mean we should sell meat?" Yoner chimed in next to him. "What a great idea." Nelia looked at the 2 of them in bewilderment, or asked again, when did I say that?" He started discussing with Yoner, "All the students at Tan Long Tower are rich. It shouldn't be a problem." She immediately replied, "Yeah, they are all royalty so they don't want alms." Nelia listened to the other 2 and made her head dizzy. After a while of discussing, they decided to sell all this meat. Nelia looked at the 2 people and wondered, "Are all royals like this?" He started to discuss with Yoner, "All the students at Tan Long Tower are rich. It shouldn't be a problem." She immediately replied, "Yeah, they are all royalty so they don't want alms." Nelia listened to the other 2 and made her head dizzy. Nelia put her hands on the table and asked again, "Are you guys really going to sell meat for money?" Hearing Nelia ask that, he immediately asked, "Do you want to join?" Nelia straightly refused, "No way, I just want to share with my friend." Nelia was scared and hugged her meat bag tightly. "You laughed when you saw that. It's up to you, but you'll regret it." Yoner also contributed, "He's right. Friendship is temporary and the economic situation is forever." Nelia retorted inaudibly, "Both of you shut up." After eating and drinking, the professor sat there watching the other 3 people laugh and floss their teeth. Looking at the 3 of them, he couldn't help but admire. All 3 of them were talented and enthusiastic, but they also looked like they were potentially destructive. He sat down under a tree and leaned back, looking at the sky. Looking at the tower in the distance, I thought to myself, I'm pretty sure there will be a future headache. Returning to the Tan Dragon Tower, this tower was built far from the main tower and always welcomes students with the scent of young leaves, but today is a bit unusual. A strange scent wafted into a student's sense of smell. Faced with this irresistible scent, he couldn't help but feel strange and wondered what this smell was. It turned out that the scent was coming from a steak that was being grilled and looked very delicious. In the distance, a student wearing an apron is demonstrating his steak-making skills. Walking towards the scent, he saw Li Han and Yoner grilling meat. He happily greeted and asked everyone if they hadn't eaten anything yet. Witnessing this, the entire group of students were stunned. A male student pointed at the 2 of them and asked what they were both doing, not to mention. Li Han looked towards the group of students and said that he and Yoner had prepared for everyone, come and sit down to eat. At that suggestion, the group of students looked happy like they were celebrating, really. Hearing that he was about to eat meat to his heart's content, everyone's face couldn't help but feel hungry, but suddenly Li Han added. Li Han smiled and gently raised a finger and said that if he wanted to eat, each person would give him 1 silver coin. Each piece of meat gradually melted in their mouths. They ate and cried with joy, not remembering how long it had been since they had eaten meat and did not think they would receive such a wonderful gift. Seeing that the price was so reasonable and also being able to eat the most delicious seafood, the group of students couldn't stop praising it. However, people did not expect that Li Han and Yoner sold meat for 3 times the price outside, nor did Li Han think that their business would progress so well. The faces of the 2 of them immediately turned cunning. They thought it was reasonable to do so because no one could buy meat here, just buy and sell. At this time, Gai Nandu emerged from his head, his whole body limp, his hand holding his hungry stomach, constantly complaining about how noisy it was outside. Seeing the delicious plates of steak before his eyes was like seeing heaven. He suddenly blurted out, "What is this, huh?" Li Han turned around and saw him standing there and said there he was, Gai Nandu. Then Li Han invited Gai Nandu to eat with him. He was both happy and didn't think he could eat with him. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Gai Nandu did not politely thank him and sat down, happily preparing to eat. At this moment, Li Han suddenly grabbed his hand and stopped him. Nothing in this world is free, Gai Nandu is no exception. Li Han held out his hand and asked him to pay 1 coin before eating. When Gai Nandu was asked for money, it was difficult for him to understand why Li Han collected the money. He explained to him that a noble's honor does not allow him to use free things, but he had no money left in him at this time due to the law, chief. Seeing that he kept hesitating but not wanting to make things difficult for him, Li Han said it wasn't a problem. Then, he came up with another plan. A debit note was brought in front of Gai Nandu. He just needed to write down the amount he had eaten and sign here. Seeing that he was about to get a delicious meal without spending a dime, Gai Nandu trembled with emotion and whispered Li Han's name. His hands were shaking as he held the pen tightly, unable to help but be moved by Li Han's decision. The next second, Gai Nandu signed the paper while sobbing like a baby and complimented Li Han on why he was such a wonderful man. Even though I was caught in the crosshairs, Gai Nandu still felt extremely grateful for what Li Han did for him and secretly regretted that he had broken off his friendship with Li Han before. I really have an eye for people. Only then did he understand that this was true friendship. Li Han and Yoner standing in a corner couldn't help but secretly rejoice, and so today everyone was happy. Returning to the magic castle on a new day, the students prepared to start class. A student held a thick book and wondered if today's lesson would be about the basic properties of magic. The other students also sighed in frustration, wondering why they were nobles and had to attend classes like this, and what the teachers thought of them. A female student thought they were already perfect. Why did they have to learn those things? Li Han stood to the side listening to such strong words and laughed and felt shocked when he heard that. The students entered the classroom and gradually settled into their seats for the lesson to begin. Li Han, Gai Nandu and Yoner decided to sit together. As soon as they sat down on the chair, they heard the Skull Headmaster's good morning call. A blue smoke surrounded Li Han. He heard the familiar voice just now speak and immediately looked up in that direction. Don't tell him. The lesson began with the principal's introduction to the iron-headed students. He greeted and introduced that he would be the professor responsible for teaching the nature of magic. It was true that nothing could escape his eyes. Just one glance at the students' vibrant energy and the principal knew that they had just eaten something. The students had not yet had anything to eat. This was contrary to what the principal predicted. He thought it would take a month for them to find food. Then a blue-haired student heard such strange thoughts and immediately asked the principal if they had to survive to find food. He stubbornly refused to listen to the idea of going out to earn his own food, but after a short while of insurrection, he didn't want to say those nonsense anymore, so he used magic to block the student's throat. Then the principal looked down at the still confused students and praised them for learning so quickly, which also made him very happy. On the outside, he was so happy, but in his heart he was constantly worried about those iron heads. He noticed that every year the students enrolling, but the students from Thang Long Tower were always the slowest. The best is Wien Vu Tower, followed by Bakho. The two best names appear in his mind. The principal realized that the reason why the students from Thang Long Tower were always the slowest was because the students there were all high-ranking nobles but had never done difficult things, so they always adapted the slowest. The principal took a look and then evaluated them to be able to reach this level. Very cool. And a certain student caught his eye and was considered the focus by the principal. In this game, it was obvious that the person he thought would lead this year was none other than Li Han. Face to face with the principal, Li Han told himself not to make eye contact with him, and the principal knew at first sight that Li Han was a different student. Looking at him, the principal did not expect there to be someone this free from that harsh family. And as for the principal, he also believes that a free mind is the essence of a magician, and pushes his students to the limit for that reason. The blue-haired student from earlier was no longer stubborn and immediately cooperated with the principal to make the class go smoothly. He asked the principal what was important in this class. The principal also saw that it was a good question and immediately asked him for his opinion, but he wasn't sure so he didn't answer yet. A blue smoke emitted, he slowly answered, that is. He was gentle just a second ago but now suddenly angry, pointing at the students and screaming because he was scolded by the emperor when a graduate student from the academy went out to cause trouble. Hearing the principal burst out like that, the hair on the back of the neck of the students listening stood up in fear. He asked the students if they knew how much trouble their senior had caused. The principal recalled without anger. Because he was scolded countless times, he used these ironheads as a front to prove that he was a good teacher. He said that this lesson was just an excuse so that when their seniors became trash, there is also no penalty. After a while of enthusiastically explaining, he couldn't have been more detailed. He put his face close to the student and asked if he understood, and the student hesitantly replied. The principal continued to lecture. He said that magicians were capricious people. The student should not argue that they were not, because that would only make him more angry. After a while of chattering, the principal asked the students to open their books and read the first page. Who would have thought that the magic class would turn into a reading class, with all the students shouting in unison, "I won't cause trouble with magic." Still not satisfied with the principal's response, he asked to read more loudly. The students below also reluctantly shouted loudly that I did not cause trouble with magic. Even Li Han was surprised by the principal's extremely unique teaching style that he had no words for this. From inside the castle, the sound of students still shouting "I won't cause trouble with magic." Li Han didn't know if this method really penetrated the students' minds or not. After shouting a few useless lines, not knowing if the students could hear any of them, the principal hoped that today's lecture would touch their hearts, and next he needed 2 teaching assistants for the lesson. Hearing that, the students sitting below glanced back and forth to avoid it. Everyone remained silent and no one dared to speak up. Seeing everyone ignoring him, he knew this was a difficult task, but still. He saw that no one in the passive class was willing to accept it, so he immediately gave a warning that if no one volunteered, it would be more difficult. Li Han thought that this job would not be free but would have a reward, so he boldly raised his hand to volunteer to do it. Seeing that in the middle of a forest of cowardly ironheads, this student was so brave, the principal exclaimed in surprise. Then the principal put his face close to him, making Li Han startled, and said he also liked to stand out. Li Han had just been praised, but he also humbly said that he was honored to support the professor he respected. The principal thought the words he said were just like the wind and clouds, so he told him that he was no longer familiar with those empty words. After saying that, the principal turned around and said that opportunities only come to those who are ready to stand up and seize them. Li Han thought that perhaps he had discovered that he was doing it for his own benefit. Guy Nandu sitting next to him also thought why Li Han was so reckless and said, "Li Han, are you crazy?" He was now as green as a banana leaf, panicking and warning Li Han that who knew what that crazy principal would force him to do. But another student put his hand on his shoulder and reassured him that don't stop Li Han, Wardanas is not crazy, he died for us. Guy Nandu, still pale and sweating, asked again. He put his hands on his thighs and trembled, thinking that if that was the case, he should kill himself for the sake of justice, then immediately encouraged himself to move proactively. Guy Nandu kept urging himself to move and move his legs. He mustered all his courage and closed his eyes to volunteer. But Ashan was one step faster than Guy Nandu. He calmly stood up and raised his hand. Seeing another student volunteer, the principal recognized him as the stubborn name of the Dalkad family and that his family was always proficient in paperwork. Upon his recognition, Ashan politely thanked him. Li Han looked at the familiar figure and immediately remembered that it was Ashan. He wondered if he was also aiming for the same reward as him. Suddenly Ashan raised his hand to lift his glasses as if he meant something. It turned out that Ashan wanted to repay Li Han for saving him before. Li Han told Ashan that he did not need to go that far, but if he owed a favor, he must repay it. Ashan did not hesitate to say that the Dalkad family always did everything fairly. While they were loving each other, the principal appeared from behind and reminded him that he was happy to see the two of them close, but there was still work to do. He then put a bunch of safety rules in front of them and told them to look them over for the next lecture. Human power is limited, not cattle, but he asked both of them to copy it out by hand equal to the number of students here. Dusk had fallen, and both of them were still so busy copying that their hands were tired and their mouths were constantly complaining. Seeing that he was being exploited like that, Ashan couldn't believe it. He was angry and his whole body was on fire. He felt like it was a waste of time for the principal to make them do this unnecessary work when he could have just winked and finished. Seeing that Ashan's situation didn't look too good, Li Han was worried about whether he would faint. With a domineering personality like the principal, Li Han also understood the principal's intentions. He was sure he thought that relying on magic would make the students crazy. The principal didn't even let them use the most basic magic of glowing, so what was the meaning of writing magic? He was probably trying to challenge both of them. Li Han thought he was a dedicated teacher, so there was probably some hint here. Then he went to the podium to look for clues to solve this tiring job. Seeing that, Ashan immediately asked him what he was doing. Li Han then went around investigating and explained that there might be something useful here, so he was looking for suggestions to resolve the situation. Ashan was also hesitant about whether it was okay or not. He thought that this was the principal's lecture hall, there was no rule saying it couldn't be, so there was definitely something hidden here. All this time, sitting in one place struggling with a bunch of rules, Ashan has now figured out something. After Ashan was cleared, his eyes immediately sharpened and said that it was okay to steal a little from time to time, so let's split up and find it quickly. While rummaging around the room, Ashan couldn't find any notes, neither did Li Han, and he suggested looking from another angle. Suddenly Li Han's eyes bumped into something that caught his attention. It was a drawer surrounded by magic, perhaps containing something inside that he needed. He found a new discovery and waved to Ashan to come closer. Really, he also happily ran over. Both of them stood in front of this mysterious drawer and hesitated, not knowing what to do. This, Ashan said slowly. Then he asked to open the drawer. They put their hands on the handle and pulled it out. Screaming at the swallow, they thought they had found something useful, but in the end the principal with a green skull appeared to their surprise. Li Han stood still and wondered if this was an illusion magic. Before he could think too much, the principal spoke up and said that opening the drawers meant that they had stopped doing meaningless things and started using their brains to think. Then he didn't forget to add a few sarcastic comments that he hoped it would go crazy faster and that they looked pathetic for working so long. After teasing the foolish students, the principal began to introduce elementary manipulation, telling them it was best to learn quickly. After a while, the warden said so, then said goodbye and disappeared into thin air. What just happened left Ashan with a huge anger. He realized that the old principal really had something in mind. Ashan saw that it was useless to put in this stupid method, so he angrily scolded him. He didn't understand anything. Why did he have to teach like this? He couldn't stand the oppression and immediately invited Li Han to join him in protesting and said that if they went together, even the principal would. Seeing him attentive to the elementary manipulation, Ashan also stopped. Ashan immediately became speechless, thinking Li Han was a traitor, but Li Han calmly apologized because he couldn't resist. In order for Ashan to accept his fate, Li Han explained that if he thought about it, what could Ashan do if he complained to the crazy principal? That's Ayn Rogard's rule, about 95% fail, but Li Han was surprised when Ashan thought there was up to 5% success. To avoid being laughed at by the principal, let's practice. For elementary control, thoughts, chants, and seals are important in spell casting, and the chant is to move, control. Both picked up their wands and enthusiastically practiced. Ashan held his wand and pointed at the feather, but even though he braced himself and glared with all his might, it still did not move. After he ran out of mana and sat on the ground in despair, Li Han comforted him, telling him to rest a bit. Li Han also knows that magic is really not easy. It looks simple, but the magical energy gathered is different every time. Next, Li Han practiced in a new way. He balanced on the wheel like a circus monkey. He told himself to concentrate highly. He thought it felt like this and then lowered both legs. Li Han remembers the days when he was pressed by a deadline and focused on the feeling like it was his last chance, like there was only 1 minute left before the mission ended. Li Han wanted it to be as straight as bamboo but as light as a feather. His hand held his wand and held it forward, concentrating as much as he could. Then Li Han ordered the feather pen below to move. As soon as he received his command, a thread of magic was inserted into the pen and lit up. Very soon the pen moved back and forth. Li Han was so successful in making the feather pen fly that even Ashan was surprised and exclaimed that it was flying. Ashan saw that Li Han did it without much effort and was extremely admirable. It was true that the Wardanas family was different. Li Han had a happy face, now he just needed to slowly move it to the paper. Around the pen emitted light of magic, it moved slightly in the air. Then suddenly it flew past his eyes. Then it crashed out the window and shattered the glass. He and Ashan turned around and froze in place. Before Li Han could understand what was happening, the pen was pinned to the apple tree trunk. Ashan asked Li Han what he did. Did he shoot it out like a porcupine quill? Li Han also thought that must be the case. He held it in his hand and read the elementary manipulation spell again and found that the spell's text had 2 difficult points. The first is that after casting spells non-stop, you need to continuously focus and control the object. However, after completing that extremely difficult chanting part, the control part is equally difficult. After reading it again thoroughly, Li Han decided to pick up his wand and try again. He gradually poured magic into the feather pen slowly as possible, and reassured himself that there was no need to rush. While the situation was tense, the principal's face appeared from nowhere and asked if you guys had done it. Very happy, he wrote the rest with his magic. His sudden appearance made his heart skip a beat, and the feather pen also went out of his control. After that, the pen was frantically thrown everywhere, leaving him with no time to react. When the principal was hoping that they would feel his kindness, it did not let go of the principal, but after a while without control, it also stabbed him in the forehead, making him cry out and die. It was true that his screams were heard from inside the building. Seeing that they had caused a big problem and were about to die, both of their faces turned pale in fear. The principal was displeased and scolded the student for daring to aim at the principal and snipe like that. Faced with such a difficult situation, Ashan could still see that Li Han was cool, but Li Han immediately told him to shut up, you crazy person. Before the feather pen could land on his forehead, magic stopped it and turned it into ash. Standing in front of this amazing performance, he exclaimed and praised him for grasping magic faster than he thought and even had to admit that Li Han was better than he looked. Li Han wondered if that was all. It seemed like he was quite happy. Then, taking that opportunity, Li Han quickly asked the respected principal for tips on how to control it better. The principal wondered if Li Han could chant the spell but couldn't control it. He also agreed, seeing that the two of them had things to discuss and he hadn't been able to do anything. Ashan found Li Han really impressive. The principal reassured him that he was only in his first year and that it was fine, no need to try too hard. After hearing that, Li Han breathed a sigh of relief because he always thought it was due to magical energy but it wasn't. But who would have thought that Li Han would be disappointed? The next second he lied and said that the chanting part was difficult, but the control part needed a little practice. He remembered the moment the pen flew like that guy and said that Li Han was an unusual person so he could do that, but only he could find a way. After listening to the lecture for a while, Li Han understood and happily thanked the principal. Li Han bowed his head and said he would try harder, but he found him too boring and not fun at all. Looking at Ashan's clear reactions, the principal saw that this kid had an impressive expression. He said he would tame it better so there was nothing to worry about, so the principal finished speaking and continued to perform magic. Seeing that there was nothing left to play here, he immediately used magic to take Li Han to the cafeteria and said it was time for lunch. Seeing that in just a split second he had gone from the lecture hall to the dining room, he was also so scared. Was it teleportation magic? Not long after, he landed on the ground as fast as the wind. Li Han stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes and acknowledged that the principal never did anything unnecessary, but instead used time and space magic to take him to the cafeteria. There's trouble again. You're in the cafeteria, so where has Ashan been transferred to by him? While you were wondering, Ashan was transferred to the infirmary to recover his energy. Entering the cafeteria, it was as empty as a pagoda with no one in sight. He guessed that it was probably past lunchtime so there was no one there. Today it's still the same dishes, 2 rice balls and a loaf of bread neatly arranged on a plate. But he felt it was okay because Li Han still had the bacon from before. While he was busy at the dining table, a figure appeared from afar. It was none other than Adenart. God avoided the meal, but the princess went to look for him and later met Li Han in the cafeteria. He was also surprised to see someone coming to find him at this hour. Is it a princess? Li Han paused his meal and asked the princess if he needed anything. Adenart reached into his shirt and took out something. The princess gently brought the scroll to him and said these were the documents he asked for last time. It turned out that the princess still remembered the list she had asked for. Li Han was secretly happy and shyly thanked the princess. As soon as Li Han opened the scroll, he saw something was wrong. Inside is a list of popular lectures. These are subjects that are not easy to get points but are popular, such as Basic Alchemy Overview, Basic Linguistics, Martial Arts and Basic Humanities. Reading the first line, he couldn't help but wonder if alchemy was a popular subject in general, but it was good nonetheless. But Adenart misunderstood what he meant. What he wanted were lists that were easy to earn points, but the popular subjects he was holding were not. The princess also did not understand what Li Han needed those things, so she asked him again about his intentions. Then he directly explained in detail to Adenart to understand what he meant. A popular subject with many participants makes it difficult to earn points, while an unpopular subject is the opposite. After hearing this, the princess's face was also confused. Gradually, Adenart also realized what he meant. Adenart wondered if Li Han was looking for easy subjects to learn when he was a child of the Wardanas family. Adenart also began to doubt his eye for people because he thought he was just like other nobles, but it seemed completely different. Then he took a moment to put his hand in his shirt and rummage for something. Fortunately, while compiling that list, the princess also compiled a list of subjects to avoid. That's it. Seeing the list he wanted in front of him, Li Han couldn't help but be happy. He also saw the poverty and boredom that no one wanted to learn. The first is basic swordsmanship. Very few people go to magic school and learn swordsmanship. Next is basic magic fighting. Learning about keeping distance is also neglected by wise students who rarely fight. Not that knowing many survival methods would be good, but he didn't care about this. When he got the list, Li Han happily thanked the princess. There was nothing more to do, so the princess turned around and said, "Then I'm leaving." The next morning, Li Han walked leisurely and felt unfortunate because everyone refused. Knowing Li Han's plans, Gai Nandu suddenly asked him why he intended to participate in uncommon subjects. Nobles don't do that. Even so, Yoner apologized to him and politely refused, telling Li Han that she already had a class at that time. Ashan also did not support Li Han and questioned why he participated in those trash subjects. In the face of detractors, Li Han remained calm because he was sure they didn't know what was about to happen to them. Basically, the concept of considering students does not exist in any school. They know that there are students participating in their subjects but do not care much. So to focus on the subject someone likes, you need other subjects, subjects where you don't need to do unnecessary things. That is an appropriate choice and redistributes focus. Thinking so much, in the end Li Han did not choose to think too much, anyway. What he didn't expect was that the basic distance-keeping magic fighting class was located in the basement. Looking down, he saw a few simple but foreboding stairs. There is a saying that all citizens must know: never think of entering a mage's tower. Even though it looked normal on the outside, there were two brothers who survived the tower for a week, but there were also people who were trapped forever. Reading this, Li Han immediately asked if this fairy tale was a bit exaggerated. Then Mr. Al Rarlong immediately said it was a bit. Suddenly he exclaimed that it was a fairy tale because in reality the people trapped in the tower would go to visit their grandparents, so escape was impossible. Li Han's smiling face suddenly turned gray because of what he heard. And the Ein Rogard Tower is an example of a magic tower. For that reason, very few first-year students dare to explore the Academy Tower. He reassured himself that this was just an academy, so it was probably okay. Nothing had happened to him on the first floor of the tower or the dormitory. Before he could finish comforting himself, Principal Lich behind him asked him if he wanted to go to the first floor. Making him startled, his heart wanted to jump out as he asked why the principal was here. He suddenly thought that meeting him here was a good opportunity. So he changed his face and told his beloved principal that it was nice to meet him. Li Han said he was about to go down to the first floor, so he wanted the teacher to impart a little lecture, causing the principal to gasp in surprise. The principal started teasing him and said he would teach him, but then he changed his tone and said he would bring him a flower if he saw his body tomorrow. Inside, he was angry and silently scolded him for being a hateful old man, but he still had to smile wryly. An entity that could laugh with absolutely no malice or resentment from within could only be a graduate student. The entire dark basement was lit by flaming torches. He calmly went deeper inside but found that it was normal, unlike what the principal threatened him with. When standing in front of a door, he kept feeling a bad feeling, but still tried to reassure himself. Suddenly a student passed by, catching his attention. When the two of them saw someone coming, they discussed excitedly. The girl exclaimed when she learned that someone also chose to take this class. Li Han secretly thought with pride that the school had so many students. How could he be the only one in this class? When his friend suddenly discovered something was not quite right. Seeing that the name sign was a basic magic fighting class to keep their distance, they quickly ran away because they had both come to the wrong class. Luckily, they checked again, leaving only Li Han standing there confused. They told each other to go home quickly, but they couldn't help but be surprised that someone would study this subject because it had scared many people away because of its difficulty. Li Han saw this scene and stood in front of the door somewhat confused. Now he was in a dilemma. In the end, he still chose to walk in and saw that there were exactly 3 students in the class. The pink-haired girl looked at him like an alien. The other 2 boys looked confused and looked at each other. Looking at their expressions, he could guess that they thought he didn't know what class this was, so he came here. He continued walking to his seat, and when he saw the orbs, he was a bit confused as to what they were used for. At this time, someone was already sitting in the corner reminding everyone that it was time to take their seats, making him startled. When he turned around, there was someone sitting there, and the students in the class were completely unaware of this presence and were now whispering. It was a person with pale skin, melancholy eyes and long fangs, making Li Han somewhat suspicious as to whether he was a vampire. After settling down in class, the teacher introduced himself as Vodali Bagrek and would be the one in charge of basic magic fighting, keeping this distance. He held the ball and said he hoped everyone would help. Then introduced it as a crystal made from spirit stone, which is a stone or compatible with magical energy. When the stars are at a certain time, they will radiate a divine energy. The spirit stone is the material created from the process of absorbing that energy. Then the teacher asked the students to stand up and transfer energy into that sphere. He also stood up and did the same. When he touched the sphere, he wondered if he could do it. He once failed basic spells like lighting. As soon as he and his friends touched it, the ball was already floating, making everyone surprised. This made him a bit incredulous at how easy it was. Could it be that it wasn't a normal spirit star stone? He speculated that they were actually antiques. At first glance, he was pretty sure the professor had created them. Li Han remembered hearing that antiques were very expensive, but the girl behind him seemed to be having difficulty controlling the ball, making it suddenly soar high. She worriedly reminded everyone to be careful because it would break the ceiling. But suddenly the ball stopped. At this point, the professor spoke up and explained that the orb was connected to their will so they could control it, but he had placed a few restrictions so they wouldn't destroy the lecture hall. The pink-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief. She was lucky, otherwise she would have been lost. But before she finished speaking, the ball flew back and hit her straight, making her scream in pain. The teacher gently reminded them that those limitations did not exist in their place. The professor also carefully reminded them not to break the bridge, but her friend felt that she was the one who broke it first, not it. After that, the teacher ignored his friend and told everyone to continue letting the ball float, making him feel that this professor seemed a bit strange. The difficulty is increased when the teacher asks them to draw a circle. Li Han felt that even though it was an antique, it was still too difficult to do this because it didn't move the way he wanted. Suddenly a boy in class shouted happily and said he had drawn a circle. But the professor just coldly asked him to do it again. Hearing what the teacher said, he didn't think much and immediately agreed. Li Han seemed confused as to whether this was all he would do in this class. He saw that the teacher kept making the same request, telling them how long it would take them to draw a circle. But he just calmly replied that they needed to continue until they drew a complete circle. When the two boys heard that, their faces turned pale, so they made up an excuse to go to the bathroom to escape, but the teacher said that permission was not needed. So they tiptoed away from this place. The pink-haired girl saw them leaving and looked a little shaken. She looked at them and asked for help, wanting them to take her with them. Then her eyes began to become weak and lose sight, her face turned pale. She collapsed on the table and fainted, so they had a reasonable reason to take her with them because she couldn't study anymore. Li Han admired her friend's ability to play the role. He approached her, shook her a few times to see how her health was. The poor student's face wrinkled in discomfort. It seemed like she was exhausted from running out of mana. That fainting wasn't an act. It turned out Li Han thought wrong for her. He helped her stand up and asked the professor for permission to leave because she had used up all her mana. Before asking for permission, the professor just coldly told him to continue drawing circles when he recovered. Meeting such a difficult professor, he was speechless and thought he was the only one left to listen. After taking the purple-haired student to rest, Li Han returned to class and continued to practice drawing circles. While the professor was sitting reading a book, he asked him about the grading policy for this assignment. After that, the professor closed the book and told him to follow the rules. Points were graded according to rank and starting with the highest position depending on the number of students in the class. After listening to the explanation, Li Han also understood and had a certain grasp. At this moment, happiness was welling up in his heart as he did not expect that the way to earn points would be so easy. This class was truly a jackpot. For you, this is as easy as pie. Just stay until the end and you will get a high score for this test. This is truly an ideal class to give him what he has been looking for so long, like a jar of sweet honey for him to taste. Just drawing 3 simple circles, repeating this over and over again would bring high scores to Li Han. He would be very willing. Observing Li Han practicing so diligently, the professor also stood aside in contemplation. He thought about this simple, repetitive task, but he did it willingly. Thinking it's easy, every year the number of students participating in this class is like a wave. But after that they all ran back and forth, they receded as fast as the tide. So much so that last year the registration list was empty and the class didn't have any students. But as a professor, Volody doesn't care and still goes to the lecture hall and teaches lectures every year because the contract with the principal is not to admit a lot of students. Without any students to teach, the professor could only sit alone in the empty classroom and then quietly leave. Back to reality, anyway, things are different now. A student appeared and broke the professor's silence. That was Li Han. A mature, bright boy, everything from his behavior to his intonation showed that he came from a prestigious family. Volody didn't know about Li Han's abilities, but it wasn't difficult to recognize that he was special. The professor hoped that Li Han could stay here if so. The professor will have real students and this will be the first time he will be taught the next chapter. It was break time in the break room. The students were gathering together and chatting loudly. Li Han was now sitting on a chair, holding a glass of water and telling his friends around him to listen to him say something very important. After that, he happily bragged about the class where he didn't work but still ate and got good grades just by sitting, then told the other students not to miss such a good opportunity. Seeing Li Han introduce a real virtual listening class, Yoner was also confused, and Guy Nandu wanted to know more details about that subject. Li Han enthusiastically explained, "Just let the mana flow into the spirit stone and draw a circle." As simple as it sounded, Guy Nandu asked what happened next. But Li Han happily said that was all he needed to do. Other than that, just drawing a circle like that is easier than eating candy. Guy Nandu and Yoner couldn't help but ask questions about this strange subject. Inside the reading room, both of them were full of doubts about whether the professor was a fraud or not, but Li Han calmly said it didn't matter. He thought the important thing was that he got a high score, and his own benefit was the only thing he saw in front of him. Faced with the mindset that successful people always have their own path, they see that Li Han is truly a different person. Knowing that he had no right to say that, Yoner also saw that Li Han was a person who did not hesitate to use tricks for his own benefit. Li Han found himself trying his best to convince them, but they still didn't react, so he decided to eat this delicious piece of cake alone and said goodbye. Before Li Han could step out of the room, they were curious and wanted to know what that class was. When they both heard the name of the basic swordsmanship class, they were extremely shocked. Without any further hesitation, he walked to the place where the class was taking place. Li Han was standing in the courtyard in front of the southern main building, wondering if this place would be a training ground for basic swordsmanship. When he entered the training ground, he couldn't help but be surprised because the participants inside were as crowded as ants. But they were all students of the White Tiger Tower, which was new because they mainly came from a family of knights who were very good at swordsmanship and also very serious. But thinking about it, it was okay because fighting magic was his advantage. He would quickly learn swordsmanship as well. When other students saw Li Han coming from Tan Dragon Tower, they also started whispering. Moreover, those students also knew that he was from the Wardanas family, and even guessed that Li Han was here because he had learned something from their tutor and thought that he looked down on swordsmanship too much. Li Han knew they were very proud of their swordsmanship abilities, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that they were more aggressive than he thought. But who is afraid? He's not afraid. Li Han thinks it's not important, at most it's just teenagers. At this moment, among them, a big blue guy walked up to him majestically. It was none other than Durgyu. He then asked Li Han about his Wardanas family background from Tan Long. Everyone said that he was an elf, but then Li Han did not hesitate and calmly stood in front of him. He then despised Li Han for not being suitable for this serious sword class and reminded him that this was not a lecture from the beginning. Of course Li Han understood and thanked him, but Gyu saw that he was stubborn and didn't want to understand, so he said this wasn't swinging a sword like nobles do. And Li Han can absolutely get injured during the match because the students here will not hold back. Faced with that threat, Li Han brushed it off and told him firmly that he wouldn't hurt Gyu too much. Seeing that he was not afraid of threatening Li Han but also refuting him like that, he couldn't help but be confused. He was left with a huge anger by Li Han. Gyu's face was red with anger, which was enough to understand that a fight was about to happen. But before they could witness the eye-catching fight, a cough suddenly stopped them. That person continued to call for them to gather. Everything stopped here. Li Han heard the call and turned around to look and was startled. He looked into those eyes, so gentle but also full of severity. On that person's face there was a long scar across the eye. That person's legs were made of iron but still stood firmly on the ground. Next was his introduction to the students, where he introduced himself as Professor Angeldal. And he will be the one to teach them swordsmanship this time. Seeing that the professor is an elf, Li Han is also very interested. After that, the professor happily made sure that his students had all learned swordsmanship, but now everyone only came here to practice or keep them from being worn out over time. Then the professor offered to help the students hone their swordsmanship skills rather than teach them from the beginning, but he didn't know that Li Han was only there for the score. Suddenly, a small hand tapped his shoulder from behind. He turned to look, and it turned out that person was Jijel. Seeing Li Han turn around, she waved goodbye. Looking back and forth, Li Han wondered if this was another elf. This person immediately asked Li Han if he belonged to the Wardina's family. Seeing the other person ask that, Li Han immediately asked back to see what was going on. It's Lady Giselle, her. Lady Giselle did not answer. Li Han asked him why he belonged to a family famous for magic, so he studied swordsmanship. Li Han didn't beat around the bush, he just said that it was obvious. He raised his hand into a like button and said that because there were fewer people studying, the points would be easier to get. Lady Giselle immediately froze, surprised by Li Han's unique answer. Li Han felt that it would likely cause misunderstandings if he said another reason, but it would be easier to talk about the score issue. She nodded in agreement. He reached out to shake hands and introduced himself as Giselle of the Marathi family, and he could call her Marathi. Li Han looked at Giselle's hand and thought to himself that he was so young but his hands were already calloused. Then he reached out to shake his hand and said it was nice to meet Marathi. He and Lady Giselle shook hands warmly. In his thoughts he wondered if this was the Marathi family. Li Han briefly thought about the Marathi family. This family was the family that guarded the harsh northern lands under harsh rules, and there, they used any means possible to achieve their goals. Get the purpose. That was Li Han's thoughts about the Marathi family. He looked at Lady Giselle and thought to himself that he looked completely different from the family's photo. Then Li Han dismissed that thought and said that rumors were not always true, and Li Han also thought that maybe he and Lady Giselle would become close in the future. The mysterious stone knife, also known as blue stone, is a great move learned from Arlalong, and as its name suggests, the mysterious stone knife is very tough. Because practicing it was quite difficult, the nobles avoided learning it, but Li Han endured the process. Why? He had no other choice. The professor asked Li Han one thing: could he use the mysterious stone blade? The professor spoke up and said that he also had roots and asked which family he belonged to. Amidst that question, the professor thought to himself that if Li Han used a mysterious stone blade, it must have come from. At this time, Li Han replied that he belonged to the Wardina's family, which made the professor very surprised. The professor asked again if that was the Wardina's family. The question seemed to seek certainty, and he also thought that his roots were so strong that he belonged to that family. He asked Li Han something. He wanted to know why he learned swordsmanship. Li Han did not hesitate to answer that he believed it was a necessary skill for a noble. The professor's face dropped and everything was exactly as he thought. Li Han saw that expression and was a bit stunned. Li Han looked at the expression and exclaimed that it was truly the typical expression of a professor. However, he is worried that if he says something wrong, his score will drop, and he also wants to know what the professor's answer is. Then Li Han replied to the professor that he also thought the same, but the more he studied, the more he understood the profoundness of the blade. Speaking of this, his eyes glowed with a bright light, full of confidence, and he said he couldn't stop himself from coming here. The excellent answer just now made him favorable in the professor's eyes. He did not hesitate to give him full marks. And when he saw Li Han's bewildered expression, the professor laughed out loud and answered nothing, and he was only embarrassed when he accidentally said out loud what he thought. Li Han also replied to the professor that he was very serious about this, and did not let his family background stop him from progressing. The professor also said that he performed better than some white students. Some tiger came here just to vase flowers. The professor pulled out his sword and he said that thanks to you, the student, he also learned something. This statement made Li Han's head full of questions. He brandished his sword in front of Li Han and said he would be serious with him. The professor urged him to quickly pick up his sword. Seeing the situation change so quickly, he immediately felt like something was wrong. And why did things turn out like that? Li Han was now tired and sat on the ground. He lay on the ground panting tiredly. The professor came over and talked about the mysterious stone blade being a great move as hard as rock. He reached out his hand to help him stand up and kept explaining that the mysterious stone blade never wavered, no matter who knew what happened, and that was the nature of the mysterious stone blade. The professor smiled and told Li Han to keep that in mind, and he also told Li Han that this was the end of practice. The professor turned around and called the next student up to spar with him. After Li Han sparred with the professor, his whole body was sore, so painful that it felt like he was being crushed. He wondered how many of the professor's moves he had received. Thinking back at this moment, the professor was really good at watching for his carelessness and opening up to reveal his weakness and then attacked. Li Han tiredly complained to the sky that he kept getting beaten. Very quickly, the previous student lost. The professor continued to call the next person. Li Han looked towards the professor and nodded, which was no joke. He kept looking at the professor and thought that all the students from the White Tiger Tower would become future knights, but the professor solved them too easily. As a swordsman, Arlalong is a rock that cannot be shaken. Engoldal is like flowing water, even though his arms and legs are fake. Li Han just sat there thinking. Engoldal told the other student that the sword was violent so it needed to move more, and that the characteristics of the double sword were difficult but flexible, and finally, think before swinging the sword. He still enthusiastically teaches his students that when using the Mountain Moon sword, they need to be faster and sharper, not to be cautious and rush forward with everything they have. Through some of Engoldal's enthusiastic gestures, Li Han confirmed that he was truly an excellent professor, as he recognized students' perspectives and gave them direct advice. At this point, Li Han immediately felt that he was probably the only one who felt that way. He still sat in that corner and felt that he was the only one being beaten the most. After a few rounds of fencing, Engeldal now stepped forward as if he had something to say. He called Li Han to stand up. Hearing that, he also stood up as he said. Li Han just went to Engoldal and wondered. At this moment he called Durgu of the Choi family. He didn't say anything at this point, just let things continue to see how the situation turned out. Durgu of the Choi family also slowly walked towards Engoldal. Li Han looked at him and realized that this was the person who caused trouble with him, so why did he go to Durgu? Both Li Han and Durgu just looked at each other without saying anything. At this point Engeldal said that the two would compete against each other. When they heard him declare that, the remaining students couldn't stop shouting. Some students wondered why it was Li Han and Durgu, wondering if that was fair or not. The corner of Durgu's mouth now slightly raised. He laughed as if he were mocking him. Durgu did not hesitate and agreed to compete with Li Han. Engoldal gave each of them a wooden sword. He saw the arrogant and victorious look on his face. Li Han saw that he seemed very happy to know that Li Han was his opponent. He firmly held the sword and determined that everything had come to this and he had no intention of retreating. Li Han also said that he could have used this time to have fun and dance, but he did not do so, but instead chose to be beaten continuously, and study swordsmanship seriously. Li Han's face was also full of confidence and he thought that what he sacrificed was in exchange for this moment. The reason Professor Engeldal chose them. Simply because these are the two most elite individuals. Swordsmanship is not just theory, but also 100 times of practice and 1,000 times of actual combat. Only by going through all of that can one truly grasp swordsmanship. Only after going through all of that can one truly grasp swordsmanship. For a simple example, let's say there is a move that hits the opponent directly in the neck. But if you only know how to attack, victory is still very far away. Use theory as the core, then add fluency and customization. We will see what real swordsmanship is. These two students not only understand that rule, but also have the ability to use magic to enhance their swordsmanship. They have natural talent to become knights. At this time, Professor Engoldal spoke up and told Li Han and Durgu to return to their positions. Engeldal looked at him for a moment. He kept looking and thinking a few things about him, which was his swordsmanship ability, even though he didn't come from a knightly lineage. But the pressure he was under from his family must have been terrible, but he kept moving forward steadfastly. Engeldal felt he deserved to be a commended student. He also wanted to guide you to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Without saying much more, he officially opened the match. Engeldal looked and thought this match was worth watching. The Choi family's Peak Moon sword favors attack speed and tempo. On the other hand, Bluestone swordsmanship pays attention to the power of each attack. When analyzing the strengths of each family, Engeldal also said that the two schools are completely opposite and the two people will learn many things from the other, and according to him, this is the true meaning of the two words, defense. Durgu started walking forward. He looked and asked Li Han if he wasn't planning on going up. Li Han did not answer but silently looked at him. Seeing that he had no response, Durgu quickly rushed forward to attack first. He ran up to Li Han and gently let down a sword strike. The tip of Durgu's sword was right in front of Li Han, which scared him. His feet quickly sank to the ground. And without further hesitation, Li Han immediately counterattacked, swinging the sword in his hand, causing sand to fly all over Durgyu's face. Because sand was flying all over his face, he couldn't bear it, so he closed his eyes tightly and coughed a few times in discomfort. Li Han's last move surprised the other students so much that they were sure to wonder if it was a sand-throwing move or not. A student quickly went up to ask Angeldal if that move was against the rules or not. Angeldal not only did not say that it was against the rules, but also constantly praised the wonderful method. When the other student heard that, he was stunned and wondered why. Durgyu looked at Li Han covered in dirt. Angeldal continued to talk more about this match. He said that it was regardless of both means and methods. This is a real life and death match. And looking at the way Li Han was flexible and graceful in each rhythm of the match, Angeldal was certain that he was the one who understood that better than anyone else. Then he looked at the other students and said that for them this was still very far away. Seeing that the students were constantly assuming that it was Li Han who cheated, he was even more certain that it was because they all came from a family where honor came first, so not knowing was natural. However, and moreover, Li Han also has the mindset of ignoring the nonsense around him to focus on the goal of victory. And that confirmed that Li Han is a true swordsman. Durgyu in the fight is much weaker than Li Han. However, he was still alert and blocked his attacks. Durgyu was very angry at this time and thought that his attacks were all tricks. He also blamed himself for being too careless because he thought about his background. Seeing Durgyu distracted, Li Han immediately felt proud. He thought this was a good opportunity because Durgyu still couldn't think straight. Li Han did not hesitate any longer and stepped forward immediately. He must seize this opportunity. Li Han suddenly remembered when Angeldal and Durgyu fought. He quickly observed his skills. That made Li Han constantly happy, because he was able to capture him. He walked over and stepped on Durgyu's foot. Then he swung his sword to attack him. He hit fast and hard with the will to create a scenario where he himself could win. Seeing Li Han's will, he kept wondering if he was trying so hard, if that was the case. After speaking, he placed his hands on the ground. Then from there, he rolled on the ground with the aim of avoiding Li Han's attack. Li Han was extremely surprised to see Durgyu do so. He immediately exclaimed that he was trying so hard. Durgyu was almost at a disadvantage right now. He was extremely confused, but then he told himself that it was not the time to think wildly. Upon seeing the scene just now, Angeldal once again praised the great battle. Durgyu stood up step by step and he thought that just now was quite humiliating. Then he rushed towards Li Han and said he would not forgive Li Han. Because it was so sudden and unexpected, Durgyu's sword grazed Li Han's face. Next, Durgyu continuously counterattacked. He used all his strength to fight back. Li Han did not hesitate. He prepared to respond to that attack. Professor Angeldal was outside observing the battle and he said that Li Han and Durgyu were better than he thought. And he also knew that Li Han and Durgyu both had very good skills, but he looked towards Durgyu and was a bit surprised because he did not expect that he could use the moon sword technique to this extent, but the more he tried to attack, the more stamina he consumed. When he looked at Li Han, it was different. He saw that he was still very calm and he was trying to react to every move of his opponent. Li Han observed Durgyu carefully in every movement. At this point, it seems like he's getting too excited, but still. Before he could finish speaking, Li Han grabbed his sword and immediately counterattacked. The force of his attack just made him stunned, wondering about the pressure that the sword brought. At this moment, Li Han Wardanez's eyes were suddenly startled and sweat broke out. Immediately, Durgyu quickly approached Li Han Wardanez's feet. Seeing that, he silently thought that he needed to concentrate and not waver. With incredible speed, Durgyu unleashed consecutive slashes. Because the speed was so fast, the naked eye could only see waves of mana passing through the place where he swung his sword. At the same time, Li Han Wardanez realized that this is your chance to win. He remembered that at that time, Durgyu's face was drenched in sweat and his veins were bulging because his ability to judge based on experience was blinded by the unexpected situation. Afterwards, Li Han Wardanez remembered how Durgyu rolled several times to avoid his sword slash. He thought, thanks to that he had a lot of extra movements. Durgyu's face clearly showed signs of exhaustion, and clearly Li Han Wardanez also noticed this detail. He thought to himself, looking at the amount of mana on his sword, his strength was about to run out. At this time, Li Han Wardanez focused on the amount of mana on the sword. He clearly knew that he was not tired when using mana. Thinking of this, the battle in Li Han Wardanez's head now turned into an hourglass. He was above and Durgyu was below, and now it was only a matter of time. At this moment, Durgu suddenly attacked, but Lihan Wardanas avoided it and counterattacked, making him swear, "Damn it, damn it." Makes him swear endlessly, "Damn it." Seeing that his slashes were ineffective against Lihan Wardanas, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, grit his teeth and wonder if he didn't have enough strength. In contrast to him, Lihan Wardanas only shed a few beads of sweat. Seeing this, Durgu was surprised to think why he didn't lose any strength at all, he just didn't show his emotions. Thinking of this, Durgu felt like he was fighting an egg with a rock, and Lihan Wardanas was the rock and he was the egg. Then the image of little Durgu lying in the palm of Lihan Wardanas' hand appeared. He continued thinking, lying neatly in his hand. At this time, Durgu completely lost his temper and shouted out in fear, "Heck!" But Lihan Wardanas was just cold and didn't say a word. Immediately, a beautiful sword was launched from Lihan Wardanas, causing Durgu to have no time to defend, so the sword resonated. Durgu's sword fell from above and stuck straight into the ground. Not missing the opportunity, Lihan Wardanas' sword immediately pressed against Durgu's neck. His weapon was gone, his strength was exhausted, Durgu's face was drenched in sweat, he could only stay still. After that, Durgu continuously gasped in pain. And the same goes for Lihan Wardanas. He was tired after the match, so he couldn't stop breathing. At this moment, Professor Angeldal came and announced the end of the match. The winner had been decided. Hearing that, Lihan Wardanas put his sword back, and Durgu wiped his sweat with his hand. At the same time, Angeldal's voice continued to sound. Both of them moved forward. Having finished speaking, Angeldal looked at Durgu, who was constantly panting, and felt regretful. After that, the image of Durgu and Lihan Wardanas being placed on the scale appeared, and Angeldal judged that if he had been calmer, the result might have been different, but he panicked when he encountered murderous intent. Next is the image of Durgu sitting miserably under the scale. At the same time, Angeldal's thoughts continue to appear. At a young age, it is difficult. At this moment, Angeldal's eyes glanced towards Lihan Wardanas and thought, "Lihan is okay." Under the shining sunset, before everyone's eyes, Lihan Wardanas proudly hung his cape on his shoulder. Angeldal saw this and whispered in recognition that everyone had to look at Lihan Wardanas with different eyes. Then, in front of the two of them, Angeldal spoke calmly. He praised both of them for doing very well and began to say his real thoughts. First of all, winning or losing is not everything. Angeldal smiled and continued to win without being arrogant or discouraged. Only then can progress be made. Then he put his hands on the backs of the two people and told them to shake hands. Hearing that, Lihan Wardanas couldn't help but think that with his personality, he wouldn't leave it alone. He even thought about what Durgu would do before he touched him. But contrary to Lihan Wardanas' thoughts, Durgu extended his hand. Durgu calmed down. He praised the fighting very well and also apologized for being rude. Hearing this sentence, Lihan Wardanas couldn't help but stiffen. In his ears was still Durgu's voice. He said that Lihan Wardanas deserved this. Looking at Durgu's calm face, Lihan Wardanas finally relaxed and thought to himself that he didn't look like he did when he attacked. After thinking about it, Lihan Wardanas and Durgu shook hands, and at the same time Lihan Wardanas also responded to that apology. He probably said it because he was worried. Seeing the two of them end the match peacefully, Angeldal was so happy that he burst into tears and kept clapping, but the two students behind him felt helpless. Suddenly, Angeldal turned his head around, looked at them with sharp eyes, making them jump in fear, then seriously reminded them to clap their hands. When it got dark, the students gathered around Durgu. Before the eyes of the students, Jijel's voice rang out in the name of the White Tiger Tower student, "I'm sure." The remaining students also stared at Durgu. The wind blew Jijel's cloak away. After that, he wanted Durgu to take revenge on Lihan Wardanas. Hearing that, Durgu frankly said that he lost because he was inexperienced. Seeing that Durgu did not want to do so, the students opposite immediately started speaking up, some blaming Lihan Wardanas for playing dirty, others saying it was not Durgu's fault. Faced with these words, Durgu still persisted, "I decided that it was because I was weak." At this time, Jijel sighed helplessly, indifferently saying that it was not important now. Having said that, two mascots, the dragon and the tiger, appeared behind Jijel. He seemed to say that the important thing was that the tower's honor and pride had been trampled on by Durgu. After speaking, his face darkened and coldly held the Choi family responsible. After listening, Durgu knew that the Mareri family was the center of the Knights' families, so he was somewhat afraid and respectful. He immediately worriedly asked them what responsibility they wanted him to take. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Jijel snapped his fingers and said very simply, After snapping his fingers, two male students immediately took Durgyu's shoulders, and at the same time Jijel taunted that he was of poor quality so he needed to make up for it with quantity. Seeing this, Durgyu immediately understood and directly mocked them shamelessly for being a knight. But Jijel coldly denied it, saying that it was the excuse of losers. But the students standing around Jijel started whispering, wondering, "I've never heard of this, why do we have to go this far?" Jijel of course refused to leave it alone. He put on a smiling face and asked if there were a few people who disagreed, why don't they ask directly? After finishing speaking, the surroundings immediately fell silent, no one dared to continue speaking. In the end, it was Durgyu who broke the silence. He coldly left and protested, not wanting revenge. Hearing that, Jijel immediately mocked Durgyu as a coward and ran away, wanting to find someone to replace him. As soon as he finished speaking, a male student immediately spoke up, wanting to ask for a chance. As he finished speaking, there were laughter and mocking looks everywhere. In his heart, Durgyu of course understood better than anyone else, that even if he believed in Wardanes' skills, 1 against 3 was too much, and moreover, they were all students of carefully trained knights. Thinking of this, Durgyu clenched his fists, silently determined that he could not stay still. This was not the way of a knight. Even if the decision affected the future, he would still siding with Wardanes. A while later, a footprint appeared on the forest trail. Durgyu ran quickly back to the previous position. When he arrived, Durgyu shouted loudly, "Wardanes, you!" As he finished speaking, a ray of light flew straight towards him, just missing a little bit and it would have hit his head, but it hit the tree next to him. The light source just turned off, a stone fell to the ground. In front of Durgyu was a male student lying down. In front of him were 2 other male students. Even though their faces were very scared, one of them still had a stubborn mouth and still shouted, "How dare you, bastard!" Li Han coldly called out. He used his stick to control the stones to fly in the air. His voice was extremely scary. He threatened them that if they wanted to die, they would come closer. After looking at the scene just now, Durgyu opened his mouth in bewilderment, unable to help but wonder what the hell this was all about. A moment ago, the stick was placed on the ground, and someone called Wardanes' name. As students in the academy, each of them carried a stick in their hand. They came here with the intention of threatening, not wanting to let Li Han win the match, threatening that he would not participate again, which class is okay. Looking at this group of people, Li Han couldn't help but feel really annoying when they did that. He decided to chase them away first and think about it later. After thinking about it, his expression immediately changed, darkening his face and disdainfully asking them if they knew which family he came from. When the students saw this, they couldn't sit still but still shouted loudly, thinking that we were afraid. Having finished speaking, the 2 of them looked at each other in fear and looked at each other to encourage each other that it would be okay. At the same time, Li Han also guessed that perhaps they had someone to back them up. Seeing the proud faces of the 3 of them, Li Han unconsciously guessed who the mastermind was behind. It seemed like there was only one mastermind behind. Who do you think is left to clean up this mess? Thinking of this, Li Han couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking helplessly that after all, they wouldn't have behaved like that. Li Han directly asked who ordered them to do it. Was he from a big family so he couldn't refuse? As soon as he said this, they were all surprised. At this time, a male student, although scared, still ordered him to shut up and reminded everyone not to be fooled. Immediately the 3 of them picked up their sticks and shouted loudly to surround him. Li Han's whole body was tense because he knew that 3 against 1 was a bit tense. Then he remembered that Al Rarlong had once reminded him that running away was the best way to deal with many situations. But Li Han is currently surrounded by 3 students. He is helpless, wondering how he can escape if his escape route is blocked. Suddenly his eyes glanced down, startled by realization. At Li Han's feet there were quite a few glowing stones. He silently judged that it would be possible to have these. Li Han remembered when he controlled the brush to fly and thought about the current conditions. The size of those 2 things was not much different. Without thinking much, Li Han immediately took action, raising a stick and giving the order to move. As expected, when the stones flew up and flew straight towards the students, one of them couldn't believe that he could use this type of magic. Was the Wardanes family really different from them? Seeing that this was a complete success, Li Han secretly sighed because it was a success, sure that they would be scared and run away, and he would take the opportunity to run away. The stone that Li Han controlled stopped in the air. He simultaneously shouted the words "Go away." Having said that, Li Han gently tapped the stick in his hand. A stone immediately flew straight into the head of one of them, creating a beautiful flight path. Before the surprised look of his accomplices, that guy fell face down on the ground, with a dark red bump on his head. Just like the rest of them, Li Han was also surprised. Immediately the other two guys in unison cursed him as a bastard. Why did he do that? And Li Han panicked because he didn't intend to do that. He probably needs to practice more. Even though they still dared to curse on the outside, they were actually scared. They were calculating whether they should continue to accompany him or not when they saw the rock attacking so strongly. They could see that Li Han was no different from a god of death burning with murderous intent. The rush must follow the rush. Li Han sighed because this did not go according to his plan but still had to continue. After thinking about it, Li Han showed a murderous look on his face, and his voice was like a demon king demanding his life, warning him that if he wanted to die, he should just rush forward. In his mind, he was thinking that he had to do it. Seeing this, the two students were naturally scared and helped each other run away, but their mouths were still very strong and threatened him. On this side, Durgu is no different from a bewildered golden deer wondering what he just watched. Li Han breathed softly and asked Durgu why he also came to beat him, making Durgu startled and stammered in refusal. A moment later, Li Han was surprised to learn that the bastard gazelle had made this threat. Sitting next to the burning fire, Durgu awkwardly said it wasn't Jigel. Hearing that, Li Han replied yes, so he said that. The image of everyone in Bakho Tower appeared in Durgu's mind. He began to recount the atmosphere in the tower, which was quite special. Everyone was happy and close to each other. But when he thought about the White Tiger Tower having its own order, Durgu couldn't help but feel scared. After that, Durgu sketched Jigel's face on the ground and said he looked like this. Li Han bewilderedly asked who this was. But as soon as he finished speaking, Li Han remembered the meeting and asked suspiciously if it was the guy from the other day. Li Han touched his chin and began to compose himself that he thought Jigel was a good person, acting differently from his appearance. Durgu sitting next to him could only stiffen his face, patiently explaining that being mean had nothing to do with it, nothing to do with appearance. But Li Han didn't pay any attention and continued to pretend to be silent. He thought that Jigel was performing his role. Li Han said to himself and realized that that was the reason Jigel was famous. In front of the adoration, Li Han Durgu's voice worriedly asked if he was listening. While Durgu was surprised that Jigel was a celebrity but he thought that he was a normal person, but Li Han did not pay attention to those words. He looked at his fists clenched and speculated that Jigel approaching him was there as a reason. At this time, Li Han felt that it was very strange that they came to beat him. Hearing that, Durgu picked up the drywood branch and explained that there were several reasons for that. Durgu explained that the first reason is that Li Han comes from the Wardina's family. He then said that if Jigel defeated Li Han, someone from a famous family, Jigel would have more say than the students from the year above. Hearing that, Li Han couldn't help but feel uncomfortable because in Durgu's opinion, he was a sacrifice of power for Jigel. Durgu agreed and felt worried about it. Having said that, the image of Li Han holding the sword emitted a bright aura. He felt that Li Han would continue to have a positive attitude in the future. Next, behind Li Han appeared people in the dark. According to Durgu, they were students in the tower who hated him. And in the end, Jigel is the one manipulating them with a sinister face. As Durgu said, he knows how to take advantage of that hateful attitude. The fire was still burning brightly. At this time Durgu sincerely advised Li Han that if he wanted to continue learning swordsmanship, he needed to be careful. After the conversation, Li Han returned to his house deep in the forest. Li Han remembered Durgu advising him to try to avoid the students of the White Tiger Tower because then Jigel wouldn't be able to do anything. He opened the door and exclaimed that this was good advice. Li Han's footsteps stopped in front of the door. Even though it was good advice, he couldn't follow it. Then suddenly veins appeared on his face. The first reason he couldn't follow was that it was difficult to find a good class according to his own standards. The second reason was that he felt angry at them for daring to do so, dragging you into politics. This is a matter of honor. In the common room, everyone in the room was doing their own work, only when Li Han's voice rang out, attracting their attention. His appearance at this time looked extremely miserable. He told everyone that he had just been attacked by students from White Tiger Tower. Then he whined and cried on the spot, frustratedly saying the reason he was beaten was just because he was a member of the Tan Long Tower. Inside he was curious about how everyone would react. Hearing that, all the students were surprised. Immediately a student slammed his hand on the table to vent his anger, shouting loudly that those white dragons were crazy. They didn't know who they were kidding. Then the blue-haired boy completely lost his temper, wanted to call everyone upstairs down, and despised when they didn't dare to tease Gainando but instead teased Li Han. Hearing his name, Gai Nandu on the upper floor looked down and wondered why it was him. Seeing that, Li Han whispered in wonder because he seemed more excited than he thought. At this time, the male student became angry and wanted to call everyone to find weapons. Li Han saw that the situation was not good and immediately calmed everyone down. But they all refused in unison because they still owed him. But according to what everyone said, they were in debt here only because everyone had eaten the meat Li Han had hunted. If it weren't for him, they probably would have starved to death. Hearing that, Li Han did not dare to tell the truth that he was just lying. His guilt grew more and more. At this time, the blue-haired male student shouted loudly for everyone to gather. Then, the blue-haired male student asked everyone to pay attention and gather in 2 horizontal lines. After finishing, everyone excitedly shouted in unison, "Let's go destroy the White Tiger Towers." In Li Han's head, he imagined the battle between the dragon and the tiger, only to discover that he had messed everything up and had no idea that the Tan Dragon Tower hated the White Tiger so much. Continuing the image of the dragon and tiger as students representing the 2 towers, it turns out that we always hate those who are the most similar to us. At this time, the blue-haired male student and 2 other students were busy announcing that everyone should use everything to make weapons to go to the White Tiger Tower. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted loudly, telling everyone to wait. As soon as Ashan Dalkard finished speaking, everyone turned to look at her in surprise. Waiting for everyone to calm down, Ashan continued to speak. She wanted everyone to listen to her before leaving. The students began to scramble up holding sticks and sticks. The leader asked to find weapons to go to the White Tiger Tower. Suddenly Ashan came forward and shouted loudly for everyone to stop. Hearing Ashan's voice, the students suddenly stopped and looked at Ashan. Ashan frowned. She wanted everyone to listen to what she was about to say now. Ashan advised everyone not to act hastily when she mentioned that the tower was only for people from Knight families. If they acted rashly it would mean they would lose. Li Han raised his hands to signal his agreement. He highly appreciated Ashan's reason. Ashan clearly expressed his determination to stay and wait and then attack. The students were convinced by her. They agreed with this idea and praised the Dalkard family. Li Han held his head helplessly when he saw them act like that. He even blamed himself for being stupid for expecting something from them. Afraid that they would take a risk, Li Han stood up and made it clear that he did not want them to take revenge. Li Han wanted to solve it himself without their help. It was his honor and dignity. The blonde guy was dissatisfied. He talked about Wodaniz's dark history very cunningly and despicably, so those people were not easy to handle. Li Han listened to him and stood still. His cursing style did not bother, a bit scary. After scolding Wodaniz, the blonde man gasped. Li Han couldn't sit still. He made it clear that they were children from a respectable family. Acting like them was shameful. Hearing this, the students scratched their heads and looked at each other shyly, seeing that they seemed to agree that Li Han wanted to get to the main point. Li Han's voice made the 3 students look at him in bewilderment. Li Han mentioned their ability to attack in groups, so he wanted to respond together. The students were all excited to respond to this collaboration. They were ready. Standing among the conflicting children of the family, he resolved it amicably. Then they all dispersed in their own direction. The students talked about the matter of the next class studying with the bastards, making it difficult for them to want petty revenge. He mentioned wanting to show them the masters of lighting magic and she happily agreed. Watching them leave, Li Han stood still. Li Han's arms and legs were shaking as if he were being crushed. Li Han was worried about the fact that he was one of the only ones. The students talked among themselves about the upcoming plan to disguise themselves and strip off their bodies, leaving Li Han behind. Li Han has not yet mastered the lighting magic. He collapsed in pain and tried to hold on but it was unsuccessful. The next day, Yoner Maken appeared yawning. Li Han's face was pale, his body tired, standing in a corner to greet Yoner Maken, making her scream loudly. She saw his eyes like a panda and couldn't help but be curious. When she asked him, Li Han said he was practicing magic. Yoner was told that he couldn't use magic, but she asked if he had permission yet. He tiredly put down his staff and said he had permission. Yoner Maken's head ached when she heard Li Han talk about how they had mastered lighting magic, but this was the first time she heard this. Suddenly Guy suddenly appeared, making Li Han and Yoner Maken wonder why he was here at this time. Guy Nandu looked away with suspicion when he heard Li Han greeting him. He secretly put his hand in his pocket, looking very suspicious. Guy Nandu brought out a delicious grilled sausage. His face was drooling with pleasure. Then, he sat by the fireplace, looking excitedly at the sausages, making Li Han look helpless, and Yoner sighed that he was regal. The smell of sausages makes Guy Nandu unable to help but drool. He is truly an eating soul. Li Han patted his shoulder, startling him and causing him to drop the sausage. Li Han hesitantly told him to eat freely without hiding it. Guy Nandu seemed to have been caught in the act. He hesitantly asked Li Han, "When were you here?" He learned that Li Han had been following him since he took the sausage. He was afraid of losing face. Guy Nandu tried to deny it. Suddenly Li Han cried out that the sausage was about to burn, causing Guy Nandu to panic and take the sausage. Li Han looked at Guy Nandu, who was crying because the sausage was burned. Li Han was speechless. The scene of everyone in a daze, complaining and holding their heads appeared before him. Li Han took a look at how bad everyone looked. Hunger caused the students to lose control and pick up their shoes to bite. Yoner mentioned that they did not fall into a worse situation because Li Han sold them food. Yoner feels that if it weren't for that, things would have been worse. The situation started to get tense. Li Han suggested taking action, but Yoner said they didn't have many rations left. Li Han sighed. He scolded Professor Uregilm because he did not let him take the ingredients from the trunk even though he tried to get them. Recalling that time, Li Han and Yoner were holding a loaf of rice paper when he was caught in battle. He said it was all for him to eat, and the matter of the two of them putting jam in their pockets was also discovered by him. Professor Uregilm said that you can only eat enough to fill your stomach, so why should you take extra portions? The two of them fell into deep thought. Li Han sighed that there was no way to steal them, but Yoner was thinking about whether there was any other way. The students quickly went into the classroom. They said hello to the professor, who was sitting in the room first. This is the ogre Professor Garcia Kim. She cares about her students so much that she can immediately feel the strange change between them. First, a week after joining the academy, the students became very hungry. They became out of control. Second, she sensed the tension between the towers. Because of their different backgrounds, the rivalry is fierce, but the tension between the Dragon Tower and the White Tiger is very intense. Garcia Kim asked the student to sit down when he saw that the student was conflicted. Garcia Kim knows that the more they compete with each other, the stronger they will become, which is also the principal's opinion. She just sighed. She couldn't agree with that. Garcia Kim gave a strange smile. She wanted everyone to be nice to each other, and she asked the students to sit down. The students became afraid when she checked the old lesson about lighting magic. Everyone was chanting Buddha's name, but it wasn't them. Li Han covered his yawn with his hand and volunteered to return the cards. He looked at the students next to him with a feeling of victory and defeat. He had to practice this time and not fall behind, even though he had just done it this morning. This time Li Han successfully took over the main character role of the class. Looking around the classroom, Li Han started to panic. He couldn't believe his eyes. The truth was inherently sinister, and now he understood about Wodanas. Li Han looked at Guy Nandu, disgruntled about his lighting magic problem, but Guy Nandu looked at him with a wry smile. Guy Nandu calmly said that he only knew how to do it in theory, but practice was not successful. Guy Nan was also confident that he would be able to do it soon because they were all nobles, leaving Li Han with no choice but to put his head on the table. Li Han collapsed in pain when he realized he had been deceived, and he even scolded these arrogant noble bastards. He cried in pain, knowing that he had worked hard in vain. Garcia saw Li Han volunteering and praised him endlessly. The first volunteer was Li Han from the Dragon Tower. The other person is a white-haired girl student who also comes from the Dragon Tower. Li Han turned around in surprise. He did not expect that it was a princess and had the opportunity to approach her. But the princess responded to him with cold eyes. Seeing that look, Li Han was embarrassed and afraid to show his face. He wondered if he had done something wrong. Suddenly Li Han was tapped on the head by a pair of hands. Ashan whispered to Li Han. She mentioned that the princess believed strange rumors about him. Li Han was curious about that rumor. Ashan said it was full of malice and insult. Ash angrily recounted that Li Han only cared about grades instead of knowledge. She expressed her displeasure and couldn't believe it. Li Han doubts life because according to him that is correct. Li Han thought it wasn't wrong and he had nothing to say about it. But looking at Ashan, she was furious, making him a bit concerned. Ashan boldly expressed her disappointment in the princess. She did not expect the princess to believe such an absurd rumor, but the princess remained silent. Li Han seemed to add fuel to the fire. He said it was the princess's right to believe it or not. Hearing him say that, Ashan doubted life and turned away to look at him, not afraid of an enemy who was as good at pointing out teammates as he was. Ashan was so angry that she clenched her fists. She growled and called his name. She thought of Li Han holding the white sheep and blessing him with peace, and she wondered how holy he was. Ashan thought that there were many descendants from great families, but no one was as perfect as him. The words duty and nobility were his motto. Ashan was moved. She whined about the reason her parents sent her here, whether it was to meet him. She did not forget to keep the two cursive words, "I'm sorry for speaking ill of you, father." She wiped away her tears and was proud of this wonderful friend, but Li Han thought she had some brain problem. Now it's time for Li Han to return the assignment. A golden light illuminates the entire classroom. As for the princess, she is a shining blue gourd. The two of them coordinated with each other, and the light split into two beautiful green-gold streams that made everyone look up. Garcia Kim looked at the results of the two students. She applauded. Garcia mentioned the fact that it is rare for students to successfully perform the spell in the first week. Garika Kim was happy to meet such talented students, making other academies a bit sad. Realizing that the students were a bit discouraged, Garika Kim spoke up to encourage them. Garika Kim said that magic light magic is the most basic magic. It is also the first step for students to feel magic. Garika Kim was very insightful into the students' psychology. She comforted the students not to be discouraged, while Li Han stood next to her and was excited. Li Han guessed that no one was listening to the professor. Looking at the students teasing each other, Li Han somehow knew there was no way they were listening while behaving like that. Garika Kim intentionally reminded the students to be careful about their seats. Her long experience as an ogre professor was not just a title. The students stood looking towards the professor. The students spoke with disdain for luminescent magic. The students above were competing to discuss their origins from the White Tiger Tower. To prove that he was right, the student mumbled the evidence. Garika Kim looked at the students helplessly. Garika Kim mentioned starting to learn elemental magic this semester, making the students excited and even repeating it to make sure. Murad was also extremely excited. She didn't expect to learn elemental magic. The other students also started to stir. Garika Kim reminds students in advance about luminescence and they will automatically know how to do it during the learning process. Elemental magic includes simple elements such as water, fire, earth, wind and darkness. It also includes more difficult attributes, such as gravity magic, elemental magic that has long been the foundation of other magic, such as magic to summon spirits, or bestow their unique properties on ancient artifacts. For example, it's like learning 4 simple calculations to apply them to high school math. More specifically, even if you only learn basic elemental magic, no matter where you go, you will be treated as a very important person, known by everyone as the magician. Li Han was looking forward to this lesson. Garika Kim asked students to check their compatibility with each basic element. Each student will have an element that is suitable for them. Hearing the professor say that, the students began to talk about how there was no point in learning all the elements, or that they only wanted to learn the fire element even though someone advised them to adapt to it first. Garcia Kim stomped her foot so hard that her foot hit the floor. Garcia started the class. A burning candle appeared before Li Han. Durgu also received a stick like Li Han, which made him confused. Even Ashan is as good as those two. Garcia Kim mentioned that the previous lesson can also be applied here, and that what students need to create is fire, and fire is flammable, so students are asked to be careful. Looking at the burning candle in front of him, Gai Nam-do thought of the prospect of being with the fire. The result was being grilled, making Gai Nam-do scared and sweaty. Garika Kim took the stick in her hand and asked the student to recite this mantra in her mind. The elemental magic dance began, fiery chants rang out, and the fire burned fiercely. Many flames combined and rolled together into a fiery column of fire. Garcia Kim stands majestically next to the fire pillar, looking like a man who is fearless and fearless of fire. Looking at the pillar of fire standing tall in the classroom, the students couldn't help but look at it with surprised eyes and mouths. Li Han also looked up. He tried to show that he was mature and did not want to react too childishly. Garcia Kim reached out to touch the burning pillar of fire, heat spreading throughout her hand. Seeing how she controlled and used magic made Li Han praise her for her coolness. Having prepared everything, Garcia turned around and asked the students to try it, and the students also responded positively. The students performed their magic together, and fiery chants began to ring out. Li Han alone looked thoughtfully at the candle before his eyes. He placed his hands next to him. Li Han thought about the professor's reason for giving them to him and the other students. Li Han looked closer at the candle. The closer he was planning to do it, the easier it would be to visualize. Li Han followed his plan and started trying magic. Garika Kim was aiming at him. Garika Kim asked Li Han to stop, causing the tree to disappear in front of him, causing Li Han to panic. Garika Kim standing next to him decided that Li Han was banned from using fire magic for a while in his bewilderment. Not accepting the truth, Li Han stood up and asked the reason, because that was the way for him to do cool magic. Garika Kim mentioned how dangerous it was, making him a bit confused. Li Han remembered the time he deployed the magic. The light emitted was a bit too bright, causing his eyes to hurt, so he avoided the light with his eyes closed. Li Han sat and thought about the fact that if he couldn't control the light, he would only be temporarily blinded, but suppose the fire broke out. He was so tired, he was angry and didn't want to think about it anymore. Garika mentioned that he would try fire magic again when his senses were better, and for now he should practice water magic. Li Han looked bewildered at the bowl of water. Garika Kim said almost nothing about the danger of this magic. Li Han knows that water, like fire, is also a basic element, but its coolness is negative to infinity. Afraid that he might accidentally say something, he tried to swallow the words, so it was better to keep his mouth shut. Fire and lightning are better at attacking. Earth and metal are better at defense. But the uses of water are quite obscure. He still can't figure out the specific problem. Suddenly Li Han thought about the use of drinking water wherever he wanted, even while studying. Li Han could only sigh. He knew he couldn't do anything about safety being the top priority. Ashan also felt jealous of him when she saw the professor giving special instructions, which made her a bit uncomfortable. After hearing this, Li Han was scared. His face turned pale. He begged her to shut up. He was really a man who wished for someone else. Looking at his shadow appearing in the bowl of water, he began to get nervous. Li Han pointed his wand at the bowl of water and recited the awakening spell. Li Han kept reciting the spell. He was about to lose his patience. He always wanted to learn fire magic, and this was the motivation that made the spell rise succeed this time. A large whirlpool appeared, many layers of water intertwined with each other. Ashan's eyes were open so much that she had to adjust her glasses to look at this masterpiece. Water magic with strange shapes. Li Han's appearance appears inside the water drop. He and Ashan looked at the stream of water condensing in the air. Ashan was not surprised at his talent. She did not expect that he would succeed in just 3 tries. Quite shocking news for this academy. Seeing the results Li Han achieved, Garika Kim praised him and told him about the water element that was suitable for him. She also solemnly informed the students that Li Han had successfully practiced elemental magic. The students congratulated him on making a big water ball, but there were still students who were jealous and didn't bother to look. Garika Kim reminded the remaining students not to lose patience. Each person will have different compatibility with the elements. She meant to remind that students who grow up in a family that works in a blacksmith are compatible with fire. Students who grow up with a fishing family are compatible with water. Those who grew up in the vast steppes are compatible with fawn. Garika Kim also implies that the more exposed to an element, the easier it will be for students to reveal that element. Li Han looked at the water ball in front of him. He was not compatible with water at all. Li Han recalls the image of him being drowned by his professor in the school swimming pool. The princess looked uncomfortable and looked at him with judgmental eyes. Li Han looked at the princess in fear and sweat. He didn't know why the princess was glaring at him. He stood up and turned to look at the princess, but she turned away and ignored him. The water ball was allowed to float freely in the air. Li Han still thought it was a princess looking at him. Just in time, Li Han had a water ball pour down on him, making him wet. Looking at Li Han's appearance, Garika laughed and advised him to be neutral, otherwise he would not be able to maintain his elemental form. She hoped next time he would try to keep his elemental form as long as possible. Then a breeze blew and dried his clothes, making Li Han extremely excited. Li Han is extremely grateful for the professor. She is like the school's aura. Li Han was touched by her care. He understood what she meant. Li Han wanted to know the time between elements. Garika Kim mentioned holding on until the mana ran out, but she thought that for Li Han it was impossible. She wants you to keep it until class ends. This answer hit him like lightning. Li Han considered it torture, not learning. Seeing that Garika was about to leave, he quickly asked her to help him, but she had no intention of doing so. Li Han stood frozen as he watched the professor leave. He clenched his fists angrily, almost forgetting something important. According to the information he knew, Garika Kim was also a professor at this crazy academy, and her mind was basically screwed up. Li Han helplessly leaned his hands on the table, his head steaming. Garika Kim stood in the distance, looking back at him. Maintaining such magic for a long period of time was very taxing on his mental ability, like having to balance and spin on his fingers. However, Garika Kim wants Lee Han to be properly trained. The fact that he was able to create such a large water ball in just 3 tries was a talent. In particular, Lee Han is the person with the most abundant mana in history. That proves he has the ability to become a genius. Because of those things, she must hone the rough gem that is Lee Han. Garika Kim placed hope on him to do well. On the contrary, Lee Han was holding the element with a dissatisfied face. He scolded the professor at this academy. There was a misunderstanding between them. The students' goodbyes rang out. Under the high temperature, Lee Han was trying hard to believe what he said. Lee Han nervously told Professor Uregilm about his excessive behavior. But for Professor Uregilm, it was like a guitar that was heard in one ear and passed through another. Lee Han whines to him about the princess being able to control the fire element. Yanera is compatible with the wind element. The special thing is always at the end of the chain. Gai Nandu almost burned the whole class, making Lee Han a bit disappointed. Lee Han hugged his chest in frustration when he could only use the water element during the entire lesson. Professor Uregilm stroked his beard. He mentioned that Professor Kim liked him, so he trained him that way. When Lee Han heard it, he burst out laughing. Professor Uregilm did not expect that was the reason why he used his precious day off to garden. Lee Han looked at Professor Uregilm and burst out laughing. Only silence. Successful people always have their own path. Professor Uregilm said he was a whiner. He was used to this. He also repeated that he was the one who volunteered and said he would do it, making Lee Han bewildered. Some time ago, Lee Han volunteered to help Professor Uregilm, making him touched. Professor Uregilm even laughed when he heard him say that eating food was considered payment. That time he pampered him so much that he could do whatever he wanted. Lee Han was pushed forward to bring some more food, causing him to scold him for being clever. Watching him drop food on the ground reminded him not to neglect this kid. Professor Uregilm put some tea leaves into the wooden tube. His hand poured water, but his eyes and mind turned to Lee Han. He found him a bit strange compared to before. Looking at him pulling out each carrot, Professor Uregilm knew a little about him coming from the Wonades lineage. Professor Uregilm took a sip of tea. He mentioned whether he had any conflict with the White Tiger Tower. Hearing that, Lee Han frankly said that the White Tiger Tower thing was quite annoying. Professor Uregilm was not surprised at all. He thought nothing had changed, and when Lee Han heard it, he felt somewhat relieved. It really did scare this little heart. While Lee Han was pulling out the carrot, he mentioned the issue of non-confrontational tower relationships in the academy being okay, and he also complained about being tired of studying law in the academy. Professor Uregilm burst out laughing when he heard that. He did not expect him to have this thought. He advised him to focus on practicing, which was more beneficial, according to the experience of his predecessors. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Lee Han mentioned that he accidentally fought with them. Now it's time for Lee Han to deal with this old man. Lee Han turned to look at him in fear. He hoped Professor Uregilm didn't look at him like that, because he didn't mean it. On the contrary, Professor Uregilm calmly sipped his tea. Professor Uregilm wondered why the conflict happened in the first week. Lee Han recounted that because he chose the swordsmanship class, he was attacked by them. Professor Uregilm heard it and spit out the tea in his mouth. Seeing Professor Uregilm coughing, Lee Han stood up and asked him with concern. Professor Uregilm turned on the drying mode to crisp up Lee Han. His choice of swordsmanship was tantamount to violating their territory. According to Pro Tip, tigers are animals with a high habit of protecting their territory. Lee Han dusted himself off, still adamant that he had the right to register for any subject he wanted. Seeing that he was so stubborn and talking so much, it was also a pity for this old body. Professor Uregilm had to ignore this problem. After all, it was already resolved. Professor Uregilm mentioned their skills. He didn't know about magic, but about swordsmanship. You should be careful. Lee Han was happy because he still cared about him. He even accidentally said that he could fight his father alone, so he struggled a lot. The fatal words that made Professor Uregilm's face darken were truly revengeful. He couldn't swallow a sip of tea. Seeing him stand up, Lee Han looked away wonderingly. Professor Uregilm is in a good mood today, so he will make him something to eat, which makes Lee Han extremely grateful. Professor Uregilm took the food. He thought he should treat Lee Han well. He was afraid that one day, Lee Han would come back and hold his sword around his neck because of some matter. At that time, he would become the greatest swordsman in the empire. After that, Lee Han sat obediently on the table and waited for him to bring out the food. Li Han excitedly enjoyed the delicious food. While cleaning up, Li Han suddenly remembered that he had work. Li Han looked at the house and objects in front, wondering if he was the only manager of that place. Professor Urigilm wiped the bowl and mouth and explained to him that because they were useless, they should all be thrown away, which was something an alchemist must know. Li Han was startled when he did basic tasks, including dusting the entire cabin, cleaning the furnace to check ingredients, taking care of the fields, and checking fish traps. Seeing that he seemed hesitant, Professor Urigilm was a little suspicious. Li Han smiled foolishly and agreed. Li Han cannot endure this life as a laborer, even though he knows these things are done by students. Li Han came up with the idea of planting some things in the empty space in the field. He asked Professor Urigilm for advice. Professor Urigilm welcomes you to do so. Li thought about steaming cabbage and leeks. He also agreed with him. Afraid that Li Han was cheating, Professor Urigilm carefully reminded him about selling them, startling Li Han. Li Han looked away in surprise. He didn't know why Professor Urigilm knew so well. He thought the upperclassmen did the same. Professor Urigilm helplessly held his head. Professor Urigilm said you were the first. Too tired of this reporter, he had to let him do whatever he wanted. Li Han also obeyed and did his part, leaving him alone to mutter and scold him for being a weird boy. Looking at Napa cabbage and onions stacked on top of each other, Li Han was wondering if there was anything to make from it. Li Han mentioned preparing Napa cabbage and leeks to him. When Li Han heard him say he could make jjigae, he was very surprised. Jjigae is a stew-like soup, usually cooked with meat, seafood and vegetables. In his mind, Li Han began to imagine jjigae. Due to its vast territory, there are countless different culinary cultures depending on the region. If the Wodanis family is in the west, their specialties are bread and cheese. The east is famous for rice, chili sauce noodles and soybeans, which are typical Korean dishes. Li Han sat next to him, wondering if he liked jjigae. Although Professor Urigilm liked it, he didn't eat it often. Professor Urigilm suddenly fell into deep thought. The reason Professor Urigilm rarely eats it is because it is an oriental dish. There are people in the east that he hates, so it follows that he doesn't like jjigae. Li Han began to find out the underlying reason why he looked at things with hatred towards people. Professor Urigilm has his own troubles. He mentions distant relatives living in the east, who complain a lot every time they meet. Professor Urigilm changed the subject. He mentioned that he did not sell the regenerative medicine when it went on sale, which left him penniless, and also left the old man alone. Li Han shyly remained silent. Li Han stood up, holding a pile of bowls and chopsticks. Li Han agreed with him, but he did not expect Eastern people to be quite strict. Professor Urigilm looked up at him. He wanted to know what he was doing on the weekend. Li Han wondered if he was a job for him and was reprimanded by Professor Urigilm for daring to see him as the type of person who made him work all weekend. But unbeknownst to him, Li Han, a student, was emotionally numb due to weekend work. Professor Urigilm knew he didn't have time to come here, so how could he spend the weekend? He asked Li Han to remember the image of the starving student. Each image of biting his shoes, his skinny body losing vitality was what he thought of. Li Han made a breakthrough with his sudden statement, causing him to say it was a bit outrageous. His hand hugged his long, silky beard. Professor Urigilm stood up holding his stick in hand. He mentioned that when we are cornered, we will find something to eat and survive. Like Zwan, you will look for fruits and berries. Li Han was curious about dragon fruit. Professor Urigilm commented that it was slow. Professor Urigilm added that dragon fruit will always exist with strong and talented individuals who will solve it themselves. He turned his face to look at Li Han. Li Han is a genius child. He thinks this year will be different. Li Han asked him about the current problem about the Vermilion Tower, which made him a bit surprised. Professor Urigilm said they must be completely separated. These are not children who can be swayed by lust. The Vermilion Tower is a tower built by trainee priests, where they practice asceticism. Even in harsh conditions they still pray. Hearing that, Li Han was a little surprised at how admirable his faith was. If it were him, he probably wouldn't. Li Han decided to go hunting with his friends this weekend. He also confidently affirmed that if they caused trouble with him, it would mean he would let them know what a festival is. The professor held the broom and rushed back and forth across the ground. He continued to listen to Li Han say that he couldn't avoid it, but at least he wasn't the aggressor. Hearing that was enough, the professor turned around, closed his eyes and calmly said that there was a possibility that they would choose another way. Li Han immediately wondered about any other way the professor mentioned. Hearing that, he did not speak hastily but hesitated in thought. Thinking for so long, the professor only gave him a short, concise answer and ran away. With the Magic Academy campus, there is a steel wall surrounded by magic spells. But still, every year there are students who run away. Hearing the professor talk about students being able to escape through the academy with a wall surrounded by magic spells, he thought that if he thought about what could be gained from escaping, it would be obvious that we will defend. With new clothes, new shoes, bread and jam, even butter and cheese, or all the other dozen or so daily necessities. The look of satisfaction on his face showed that there were plenty of reasons to run away. Seeing the proud look on his face, as if he had a plan in mind, the professor immediately shouted angrily, pointed at him, told him to remove that expression, and asked him if he had done any more stupid things, right? The professor had a serious face and didn't joke with him at all. He warned him to forget about it. The reason why the Tigers were the first to try every year was because they were very simple-minded. Hearing the professor say that, he immediately turned around and asked if anyone had succeeded. It seemed his question had hit the professor's heart. He was startled. He closed his eyes again, his face darkened, thinking yes, but everything was so messed up that he wouldn't listen to me, as if he didn't want to explain this escape matter to him. The professor immediately turned his head back, raised his hand to the sky, acting like he could do whatever he wanted. He had nothing to do with what he did. He told him whatever it was, if you wanted to try then try it. The best time to overcome adversity is when you are young. Seeing the teacher say that, Li-Han's face lit up like a star in the sky, his hand on his chest as if he was confident that he was okay. He would never do that. Acting like that saw him building his trust in the professor. Seeing Li-Han so proud, the professor shouted at him not to say that with that expression. In a corner of the room, 3 people dressed in black from head to toe were gathered and talking to a boy with blue skin. One of them said, "Hey, focus here." A boy in a black shirt was holding a burning candle. Under the candlelight, his eyes were blue. He pointed in the opposite direction and said that if you still want to return intact, you'd better listen to our orders. The person the guy in the black shirt was talking about seemed to be Durgu, the one with the pale skin. Durgu glanced at him and complained about whether he had to go that far. The man in black with the evil blue eyes is none other than Li-Han. Seeing that Mr. Durgu's attitude had nothing to do with saying yes, Li-Han immediately took off his hat, smiled and joked, "Is that not effective?" Guy Nandu next to him was startled and surprised by his appearance. He immediately reprimanded Li-Han for knowing Durgu, wondering why he said he was threatening him. Durgu heard the reprimands from Guy Nandu. He immediately put his hands on his body and thought, teasing back, "How can a squirrel like you scare me? Nonsense." Guy Nandu immediately blushed and shouted loudly that he dared to call anyone a squirrel, but his blonde hair looked no different from squirrel fur. Li-Han's hand needed the rope, advising Guy Nandu to calm down. Saying that, he pulled the string to tie the curtain, the light illuminating the dark room. The sunlight shining into the room made the people inside have to cover their eyes because it was too bright. Yoner is also wondering why we need to go so far. Seeing her ask that, Li-Han turned to look at her with eyes as if he wanted to say something to her. He explained to Yoner but his eyes looked at Durgu, thinking that because the Tigers would misunderstand if Durgu was friendly with us. Durgu was already treated like an outcast. Durgu's cheeks turned slightly red, asking Li-Han again if he thought it was because of him. Yes, maybe they could have misunderstood. He put his hand to his mouth to think and then thanked Li-Han. Li-Han walked over and said it was nothing. His hand patted Durgu's shoulder and especially let Durgu become his mouse. Durgu seemed dissatisfied with the mole name that Li-Han gave him, frowning, his face slackening, thinking that this nickname was insulting to him. Li-Han immediately went down and talked, thinking that he was going to tell me whether Marathi had any shady plans, but Durgu didn't care about the question and instead asked. Durgu only cared about whether Li-Han had "Can I give you a more honorable and noble name?" Guy Nandu stood in the middle and was bored with the two of them. He shook his head and teased Durgu, "Isn't that too appropriate for a rat?" Durgu stood next to him with a sullen face, emitting anger. Guy Nandu immediately turned around and said yes, that was wrong. Li-Han felt that it was okay to joke like that. He said that because of honor and justice, that name is really inappropriate. Yoner and Guy Nandu heard that and felt embarrassed for him. What is honor and justice? Li-Han immediately pointed his finger and called out to Durgu, declaring that from this moment on he would be the flute player, a role to face injustice alone. Durgu was surprised when Li-Han gave him a lesson to face injustice alone, a flute player. He was happy inside. This guy sounds cooler. He turned his hand to himself and said, "Okay, I'm the one playing the flute." Li Han and Durgu shook hands, expressing that they were looking forward to the future flute player, and Durgu was also happy and replied, "Of course, Li Han." Yoner thought to himself, what the hell did Li Han learn from his home? So Li Han told everyone to get to the point. The reason we gathered early on the weekend morning was because he hesitated for a long time and said it was because he wanted to make a plan to escape the academy. Gai Nandu and Yoner raised their hands and shouted happily, "Delicious," while Durgu next to him was surprised to say something. Durgu's face darkened and he seriously asked Li Han, "Are you serious?" Li Han immediately thought he would be like that, so I prepared 10 ways to convince him. Li Han immediately made a plan for everyone. Durgu was first. Durgu said suddenly. Unexpectedly, Durgu thought, he also thought about escaping like that. Li Han asked, not understanding what was going on. In his mind, Durgu's refusal was wrong. Even though they come from a noble knight family, they are still nobles. The tiger family has never once had an empty stomach. A student's stomach growled with hunger. "We can't continue like this." The student shouted loudly, "We have to go hunting. If the guys in the green tower can do it, then we can do it too. They think that with a few spells, we can all defeat them." A student immediately spoke up, Okay, calm down." A group of students stood proudly by the door, acting like they were here. Jigel raised his hand and said, "It's fine to go, but think about it, you guys think hunting here is easy. The one that Wadanaz hunted was a monster intentionally released by the alchemy professor. In the forest, if we want to hunt something like that, we have to go deep into the forest. Are you okay with that?" The blue-haired boy immediately asked Jigel if there was any way. Giselle said firmly, "Yes. We will get out of the academy." Once again he assured his friends that we would not pay attention to that kind of meat anymore. Jigel's 2 student friends immediately became excited and asked if that was true. The blue-haired boy wondered if this was possible. She lifted her hair to her ear and confidently said she had a plan. While talking to his 2 friends, like his brother and sister, he turned around and asked if anyone wanted to follow. I also didn't want to find a way out alone. Everyone heard that. The students there shouted, "Math O Marathi is the best." Suddenly he, but one click, made 3 of her close friends spray with glue. Then make suggestions. She will be the one to give instructions, and if you guys do something useless and ruin the plan, I won't let it go, she said with her eyes wide open, looking so scary. So many kilos of darkness surrounded her. After that, he and the group went home to rest, sending good night wishes to those who remained. What she said was heard by Durgu. The next morning at the academy, someone's voice inside asked something, but it echoed outside. Li Han heard Durgu come back to tell the story. His eyes lit up, he stroked his chin as if he had some kind of opportunity. If he listened to him then I could go too. Seeing his friend showing such a resentful attitude, Durgu next to him spoke up to remind Li Han. The 2 of them felt helpless with his thoughts and seemingly incomprehensible expression. Durgu is worried. Seriously, after what happened to Giselle, how can you still say that? Hearing that, Li Han couldn't hear a word of it. He waved his hands and laughed loudly, advising his friend that no one would pay attention to such small things. He shyly said, "I guess so, right?" Yoner and Gai Nandu next to him shook their heads sadly. As he walked, he thought that this was trouble. On the outside, he was worried, but on the inside he was also a little worried when he heard the news from Durgu. At first he thought he planned to take the time to explore the exit, because it was obvious that based on the professor's personalities, escaping would be very difficult. But Marathi announced that he had a way out, making him really worried about what Professor Uregulm said. He looked at Gai Nandu and thought that Marathi was not as innocent as Gai Nandu. He was smart and cold enough to take advantage of the students in the same tower right from the beginning of the semester. He certainly had reason to be confident that he could escape. Li Han walked out of everyone's sight. Everyone behind him folded their arms and leaned against the wall, not knowing what he was thinking. Then he uttered one sentence, "No way." He suggested Durgu, "Follow Marathi and find out what it was." Durgu shouted in surprise, "What?" Durgu helplessly asked if he was serious. Hearing that, Li Han seemed serious and suggested this. He asked Durgu if he had any better ideas. Durgu is helpless. Don't you think that's a bit cowardly? The other 2 people crossed their arms in frustration and shook their heads without saying a word. Li Han didn't care about the cowardly plan and advised Durgu not to worry about it. Li Han turned around and asked, "Now we are facing each other." Durgu next to him confirmed that he was right. He continued to speak the truth. There is a very famous saying, "Know the enemy and know yourself. 100 battles will win." Durgu next to him only knows how to follow. He immediately placed his hand on Durgyu's shoulder. Unexpectedly, Li Han not only gave up but also acted like a shining light, thinking that finding out how Marathi escaped was just a tactic. Durgyu had beads of sweat on his neck, worried if it was because of his face. For some reason, even he felt it was right, the light shone on his face. I had to accept it. He closed his eyes and followed Li Han's words. I guess this can also be considered a strategy. Once again Li Han placed both hands on his shoulders. I knew he would understand, as if he put all his trust and determination in Durgyu to do this despicable thing. Seeing that he had agreed with his plan to escape, he turned to Durgyu and said, "Okay, from now on you will monitor Marathi. Meet me when you know his escape plan." He's such an excellent warrior, and a proud spy, whether Li Han is praising or criticizing him. He pushed Durgyu out, as if urging him to do his duty. He said the signal, the mission began. His eyes sparkled, flattering Durgyu. He would do well, right? Durgyu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he clenched his fist to show his determination to complete the task. Well, just leave it to me. After saying that, Li Han immediately held the doorknob and closed it. He breathed a sigh of relief, saying that Durgyu's part was over. I need to rethink my escape plan again. He turned around and saw Gai Nandu and Yoner behind him. He was surprised and wondered when these two people had become close. The two frowned, wanting to say something but stopped. They said, "You," and said nothing more. Learn brainwashing magic before entering the academy, right? Li Han confidently answered, of course not. Li Han didn't listen to those two people's nonsense anymore. He turned and left. At this time, all four had fully appeared, including Yoner and Nelia. There's also Durgyu, and Gai Nandu. Seeing that everyone was gathered, Li Han spoke up, thanking everyone for attending the first escape planning meeting. Nelia suddenly became afraid. No matter how she escaped, she had to stop trying suddenly because do you know what this mission does? She approached and angrily scolded Li Han. Do you want to escape from the academy? You are crazy. She thought you were just hunting. Seeing Nelia's anger, he immediately explained not to worry, because he had a plan. Hearing that, she kept quiet and listened to what Li Han said. She thought that if it was Li Han, then from the Wardina's family, he would be completely different from everyone else. She immediately asked him what the plan was, and he quickly answered. A meme picture of Gai Nandu appeared. He didn't know where he got that picture from. He pointed at the picture and thought that the guy in the picture had a way to escape. He just needed to follow and imitate it. God, what a plan that couldn't have been worse. Nelia gasped helplessly. He made her think that was his plan. Nelia didn't know what to say. She closed her eyes and called Li Han's name. Seeing that, Yoner immediately told her that this plan could not succeed without Nelia. Seeing that, Li Han immediately walked forward to say something. He placed his hand on his chest and gently said after Yoner, what he wanted was the same. He couldn't do without Nelia. Seeing that, Yoner immediately stopped her, seeing that this was going a bit far. Navigation ability and hunting instinct are the keys to the plan. Nelia is the only one who possesses both. Hearing that, Nelia also understood somewhat. Her eyes also showed that she would follow the person on this mission. But Yoner suddenly turned around, said it was impossible to force love, and expressed regret, while Li Han felt disappointed when he saw that she didn't really want to do it. Seeing that the two of them were at odds, she crossed her arms and sulked back. Whatever. She was proud that if only she could do it, it would be over. Giselle with her bright eyes turned down and said, "Tonight." She called out to her esteemed comrades. And called the knights who vowed to follow her orders. Giselle called out to them from the cliff, to escape the academy together tonight. Everyone was visibly excited. Everyone agreed with Giselle about this escape. Giselle decided to give the order to go. She took out a map from her pocket, which was what made it impossible for her to fail. From somewhere came a voice saying to introduce magic to new people. Someone asked again, then that person spoke about the legend of Imrogard. A hand dropped the pile of papers. The person wondered if this was all. The two servants' faces darkened and they admitted their fault. It was Lady Giselle at the Marathi house 1 month before the entrance exam. She kicked the pile of books hard, thinking that these things were useless. Her two servants apologized profusely and took the books away. Suddenly Giselle realized something. She picked up a piece of paper from the ground, curious as to what it was. Giselle opened it and was extremely surprised. That was the map to escape from Imrogard, on which was written the escape route left by a senior. She smiled with satisfaction, because she had bought this map and thought that everyone would eventually come to this point. And that was the reason this map was created. She remembered Principal Osu Gonadaltz with anger. Back to reality, in the forest where Giselle's group is standing. There is a group of night watchmen on patrol. There was the sound of someone signaling everyone to move. Lihan Wardanis thought that if they went inside the mountain, they probably wouldn't take the normal route. Then he asked if everyone was ready. When people heard that, they wondered why they went into the mountain because climbing the mountain was very difficult. Guy Nandu mentions the door near the castle gate. Suddenly Lihan told Durgu to handle Guy Nandu. When he heard he was being treated, he was extremely confused and didn't understand what was going on. Lihan mentioned Nelia's ability to spy on the mountain. As for himself and Durgu, they can endure it well. He also mentioned Yoner, who used to collect herbs so mountains were no problem for her. Then he hesitated. This makes Guy Nandu extremely difficult to understand. A moment later, Guy Nandu was being carried on Durgu's shoulders, his face dark with thirst. Lihan next to him said he was not used to this. Then he wiped away the sweat, secretly feeling the difficulty of having to follow through the strange mountain path. Lihan thought about how if Nelia wasn't here, it wouldn't be possible to follow them. As for him, he blamed himself for not being able to do anything and took out a blank piece of paper from his pocket. Lihan smiled wryly and wrote something on paper, and this was the note-taking habit of college students. Suddenly, something startled Nelia. She signaled everyone to stop. He wondered what was going on. Nelia saw that the animals were acting strangely and didn't understand why they stopped. Guy Nandu thinks that he has arrived and this is easier than he thought. Lihan couldn't believe he had arrived because this was so easy. Suddenly, there was a strong wind blowing through the forest. Something made Lihan shiver. He was surprised and couldn't speak. After that, he shouted loudly, not understanding what this chilling feeling was about. Some people wondered if it was a monster, but Nelia disagreed because she had already checked for monsters around. Lihan he hesitated for a long time. His face was pale with fear, worried about whether it was. A green flame appeared from nowhere, accompanied by a savage laugh from Principal Osu Gonadaltz. That blue light surrounded the group of people. Everyone didn't understand what was happening, so they were extremely scared. They were surrounded and gathered in a circle, surrounded by the same blue smoke but increasingly denser. A hand appeared out of thin air, pointing straight at the group of people. Principal Osu Gonadaltz appeared, and said that in just the first week, they were trapped. Everyone was frightened when they saw him. Everyone's face turned pale with fear. Principal Osu Gonadaltz pointed at Giselle and laughed at her for buying the fake map he smuggled out. Giselle didn't believe it. This was Kettle because she bought it before entering school. The map in her hand gradually disappeared, leaving confusion in her heart. Principal Osu Gonadaltz thinks they learned a valuable lesson today. That is, do not trust maps of unknown origin because it will be impossible to distinguish between a treasure map and a trap of an evil lich. Then, he laughed loudly, while Giselle was extremely disappointed. She couldn't stand anymore and sat down on the ground. Lihan was no better. He was scared and scolded him for being crazy and thought he was just toying with the students. After that, Principal Osu Gonadaltz extended his hand and told them to return. From his mouth, thicker smoke came out. He created pursuers for his students to walk back and forth while avoiding their attacks. Principal Osu Gonadaltz allows them to use any means, even defeating them and returning alive. But if they are caught, they will be considered guilty. Then, he exhaled the last breath of smoke, then closed his mouth. He joked, winking, and advised the students that if they were not arrested, they would be considered innocent. The students panicked and ran away while screaming. Those three skeletons just looked after those people without chasing them. Nelia was trembling, behind the bushes witnessing everything. Nelia then turned around in fear and said loudly, "What are you doing? Run away." Seeing that Nelia was about to run away, he immediately grabbed Nelia's hand. Signal for silence, then lower your voice to reassure. Calm down, Nelia. She was still shaking all over, her face pale, saying, "How can we calm down? We could die if we get caught." He hid there, constantly reassuring her that it would be okay, but those words of reassurance didn't seem to make Nelia feel any better. He continued to say, "I don't think they discovered us. Even if they did, at most, they could only lock us in a room and use physical punishment." While Nelia listened to you talk, those skeletons kept looking for their whereabouts. When she heard this, Nelia was extremely scared. There was no blood left on her face. She trembled and asked about physical punishment. A series of tortured images appeared in Nelia's head. Li-Han heard that and said, her imagination was terrifying. After saying that, he went nearby to observe the skeletons. At Nelia's side, Yoner came out to reassure them. Those skeletons kept walking in the place of the three of us. Seeing this scene, he wondered in his mind, why should we leave here now? While he was thinking about finding a way to leave, suddenly someone shouted, let's go in groups, we will take them down if we are chased. Hearing that, he couldn't help but turn his head to look in the direction of the sound. Those skeletons heard the sound and rushed up to attack the three people. They were still standing there talking loudly. If you keep running, you won't get anything, just confront them. Among them were two guys who were extremely eager to fight. One of them said, for honor. The blue-haired guy also replied, for martial spirit. He looked at them and thought in boredom, why did they keep shouting about honor and martial arts? Suddenly, someone behind him called him, Li-Han. Durgu walked over and patted his shoulder and told him, I see, we only have one way out. He looked at two people, a man and a woman, in the distance, leaning back to fight together, and he thought to himself, we have to put aside the differences between the families and cooperate if we want to escape. Li-Han nodded. He praised, excellent reasoning Durgu, okay. His eyes glowed excitedly and told him, we will cooperate with these guys, by running away while they buy time. The other three people were quite excited and shouted, okay. Durgu looked at that scene and looked at the three of them with a dark face and worry. He looked into the distance and said to the people here, we will have to open a bloody path through the point where they have the least number of troops, but the tigers are really buying time, but... Li-Han hid behind the tree. He glanced at it. Why were there no gaps at all? Suddenly he noticed that above his head the principal was emitting an aura and said loudly to everyone, don't say no. Seeing more and more skeletons, he wondered, is he still summoning more? He looked at the principal's actions and was extremely angry. With his own mouth he told us to escape, so I thought he was planning to test the students, something like that, but in the first place he didn't want to let us go. Li-Han secretly cried in his heart, no, he's the one who thinks this is enough for us. He still hid right there, watching for a while, and then the three people were being carried away by the soldiers. Seeing that scene, he suddenly thought of an idea. Should he just surrender, just watch the group run around and be caught? Suddenly, I realized something. Wait, something was wrong. Seeing the soldiers keep going in one direction, Li-Han thought to himself, the soldiers didn't pay any attention to this direction, but why? Then I looked up at the principal above who was engrossed in summoning. He didn't know we were here, the principal of Rogard. He had a plan but was still a little scared. Wait, but just in case, he encouraged himself, it was just possible. He stood proudly, above the principal still hovering there. Li-Han confirmed that the principal was really not here. It was the same when people first discovered it. He continued to ask the question in his mind, if it was just a clone or an illusion of the principal, we just need to run back to the White Tigers and be done with it. Li-Han turned back and told them, you guys have thought of a way to escape. They were happy, excited, shouting, really? After that, he said loudly, just move forward, let's go. In the end, they all followed Li-Han. 30 minutes later they went deep into this forest. Nelia then turned back to report that the inspection had been completed and there were no traces of monsters detected. When Li-Han heard that, he immediately raised his wand. Oh light emitted from the wand. The light he had just created illuminated the entire cave. Yoner stood up to dry his coat, while Yoner turned around and asked, those bones couldn't have come all the way here, right? Hearing that, Nelia immediately shook her head to reassure her friend, it will be okay, I don't see any signs, they are after us. He sat nearby and heard Nelia say that and immediately said, the problem is how long it will take them to be summoned. He said with a rather dazed expression, maybe I should have just cut my way through them. Li-Han closed his eyes, holding the cloth bag in his hand, slowly speaking to Durgu that it was impossible to overcome what was clearly a difficult problem to solve. After saying that, he took out a string of sausages and smiled, but for now, just eat it. The blonde friend next to you saw that and agreed. Nelia planned to drink some water to ease her dry throat, but unfortunately she was done talking. Nelia immediately complained, I'm out of water. He saw that Nelia was out of water and immediately cast a spell, causing waves to rise and a small stream of water to appear. Nelia was surprised. She exclaimed, water magic. She had only heard rumors about it. It was better than she thought. Immediately after that, Nelia picked up the water bottle and thought to herself, it must be very interesting. It will also help me on my hunts, if I know how to use it. Yoner sat shaking, holding his bag. Could someone light a fire? It was too cold, Nelia saw. Seeing that, Nelia immediately used magic, and a blazing fire immediately appeared. Yoner immediately praised, "Wow, that's really great." Nelia heard that and Nelia just laughed. "Thank God it worked the first time I tried it, before it was super unstable." Nelia glanced at him with envious eyes. "Honestly, I was more jealous of Li Han's water magic. I wanted the water element more than fire." The bread in his hand was grabbed tightly and broken in half. Li Han cried with joy, "What? You're jealous of my water magic?" Nelia next to him was scared, stammering and asking, "What are you doing all of a sudden?" After he said a few words, tears flowed down like waterfalls and he trembled as he said to Nelia, "Nelia, you should be grateful for possessing your magic. That's an overreaction." Nelia, "Oh yeah, to finish, story." After refueling, the two of them, along with Nelia, went outside and stood on the rock to observe below. Li Han gently scolded the principal to let Nelia hear that. At first, she agreed, but later, she panicked and asked him if it was okay to insult him. Li Han put his hand on Nelia's shoulder calling her name, Nelia. He confidently told her that magic is nurtured from an open mind, so you should never limit yourself by the way you express yourself. Nelia heard his words so inspiring that she panicked and thought, wow, the words coming out of his mouth sounded strangely convincing. With a bit of motivation, Nelia is much more aggressive. "Then, you bad principal." Nelia immediately walked ahead and said, "You stupid skull, I hope the wolf will eat you at night." While in the mood, suddenly a dark shadow appeared behind Nelia, causing her to startle and scream loudly, "Ah, I'm sorry," and then rushed towards him. He was calmer than Nelia observed the other direction. He was. That person continued walking and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" The figure in the bushes gradually appeared. It turned out that this acquaintance or young man must have been lucky to escape from the principal's hands. When Nelia saw the two of them, she was somewhat less afraid. A moment later, Li Han's hand carefully lifted the curtain. He stood in front of the cave where a group of 4 people including Nelia, Guy Nandu, Durgyu and Yoner were sitting, holding out his hand to invite Lady Giselle's group to enter. Seeing that they were still wary, Li Han continued to invite them to rest a bit. Inside the cave, Guy Nandu chewed his food while whispering to his green friend next to him, "We don't even have anything to eat, why is he?" Durgyu heard his friend say that and immediately nodded, remind Guy Nandu to be quiet. Durgyu closed his eyes and thought about the situation. Li Han had the right to ignore the people who had just arrived here, because of what they had done to Li Han. At this time Durgyu looked at Li Han thoughtfully helping the group of people who had just arrived and commented, but instead he treated them kindly like this. Durgyu finds Li Han admirable, and also a person who truly respects honor. Lady Giselle's eyes were now fixed on the two Yoner and Durgyu sitting in front of her. She was thinking in her heart, why are those bastards belong here, don't tell me. They also found the map. In Giselle's mind, she couldn't imagine that they could follow her. Looking at her reflection inside the cup, Giselle worried about what to do next, now that she received help like this. She hesitated and wondered what she should do, when a subconscious voice rang out, "Don't forget Giselle." The image of Giselle as a child standing with a blonde man appeared. She remembered Lord Muraddi's motto, "Don't forget any grudges," but there was a hidden meaning in that statement. His face was sinister and he continued, "That is." Muraddi pointed to the idea, "Kindness is only rewarded when you remember it." Giselle quickly revealed a mischievous smile. She decided to first build trust with Li Han. Giselle took the initiative to smile and talk to him. "Li Han, what's the matter?" The words had not yet ended when suddenly there was a thud, and Giselle's pale teammate in the group collapsed. Guy Nandu cried out in panic, What? Durgyu also said in panic, "Why did he suddenly collapse?" The horned teammate rubbed the back of his green teammate who had just collapsed and said, "Probably because he was so tired." Suddenly, just a split second later, 2 guys standing nearby froze with their mouths watering. They quickly collapsed in front of Lady Giselle. She couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What the hell is going on?" Right after that, she quickly looked towards Li Han questioningly, "Don't tell me." Li Han's face showed a sinister look, which also seemed to explain the strange thing that had just happened. He poured down the watery cup and told Giselle. Unfortunately he realized it too late. Giselle rubbed her head and drowsily said, "Poison her drink." At this time, her face had turned 7 points gray, but her mouth was still filled with hatred as she muttered, "You won't be able to escape, or Danaz." After speaking, Giselle quickly collapsed due to the effects of that drug. Li Han's face bloomed. He clasped his hands together and clapped happily, saying, "It's done, so the preparations are complete." After speaking, he raised his hand to rub Giselle's blonde hair, feeling a bit shaken. It seems a bit too much, but if someone hates me for no reason, I should give them a reason, right? At this time, two people, Guy Nandu and Dorgu, partly understood the problem. They shouted in panic, "What is it, Lihan? Did you put poison in the water? I also drink it." Yoner and Nelia chuckled and explained, "Don't worry, they're just sleeping, and we didn't poison the water." Guy Nandu suddenly exclaimed, "You guys also know that." Lihan waved his hand to explain when he heard that, "It was because your expressions were too obvious." Looking at the person sleeping on the ground, Lihan reassured himself that he wouldn't do anything like this just for personal reasons. This was necessary. Lihan bent down and said to his teammates, "Everyone calm down, we have to leave them near the wanted people." Dorgu saw that Lihan had begun to carry Giselle on his shoulders and couldn't believe it and asked him if it was true or not. Lihan asked Dorgu if he knew Muratti's personality, right, making Dorgu's face turn pale. However, Dorgu continued to grumble, "But where did you guys find the medicine?" Yoner replied, "That." The scene appears when Lihan and Yoner are walking in the forest and she exclaims, "Oh, look, that's rosemary." It is a type of herb with long and large leaves that turn in many directions. Lihan found it strange and asked Yoner about this plant. She explained that it was a plant that has a sleepy effect when crushed and mixed with water. Lihan suggested taking a little for when needed. Yoner put her hand on her chin and thought again. She didn't think she would use that type of rosemary plant like this. Giselle's teammates are still sleeping and haven't woken up yet. Suddenly a blue light appeared. A group of people came and carried them away, successfully capturing them. Lihan and his teammates stood on the cliff watching. He assured everyone, "Okay, they will disperse soon." "Come on, now we should finish the remaining work," Yoner asked confusedly. "What work?" Lihan replied, "Scouting the surrounding area. We can't go back once we've come this far." He thought to himself, if there really is a way to escape, at any cost. While thinking, Dorgu called out, "Let's go together, Lihan." Just like that, the whole group walked along the forest path together. Suddenly, Guy Nandu's footsteps hit a stone slab. Guy Nandu shouted, startling Yoner and turned to look. Seeing him slipping down, she panicked and shouted, "Guy Nandu." Lihan turned back to ask Guy Nandu if he was okay, but at this moment Guy Nandu was very miserable, tired and complaining of hunger and pain. Lihan looked at Dorgu's expression and guessed that Dorgu was starting to get tired at this point. Nelia looked towards the distant tree and asked her teammates to light up the light, because their group had gone far but not being captured meant they were safe. Nelia added that she finds people get exhausted more easily than usual when in the dark. Lihan worriedly looked at Guy Nandu collapsed in front of him, hesitantly called out, Then he quickly waved his hand high. A beam of light appeared, lighting up the entire area. Seeing the scene clearly, Yoner and Lihan's moods also became more comfortable. Lihan breathed a sigh of relief. Lihan continued his journey, walking quickly. Suddenly, from somewhere, a voice rang out telling him to turn off the light because it was making it difficult for that person to sleep. Nelia and Dorgu cried out in panic, "What is that?" But at this time, all they got in response was silence. Lihan looked up at the huge tree that was making the sound. "I was the one asking the question here." At this time, the whole group looked up and listened as the tree continued to speak. "If you answer correctly, you will be my guests. If you answer incorrectly, then you are just uninvited people. I read this. Your face looks worried and waiting." Then the tree started asking questions. A dwarf lit 5 candles late at night. But 2 of them were extinguished by strong winds. Angry, the dwarf stood up and closed all the windows in the room, thus leaving as many candles burning. Lihan thought for a moment. He quickly realized it was a trick question. He reasoned that the listener would think there were 3 candles still burning, but the flames would gradually go out as time passed. Suddenly Guy Nandu loudly answered 3, interrupting his train of thought. Hearing that, Lihan's sweat dropped in panic and said, "Wait Guy Nandu," but at this time the tree spoke again, "That's right." This stunned him and left him with many question marks. Lihan stammered out his theory while Guy Nandu was still snorting proudly. When the candles burned out, the fire would be extinguished. The tree theorized that it was common sense to use enchanted candles so they wouldn't burn out in such puzzles. Lihan immediately snorted and cursed after hearing this. The magical world was filled with smoke. The tree continued to say, from now on Lihan's group would be the tree's guests, but the tree didn't want it to end just like that. The tree offered to give one more riddle. The person who could answer would receive its gift. Lihan was excited when he heard about the gift, declaring himself ready. Hearing the tree begin to say the second riddle, Guy Nandu patted his chest proudly and said, "This time let me answer." Yoner also excitedly exclaimed, "I tried to." The second question asked, there was a giant man in the morning. But by noon he had shrunk again. In the afternoon he grew again. And in the evening he completely disappeared again. Ask who that man is. After hearing the whole group, they were a bit confused. Nelia closed her eyes and thought, who could it be? Yoner replied, I don't know either. At this time, Li Han pointed to his chest, preparing to give an answer. Li Han replied that it was a shadow. The tree quickly agreed with the answer and said it was correct, causing his teammates to gasp in admiration. Guy Nandu asked why Li Han knew. In his mind, he thought about Guy Nandu's question. The truth was that he had heard that sentence quite a few times in his previous life. That is the answer that Oedipus, king of Thebes, gave correctly. Although each time the story is told, a few details will change, but the answer people give to the Sphinx always remains the same. Li Han put his hand on his chin and thought that the puzzles were always the same no matter where he was or what. The tree praised him. What a bright student. Suddenly something happened that made him freeze. Huge blue lights flew towards the group with a welcome here. Immediately afterwards, sparkling yellow butterflies appeared and flew around the group. Yoner excitedly exclaimed, wow, these are all miscellaneous things. The tree branch was wrapped around a wooden bucket and then brought in front of Li Han. In the wooden cup is currently holding a green water. The kind tree said, you must be tired from the long journey, drink this. Li Han took the wooden cup of water and said thank you, but his expression showed concern. He clicked his tongue, it smelled like vegetable juice. He reluctantly took a sip. Li Han exclaimed, this thing, it feels like all the fatigue in my body has just been relieved. It's like a cool glass of water. After just coming back from jogging on a hot summer day, Li Han's face now showed a feeling of comfort and satisfaction. Guy Nandu opened his mouth in uncontrollable enjoyment, took the wooden cup and shyly said to Yoner, the smell was so strange. Yoner also replied, is it okay to drink it? The tree said to Li Han, it's a drink extracted from plants around here, do you like it? Li Han clenched his fists excitedly and complimented it on how great it was and offered to drink more. The tree quickly used a branch to bring another wooden cup. Li Han stretched out his hand to take it. But at this time the tree quickly retreated and asked about his identity. He introduced himself as Li Han. The tree asked Li Han, what was the family name? Li Han replied, Wardinas. The tree exclaimed in shock, what? He helplessly smiled bitterly because even the tree heard about it. The tree immediately said sorry, it was just because of the rumors about his family. When Li Han heard that, his eyes widened in curiosity. The tree continued, but based on the way he said his name first instead of his family's name, it surmised he would become a great magician. But what are you guys doing here so late at night? Hearing this, Guy Nandu couldn't help but spit out water, and Li Han trembled. He placed his hand on his chest. Confidently declaring that they were just going for a night walk, Yoner stood behind him and reminded him to wipe his saliva away first. The tree questioned them, are you trying to get out of the academy? But it's only been a week since you joined, why are you planning to escape already? Li Han put his hand on his mouth and said, we have our own personal reasons. Dear spirit, can you give us some advice? At this time, Durgu was complaining to Nelia about the taste of that blue water, and Nelia was playing with butterflies. The tree replied to Li Han that although there was a way out, new students could not use it. Li Han helplessly continued asking, in that case, can you tell us where the academy wall ends? The tree refused to answer because it was top secret. Besides, those city walls are already enchanted, so if you don't touch them carefully, you will suffer a lot. Li Han clenched his fists in his hands, disappointed that the way to escape along the wall was impossible. The tree reminded him that at this time, he should not try to escape outside. Although everything is going smoothly now, in just a few weeks the monsters will begin to awaken. Li Han bowed his head and thanked the tree. The tree saw and the tree judged. Looking at Li Han, there was no sign of discouragement, even sharper than before because he was thinking more. He thought it would be interesting to observe Li Han, then suddenly he remembered and said to him, oh yes, I said I would give you a gift. Li Han froze without having time to think. A hole opened from the tree canopy. Li Han gasped in surprise. A glowing wooden stick fell down. Li Han remembered the first time he met Garcia Kim. Her face was happy, which helped him know that the main artifacts were the magician's hands and feet and the staff was the most important. When his eyes moved to his friends, each of them held their wands in their hands, clearly disappointed. It seemed like they were not satisfied with what they received. But contrary to them, a miracle happened to Li Han that very day. He became the first freshman to receive a new staff. Guy Nandu and Neely approached him with eyes wide open. Even the main Li Han's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing the reaction of such a group of people, the person who gave him the staff wondered if is it okay. I only saw from the staff a gentle blue light radiating everywhere, penetrating straight into Li Han's body, making him feel like he was in the clouds, extremely comfortable and fresh. The old tree was surprised after hearing what Li Han said. It looked at him a little more, but what it saw was just a curious Li Han looking at the staff, not knowing when it had grown more leaves. In its heart, it was happy to know that he was an unusual person, fully met its expectations. From the staff, streams of blue power appeared more and more densely, and the foliage from before had also disappeared. The tree understood what had just happened. It was happy just now, but now it is full of regret for Li Han because he committed some mistake that displeased the soul residing in the staff. It was like that for a while, then stopped. Li Han held it in his hand without knowing how to use it, so he asked for help, but the tree refused because it knew Li Han would be able to use the power sources residing in the staff, guide you. His face was sad and unhappy as he stared at the staff. Seeing Li Han like that, the staff only knew how to comfort and encourage him to naturally learn how to use it over time. Seeing him still so sad, he could only smile and say nothing, because he believed that with his natural talent, Li Han would succeed. Contrary to the gloomy appearance on his face, in Li Han's mind was the image of a man laughing maniacally. The words of the success tree reminded him of the lunatic of the Wodanis family, the man he met centuries ago, and everything was as Li Han expected from Wodanis' blood. The next morning, the group of friends gathered in front of the tree, watching the group of people wandering around exploring, some teasing flowers to catch butterflies, others studying plants. The old tree realized it was time for them to return. The tree said goodbye to them and then controlled the winds to take everyone out of the forest. Guy Nandu cowardly cried and screamed in fear. The two girls in the group also raised their voices in surprise. Even Li Han was very surprised when he was moved like that. Li Han panicked and didn't know how to get out of this place. It reminded him not to use magic around these buildings because his magic was too strong. The force awakened the surrounding trees. As he finished speaking, Li Han's group was thrown out of the forest. They all fell face down on the ground. Only Dorgu successfully landed with the posture of a hero. Guy Nandu struggled to sit up, her bruised face groaning. The two girls Nelia and Yoner behind her were also bruised, their clothes dirty. Suddenly the voice of the old tree appeared again, reminding Li Han to remember the question he had asked. That reminder surprised him. Before saying goodbye to his friends, he left Li Han one last word, implying that the previous question was the answer for the future. After hearing it, he staggered to his feet and looked towards the forest. Going a little further away from the soul's territory, something strange appeared. The zombies that surrounded the forest completely disappeared. It happened like a dream. Li Han and the others walked and talked and soon they went down the mountain. After an exciting expedition, Li Han was exhausted and dragged his tired body to bed. At this moment, outside the hallway, someone was running very quickly. As he ran, that person called Li Han's name. When he arrived in front of his room, there was another pounding on the door, causing Li Han, who was relaxing on the bed, to suddenly wake up. Li Han's lifeless face opened the door. Even though his hair was messy and his eyes were dark like a panda's, Li Han looked at the person in front of him wondering what was going on. The person who came was Ashan Dalkard. Her face was panicked, but she still knew how to apologize for her rudeness. He panicked and remembered the principal smiling happily, then summarized the current situation outside where there was an event organized by him. Hearing that, Li Han's face was so surprised that he woke up from sleep. His words made Li Han wake up. He remembered the time when he and his friends tried to escape from school. From that memory, he had a guess that he was trying to follow the students who were plotting to escape. After thinking about it, Li Han's face became more serious, because he thought he should act more seriously in situations like this. Li Han was friendly and told his classmates that he would wake everyone up and go there later. Outside the schoolyard was extremely bustling with a bustling stream of people, banners hanging everywhere, colorful confetti everywhere. This place had the perfect atmosphere of a festival. Li Han's friends and him also arrived. Li Han felt it wasn't like an attempt to follow after the escape, but actually felt like a festival, he thought as he turned to talk and laugh happily with a girl who was offering cake. Holding the half-bitten piece of cake, Li Han continued to wonder what people were plotting, thinking of a certain situation where he mumbled the word yes continuously. There was a loud noise on the stage, causing the students to pay attention. 3 women appeared, and the principal also clapped happily. His head was wearing an orange birthday hat, his face was cheerful, his hands were clapping continuously, attracting everyone's attention. He continued to encourage everyone to clap. The figures on the stage became clearer. The principal introduced those people as monks from all over the empire visiting the academy. Li Han stood below and applauded enthusiastically. In his heart he was evaluating the principal's party. The eldest of the monks stood up, with a friendly face, to thank Headmaster Osu Gona Daltz on behalf of the group, who also thanked her for devoting her time to the academy even though she was busy enough in school, teaching young students here. When he heard her praise, he looked embarrassed like a young girl. The principal smiled lightly. He was so happy that he felt like he had fallen in love with the monks. Suddenly he thought of something. His eyes lit up, his pupils turned into golden coins. He asked her if she could convey a message to His Majesty the Emperor to ask for some funding for the project of discovering ancient magic. Standing in front of that light that was brighter than a car's headlights, she panicked. Because it was not her right to do so, she awkwardly refused, and the person behind her also covered her face and turned away. Li Han knew what he wanted to do as soon as he saw it, the scene of a bald man talking to someone flatteringly. He saw that the scene now was the same as then. No matter what, everyone will also act in the same way to ensure budget. Medrid stood back to the side, trying to break this awkward atmosphere, trying to express his goodwill when meeting the students, while the principal was frustrated. After saying that, Medrid introduced his companions. The three of them were all servants representing different churches, very pleased to have the opportunity to introduce religion today. Li Han, as soon as I heard it, I knew they were not ordinary monks. The more Li Han looked at them, the more strange they became. They all had a large amount of mana, a green power surrounded them. Li Han was immersed in the difference between their mana and the other monks, not paying attention to the principal who had appeared with interest, looking in the same direction as him. The principal's words brought Li Han out of his thoughts. He looked startled and wondered when the principal had appeared there. He didn't care and just raised his hand twice. It seemed he also knew what he was thinking, giving Li Han the answer that the monk's mana was so special that it was called divine power. Li Han finally understood what his strange feeling was, but the principal noticed him and asked if he could probe for mana. As expected, it was his question that made Li Han speechless and look away with fear on his face. Unable to hide it anymore, Li Han took the initiative to say that he felt he had many shortcomings, but after listening, the principal just sighed and encouraged Li Han not to be like that. He should confidently show off his talent. Looking at his attitude, the principal knew he guessed right. He wondered why Li Han hid it because it was very rare and not many people had it. But Li Han didn't understand what he wanted and looked terrified. He just looked at the monk who didn't know when he got off the stage, and was giving bread to two students nearby. After listening, the principal was not too surprised because Li Han was from the Wardina's family. He sighed. Hearing what he said, Li Han wondered. He explained that because people like him were not interested in faith, they were too wise to believe in gods. He remembered his father's words that his divine power was just a product of fanatical faith, including the rumors about his family. Li Han was even more certain that his family hated monks. In his mind, the scene of two monks being kicked out of the Wardina's family mansion appeared in his mind. From there, a determination arose in his heart to keep his family's name hidden from the monks. Seeing the principal sigh again over something, it turned out to be because he felt pitiful for these monks because they had gone to the extent of creating a festival for a bunch of useless students who only cared about food. He looked thoughtfully at the fresh cakes placed on the table. Li Han's eyes were now full of cakes. He called out to the principal. An idea appeared in his mind. Li Han pointed to himself and asked the principal's opinion to see if he suggested any beliefs. After listening to what he said, his eyes were filled with hate, wondering if what he had just said had reached Li Han's ears or not. However, very quickly, the principal's eyes widened in surprise, pausing for a moment to remember what Li Han said. Faith, I was planning to join a multi-faith organization. He didn't believe it and asked again, only to see Li Han looking at the principal seriously. Li Han didn't answer yet, but just smiled with a sunny smile. His hands trembled as he looked at the smiling Li Han in front of him. He was quite impressed even though some time had passed. In the principal's mind, an evil Li Han looked down at the group of students offering him food, wondering if he was going to join the group and take everything or what. The principal was speechless, opening his mouth not knowing what to say. But very quickly he was happy again, his face excited, because for him, Li Han was an interesting person, and he liked that. Looking at the bustling festival scene before him, the principal pondered for a moment. He finally responded to Li Han's question. He suggested the Precinct of Faith. It was a group with a belief in self-sacrifice, so they would definitely welcome Li Han. It wasn't just him. The principal suggested another religion, which was the Caliso religion, a religion that worships a god who loves chaos and change. They didn't care if he believed in other pure gods or not. He introduced another belief. This time it was the Capolio belief. They worship the sword god, a saying full of meaning. And maybe they will welcome a strange boy like Li Han. His words succeeded in causing Li Han, who was taking notes, to stop, his face confused and worried, afraid that the principal knew what he was doing, learn swordsmanship. Thinking about that case, he was terrified and remembered that in the past, a professor who liked him so much told him to come to his room after class, and Li Han didn't like that at all. He didn't like impressing the professor. But Li Han quickly got out of his thoughts. The principal looked up at the sky and announced that he had to leave. Seeing that, Li Han politely thanked him for his suggestion. In his heart, the principal expected Li Han to make the right decisions. If he didn't need to go see the students being held in the punishment room, he would stay. Seeing that the principal really had to go, Li Han said, "Bye." Li Han's eyes widened in wonder when he heard him say something. He even thought he was lost, but when he raised his head, the principal had already disappeared. Turning back to the principal, his eyes lit up. Before many students playing games disappeared into thin air, a female student saw the principal looking back in bewilderment. Li Han spread his legs, looked suspiciously at the principal's disappearing figure, wondering in his heart whether he was talking about those people. He just stood there doubting life, mentally reminding himself to be more careful, when suddenly from behind someone reached out and called his name. That person was none other than Yoner. She brought a basket full of cakes to Li Han and asked him where he was going. Li Han stopped his thoughts and approached her, saying his intention to go to Prisinga's group instead of an answer. Yoner was surprised to hear what he said, not knowing when his friend became interested in them. He added that he planned to visit Caliso to visit Capilep. That statement was successful, making Yoner smile awkwardly to show that he understood. Before Li Han left, his attention caught the basket in her hand. Looking at it for a moment, Li Han wondered what it was. Yoner also looked at her hand and remembered something. From the basket, Yoner took out a delicious sandwich and gave it to Li Han. He was surprised and asked her where she got it from. Yoner replied, that cake was taken from the Fleming cult, a small group of people who worship the god of alchemy, Yoner said while remembering the extremely friendly monks. Yoner put her hand in front of her chest to form a coin shape, implying that her family had donated a lot of money to them before, so they recognized her first. After listening, he stepped back, his face as surprised as enlightenment. He couldn't help but wonder if what Yoner said was true, and could it happen? Li Han knew it was true. He clenched his fists, his face indignantly wondering why his family did not support any faith. Yoner looked at his appearance and thought why he was like that. Li Han cried a little in his heart and told Yoner he would go first because he was quite busy. Yoner didn't force him anymore and said goodbye. On the side of a certain tent, there were two nuns standing and talking to each other. But someone suddenly appeared and interrupted that conversation. The person who had just arrived was none other than Li Han. He smiled amicably, clearly showing his intention to learn about the god Prisinga. The two nuns saw Li Han's studiousness and couldn't believe their eyes. They were as happy as if they had found gold and welcomed him warmly. Li Han also responded enthusiastically, showing that he had been interested in learning for a long time. At this moment, two students passed by and looked at him with judgmental eyes, wondering why Li Han was there. However, neither the nun nor the boy cared. A nun stood at the door, put her hand into the tent and pointed in a certain direction. The nun then turned in a certain direction and called for help from a person named Digiling, only to see that person respond and come forward. Seeing who came, Li Han was surprised. The person who came had two small horns that stood out against his pink hair. His face was shy, his eyes were black and his pupils seemed to have fire inside. The person who arrived was a beautiful girl shyly holding a large bag of bread in her chest. The girl walked up to the nun and gave the bag of bread to that person. Li Han still stood aside, stunned at the appearance of that half-demon. Realizing that, Li Han began to remember what he knew about this race, which is the rarest race when it comes to hybrids, because if there is anyone whose ancestors made a contract with the devil, there is a possibility of in the descendants that will be affected. People will be isolated by appearance. So at that moment he had the answer to why they were often so passive and shy. At this moment, the nun remembered that Li Han was also there. She stepped aside and introduced her hand. It turned out that the girl's name was Digiling, a new student from the upper fire tower. The nun was also very surprised at Li Han's appearance. She did not expect that there was another believer besides Digiling. In the tent, statues of the god were neatly placed. After listening, Li Han expressed his respect. For him it was all natural for a person to believe in God Prisinga if they knew his noble will. Having finished speaking, Li Han opened his eyes and glanced at something, reminding himself that there were two important things to remember when joining the faith. In Li Han's heart, a scale appeared, considering what he had and not forgetting to consider what he had to do. His eyes moved to the small but very neat statue of the god. The more Li Han looked, the more he saw that this place was not very similar, but he quickly ignored it. Stepping deeper into the tent, Li Han was surprised to realize that there were many treasures and jewelry stacked inside. The entire pile was not ordinary jewelry or picture books but antiques, and Li Han could even see mana emitting from them. The more he looked, the more he wondered if the Prisinga religion was related to artifact making. Suddenly, from outside, a woman lifted the curtain and came in. The nun saw that and called out to Lady Medred. The woman saw someone in the tent and was extremely surprised, not thinking that anyone would voluntarily become a believer. Every step the woman took made the ground shake. Li Han was surprised to see the ground vibrate each time. Looking bewildered at the person approaching, Li Han was speechless and unable to say anything. On the ground were imprinted the footprints of the person who had just arrived. That person greeted Li Han. Finally, Medred stepped forward and gently greeted and introduced herself. Li Han's face was filled with embarrassment as he greeted her, while he was still surprised to see that Lady Medred's small body could leave traces on the ground. Looking at Mr. Medred's surprised face, she immediately guessed what he was thinking. She looked down at the shoes at her feet. It was not just an ordinary pair of shoes but an antique. She closed her eyes and stretched out her hands to reveal two strange bracelets on her wrists, which were also an artifact and could increase the weight of the wearer several times. Looking at the artifacts on Mrs. Medred's hands and feet, Li Han wondered why. Mrs. Medred did not answer immediately but put her hands to the sides with a satisfied expression. Everything she did was for Mr. Prisinga. Li Han looked at the scene in front of him speechless, his head full of question marks. He didn't understand the reason, so he asked again. They told him that it was the god Prisinga who bore the pain of the world alone. Surrounding the god Prisinga are countless chains, so as believers they must share that pain through wearing enchanted artifacts. After hearing that reason, Li Han sadly put his hand on his forehead and rubbed it a few times. At this moment, he deeply wondered why he believed the principal's words and came here. From his reaction, Medred noticed his deep unwillingness. She understood, like many others, that Li Han did not want to go on this path because it was very arduous. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Han immediately turned around and left to take advantage while the request was still valid. Inside the tent, Mrs. Medred took out a box and looked at it, sighing regretfully. That box was the gift she had prepared for him. She regretfully thought that even if it was an antique, not many people would want to carry that thing. It was an ancient artifact that absorbed mana. Her words were so successful that Li Han was stunned. When Li Han heard the words absorbing mana, his eyes widened in disbelief and he asked what charm was in his heart. Li Han remembered his conversation with Garcia Kim about the problem of him containing too much mana in this small body, so the curse on the artifact was really useful to him. Just thinking about that, Li Han turned his head immediately, panicked and asked Mrs. Medred if there was anything else besides the curse. Realizing that his attitude was too hasty, Li Han calmed down and asked gently and slowly if something with a curse like it had any other abilities. Seeing Li Han's expression change in just a few short seconds, he was surprised and hesitantly spoke out about the remaining capabilities of the artifact in his hand. Just as any action has an opposite effect, the greater the power the artifact holds, the stronger the curse. She raised the box and looked at it with a smile. The artifact in Medred's hand not only contained a curse that increased weight, but also a curse that increased holy power. Thinking for a while, she finally chose to tell him the remaining use. It turned out that the thing also had another effect, the invisibility spell hidden in it. Those words made Li Han step back in surprise, fever. However, thinking about the downsides of that thing, even though wearing it had the effect of invisibility, the problem was that whoever wore it would absorb mana. She couldn't help but nervously glance to the side. Mrs. Medred saw that Li Han seemed pensive and had her own answer. Just as she was about to put the box back, Li Han immediately placed his hand on it, wondering what she was talking about. Li Han placed one hand on his chest and the other on the box with a serious expression, but the happiness in his eyes could not be avoided. He was prepared for it. Hearing what he said, Medred raised her hand to cover her face and couldn't believe her eyes. She silently thanked God Prisinga in her heart. She thought he would leave. In Mrs. Medred's eyes at this time, Li Han was a great person, making her feel ashamed for not realizing the sincere belief in Li Han's heart. Looking at the sparkling artifact in front of Li Han, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Invisible, he repeated that in his heart, happy when he picked up delicious things falling from the sky. Medrid raised her hand to wipe away the tears of happiness, her face showing satisfaction. She gave the box in her hand to Li Han, telling him to accept it and welcome him to her sect. She opened the box and a belt wrapped in purple mana appeared. Medrid introduced the belt as a sign of respect for Saint Frisinga. As soon as Li Han saw it, he knew it was the artifact in the words, "Speak." As soon as Li Han held that box in his hand, from both sides two nuns appeared with worried faces, looking at him warily. The two looked at each other and exchanged thoughts. It turned out that they were afraid that there would be side effects for new believers, and they thought this time would be no exception, and above all, be careful. Seeing the two nuns just standing there with no intention of doing anything else, Li Han took the belt out of the box and gently put it on her body. The belt was installed without anything happening. Li Han put it on and looked towards Medrid and asked her how to activate the invisibility magic. The two nuns behind her widened their eyes in surprise. They couldn't believe their eyes. He was the first case. One person even had to ask to confirm if Li Han felt anything strange. The violent reaction of the two nuns successfully made Li Han confused. He looked at Mrs. Medrid with a questioning look, his eyes clearly showing the words, "Is there a problem?" Realizing that he would be confused if he knew the truth, Medrid chose to shake her head and laugh it off, then showed him where the spell appeared. No one knew that her heart was filled with pride when the sect had an excellent disciple, Li Han. From the box Li Han took out a piece of paper with mysterious words written on it. As soon as he looked at it, he immediately knew what it was. He read the instructions. The belt gradually turned into a cloak that covered Li Han's body. "Let me hide in the night" was the activation spell. Then in front of everyone, Li Han's figure magically disappeared. The nuns who saw it couldn't believe their eyes. It turned out it really worked. Li Han hasn't disappeared, he's still there, just invisible. He walked in front of the mirror and looked at his own image, which he could no longer see, then marveled at the effectiveness of this ancient artifact. It was not half-hearted, but invisibility was truly a powerful curse. Bored with playing, Li Han recited the spell again. "Let me appear in broad daylight," then appeared again in everyone's surprised eyes. Li Han raised his hand holding the paper and saw that the flow of mana was still very dense and fell into further contemplation. At this moment he really wondered if that belt was really cursed or not. Thinking for a moment, Li Han also realized where the problem was. He wouldn't feel anything if he didn't have more equipment. Just thinking about it, Li Han quickly turned to where Mrs. Medrid was standing, expressing his desire to share more of the burden, bear with Saint Frisinga. Mrs. Medrid saw him like that, put her hand over her mouth and burst into tears of happiness. In her eyes, his actions were commendable. No matter how happy she was still very worried about his body and advised Li Han that it was still early to take it slow. However, he was very determined about what he wanted to do, and the two nuns who stood there were speechless. After a while, the two couldn't stand it anymore and had to scream to stop the argument. Li Han raised his hand to touch the purple mana-covered belt on his abdomen. He sat down on the chair and sighed, looking around, feeling frustrated when he couldn't get anything else. But as an optimistic person, Li Han quickly regained his original emotions. For him, this artifact was a useful item in escaping. His train of thought was interrupted when he heard Mrs. Medrid preach about the event marking the birth of the sect. Mrs. Medrid's lecture finally ended. She thanked him for listening. Li Han stood up and thanked him for the wonderful lecture. Li Han looked at the board full of words in front of him, silently recalling the doctrines, but it was not as important as equipping the cursed item. When she saw Li Han about to leave, Sister Medrid raised her hand to stop him, and that caught his attention. She pulled out a basket filled with bread, fruit, cheese, and jam from somewhere and told Li Han to take it. Medrid smiled and pressed it straight into his arms. This basket appeared because she thought Li Han would need it, so she deliberately prepared it. He saw Sister Medrid's sincerity and didn't know what else to say. He received that basket with a satisfied smile on his face. Perhaps coming to the sect was the best thing to do today, because this place brought Li Han warmth that he hadn't felt in a long time. Suddenly, from behind, a hand gently poked his shoulder a few times. The owner of that hand is Digiling. She holds a similar basket in her hand and hopes Li Han can receive it. At a glance, Li Han knew that the basket in his hand was her share, which made him wonder even more why Digiling gave her share to him. I just saw her shaking her head and refusing to accept it, because in her heart Digiling felt that someone who worshipped Saint Frisinga like her did not deserve it. Not only Li Han, but even Sister Medrid was worried about her actions, but as soon as she called her name, she quickly left. Digiling's refusal made Li Han suddenly look away, because at the Vermilion Tower, these things were completely normal. The longer Li Han stays here, the more he realizes the difference. The members of the towers will complain if there is no food, or plan to escape. Li Han held 2 baskets full of food in both hands and was about to walk home when he was once again stopped by Sister Medred. She softly asked if he could take care of Digiling because she was too strict with herself. Mentioning the difficult problem, Li Han, in order to avoid trouble, opened his mouth to refuse, saying that he did not belong to this tower. But who was Sister Medred? She lived long enough to know that matter determines consciousness. She brought a basket full of food before him. Holding a basket on his head, Li Han happily gave her a thumbs up. Before leaving, Li Han also affirmed that he would do his best to reassure her. The two of Li Han and Digiling walked and talked to each other. He politely asked if she agreed to let him call him by her nickname, but she only responded in a dismissive way. Seeing that the topic was gradually reaching a dead end, Li Han decided to ask about the situation about the Vermilion Tower. He wanted to know what the people there usually did in their free time. After hearing Mr. Digiling's question, her face turned red with embarrassment, because the actions we did were simply praying in the room from morning to night. Praying in the room is not all. According to Digiling, there are also people who go to the forest to pray at night. Hearing that, Li Han couldn't help but feel strange that going out at night was allowed because Einrogarda's dormitory had curfew rules all week except holidays. Hearing that, Digiling shook her head, because the tower where she lived had special status, so those actions were allowed. Li Han stared at her with a slightly embarrassed face. He realized that monks did not have to follow the same rules as him. An idea gradually flashed in Li Han's mind after those words. He planned to wear monk's clothes and go out at night. Thanks to that outfit, he could go out longer. Li Han with a bright, handsome face asked Digiling if he could own a monk's outfit. But this time, unlike last time, Digiling was no longer happy and glanced at him appraisingly. She looked at Li Han for a moment and then walked forward. As she walked, she told him that the monk's habit did not weaken the curse on Li Han. After hearing it, he was startled. Seeing that she misunderstood him, Li Han quickly chased after him, not forgetting to explain his actions because he just wanted to understand more about Saint Frisinga. She looked at him and sighed, promising to prepare an outfit for Li Han next time. Achieving his own goals, Li Han happily placed his hand on her shoulder, filled with evil thoughts. When the monk's robe arrived, the first step of the plan was completed. The two of them walked side by side on the deserted road. Li Han, no matter how happy he was, did not forget his duty and opened his mouth to ask her if the food was delicious and full. I only saw Digiling shaking her head a few times, closing her eyes with satisfaction. She was quite satisfied with everything. Even though she said so, Li Han was still worried and couldn't help but say frankly what Sister Medred had asked her to do. Her face became visibly quiet after those words. Afraid that Digiling would think too much, Li Han continued to express Sister Medred's concern for her. Afraid that she was more worried, Li Han proactively asked what to do now. Li Han wished Digiling could eat with him to avoid worrying Sister Medred. She did not say yes directly but also did not refuse, just asked if it was now or what. Li Han's footsteps stopped for a moment but very quickly the decision was made. Because to repay the person who gave him a basket full of food like this, Li Han no longer hesitated. But no one knew that he had an evil thought in his mind. With just one meal with Digiling, he could become the grandmother she met during the holidays, the one who gave her a lot of food. At this time in the professor's meeting room, there was someone drinking tea. That person was none other than Professor Uregilm. He took a sip of tea and raised his head with satisfaction. It seemed like the tea had gotten better since Li Han arrived. At the head of the meeting room was the principal preaching something. Professor Uregilm sat below wondering why they were sitting here at this hour. Garcia Kim sitting next to him answered instead that the reason they were here was because of the horse archery training. That answer caught Uregilm's attention. Seeing that he had no reaction, Garcia Kim put down the teacup in her hand and turned to ask the remaining professors if they had assigned the syllabus yet. Professor Uregilm heard her words and wondered, because Professor Vendozal was originally assigned to teach it. Garcia Kim sat next to her and was surprised, because she didn't know that at all. And according to the reason for her disbelief, Professor Vendozal had previously failed to find the unicorn. Speaking of which, she seemed to remember that she had not heard anything about Professor Vendozal for a long time. The principal, who had always been silent, spoke up to reassure everyone not to worry. The reason for his confidence is because the principal already has a backup plan. That very statement from the principal made all the professors present in the room unable to believe their ears. However, everyone's joy did not last long. The atmosphere was once again visibly tense. Garcia Kim was impressed that the principal was able to solve the problem in such a short time. A professor, others are also surprised in situations like this. They finally understood why he became principal. Unlike the other two, Professor Urigum only paid attention to who the new professor was, because this lecture was a mandatory part, so someone very good could do it. The principal was just waiting to hear about it so he could introduce the new professor's true identity. That new professor is Loi Bo, Zed. The principal recalled what he knew about that person. Garcia Kim, after hearing the name, clapped her hands happily, because taking that outfit from the name already seemed good, and she was sure that person would do very well. Another professor also agreed with her opinion, because Loi was a famous explorer, having discovered most of the wilderness in the empire, but only Professor Urigum was silent. What have you said so far? In the midst of that joyful atmosphere, Urigum suddenly banged the table and stood up. His face was worried, his voice became a bit louder. Urgulum didn't understand why the principal had to choose her. After just a moment of momentum, he lay down on the table, trembling, and Garcia Kim sat next to him, confused. Finally, with his pale face and trembling voice, he said that person was his aunt. As if being called back to her own painful memories, Urigum remembered the time she nagged herself about a long-lasting explosion of old fossils. From then on, in his eyes, Loi seemed to be an extreme person, at times asked him if he hated the Eastern dwarves. But the principal didn't care much about that issue. His purpose in inviting her back was because he wanted to hire the best professors to teach. Other things weren't important. The announcement was over. The meeting was time. Dissolve. A small bird flew and landed on someone's hand. The bird chirps a few times at the woman, and she smiles, as if she understands what it wants to convey. She smiled evilly, wondering if it was time for class. Then from behind a huge bird appeared. Down in the yard, groups and groups of students poured in like a flood. Down in the yard, a student stretched comfortably and satisfied because this was the last hour of class. Suddenly, a girl came running from behind. She ran and expressed her confusion. In the basic horse riding training course, the two happily imagined themselves riding majestically on horses. The blue-haired boy was still preaching about horseback riding being a basic skill for royalty. The girl next to him also nodded vigorously. Li Han standing behind saw everyone's interest and remained silent. He looked at the peaceful surroundings and became happier. Because it was so peaceful, nothing would happen. This content is too familiar to students. This lesson needs to be improved. But Li Han did not, never knew that in the sky a huge bird was flying. A huge figure rushed straight down from the sky. Its figure appeared more clearly. It was a large and aggressive bird. It spread its wings and let out a loud cry. That sound made the students present panic. One student even discovered it and was confused. That bird rushed straight towards the crowd of people standing at breakneck speed. Seeing it coming, a female student wondered, what was that thing? Someone warned the bird was flying, asking everyone to get out of the way. But it was all too late. That huge bird appeared out of nowhere. It aimed straight at where Guy Nandu was standing, but his legs seemed to lose strength. He couldn't move. He could only look in fear at what was coming. Only when it was very close, his HP bar seemed to be filled. He turned around and ran forward with all his strength, while the bird behind him opened its mouth wide and its eyes sparkled. In the end, the fate of young boy Guy Nandu did not change. He was taken away by sharp claws. Just like that, the bird with the trophy in hand flew straight without mercy. Guy Nandu was carried away by it and flew up in fear, screaming loudly for help from his friends. When his friends saw their friend being caught, they were also scared and frightened, but they couldn't do anything. They just stood there. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more chaotic, Li Han, as the calmest person here, asked everyone to calmly bow down and not move because they would be in danger if they attracted its attention. Listening to his words, everyone sat down, holding their heads, not moving. Remembering what he had just done, he sighed. It was true that even things like this could not make Li Han panic. That monster appeared again. Every time it flew by a strong wind blew. That wind caused Li Han to raise his hand to shield himself. Li Han looked up at the sky, starting to wonder where that bird flew from. Suddenly, behind him, a voice shouted to find the principal. That voice caught his attention. The person screaming was a girl. She stood up angrily, pointed her finger and shouted loudly, "Why would a top academy like this let something like this happen? In this situation, where would the security come from?" She was still desperately pulling at her shirt hoping she could calm down. When she saw her friend stopping her, she angrily asked her to let her go, but her friend was just worried that this was not the right time, but she continued to argue that this was a serious mistake by the academy. That friend's worry was completely justified. The bird appeared before the two of them at some unknown time. The girl turned to look at it and screamed in panic. While the silver-haired boy's face was already purple, he raised his hand to say it had nothing to do with me. The girl finally realized her mistake. Sorry, please help everyone. But instead of arresting the girl who said bad things about her, the silver-haired boy next to her became the target. Until he flew up, he still didn't understand why he was captured. Watching him fly up with the bird, Li-Han was speechless, which is why he told everyone not to move. But very quickly he realized something was unusual. Li-Han lightly glanced at the girl who had just raised her voice, wondering why that thing ignored her. Then his eyes opened wide, thinking of something. Wait, Li-Han stopped for a moment, raised his head and looked up at the sky, but he couldn't see any trace of that thing. Could it be? He looked at Guy Nandu with dazzling blonde hair and a pale face after being taken and flown around. His eyes also turned to the old silver-haired boy. Li-Han finally understood why. It was because of their hair color. He quickly reminded everyone to cover their hair with their coats, because that bird would catch people with light hair color. Suddenly there was a voice from behind praising Li-Han Wardinas for being great. He continued praising his admirable ability to make decisions and give direction in the blink of an eye. Li-Han turned back to look at the person speaking. He hesitantly asked who he was. The two of them were holding their shirts over their heads, facing each other for a moment. The other person was preparing to reveal his identity, his expression extremely serious. Suddenly there was a scream. Another friend pointed towards Rowena and told everyone to look. That person continued to say that Rowena was a miserable tiger and that he was planning to cause trouble for the Wadinas, and at the same time he called on respectable friends around him. They both raised their hands to show their determination. One person spoke up and said that now was not the time to run away, and said that everyone needed to gather. Before they could finish speaking, the person in question spoke up and explained. She said she was not related to the Marathi faction and that everyone had misunderstood her. She was extremely frightened and confused as she didn't know what to do to make people believe, when a hand blocked her face. It was Aldenart she spoke up to protect by assuring everyone he was okay. Everyone was extremely surprised by her actions, stammering and asking again if the princess stood to protect this person. They gradually accepted. Then, Li-Han was standing aside all this time. He asked if Aldenart and the other person knew each other. The other person now had a chance to introduce himself. He said that he was one of the knights under the princess's command. His name was Rowena. Li-Han was surprised by Rowena's status. He repeated that he was under the princess's authority, but then he thought about something else. But no one was allowed to bring servants or bodyguards into the school. Although a person may not be allowed to bring their servant in, the academy cannot do anything if that servant joins as a student. This way they can bring a few people in, said Rowena herself. Is such a proof. Li-Han looked at the sky where the bird was flying. He thought about Guy Nadu and thought he was pitiful, even though both he and Princess Aldenart were royalty. Li-Han was contemplating when Rowena's voice startled him. He said he wanted to ask Wardinas for help. Rowena talked about the bird, saying it had slowed down but they couldn't tell when it would behave strangely again. Rowena spoke slowly and made her request. He wanted to ask Li-Han to command the students and stop that bird. But Li-Han knew how capable he was. Hearing Rowena's request, he was extremely confused and asked what he would have to command. He was trying to deny the request when a hand hit his shoulder. The students behind him begged him to be their respected commander. Hearing such requests, Li-Han couldn't bear to refuse, but for him, being the leader of a group has never had a happy ending. The surrounding students were extremely excited, cheering and praising Li-Han, hoping he would give command. He looked at them with extremely awkward eyes, confused and not knowing what to choose. The right to choose now rests entirely on his shoulders. His eyes close, his body trembles with anxiety. Li-Han raised his hand and scratched his head in confusion. He hesitated to give the first command. In his heart, he now felt like he had cried 7 streams of life. Rowena looked at him very seriously. He was thinking about something. It happened a few days ago. In a huge castle, there was suddenly a surprising sound. It was Rowena. He was reading the notice and couldn't believe his eyes when he learned that the commander of the Jackie Chan Tower was not Princess Aldenart but Wardinas. Rowena recalls that as a child, Princess Aldenart was an extremely excellent commander. He folded the notice firmly, as if he could not accept this result. Unable to believe that Wardinas was the commander, Rowena was determined to confirm with her own eyes. Returning to reality, Rowena's determination burned brightly. His eyes lit up and fixed on Wardina's every move to find out his secret, while Wardina's on the other hand was looking for a way to come up with the next plan. According to Rowena would never have imagined that Li Han had bribed the trust of other students with just a little food. Everyone gathered around to listen to Li Han's command. Li Han seemed to have an idea in mind. He turned to ask if anyone had any shiny items. Someone gave him a small mirror. Li Han felt happy as if he had partly completed his plan. Everyone behind him was still cheering Li Han their best even though they didn't know what he was planning to do. Then he held up the mirror to lure the bird. He challenged it to fly over because he knew it liked shiny objects. The bird's weakness was known to Li Han. The mirror glowed iridescent under the sunlight. The light emitted by the mirror attracted the bird, causing it to stop and look for a moment. Then without hesitation, not knowing that he was about to be in danger, he rushed down quickly towards the mirror. Perhaps his fate would end here. Seeing the bird's actions, Li Han turned back and called for everyone to prepare for action. Everyone was still trembling in fear and Li Han bravely signaled everyone to stand in line and form a wall. After everyone acted as Li Han said, he quickly walked behind them cautiously. He observed the situation about the bird's rushing speed, just waiting for it to come closer to show off its strength. His sharp intuition told him it was time, so he stood up. Then he pointed the magic wand towards that strange bird. A powerful blue light radiated continuously. The power of the magic wand seemed to have predetermined an unfortunate end for the bird. The bird flew in just in time to touch Li Han's magic. Surely now it had no way to defend, nor could it turn around anymore. It was shot back, screaming in pain, its eyes closed. It was true that one should not let greed harm oneself. The pain and fear caused the bird to give up and take off, flying away. Li Han looked at its silhouette and seemed very satisfied. His magic bar now no longer needed to be used. Li Han quickly took it back. He thought to himself about the way he had thought to act, which was to chase it away when it was an oversized bird. Now, from someone who bribed people with food, he was truly praised, with voices from far away praising him for his greatness. Everyone talked to Li Han non-stop, praising his plan's success and accepting the need to recognize his talent. Li Han was humble and not arrogant. She cleared her throat and asked about Gai Nandu and the silver-haired man. While he was thinking, suddenly a scream rang out from above. Gai Nandu and the silver-haired man were now freed, falling right where Li Han and everyone were. Li Han suddenly called the two people's names, and the two of them, after ending the unexpected risky flight, were still dizzy. Gai Nandu was even foaming at the mouth. The bird was scared and flew away after being scared a while ago. It sadly shed tears of self-pity when it met its owner. Its owner comforted it and comforted it. It did a great job, and invited it to come along. The two of them were like father and son, extremely close and attached. As for Li Han and his friends, a person suddenly jumped out from the tree. That person looked very cool. His feet landed on the ground, as if creating a stream of wind flying around as if he were the main character. She was a woman who seemed to be old, but her aura was still very youthful and dynamic, turning to greet the students. When everyone saw her, they were surprised, bewildered, surprised, and couldn't believe her action of jumping from the tree. Li Han was thinking in his head right now. He thought that the strange and random things were all because of her. After thinking and observing her for a while, he thought she looked like a relative of Professor Uregilm. While Li Han was still thinking, she slowly walked towards him. She put her hand on Li Han's shoulder, not knowing what she intended to do, but her actions seemed very shady. Then she complimented Li Han that he had potential. Although it was a compliment, her face and voice were very scary, as if she were scaring him. Her actions made Li Han imagine Professor Uregilm placing her hand on his shoulder. He was sweating. His state seemed a bit unstable. He thought that image was déjà vu. Everyone looked at the strange woman and whispered to each other asking if she was a professor. Li Han's curiosity could not be restrained. He blurted out asking her if she was related to Professor Uregilm. She happily pointed to herself and admitted that she was Professor Uregilm's aunt. Li Han had his questions answered but was still very surprised because he guessed correctly. Li Han pondered something in his mind. He thought he couldn't stand out in the eyes of his professors like this. At the same time, a hand reached out to him from behind. After everyone knew the identity of that woman, they tried even harder to favor Li Han. Some people said that he was Professor Uregilm's best student and even flattered him even more by saying that the Professor Uregilm is very fond of you. While everyone was still saying beautiful things about him, Li Han shyly advised everyone not to say such things about him. Professor Uregilm's aunt had been standing there listening to everything. She seemed interested, raising her hand to rub her chin in thought. Li Han looked at her actions. He thought it was too late to stop her affection for him. Li Han replied helplessly. Perhaps now he had to change his tactics. Having come to this point forced him to create a good image for himself. Suddenly the troublemaking bird from earlier had returned. The woman suddenly clapped her hands as if to attract everyone's attention. Then she introduced herself as Zed. Her identity seemed very interesting. It turned out that Zed was in charge of today's class because Professor Bendozal, who was assigned to teach, disappeared while searching for the unicorn. The students were all extremely shocked, their eyes widening and their mouths widening at this information. Then everyone started to get excited about Zed's identity. Perhaps everyone was her fan and excitedly told about her achievements. Only Li Han was thinking about something else right now. He wondered why no one noticed that something was being forgotten. The bird that just now seemed so big and ferocious was now gentle and obediently standing with Zed. It was Thunderbird, and Zed asked everyone if anyone could guess why she came to it. Loidu is introduced as possessing a giant body and ferocious behavior different from normal birds, and also has special abilities such as controlling lightning and whirlwinds. It is an extremely scary animal. Li Han saw Thunderbird's background and didn't understand why Zed could bring such a monster. Perhaps the Empire should take a more serious look at this school, while Guy Nandu looked dumbfounded because he knew I just got caught by a Thunderbird. The other students began to speculate about the lesson's content after seeing the Thunderbird. They were talking that maybe they would learn to ride the Thunderbird or something related to it. Zed heard all the students' words and burst out laughing. She affirmed that everyone was wrong because even if they were given another 10 years, they still wouldn't be good enough to ride the Thunderbird. Then she pointed at Li Han with the hope that he would also ask the same question as her friends. Li Han hesitated to give his argument. He thought Zed brought Loidu to see how the students reacted when facing a dangerous monster. Another student heard that and objected, saying that there was no class called Escaping Monsters, so Li Han's inferences were impossible. When Zed heard Li Han's answer, she was extremely satisfied, because it was the correct answer, and she thought that there must be a reason why Professor Uregilm liked Li Han so much. He was completely shocked. Practice. Zed continued that students will not be able to know when danger will come, so they need to train in advance to defend themselves. Then she continued to reassure everyone not to worry because the class still only focuses on learning to ride. Hearing that, some people breathed a sigh of relief, while others were filled with excitement. Zed prepared to go to the stables and the students could follow. She also personally assigned Li Han to lead the team, which was a very responsible job. Zed also hoped that Li Han would help her in the teaching process. He could not refuse but could only sadly obey, wondering why things always happened to him like that. Zed took the lead, followed by Li Han and the other students. They were walking to the stables. The professor started introducing horses. She said that horses are the most basic species when learning to ride. If students cannot ride them, they cannot ride other species. The students listening to the lecture began to feel bored and yawn because what Zed said was all things they had already learned. Li Han observed and saw that everyone was comfortable. He also knew that it was because everyone was familiar with horseback riding. Professor Zed suddenly stopped and looked at Li Han without saying anything, making him confused. Then a smile appeared on the professor's lips, a smile that seemed very gentle, but no one knew what plans were hidden in it. Seeing this, Li Han immediately realized something was wrong in today's lesson. His face turned pale with fear. He warned Yoner, who was next to him, to be careful. Li Han's eyebrows furrowed. His face was serious because he knew today's lesson was not as easy as simply riding a horse. He was standing in front of a huge stable, or rather, facing a difficult challenge. Everyone walked inside and Professor Zed began introducing the Eingogard stable. The students began to admire its sparkle. The horses here were all good breeds and they could not believe that they would be able to ride horses like that. This was like a paradise for the students to experience. Zed understood the students' psychology, so he asked about starting to ride. Everyone excitedly agreed. Then the professor pulled out a box with wooden sticks to draw lots. Zed thought that everyone needed skills to have a good horse, so he invited everyone to start drawing lots. The wooden bars are gradually pulled out, the results are gradually revealed. Who will be the luckiest person? Ranked first was Guy Nandu. He smiled and was satisfied with his results. When everyone saw Guy Nandu standing first, they were not convinced. They thought he didn't even know how to distinguish rice from rice, but Guy Nandu didn't pay attention to the gossip. Guy Nandu started with the process of choosing his horse. He went through the horses he didn't like to get to the one he thought was the best. Then he stopped in front of a cage. No one knew what his choice would be. The horse he chose was a crazy horse. It had black fur and red eyes that added to the fear. Li-Han and Yoner were extremely confused by Gai Nandu's choice, because they knew that the horse had an erratic temperament. Gai Nandu wasn't in pain yet and wasn't scared, so he still excitedly stood next to the horse, introduced it to its big and bulky nature, and was proud that it still bowed to him. But before he could be proud for another second, the horse let out a palm strike, making Gai Nandu unable to react. It hit him with the iron palm of his head. The horse's power was so terrifying that Gai Nandu shot blood and saliva from his mouth, and everyone who witnessed it could only stand and watch in amazement. He fell down in a pile of blood, like a tragic murder. Everyone around him screamed. Everyone gathered around to ask about him, but Gai Nandu was half awake and half unconscious and didn't understand what was happening to him. He was helped to sit up. Tears were short, tears were long, and his face was swollen. A friend teased him, saying that was the price he had to pay when he chose a horse based on appearance. He looked at Gai Nandu extremely gloatingly, and Gai Nandu was upset at the ridicule. Then he began to pretend to explain to Gai Nandu that a good horse is not necessarily the biggest but also gentle, and at the same time he stroked a white horse. But it seemed his thinking was wrong, because the other horse began drooling in terror. It started to go crazy, hitting the opponent's head with a strong force, causing him to scream in pain. A black guy saw it and started to brag. He mocked the stupid blue dragons, and said that Gai Nandu and the other guy were incapable of taming horses. But before he could finish his sentence, this guy was also given a painful nudge by his horse. It was like a stick hitting him on the back, an expensive lesson for people who like to brag. People were constantly attacked by horses, so they felt uncomfortable. They asked each other and didn't know why every horse was grumpy and incomprehensible. Li-Han looked up at the horses and thought for a moment, as if he realized something. A horse kicks its legs hard on the ground, gaining momentum to prepare for something. It roared, reaching forward. Its fierce face made a girl in front extremely frightened. The horses seemed to have eaten crazy medicine. Gai Nandu and Li-Han looked around and could only question their brutality. Then a crisp laugh rang out from behind Li-Han, startling him. That was Zed's laughter. She stood up and told everyone that she would learn how to ride a horse. And the professor started raising his finger pointing to the number 1 to signal the students' first assignment. The lesson is that Zed wants the students to become close to all the horses in the stable. In contrast to Professor Zed's cheerful appearance, the students couldn't believe they had to actually do it. The professor saw that everyone was panicking and gave advice to complete the task of taking good care of the horses, so maybe they would open up. But it's easier said than done. Zed continued to ask to befriend at least one of the horses. Li-Han now looked at the horses and knew that they were not normal horses. He thought that Zed was definitely planning something when giving this mission. He also found a way to deal with it, is to find the most obedient horse first. Zed suddenly raised his hand as if preparing to do something. She slapped her hand down on Li-Han's arm and signaled him to follow her, not knowing what else he would face. Li-Han couldn't help but agree. He could only obediently obey even though inside he was a dark sky full of anxiety. The professor took Li-Han to a stable and slowly opened it. Seeing the horse inside, Li-Han was surprised by its beautiful appearance. The horse appeared with white fur, a quite solid body, and the light shining towards it seemed to make it even more sparkling. Zed happily introduced the horse. She wanted to give this extraordinary horse to Li-Han because she knew he was her grandson's most outstanding student, and at the same time she wanted him to take care of it. The other students seeing this all expressed jealousy because they thought he was favored, but Li-Han was afraid. Zed heard the other students' assessments and burst out laughing at their naivety. Then she continued to talk about the reason she chose this horse for Li-Han. It was a good horse, but it was the wildest and most difficult to tame. Zed gently fed it and commented that taming it was even more difficult than taming a monster. Li-Han could only helplessly hold his head. The professor said that this could be a difficult task for a first-year student like Li-Han. Her words made him think that he would have help. But Zed highly appreciated him, saying that he could tame the Thunderbird himself, so taming the horse would be easy. Hearing that, Li-Han could only cry inside. He thought this was the reason why he should stand out in front of professors. The door of a house slowly opens, seemingly preparing to welcome guests. From inside the house, Professor Urigilm looked out and smiled, his face slightly worried, asking why his aunt came here. That aunt was Professor Zed. She raised her hand to greet her, her lips curled into a bright smile. As a superior, she did not forget to remind Urigilm to say hello first, and she mentioned something. Professor Urigilm shyly raised his hand and scratched his head, starting to feel awkward and politely greeting him. Before he could finish his sentence, Zed quickly went into the house to check the house. Urigum couldn't stop him, so he sadly invited her in. Then Professor Urigum turned around with a serious face and looked at the person who had been with Zed. That was Li Han. Faced with Urigum's questioning, Li Han could only stammer because Professor Choidar told him to bring Zed. Entering the house, Zed saw a pile of dust flying. She waved her hand and complained about her nephew's house cleaning and said that was the reason why he was single. Urigum faced his aunt's words without knowing it. What can I say other than slapping my hands on my face helplessly? Professor Zed constantly complains about Urigum's way of life. She advises him to find a girlfriend and stop living so carelessly, and he is trying to invite her to lunch to distract him. Li Han was now like a savior helping Urigum escape the nagging words. He asked him about eating and his face looked like he was waiting for his answer. Li Han understood Urigum's wishes. He even added salt to his answer to show that he was very hungry and wanted to eat. It seemed that the plan was successful. Zed ignored Urigum and changed the subject to talk about how Li Han should not skip meals when he is in his prime. Then Zed signaled that she wanted to make lunch today. She would let the two of them taste the flavors of Oriental cuisine. Urigum had an opinion about not liking to eat Oriental food, but before he could finish speaking, Zed threatened him with bullet-shaped eyes and a sharp knife in his hand. At this time, only Professor Urigum and Li Han were left outside the table. The professor seemed very thoughtful because the thing he was worried about had happened. Then he returned to his normal state. He raised his head and asked Li Han how he was doing. Before he could answer the question, Li Han was interrupted by a sudden discovery from Urigum, who asked if something appeared on his chest. It was like a glowing leaf branch. The light it emitted looked extremely gentle but also very attractive, passing through his shirt. After that, Li Han slowly pulled the object out from his chest for Urigum to see. It was a tree branch with the green light of grass and leaves. Li Han looked at it with a loving and proud expression. Master Urigum was surprised to see that he had a new staff and said that he could feel the energy of the forest radiating from it. Then the teacher asked about where Li Han got it. Hearing him ask, he was startled. Not knowing what to answer, he hesitated to think of a way to face the question. Professor Urigum, after hearing Li Han's answer, was full of confusion and asked if it was true that he just happened to go into the forest and then by chance came across a transformed oak tree and then accidentally received the staff, or not. Li Han was still sure about that coincidence, but Urigum and Zed both thought he was trying to hide something. Professor Urigum continued to ask about the question the spirit asked Li Han. He was very surprised because he knew that. Urigum crossed his arms and sighed, telling Li Han that it was a famous spirit. He continued to comment on the tree that Li Han encountered. It was an unusual tree but could not help but recognize its vision and amount of knowledge. Hearing that, he excitedly raised his staff and asked about its specialness. He held the staff that was emitting green light very carefully and thought it had some supernatural ability. Constantly appearing in Li Han's mind were the powers that the staff could create, such as becoming invincible when held in his hand, possessing soul magic, or a cheating ability that used large amounts of his mana. Zed's bowl of fragrant food was finished. She took it and placed it on the table. Then she quickly confirmed Li Han's question about the staff's abilities. Li Han was extremely excited when he heard the answer he wanted. But before the fun could be over, Zed threw a bucket of cold water on his head. It turned out that its ability was just to help him become a talented farmer. His face changed color, thinking of himself holding a staff to work in the garden but speechless. Urigum continued to say that it was all he could hope for. It could help him grow a tree quickly. Li Han felt completely devastated after hearing that. He continued to ask him if this was not good. What else could he say? So he hesitantly answered. Zed asked about his intention to grow trees. Li Han replied that he would grow something edible. Hearing that, Zed quickly offered to help him. Then she suggested that after lunch he would follow her to plant trees. At this time, the two of them were standing in front of an empty land. Zed was pointing at something as if introducing, and Li Han was listening attentively. Zed began imparting plant knowledge to Li Han about the most important plant varieties being similar varieties like potatoes and yams. She also told him about her experience when planting trees, that she should show gratitude when harvesting them, and he was also very obedient. Then he started working. He told himself that he had to be more active. He carefully planted a seedling in the ground, while thinking about Urigum and Zed's words about the staff. After planting a sprout, Zed called him over to her. He quickly followed her call. As soon as Li Han stood up, the sprout seemed to move, emitting a gentle blue light. Then it seemed to gain more strength, growing bigger and becoming a taller tree. Bright sunlight shone into the academy building. In one room of the building, there were a few students with pale, weak faces who looked lifeless, whispering for food because they were so hungry. Suddenly one of them cried out when he saw light coming from the door. From where the light came from, Li Han was walking in, holding a basket full of food, waving to everyone to announce his return. The food basket was full of radishes and milk for everyone. As soon as they saw Li Han, everyone cheered for joy. Some people couldn't believe their eyes and even asked if it was food or not. Looking at everyone happily cheering his name, Li Han couldn't stop thanking Professor Loi Bo in his heart. The two students looked at the food basket with eyes filled with admiration and continuously praised the Wardanas family. Li Han feels like a mother bird bringing food home to her young birds. It's only been a few weeks and they've changed so much. Li Han took the food basket and placed it on the table. Li Han quickly rolled up his sleeves and prepared to make soup for everyone. Li Han placed a pot on the nearby fire. Everyone gathered around to see him preparing food very skillfully. Li Han in professional appearance concentrates on cooking. Yoner sat behind her chin with her hand in her hand, looking at Li Han. Yoner feels like a skilled alchemist is creating step by step. Li Han took a spoonful to taste. After tasting, Li Han's face clearly showed his satisfaction with the dish. Li Han turned to inform everyone that cooking was finished. A moment later, everyone gathered around Li Han and he was happily ladling soup into bowls for everyone. Li Han was setting out the food when he was called back. After calling Li Han, he hesitated to speak. After hesitating for a moment, it turned out that he wanted to ask Li Han for a little favor. Adenart was sitting in his room reading a book when he suddenly heard a knock on his door. Adenart approached and opened the door, not expecting that the person outside the door was Li Han. Li Han brought a bowl of soup to Adenart and happily offered her the soup he had just cooked. Adenart accepted the bowl of soup in doubt, not thinking that the bowl of soup was for him. But Li Han said everyone had a part, which made Adenart a little startled. Adenart looked at the bowl of soup in her hand hesitantly for a moment, while Li Han happily urged her to taste it. Finally, Adenart still calmly scooped up a spoonful of soup to taste. But Adenart did not expect that the bowl of soup would be more delicious than she thought. Adenart felt the wonderful taste of the soup melting in his mouth. Li Han smiled and silently watched Adenart enjoy the bowl of soup in her hand. He intended to let her eat in the room, but she must have been very hungry. Adenart saw Li Han looking at him and became awkward. Before closing the door, he did not forget to thank him. Li Han Wardanas slowly walked down the stairs. The person who asked Li Han just now was already waiting there. He quickly ran to Li Han and asked about the situation. He immediately replied that Adenart quite liked that dish. He hesitantly spoke up and wanted to ask Li Han to do the same in the future. He would pay double the amount of silver. Li Han heard that he had doubled the amount of silver and immediately agreed without hesitation. He and a few other students breathed a sigh of joy. Li Han did not expect everyone to care for Adenart so much. Li Han feels that the royal family is something very big, but aside from Gai Nandu. In the afternoon class, Professor Vodali sat in his chair silently observing Li Han's practice session. The professor was frustrated because the contract only stated that he had to teach, not that he had to collect students. But think about Li Han's mana. Vodali observed him very carefully. He felt like he would regret it if he let Li Han slip out of his hands. The professor coughed softly. Vodali wanted to know if Li Han had any questions. Being asked suddenly made Li Han startled. He did not expect to be discovered by the professor that he was being negligent. Calm down, Li Han asked the professor about the training. He was a bit surprised, but then immediately blamed Li Han for not reading the lecture notes. Li Han huffed, clearly expressing his unwillingness. Li Han did not give up. He wondered what this training had to do with fighting. Vodali remained silent and did not respond, making Li Han extremely worried. Then Vodali hesitantly answered. The professor thought it was obvious and had nothing to answer, leaving Li Han speechless after hearing it. But Li Han kept a serious look and said he understood. Vodali wanted to give Li Han an example. For example, the professor could kill Li Han with just a brush. Li Han feels this example is a bit scary. He stood up and walked towards the board. The professor said that in battle, the most important thing is the weapon that can be used to kill the opponent. Vodali held the chalk and drew it on the board while explaining what Li Han was practicing. Vodali explains that the power the magic missile emits depends on the user. A magician with a flaw in his magical background would have a hard time doing that. He continued to explain that on the battlefield, there are countless things such as sound, fire, or atmosphere that are enough to create enormous pressure. But with a magician with a solid foundation, even placed in the harshest of circumstances, the professor suddenly waved his hand forward. Around him there were crackling lights, everything was in darkness. That's when Vodali felt the magical energies. Suddenly a stream of power passed through Li Han's body. That terrible stream of power impacted throughout the room. Li Han raised his hand to block that terrible thing in front of him. When he couldn't feel that power anymore, he turned back to look. At this moment, there was only a cloud of smoke rising from the corner of the room. Li Han was surprised, couldn't believe that nothing was destroyed. He thought that the professor had created 2 explosions. While Li Han wasn't paying attention, the professor had already approached behind him. Vodali put his hand on Li Han's shoulder and said he could do things like this. After that, he turned around and left. Li Han couldn't help but admire the professor's strength. The professor asked Li Han again if he understood what he explained. Li Han still tried to smile and say thank you to the professor. Professor Vodali walked slowly forward. Looking at the professor's back, after witnessing his lecture, he also recognized the content of the lecture. Now Li Han also has a different view of Professor Vodali, thinking he teaches half-heartedly, but it turns out he always contains meaningful things. Standing in front of such an admirable person, Li Han knew that it would be a pity to only take grades from the professor, so he immediately asked him to help him learn other things. The professor was also surprised when the student learned to learn today and turned to look at Li Han. He continued to brag to the professor about how he had recently successfully activated the primary control spell, but unfortunately was unable to control it. Hearing that a first-year student had such impressive achievements, the professor thought that Li Han must have a very abundant amount of mana. He had also received such comments from many people. With just a few words, the professor immediately realized the problem. Li Han thought he could definitely help him in this matter. He thought that maybe the professor could even come up with a reasonable solution and kept looking forward to the method he would teach him. The next second the professor stretched out his hand, preparing to do something. Without saying a word, he just grabbed Li Han's hand to his surprise. Next, his mouth chanted a spell that drained mana. The surrounding space became darker. From the professor's hand emitted a purple magical energy that spread throughout the room, looking very strange. Faced with his strange actions, Li Han was bewildered, not knowing what the professor would do in the next second. Mana Drain is a powerful and vicious spell that can absorb the target's mana. He was startled, not understanding why a professor would use such a dangerous spell on a student. Li Han struggled to snatch his hand back. However, before Li Han's fierce resistance, the professor coldly reminded him to stand still. The professor's eyes saw something so unusual that it startled him. The scene before his eyes made the professor unexpected. The amount of mana was more abundant than a tsunami, ready to swallow him whole. Suddenly, the professor's whole body shook. Then, perhaps out of shock, he just fell to the ground, leaving Li Han standing confused, not knowing what to do. While he was still healing, the professor lay in a heap, causing Li Han to sit down and ask him, wanting to wake him up. Then, the professor suddenly raised his hand in front of his face. Luckily, the professor was still safe. He wasn't unconscious but his face was still pale. When he calmed down, the professor explained that he wanted to reduce the amount of mana he had to make it easier to control, but failed because it was too much. Normally, when a person possesses more mana than they can handle, they will be unable to control it and will even faint like the situation he was in just now. Even Li Han did not expect that an Einrogard professor would not be sure of his limits. He was also surprised by the terrible amount of mana he possessed. He wondered exactly how much mana was needed to make the professor unconscious. Seeing him use such a powerful spell without being harmed, Li Han thought there was no other way, but surprisingly he still had another way. Seeing that there was still a light of hope, Li Han was very happy to look at him with sparkling eyes. Then he asked him, "Has the thing you used magic to control ever come flying towards you?" Thinking back to the last time he used a feather pen, there really wasn't any, so he replied that there wasn't any. He also found the key to your condition, which is instinct. Then, the professor pointed towards him who was surrounded by a huge source of mana and said that, although it seemed difficult to control, as long as the magician's will and the connecting object could control them according to their nature, power. Suddenly he remembered the moment when the stone he threw at those people was also his will, but it was over so he let it go. After identifying the key, the professor reminded him that in order to use his instincts, he had to practice controlling objects. Li Han also obediently agreed. Li Han admired him very much, and felt it was not a waste to wait for this answer, if he gradually formed the formulas. Suddenly the professor came to the chest and took out some planets, then asked Li Han if he was ready. You froze, not knowing what he would ask you to do with it. The practice professor kept it hot. He aimed at your chin, and told you to try to protect yourself with elementary control magic. He hadn't even figured out what was going on when he started. Li Han shouted wait. Without giving him much to say, the first ball flew towards him and Li Han promptly dodged it. Unexpectedly, the professor's temper was so hasty that he just said it and did it, making him sweat. Next, countless controlled balls rushed towards Li Han, attacking mercilessly, making him unhappy. The planets are still floating in the air. Human strength was limited, he was exhausted and put his hands on the ground. After struggling for a while with the obnoxious planets, Li Han finally succeeded. The professor recognized that he had the ability to control. Li Han could only thank him. Poor Li Han now realizes that it was an incredibly stupid mistake to believe this school's professor. Suddenly, the professor reached out his hand to help him up, making Li Han feel a little comforted. He said that you don't need to thank me, this is all your effort, seeing that I practiced until I almost lost my life. You also agreed with that opinion. Then Li Han grabbed the professor's hand and stood up, humbly telling him that he praised him too much. Before he could forgive him, he picked up another ball and said it was a normal iron ball. His hand was holding an iron ball. It looked like Li Han was about to have another omen. Without stopping, the professor threw the ball at Li Han and asked him to move it with elementary control magic. He also didn't understand that after practicing all this time, he had to continue practicing now. Then Li Han took out his wand from his shirt and used control magic to order the iron ball to move. As expected, he succeeded. The professor asked him to make it move as he said. He skillfully commanded the ball to move as he said, up and down, back and forth clockwise very easily. Seeing that Li Han had done very well, the professor was satisfied and told him that was enough. Now the professor saw that he had made progress, so he decided to let Li Han practice with the iron bridge instead of the Spirit Star Stone. He felt bad and said he couldn't draw a circle with the Spirit Star Stone yet. Seeing Li Han say so, he asked to do the same thing with the Spirit Star Stone. He held it in his hand and hesitated because he hadn't done it for a long time. In just a split second, Li Han controlled it to float. He was also surprised to find this much easier than before. The professor said that magicians were born from harsh experiences. He breathed a sigh of relief. The Spirit Star Stone is for inexperienced magicians, and you don't need it. Then turning to look at him, the professor asked Li Han to redraw the circle using an iron bridge. He told Li Han in advance that if he improved, he would be given a test like the professor did. Haven't done it yet, but just hearing it, Li Han's face darkened and he felt a little scared. For professors, there are two types of people in this world. The first is the person who is afraid of standing still in life-threatening situations, for example, Guy Nandu. Second are those who react fiercely and wisely, and Li Han is the second type of person, therefore. The professor soon realized that he was a qualified person to become a combat magician. Seeing that it would be a waste for such a talented person to just use the traditional method, he decided that he would teach this class in a better way. That afternoon, Li Han had an appointment with Digiling. He came up to ask her if she had been waiting for a long time. When she saw he was coming, she shook her head and said no. Digiling spoke first. She looked over at him and slowly spoke back. Li Han had become visibly haggard. Digiling asked about his health, but he still tried to act like he was fine and said it was okay. Digiling would lend the monk's robe to Li Han. When he received the robe, he immediately thanked her. As a quid pro quo, Li Han also baked a delicious loaf of cake as his gratitude to repay Digiling. But she waved her hand and refused and told him not to be polite. As a devout person, Digiling's reason for refusing was, Saint Presinga was suffering, so how could she eat well? But Li Han accepted Mrs. Medred's invitation. Faced with this situation, he also found that this was not easy. After that, she opened the bag and said she was fine, give it to someone who really needed it. She took out a white teacup from inside and said she could drink tea too. Seeing that Digiling was in such a good mood, Li Han also pointed at him and cheerfully offered to make tea for her. She was surprised when he wanted to help her make tea. He said yes. Li Han took off his shirt and said he also liked making tea. He had heard that monks like to enjoy cool cups of green tea or cups of unsweetened coffee. Looking towards her sitting at the table, he was pretty sure Digeling would think he mixed those drinks, but still. Li Han started the fire and fixed the position of the teapot with logs. He kept giving up sugar and cinnamon bark. This time it wasn't that simple. He decided to open her eyes. Digeling stood up and asked, "What are you doing? Didn't you say to make tea?" making him startled. Seeing her react so violently, he asked again what was wrong. When she discovered him, he turned around and quickly reassured her by saying this was a family secret, then asked her again if there was anything wrong. Believing in those words of Li Han, the glue sprayer did not dare to say anything more, just denied that she did not mean it. There was no problem with his family secret. But she thought the sugar-giving thing was a bit unusual. Li Han played the familiar trick of short and long tears. How could she say that? At that time Digeling was extremely confused and kept denying it. Seeing Li Han's crocodile tears, she could only laugh it off and stay silent. Digeling also had no choice but to give up and told him to just give me the tea to try. That's right, Li Han poured tea into a white cup. I don't know what the taste is but the color is okay. After that, Li Han put a cup of especially hot milk tea in front of her and told her to try it. Digeling held the milk tea in front of her and was a little hesitant to drink it right away. Well, just try it once and see. Then she also brought it to her mouth to taste the flavor. Who would have thought that she immediately fell in love with milk tea, stuck like 5 to 2 glue and couldn't get rid of it. She immediately enjoyed this delicious flavor. Digeling sips a cup of milk tea while feeling the taste on the tip of her tongue. Hidden in the gentle sweet scent is a slight herbal taste. Especially this enchanting flavor, something she had never seen before, was spreading in her mouth. Li Han is also extremely happy because he has succeeded. But the trick was still not over. He put his hand into the basket and asked him to make her the next tea. The indispensable ingredients are sugar, nuts and cocoa powder, all of which he added to boiling water. Then add milk and stir well so the flavors blend together. Finally, sprinkle a little more corn as an accent and everything combines to create Wardanes's cocoa tea bursting with flavor. Digeling used a spoon to scoop it up. Seeing that this brown liquid had a soup-like consistency, he was somewhat wary. Li Han countered that it was his family's heirloom drink. Hearing these words were too familiar, she told him to stop blabbering. Digeling had no other choice but to try it again. Seeing that she was also very interested in this tea, Li Han also added, asking her what she thought. Was it delicious? Seeing that he had gradually reached his goal, he also smiled and said that with this method, Li Han will sooner or later fatten her up with a drink that is not tea but has the same interface as tea. It was so delicious that Digeling drank the entire cup. Only a few drops remained. After filling her stomach with 2 delicious drinks like that, she was very satisfied and praised them. Suddenly from behind, Li Han put his hand on her shoulder. Then he looked dangerous, saying that she had already drank it and probably wouldn't give it up. Li Han asked her to come here from now on as promised. The sky was also covered by darkness. The moon also rose high, radiating a gentle light. Digeling thanked her for the tea. Li Han said he would see her tomorrow. Curfew has come. The students returned to the tower and hope tomorrow's class will be more peaceful. Only Li Han was left wearing a monk's habit standing outside the tower after everyone had returned. He secretly yelled behind the tree. It was curfew now. All students had to return to the common house. He put his hat on his head and decided he would not go back to the tower but would go out in the middle of the night to pray. Then he also took a step forward. Li Han stood proudly in the sky. Just by wearing this outfit, he would have become a young monk full of faith. After that, Li Han carefully walked towards the gate of the church, telling himself to always be on guard because he didn't know what would happen. He continued walking along the hallway and entered the first floor. Fortunately there were no problems as he had expected. It was a bit leisurely, but thinking carefully, it seemed like this was the first time he came to the hall since enrolling. Li Han outlined a route for himself to ensure there would be no problems. First, he had to see places he had never been to. But before his eyes, he saw something strange. There was someone sneaking here like him. Looking at that person's back, Li Han wondered if this was a professor. No, wait, he looked closer and gradually recognized this mysterious person. It was a student from Weanvu Tower, his face covered and sneakily doing something shady. Li Han walked behind him and felt that he moved without making a sound. He must have been trained with those steps. The rat tribe is often not welcomed by the empire, because many of them have a history of theft or are vagrants. Li Han believed that those things were just prejudices, but the current situation is difficult to say. With that being the golden key, his purpose was clear. If they both had the same goal, Li Han would have been behind him since then. Then suddenly Li Han put his hand on his opponent's shoulder, pointed his wand at his neck and threatened him that if he spoke up, he would be killed. That friend from the rat tribe was scared and stiff, not daring to say anything. Seeing this, Li Han smiled kindly and suggested that cooperation would be a good idea. The friend who was scared by Li Han howled in fear. Because his friend thought he was a professor, he was also a student like himself. Li Han also politely apologized. Li Han started a conversation and told his friend to introduce himself. He also hesitated to say his name, looking hesitant. It turns out his name is Radford, a professional thief in the White Gang. In class, no student intentionally caused trouble, but he still felt like he was shunned by everyone. Without anyone to play with, his resentment became more and more pent up. Therefore, he always yearned to be recognized by his peers in the tower, so he began to look for an essential place to organize, after a thorough investigation. Finally found the most likely door. And even used his talent to make his own door key. Even Li Han has to admit that he is so talented. Radford spent all his free time creating it. Then the friend began to inquire about Li Han's identity. He guessed that he came from the White Tiger Tower through his clothes and actions. Li Han slightly hesitantly smiled and introduced himself by name and said he came from the Dragon Tower. Hearing that, Radford's eyes widened in surprise when he heard about Li Han's family. Because it was a famous high-ranking noble family, seeing the other person's surprise, Li Han reassured him that there was no need to be so surprised. Li Han kindly invited him to work with him, because two is better than one. Radford still didn't believe it. How could he even ask again since he was a high-ranking noble after all? Li Han added again, "So what do you think I'm doing?" Radford was still half convinced and half asked if he was serious. Li Han continued to tell them both to go because there wasn't much time left. Walking to the door, Li Han asked if this door was open, but Radford said he couldn't open it because it was protected by magic. He thoughtfully looked at the door while Li Han stood looking, which was as expected because the usual method was not enough. Seeing the symbol on the door, he immediately signaled to stop. His face was surprised by that symbol. Tell Radford to step aside for a bit. He is also a bit confused because he doesn't know what Li Han is doing. Li Han took out another key. I don't understand why just putting the key in the door makes the atmosphere so tense for both of them. Li Han held the door handle and opened it with force. Li Han was happy when he opened it, but Radford was still confused because he didn't know what was going on. Radford asked Li Han where he got that key from, and he calmly replied that he stole it from the principal's drawer. Because Li Han didn't tell Asan before. But he found it along with a message from the principal. And just keep it just in case you don't expect to use it here. But Li Han did not relax himself because more importantly, he could smell the trap. The two slowly walked in. Inside the downward passage has been opened. Li Han told him to let's go when Radford suddenly startled. Radford felt something strange and pressed his ear to the floor. Because he heard noises below, there might be someone. Li Han sweated, wondering what was going on. Because he asked himself where the supplies outside came from. It turned out that they transported things underground, and if they moved things after curfew, no students would find out. Li Han is certain that the essential needs are here. Radford is not sure about that. Look at the stairs ahead. Each step slowly goes down. Radford felt that as soon as he walked a little, it was already dark. And intend to light some candles for light. Suddenly Li Han grabbed his wrist, startling Radford. He explained that it was stupid because that was what the principal was hiding. Nothing was easy. He felt somewhat right because he had forgotten to think about it. Ask yourself who Li Han is, and it seems like he is used to those situations. Li Han still turned his back and walked forward. Radford was on the side pondering something. He remembered the legends surrounding Li Han, how it was impossible to call him by the wrong name, or that even princes and princesses had to hold their breath in front of him. Even Li Han can tame the Thunderbird with just one spell. And Radford himself was surprised when all the rumors were true. As we walked in thought, we suddenly arrived at our destination. The two took turns hiding behind the wall and snooping. And seeing the iron bar-like doors in front, I assumed that this entire floor was a storage room. Then Li Han signaled him to be careful when entering. Suddenly the two saw a bright yellow light being lit. That trick shot out, lighting up every lamp in the room, making Li Han and Radford startled. Li Han was sweating nervously. Why was this thing here? All the lights suddenly lit up. He carefully and gently stepped forward. As he was walking, he heard someone's footsteps. He stopped, concentrated, listened and felt someone coming. From a distance, Li Han saw a person wearing a shirt approaching. That silhouette made him wonder if it was the warehouse keeper. That person must have been the warehouse manager. He raised his hand covered with tape and pointed while taking inventory. The atmosphere at this time was really tense. Seeing someone coming to check the goods, Li Han was worried about ruining the plan, while Radford next to him covered his mouth, afraid of making a sound. Li Han immediately turned back to order Radford to order. He didn't think everything would be so detailed. Suddenly the warehouse keeper appeared behind Li Han. He asked who he was. That's it, Li Han can't escape like this. His face turned purple and he was scared. The two were discovered, and when Li Han turned around, trying to calm himself down and keep a cool head to cleverly answer the question, he even tried to use the light to cover his eyes. But he was suddenly startled to look at his face. His eyes were covered with bandages, including his nose and mouth. There are stories that tell that losing one sense will enhance the abilities of the other senses. But even so, it doesn't make sense for this warehouse keeper to find them. They didn't make a sound, and he wouldn't be able to distinguish the two of them from anything else around. So how could he know there was someone in the warehouse? There was something in his eyes. He kept staring at the two of them. In his eyes, the silhouettes of two people, Li Han and Radford, appeared, but he could only see the shadows, not the detailed characteristics. Suddenly, Li Han's shadow emitted an extremely strong blue light. That flow of power made him now feel like he was standing in the middle of ocean water with fierce waves. He was surprised and suddenly realized something. Then he approached, placed his hand on his chest and bowed to Li Han. He mentioned Mana and called him master. Perhaps he mistakenly thought Li Han was his master, so he immediately apologized for his rudeness. He agreed and said he would return to work immediately. Li Han was bewildered and wondered why he left so easily. Furthermore, he thought that he was his master. Which master was that? Then in his mind he immediately thought of the principal of the academy. He was probably his master. Not only that, he also said something about the amount of mana. It seemed like he could identify other people through mana. Radford behind him was scared and grabbed his sleeve, sweating profusely, not knowing what had just happened take place. However, he didn't think it would be that easy. There must be something hidden. He didn't turn to comfort Radford, but just put his hand on his shoulder and told him it was safe for now. Let's keep moving. It's a pity, but we can't take this place away. If the quantity is counted, then things should just be left as they are. Li Han looked inside and suggested we should find the entrance to those things. Radford was surprised. Suddenly he froze. Radford felt something. Radford reported to Li Han that he heard a lot of things moving in one direction, and signaled him to follow him. When we reached two directions, Radford immediately told us to turn right. As he ran, Li Han immediately praised his ability to find his way. Seeing that, Radford was happy and thanked him. While the situation was boiling, Li Han still asked Radford why he was talking to him so solemnly. Radford waved his hand and told Li Han not to pay attention to that. Radford realized that he was almost there. But suddenly his legs suddenly braked. It was a dead end, and after complimenting Radford on his ability to find a way, he led them both to a dead end. Radford trembled, embarrassed, and asked himself why. He was sure there was something here. Li Han quickly noticed the wall next to him. That wall had a very strange brick. Its design was different from the rest of the bricks. He thought he knew why he came to this dead end. Unlike Radford, who grew up in a small town, he was like a petty thief to make ends meet. Li Han grew up with countless stories in the world. He learned and discovered many things. Of course he will have more extensive knowledge than Radford. And thanks to that, he was more imaginative than Radford. Even when he was a thief, Li Han quickly pressed the trigger on the brick he noticed. The door in front of me gradually opened, light flashing from inside. Li Han and Radford were happy to have successfully opened the door, but were also worried about the difficulties that would arise in the future. In front of the two people is a long, deep room. At first glance, Radford thought this was the exit because he relied on the width and light here. Radford worriedly turned back to look at Li Han, wondering how he could know, then wondered if it was because Li Han was a member of the Wodana's family. Seeing the door open, Li Han immediately smiled proudly. He raised his hands like a winner. He was finally able to escape. He closed his eyes in pride because he had worked so hard to wait for this moment. He shed tears because he was so happy, calling Radford to go. Radford still answered with a respectful, worshipful tone. The scene changes to an Einrogard employee riding a horse-drawn cart to bring each box of goods. They took turns using their hands to carry each heavy box down. Einrogard employees must always endure strict compliance with 3 rules. First, they are not allowed to talk about what they see. Next, they are not allowed to start a conversation. And finally, most importantly, they are absolutely not allowed to pry even when there is a target name, Monk. And the students appeared on the opposite side of the entrance. They also didn't say a word. Li-Han and Radford did not dare to say anything, they only dared to whisper to each other. Li-Han thought it was very strange that they were intentionally ignoring both of them, and Radford thought they were just trying to show that they were not yet. See you guys. Li-Han put his hand on his chin and stroked it, thinking, so he could avoid unnecessary suspicious things. Suddenly Li-Han walked up to the person carrying goods for Einrogard. He went to ask him. Li-Han was friendly, using his foreign minister skills. He asked him if he could ride in a carriage. Unexpectedly, the man happily smiled and agreed, asking him to wait inside for them. Finished working. The wheels rolled loudly on the dirt road. The two of them were now in the car. Radford was nervous and restless, and Li-Han crossed his arms to reassure himself that nothing had happened so far. It's just that the way Radford evaluated Li-Han was a bit too aggressive. He kept praising him for running out of sauce. Li-Han immediately looked outside, feeling a bit strange, because the two drivers didn't say a word. Thinking back, it makes sense, because this world is not easy either. Einrogard is a symbol of kingship and magic, so it has many enemies. Not only are there political forces, but because valuable goods pass through and go out from here, the risk from that is definitely very high. He guessed that this tension was probably a side effect, but thinking about it again, not stopping the newcomer from leaving was still too unreasonable. The car was continuing to go when it suddenly stopped in a forest. Li-Han looked out and wanted to ask why the two men stopped the car. His words were stuck in his throat. Li-Han's eyes widened, panicked and unable to believe the scene before him. Image of a woman with long black hair standing nearby. The silhouette of a familiar woman, her hair curled into braids. Professor, so it's a professor. Li-Han thought to himself that he had been caught, but it didn't look like it. Radford next to him was trembling, pointing at the professor. There was a professor out there. Li-Han put his finger to his mouth to signal him to be quiet. Li-Han doesn't think she knows they're here. He told Radford to quietly observe the situation first. He nodded in agreement. Li-Han turned in the other direction. He didn't know why she came here. In the professor's hand there was a bundle of cloth. She opened it. It turned out that there were imperial officials coming. The principal told her to give this to them. The professor sighed, complaining that she always had to hand over these antiques. She looked at the students. Everyone was trembling. Garcia Kim thought to herself, even though I just smiled, they always looked scared. Suddenly, the blue-haired rabbit-eared student woke up, his eyes wide open. He picked up the sword. He turned to the person next to him and shouted loudly to take the weapon. Professor Kim was confused. Why are you holding a weapon just because I'm laughing? Fleeing Vietnam, he shouted because he heard the warning sound from the Vanguard team. This was also an emergency situation. Professor Kim was a bit startled. Outside, there was a man shouting loudly, "This is the final warning, tell your identities immediately." The two people were tightly packed. They raised their hands in surrender, trying to explain that they were just businessmen visiting. The white-bearded man smirked and asked the merchant. He shouted loudly, obviously lying, "Do you think we don't know you guys hide weapons behind your back?" The other guy grabbed the hem of his shirt and lifted it up. He picked up his weapon and said contemptuously, "Even the staff in the academy are extraordinary. Are you soldiers or mercenaries?" The white-bearded guy shouted loudly at those standing behind to get into formation. Everyone raised their crossbows. The commanding shout to fire. The businessman did not tremble and was still very calm. He held 2 knives and sickles in his hands. "How stupid, do you think we came here without preparing anything?" The people on the other side were scared. They weren't ordinary thieves. They shouted loudly asking who you were. He is still very calm. Shout out loud, now you're helping the magicians bring this empire to the brink of collapse. The merchant asked them to put down their weapons and surrender. Together we will save this empire from destruction. The guy with brown hair and beard was scared. Oh my god, my ancestors. It turned out that they were anti-magic, those who rejected magic and brought chaos. The merchant holding the weapon said I had finished warning him. They rushed forward and shouted, "I will execute you with glory." A yellow stick appeared. Divine level wall. Suddenly, the anti-magic group fell backwards. It turned out to be a professor, an extremely strong professor indeed. Professor Garcia holds a magic shield to block. She still felt that the situation was still not very good. Our opponents are people from the Dusk and Dawn team. They have killed many magicians. It is very difficult for anyone to fight them for long, unless they are a war mage. The only thing I can do now is, the professor thought. Professor Garcia Kim held the magic shield to warn the rest. She thought she should just try to hold out as long as possible. Until the principal arrived, the anti-magic group looked at each other and made other plans. Suddenly, they held up a magic ball. Glowing magic ball. They slowly picked it up. The green light gradually brightened. Professor Garcia Kim, holding the magic shield, was also startled. She felt her mana disappearing. The students were scared and asked what was wrong. She worriedly said that magic was not omnipotent. Because there are many ways to destroy magic, it's rare to see an artifact that can absorb mana on such a large scale. What the hell is that? A sphere that absorbs light. Maybe it's an artifact. Luxurious, rare objects, gold, silver and jewels appeared. You're saying that it's an extremely rare treasure that comes from ruins and dungeons. Why do these people have it? Professor Kim doesn't know what to do. It absorbs any mana I can gather. I can't maintain the magic anymore. Suddenly, something appeared behind Professor Garcia. You are anti-magic, he shouted loudly. Evil magician, it is time for you to receive punishment. She turned around in surprise. When did he get there? A guy with white hair covering his face. It jumped and pounced on Garcia. Suddenly, that guy let out a cry. Everyone turned to look. What just happened? Did he suddenly trip over the grass? Why is someone's voice ringing out around here? It's nothing, it's Li Han. He holds a long stick in his hand, relieved to have arrived on time. 10 minutes ago, the anti-magic group came to him. Li Han was depressed. This isn't the principal's trap, right? Radford hid behind him in fear. What should we do? Radford, hide yourself quickly. Li Han whispered something in Radford's ear. Radford asked again, what about you? Li Han replied, I have my plan, don't worry. Li Han left. He thought the Dusk and Dawn team was an anti-magic organization. If they didn't stop them now, they would create even bigger problems in the future. Li Han used magic to hide in the dark and pass through the carriages. At Professor Garcia Kim's place, there is no one around. Suddenly, Li Han appeared brightly, startling the professor. Why are you here? She tried to find out where he was. Li Han told the professor to calm down. And please give me instructions. She took the magic shield. Okay, now is not the time to talk. Everyone hold on to their weapons, because we have requested reinforcements from the school. They will be here soon. Until then, Li Han, I need you. Each crossbow shot out. She yelled at everyone to hide and just not get hurt. The anti-magic group flew as fast as an arrow. Li Han was startled by the enemy's speed. All of them were assassins. He asked the professor why he didn't use magic. She replied because my mana was absorbed by the ancient ruins. Wait a minute. She turned to Li Han. How could he still maintain his invisibility? Wait, think again. She clapped her hands. It was because my mana was as endless as the ocean. She told Li Han to give her a little mana. He agreed and then placed his hand on her hand. Both hands clasped each other tightly. Professor Garcia picked up the magic shield. A stream of magic lit up and curled up. He exclaimed, what a powerful magic. The enemies were surprised by something giant appearing. That light flew away. It's rushing this way, get out of the way. It turned out that it was rushing towards the ball. The two things touched each other and then collided strongly. The sound of the explosion was deafening. The crimson light blends with the bright yellow color. Garcia Kim is proud. I did it, my mana is coming back. She will take care of the other places. She picked up her magic shield and cast a spell. Loi Lang is real, a bear appeared. The anti-magic group rushed together and ran away. Li Han was surprised. He thought that even though it was dim, it seemed like his mana was still flowing somewhere else. The previously cracked sphere suddenly became active. Li Han looked towards it, surprised. He told the professor that the relic was still active. Suddenly the enemies pounced on her. Everyone attacked together, quickly making the magician unable to attack. Garcia Kim gritted his damn teeth. They approached while I was attacking the relic. Li Han grabbed his wand. He swung straight at the enemy. Immediately, the enemy fell. His teammates wondered if he had fallen even though there was nothing around. One of them reassured everyone to calm down. There was definitely someone around here using invisibility magic. Then the other guy betrayed Li Han invisibly, making him unable to react in time. He wondered how they could react so quickly to an enemy they couldn't see. Furthermore, the magical energy emitted from that guy was different from the rest. Li Han cannot let him approach the professor. He grabbed his hood. Then Li Han appeared in the light. The enemy sneered, not expecting that the guy who did these clever tricks was just a kid. We will teach you a lesson for daring to get in someone else's way. Li Han did not stand still. He despised them. Do you think I am a fool? He ran over. Li Han shouted loudly, why should I fight with you guys? It turned out that Li Han was walking towards the relic. The enemies were shouting to capture him and not let him get the relic. He found it too dangerous to fight them head-on, so he hid in the shadows. The leader said I would deal with him. You guys go over there and attack that magician. Li Han reassured himself to stay calm and do things carefully. He took out a ball from his shirt. He threw them out and disappeared. The ball flew into the face of one of the enemies. Be careful, he uses invisible weapons. The enemies are alert. He doesn't have fighting skills. Don't let your guard down just because he's a brat. He ran over. He felt this was completely different from his classes. It felt like his brain was on fire. But you have to concentrate. If you relax even a little, your life will be in danger. I'll shoot out iron balls, retrieve them, and repeat. He kept saying in his head, shoot the iron balls, retrieve them, and then repeat, shoot the iron balls, retrieve them. Suddenly, something liquid flowed down on the ground. Li Han's nose dripped something. Li Han raised his hand. It flowed down his hand. Li Han is trying to escape from two strangers who are chasing right behind him. He still couldn't recover from the shock of having a nosebleed. He was worried if he had run out of mana. But then Li Han realized it wasn't because he was still invisible. He turned to look at the stranger behind him and thought he was too focused. After that, Li Han continued to run away, but he also realized that this could not continue any longer. Suddenly, the bright yellow ball that was the ancient artifact was activated in midair. Li Han ran and threw more iron balls to limit their movement. The stranger noticed that the ball had flown in front of him. He also gradually noticed the presence of Li Han running away in front of him. That stranger didn't hesitate and cut the ball he launched in half. Suddenly he felt a faint scent appear in front of him. He realized that this was the scent of Li Han's blood, so he ordered his accomplices to follow the scent of blood to the artifact. They obeyed and chased after the scent of Li Han's blood, towards the ancient artifact, and he looked in that direction and silently exclaimed how dangerous it was. Li Han picked up a sword from the ground. While they were still looking around looking for Li Han, he had to attack them first. Li Han's downward slash seriously injured one of them. The stranger with two curls of hair witnessed his teammate fall and realized that this wound was caused by a sword. He guessed that the opponent had changed weapons. He ordered his teammates to throw some glowing powder around the artifact because Li Han might be somewhere around here. His teammate quickly threw that handful of powder into the air. Li Han immediately avoided them, but the tip of the hook accidentally touched the powder. He could see his cheeks were covered in glowing powder. Li Han was angry. He didn't want to give up destroying the artifact. Suddenly he realized something. One of them noticed Li Han's trick, so he shouted to announce it. The stranger with two curls of hair reassured his accomplices to stay calm to cope. He thought that if he followed the scent, before he could finish his sentence, he would realize something. That guy was angry when he realized that the smell of rice had been mixed. He got angry and reminded his teammates not to be distracted by Li Han. He was definitely still nearby. Suddenly his teammates were attacked from behind. They fell to the ground, leaving the stranger alone. He complimented Li Han for being so decisive, but he was not happy at all but extremely angry. Li Han's footsteps gently landed on the ground. The stranger was upset that they were being cornered, yet Li Han chose to hide among the wounded. He pulled down the cloth covering his face. He felt interesting that it had been a long time since he had met someone like Li Han. He bent down to pick up his teammate's sword from the ground. Then introduced himself as Ga Ra-Se. Ga Ra-Se radiated murderous aura. He informed Li Han that he would seriously play with him from now on. Ga Ra-Se said that Li Han should not think that if he hid his scent with ridiculous spells, he would not notice. He immediately attacked Li Han. This surprised him because he didn't think Ga Rase could recognize him. Ga Rase was victorious because he could clearly hear Li Han's trembling breathing, so even if he was invisible, it was useless. Not stopping there, he swung his sword and was about to rush towards Li Han. He reminded him not to think that only the smell of blood would expose him, but thanks to his stupidity in reducing the number of people, he could clearly hear his voice, "You more. Ga Rase wants to end this right now." Suddenly, an illusion of swords appeared from nowhere. More and more swords gathered in a circle around Ga Rase. He then directed them towards Li Han. He quickly jumped back to avoid them. His feet stopped. In front of him suddenly something rushed hard and hit the ground. Li Han panicked because if he was one step slower, he would be in big trouble. At this time, Ga Rase was still trying to attack Li Han. He secretly thought that his swordsmanship level was far beyond his own. He couldn't believe that for an opponent who couldn't see him, all he could do was block the attack. Ga Rase approached Li Han and firmly raised her sword. His sword showed many red lines as if it was gaining strength. Li Han had difficulty blocking this attack from Ga Rase. He winced at this terrible power from the sword. Li Han was weaker, so he fell backwards hard. His face turned pale because he was in real danger right now. His hand holding the sword was still shaking from blocking the attack earlier. Li Han realized that Ga Rase was now in the aura state that Al Rarlong had mentioned. Ga Rase approached Li Han thanks to his frightened breathing. He pointed the sharp blade at his neck, making him jump. Ga Rase was curious about what Li Han's scared face looked like right now. Li Han was determined not to let himself die like this. He remembered the moment he fought with Ga Rase earlier. He remembered hearing that trained swordsmen could transfer mana into their swords. That was what Al Rarlong said to Li Han in the past. Thinking about it, he stood up with the sword, telling himself that he was a magic practitioner. Suddenly, there was a burning blue fire, making Ga Rase a bit surprised. Li Han swung his sword vigorously. But Ga Rase quickly blocked his attack. He was so angry that he couldn't believe that at this moment, Li Han could still attack him. Li Han was secretly happy because this move worked. He knelt on the ground and was in a position to attack Ga Rase, thinking to himself that he had more mana than he could use anyway. Then Li Han smiled and told himself to just pour it all into the sword. Garox was sent flying far away, his whole body hitting the ground hard and sliding painfully. His mouth immediately spit out a mouthful of ketchup, his white eyes gradually lost consciousness, and he lay down in pain. Unable to help but be shocked by the power, Garox, whose mouth was still covered in blood, opened his mouth in doubt. The sword had just touched and he was about to snap. He looked at him, his whole body was emitting a green light. He was still bewildered, he didn't think it was him who did it. Just as he was about to lie on the ground, he stood up, holding himself up with both elbows. He couldn't fall here. Before his eyes, he was still motionless, his whole body stiff. He looked at him with the intention that he should die right now. Breathing heavily, Li Han had difficulty breathing. There was sweat pouring down all over my face, and I couldn't understand why my body couldn't move. He looked at his calloused, trembling hands. Was it because he had tried to impart mana? Glancing at Garox, he had stood up with his sword to support him. He looked at him helplessly. Garox rushed forward, his steps quickly rising from the ground. He now raised the knife to the back of his head, his whole body screaming loudly from above, "Die!" He had no time to react, he could only watch him act casually. He rushed over, his face looking a bit tired as he looked at him. Li Han himself was trembling, he held his chest in pain, his red face looked at him angrily. As soon as he got close, his mouth spat out a mouthful of red ketchup, his face gradually turning red. He shielded himself with both hands, and his body fell to his feet, collapsing unconscious. A moment later, he recovered, slowly looked at him, holding his sword and slowly approaching him. Garox, who was strong just now, was now lying still, with ketchup flowing out of his mouth, turning a patch of grass red. Li Han breathed evenly, unable to help but be surprised by the person lying in front of him. Faced with a mischievous person, he had some doubts. His mana-mixing attack was successful, he paid his respects. Immediately letting go of the danger, he breathed a sigh of relief and lay down. He was alive. However, he immediately looked the other way, his face pale and difficult, but before that, the professor was there. In the distance, Garcia Kim rushed forward. She called his name loudly, reaching out her hand in panic. He looked at her in surprise, thinking how she could escape when she was surrounded, while she worriedly asked if he was okay. The professor with a worried face kept asking him questions, eagerly examining him. But when he looked behind him, the bodies of the besiegers were all lying around, all had lost the ability to fight, and even had their heads severed from their necks. Garcia Kim worriedly reached out to check his wound. He lay there smiling, feeling like he was worrying in vain. He cried and lay still while she treated him. Garcia smiled and looked at him with tolerant eyes. She closed her eyes to comfort him. He didn't need to worry anymore. In the distance, a small green figure is about to rush in. The most reliable reinforcement army is about to arrive. From afar, a skull surrounded by green gas rushed forward, its mouth wide open. The skull was Principal Asugona Daltz. He didn't laugh when he saw it. He didn't expect that one day he would feel happy when he saw that skull. When he finished thinking, he kept closing his eyes, slowly relaxing, tiredly resting. Li Han slept on Garcia's lap, letting her stroke his hair and pat his head. Now he can rest. The cleanup team quickly cleaned up the scene, and horse carts carrying heavily piled bodies took turns working. A quiet voice rang out, apologizing to Professor Kim. The principal hovered in the air, feeling guilty. He had put her in danger. He should have predicted this. Garcia sat on the carriage, resting in the distance, rubbing his hands and smiling. It's okay, Principal. Who would have thought that the Dusk and Dawn team would appear? This statement touched the principal, Professor Kim, his eyes filled with tears of emotion. Suddenly a voice, not at all good, rang out, attracting the two people's attention. Vodali next to him closed his eyes and protested, as the academy's principal, you should consider all possibilities. He immediately snorted and remained silent. Garcia sat far away and covered his mouth in surprise. Then he looked over and asked who was behind the teacher, looking at his legs being put on the handle. Garax, he replied coldly. He is a person who holds a high position in the Dawn team, and is extremely skilled in combat, nicknamed the Assassin Mage, according to the information he knows. The principal was angry, and as soon as he saw that he was still breathing, he wanted to send him off for a while. The principal glanced down, angrily said anyway. Before his eyes was the scene, surrounded by thick green bridges, scattered haphazardly. Seeing the spheres, Asugona immediately realized that this was not the fighting style of a mercenary. He calmly approached and observed this thing. Asugona was surprised when he thought about the boy lying in the treatment compartment and was suspicious. He was still lying unconscious. The principal couldn't help but be surprised at what his family had raised. Garcia panicked. Thanks to his response, everything was resolved. The principal looked at her with eyes open and closed. Not only that, hearing this sentence made her startled and bewildered. Asugona felt suspicious that a rookie could use magic in combat, so he concluded that he was very skilled in attack magic. Looking at the mercenaries, he could see that they weren't just using magic against the two of them. His image appeared in battle, his whole body covered in green gas, skillfully using magic and combat weapons. This kid is interesting. The principal's voice made her unexpected. She looked at him helplessly. After saying that, he licked his lips with pleasure, showing that he considered him a fish on the chopping block. I want him, he shouted, his hand made of transparent gas still rubbing his chin. This is a direct disciple. The teaching method especially focuses on passing on everything to a single person. Asugona pouted, wanting to correct him using traditional methods but was immediately rejected by Garcia. If he did so, His Majesty would not leave it alone. He immediately rubbed his forehead with a headache. There was no other way. After all, he was the one who made the rules. Still not giving up, he would wait when it was his turn. He lay on the car as if his body could hear it, moaning without protesting. That night, he saw a nightmare. Asugona emitted blue smoke from his mouth, slowly emitting. From there, 4 identical skeletons appeared. Clean up the area, and pay appropriate compensation to the mercenaries and skeletons who obeyed the order. He looked around, observing carefully. Don't forget to bring this ancient relic back with you. Look towards a round lump with a strange seal in the middle. Glancing over, Asugona noticed Professor Valadi doing something with the beaten guys lying on the ground. He approached and immediately asked what he was doing. Professor Valadi. The professor turned to pay attention. He quickly said he was investigating the strange postures. This also caught Asugona's attention. It was indeed very strange. He quickly assumed it was Li Han's doing, his eyes sure. Looking at the poses, he became even more worried about the strange magic, thinking that Li Han had reached a new level, a level that even he did not know about. But very quickly his rough arms turned blue and he was sweating profusely, that is. Garcia quickly covered his face and shyly said it was because he punched them. The sky was almost dark, at the academy where Li Han studied. He was lying on the bed, seemingly having no intention of waking up yet. After a long, good sleep, he felt extremely comfortable. He wasn't sure if the situation was okay, but it was all in his head. Gradually opening his eyes, he looked to the side, carefully looking at where this is. Asugona's huge face caught his eyes staring and asking, "Are you awake?" Li Han sat up startled, not understanding why the principal was here, and couldn't say anything. He could only keep silent in his head. He looked sideways, careful because it was in a strange place. Garcia noticed his worry and immediately comforted him, saying it's okay, Li Han. She calmly explained and praised him. He must have been very shocked by the ambush. This made her feel that he had done very well. Hearing what I needed to know, he immediately understood the problem. Realizing in his memory that after he fainted, Asugona came to comfort him and closed his eyes. He looked a little angry and said, "You did very well, but you were sweating, yes." Garcia happily complimented him, but thought that maybe everything would go easily because he helped the principal a lot, so. Very quickly, he threw water, thinking that he should still be punished for trying to escape from school. He was silently crying on the side, so angry, you know. Li Han hugged his face in despair, thinking that if it wasn't for them, maybe he would have been. Garcia next to him consoled him, "Sorry, Li Han, because you tried to help me." Asugona approached and wondered if a first-year student could get through the underground warehouse, and this question caught his attention. He immediately mentioned that he had picked up the keys scattered around. He laughed, knowing right away that it was a trap. Seriously speaking, it couldn't keep up with the warehouse guards. Their eyes became even sharper. Li Han crossed his arms and looked away, saying he didn't know what the teacher was talking about, but Asugona above immediately exposed him for pretending to be stupid. "I see, well, how sad." Of course, he seriously reminded him that he would not use that path again. Li Han held his hands and cried. Asugona looked out the window. His eyes seemed to want to say something. It was almost dark outside. He thought for a long time. He quickly told him, "Listen carefully, Li Han of Wodanas." These words directly caught his attention. His eyes sharpened. Then he turned back and told him that he sincerely thanked the team for their courage against the dusk and dawn, to protect everyone as well as the professor. He stroked his chin and sincerely thanked him, his eyes clearly expressing his intention. To show his heart, he turned his palm towards him, the gentle light radiating from his hand. From his hand appeared a sword. He told him he would give him the famous sword Sao Morning. He carefully placed the sword in both hands, neatly radiating majesty. He was silent for a moment, thankful, but noticed something when he looked closely. His eyes lit up, as if he detected something wrong. Li Han realized that this was their sword, and more importantly, the teacher was willing to give it to him. Asugona was on his cool side, using a finger to tell him to be quiet. Also, he held out his hand to show you. A talisman-like envelope appeared before his eyes. "Please accept this item." On the leather amulet, the three words "right" appear clearly. When he received it, he immediately let out an emotional cry, carefully holding it with both hands. His eyes darkened, realizing that this was the talisman's right to go out, and he shouted in panic. His eyes appeared. In his mind was the image of himself when he received the right to go out before his friends. "And as soon as you meet the card is like a passport. Stay away, I have the right to go out there." And as soon as he went outside, the sight of the air delighted him. His eyes lit up, a ray of light flashed with joy and hope. He knelt down and bowed his head sincerely, thanking the professor. He pledged to be loyal to him for life. He stood next to him and was sweating. "Okay." Then he immediately asked about his health, but Li Han happily hugged the amulet, saying he's fine now. As if realizing his time had come, he happily wanted him to go and be punished. He heard it, his eyes seemed to be incredulous, and he remained silent without saying a word. Asugona held his head, feeling sorry for himself, and said he didn't want that either. Li Han looked on in frustration, Garcia next to him silently helpless and speechless. But he quickly said that he was not punished for trying to escape. This sentence made him suspicious and asked again, "Why?" "Because I was caught while doing so." His eyes tightened, his hands made a circle shape around his eyes. "So you said at that time I should sit still and pretend to be blind." He immediately cursed in his heart, even though Garcia next to him tried to stop him. Asugona looked outside the window, his eyes filled with caution. It's already morning, this time tomorrow, he observes and decides. The scene changed to images, old rooms with locks as hard as prisons, in them. Thinking of another way to escape, Li-Han changed his clothes and stood in front of the cell door. He carefully held the doorknob. He was really locked up, he was so strange. But very quickly his attention switched to something else. He didn't understand that this was a punishment room, it was no different from a dormitory. He looked over at the fully furnished room. Li-Han sat down on the bed satisfied, his whole body relaxed. Not bad, better than when he graduated. A skeleton approached, the sound echoing throughout the hallway. He directly called his name, which made him startled on the bed and looked towards the door. The bony hands brought a basket of cakes and told Li-Han to accept it. Li-Han's face darkened in surprise, he himself was bewildered. The cake basket is carefully wrapped, full of colorful, sparkling fruit and cakes. He raised his hand to cover the light radiating from it. What is this? He doesn't understand why the food is so good. Very quickly, the skeleton soldier placed the basket of bread firmly on the ground and said, "Dream." He was startled when he heard it. This was a gift from Professor Garcia. She wanted to apologize to student Li-Han. He immediately felt shy when he realized it. Aha told her he thanked her. Many other things flew in from outside, making him unable to react in time. No. The last apple flew over his head. Li-Han's whole body was now filled with 2 pieces of bread. He sat helplessly on the ground. Li-Han comfortably took a sip of tea, slowly. On the table was a plate of fruit cake. He comfortably enjoyed it. The air gradually lifted. He thought about the battle of trying his best to fight the enemy. His whole body was tired, and he felt lucky to have returned alive. He hadn't yet taken a combat class, but when it came to actual combat he was able to control it. Thinking about it made Li-Han feel discouraged. In addition, he carefully rotated the ball into the air, gracefully and expertly controlling it. Li-Han himself did not expect that he had successfully controlled a perfect magic circle. His face turned pale. Unintentionally he proved Validi's saying that adversity makes people more mature. While thinking as he collapsed, he thought that if he repeated it, he would definitely fail. Tears welled up in his eyes. Li-Han told himself that he would not use his mana carelessly next time. Luck would not come many times. The more he thought about it, the more he didn't want himself to appear in the newspaper with the image of a stupid, humiliating first-year student. Silently abandoning that thought, Li-Han leaned back in his chair, feeling that he was selfish enough. Just when he didn't know what to do right now, his eyes turned to another direction. He looked at the book on the table. The title in the air had successfully attracted attention. From the book radiates a sentimental, dangerous and unapproachable atmosphere. He felt worse than being locked up in the punishment room. Asugona gave him a book, took it. Holding the book was a bit doubtful, seeing that he immediately said it would help you have less free time. Remember to read it. He frowned warily, his eyes shifted. This is a stick or a carrot, like the snake and apple in mythology. The devil appeared. He told him it was a gift from the principal. He was human, he would also feel guilty. The angel on the other side appeared and gave an indistinct sign, so the teacher would never see any sin. Furthermore, the more he thought about it, he felt that his teacher was not a human being, but an immortal creature. The thought of wanting to read was quickly pushed aside. Li-Han frowned and thought he shouldn't read. But the book automatically popped out, the pages flipped back and forth. This startled Li-Han, his hand raised in the air. The page stopped. This made him more suspicious. The book opened by itself. From the stopped page, the words flew up from the paper, following a magical force, row by row, upward. The letters formed a chain, rushing straight towards him, leaving him unable to dodge. The words touched him, passing through his body as he closed his eyes to receive them. And then he felt knowledge flowing into his head. Li-Han didn't know what it was. Li-Han frowned and had a headache, not understanding what Asugona wanted to teach him. In front of him, the letters formed a chain, and the teacher's figure appeared huge. He looked at the teacher and the principal in surprise. The words surrounding them were like chains surrounding both of them, but inside he was startled and called out to the teacher. He was surprised and told him to speak. This surprised him and made him unable to think. Why? Tell me the name of the magic you're thinking of, and he'll explain more clearly. Under his feet it crumbled. Li-Han held his head. What? He didn't know magic. He had never heard or learned about it. However, words suddenly appeared in his mind, leaving him unable to define them. In front of Asugona, he spoke loudly, striding heroically like Gonadaltus. He let out a satisfied laugh. Li Han had returned to the room, covered in blue light. In his mind Asugona's words remained, exactly what an idiot. The chair could not withstand the force and fell backwards. The book closed silently on the table. He sat down on the ground, his body seemed to have lost all strength. Li Han raised his face to the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. He still couldn't figure it out, didn't understand what had just happened, wondered if the teacher had just cast a spell on the book. But he lay down on the ground, sighing tiredly, his body relaxing comfortably. Li Han couldn't guess anything, but the knowledge of Gonadaltus's heroic stride magic was flooding his mind, making him a bit relieved. He didn't think he would use it, but still surprised that magic was taught like that. Li Han reached for the fruit basket. Li Han chewed and thought as if predicting from a skull. He guessed there would be no special reason, but he didn't know that Asugona wanted to teach him directly but was rejected by another teacher. He could only regret it. Li Han opened his eyes wide and looked up. He felt a sound and sat up to observe. Li Han looked sideways, feeling like he was imagining things. The sound of banging sounded again on the other side of the wall, attracting his attention. He approached the wall, thinking someone had knocked on the wall, but inexplicably, he didn't think there was someone in the next room. Li Han silently observed for a while, his eyes sharp and waiting. The person on the other side had an unknown face and kept knocking on the wall to attract attention. Feeling that the person was close enough, he called over and asked what block Li Han was in. This surprised him. When he got straight to the point, he immediately said he was a first year. The person on the other side happily said he was hardworking. Then he called himself Gold, which caught his attention. Because as far as Li Han knows, Gold is the nickname for fourth years. After confirming, he felt that the other party was an older person and immediately greeted him more respectfully. But the next second he realized why there was a fourth year here. He was a first year, so he was forbidden to go out. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that this rule did not apply to fourth years. He quickly thought that he had no right to speak to anyone, because he was the one caught while robbing, then rubbed his head and thought again. The person on the other side asked why he came here. Li Han carefully raised his chair and said he was caught sneaking out. Gold laughed happily at the mischievous recruits, while he asked why he was here. The other party heard the word senior and immediately became serious, telling him to go ahead. After all, after graduating, they were all magicians. Li Han immediately spoke directly and was not polite, immediately asking why he was here, which startled him completely. Gold was a bit disappointed, thinking that he really called him natural, not knowing what kind of person he was, so he said he came in because he had failed. During a test, this statement made Li Han a bit surprised. Huh? Li Han asked again excitedly, failing the test means being arrested, isn't that a bit too much? But the person on the other side immediately moved his chair closer, thinking that there was no need to be surprised because it was something that happened often. He sat down, slowly saying the reason. There were the necessary ingredients for the magic test, but he hadn't prepared them in time. So he decided to sneak into the medicine warehouse and steal the reagents. The senior helplessly described what he did. And caught in the trap, this key sentence made him understand that he was arrested for stealing things. He lamented that he should not pay attention to details, that if he wanted to live at the academy, he should throw his brain away, a truth he realized after studying here for so long. But he quickly became serious. He thought for a moment. He looked towards the door. He himself didn't want to come in here again. He whispered through the door, telling him the underground passage was probably difficult to use now. Did he know of any other way? He covered his mouth and glanced, hoping to gather useful information. The senior on the other side thought for a moment, tapping his hand with his finger in consideration. He crossed his legs and thought, then said that you asked too many questions. Why did he have to tell you? Li Han on the other side sighed and smiled. Understood, you knew he wanted to play, right? Li Han stood up and shouted loudly to the guard, but the senior on the other side heard it and was startled and worried. He looked around in panic, not understanding what he wanted to do. The guard held a large bundle and walked through the hallway. Suddenly there was a loud noise from the front door, causing him to panic. No. The door opened, light shone in, and the senior panicked that at this rate, his detention would last longer. The next second, in the senior's hand was a mountain of candy, making the senior unable to understand, with only surprise in his eyes. The senior was still bewildered, holding the candy in his hand and sitting still. This is the food from the next room, eat it. His mind was confused, not understanding what was going on. There was a noise on the other side that caught his attention. His hand holding a cup of tea was confusing. He asked him in surprise, not understanding why there could be good things in the detention room. He happily replied that it was a gift. The senior glanced at him, wondering why he still ate well in the detention room. The only thing about his image is that he is great influence, sitting high up looking down at him. Thinking about it for a moment, he immediately seemed to want to accept. Okay, I'll tell you, hearing this sentence makes you happy again. It's truly the power of gifts. When he stood up, the senior continued to speak, but he had to make it clear first. This is something he heard about above but hasn't verified, he said. He sat down on the chair, realizing that the information was uncertain, but he will make a decision when he hears it all. He can't help but knit his hands together to concentrate, because this is a situation that does not allow him to choose. The next day, Li Han and Yanera went for a walk in the forest. She followed to listen to the lecture from the previous day. Her face was a bit embarrassed, but he was extremely focused on the notebook. She found Li Han really scary. Even though he went through a big incident, he still did his homework. Always scary, he still seriously studied today's weather. After walking a while, Li Han stopped. The two of you are currently standing in front of the cage. It seems we are here again today. He remembered what his senior said. Had he ever been to the bell tower on top of the school? Everyone said that a special caged area that not many people knew was there. The scene appeared on a row of giant houses. It is a captive area for non-animals. Professors often fly them around, or a place where staff let the eagles rest while delivering letters from the royal family. Or the blessed beasts, freely entering and exiting the academy, the image of birds jumping through the barrier. He looked around, feeling that what he said was true. When Li Han came, he couldn't ride the animals easily. He thought to himself, after all, this was such a place. As soon as he placed his hand on the wooden door of the area, it was not without a chance. The door opened, light shining into the bright area. He looked at it brightly, feeling that as long as there was a non-zero chance, it was still worth a try. But as soon as Li Han strode in, the people around looked and panicked. One of them, recognizing him as a member of the Wardanas family, the other person whose head was loved by a horse, was also surprised to hear. Not only were the people panicking and not understanding why he came, but even the horses had a grudge against him. He glanced at someone but he quickly looked away. Li Han spoke up saying they should stop the habit of judging others by their family. Yanera next to him also had no opinion. But she only sympathized. They reacted like that because of rumors about him. Suddenly a pair of hands reached out and called him back. Hey! It's Radford. Li Han is surprised that he's here. But he bowed again and said good morning to Mr. Wardanas, which startled Li Han. He bent down frantically, asking him to talk like before. But Radford thought that he could not be rude to Li Han, and felt comfortable talking like this. This statement made the people around him whisper more. Li Han trembled. He was sure this time he misunderstood more. Yanera next to him could also clearly see his painful expression. You give Radford permission to speak without bowing, and besides, he has something to say, right? Radford immediately said yes, Mr. Wardanas. Radford immediately recounted how when he escaped, he observed everything while hiding behind wooden crates. Not long after, the principal and professors came to the rescue. At that time, he took the opportunity to search the trunks on the cart when the merchant was not paying attention. Radford did it in a way that no one noticed. After that, he immediately took out a small chest and placed it in front of Li Han. The chest inside was filled with medicine. I found things that seemed useful. The tone was somewhat cheerful. Yoner and he thought to themselves that because we had to hide it in our clothes, I could only take small things. These bottles of medicinal herbs looked very expensive. I really couldn't believe that I could get them all in that situation. The two of them looked quite surprised at the person in front of them. He immediately patted his shoulder and praised Radford for thousands of likes. He was so awesome. He was truly the king of thieves. Radford stood there for 5 seconds, as if dumbfounded, not knowing if he was praising or criticizing, but also said thank you. He and Yoner sat down on a nearby chair and carefully looked at each bottle of medicinal herbs. Confused, he asked what kind of medicinal bottles these were. She sat next to her thinking this smelled of alcohol. Could it be alcohol? Hearing the word alcohol, he immediately shouted something alcohol. He startled her and laughed. There's more alcohol than alcohol, don't worry. To understand all this, we need to do more research, he lamented. Thank you, Radford. You stood up, took the box and left. He bowed his head to greet you. It was my honor to give it to you. You sounded a bit panicked and told Radford not to say that. The silhouette of someone's footsteps ran towards the three of them. Nelia beamed and ran to everyone, "We're here." But her response was your inattention. "Oh yes, do you want to take care of the horse with me?" This attractive offer is a great honor to Radford, while Nelia stood there looking on sadly. It seems that the scene that appeared in Nelia's mind was more terrible than in reality. Li-Han smiled brightly. He helped a lot. Yoner said that Radford was more talented than Nelia, which made Radford shy. "I'm his only friend, the most you two need." Oh, what she just thought about was so scary. Suddenly he felt like someone was looking at him. He suddenly didn't understand why Nelia was slumped on the ground. He called out to Nelia, "When did she come?" while she seemed frozen in place. "It seems you have found a new friend. If so, perhaps." She slowly stood up, her knees shaking slightly. As soon as she finished speaking, she flew away. "You don't need me anymore." Just like that, he looked at her in bewilderment. He shouted loudly at Nelia, and Yoner didn't understand what she was saying. Nelia scratched her head and smiled brightly as if I had misunderstood. After saying that, she was also sad. Yoner comforted her. Of course there was no way that could happen. Radford also spoke up to clarify, stating that he was not a friend but a subordinate. To break up this sad atmosphere, Li-Han immediately spoke up and said we should take care of the horses now. A white horse with a beautiful pale yellow mane made him look at it for a long time. Its whole body was beautiful. Its gentle eyes made Li-Han think it seemed obedient. Maybe it was just acting obedient and he objected to his previous thoughts. No matter how quiet the scene on his side was, on the contrary, Yoner and Radford's side had horses biting their ears and spitting on them. Thanks to that, he could also make an observation about the attitudes of the remaining horses. This one is probably the same. The horse appeared arrogant and beautiful. Suddenly the horse was startled and slightly panicked. It slightly launched itself forward and away from his hand. His eyes widened, staring at something. He immediately smiled, knowing it wouldn't be easy, so I prepared this in advance. He took out a brush and it seemed like it was also one of his special moves. That's right, good boy. He groomed that shiny mane, making the horse's three-pointed eyes widen in confusion. Maybe that doesn't make it happy, but on the contrary, it makes it even more angry. Nelia looked over and saw the horse's fierce fire as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Oh, it turned out the other side was fighting a battle. Burning anger appeared on both people and horses. Nelia is also quite three-pointed. She is also struggling here with the horse that is chewing her hair. The light was still shining brightly on the ceiling of the stable. He was so tired that he collapsed and sat on the ground. In the end, both men and horses collapsed and lay on the ground. Li-Han took the opportunity to continue combing its mane. It seemed completely exhausted. The horse was bored and sweating profusely and lay still, letting his face do whatever he wanted. He didn't expect that combing its mane would be so difficult. That horse still seemed resigned to Li-Han's stubbornness. He was also drenched in sweat and depressed, thinking that the others were the same. Over here, the other three were also struggling with the horses, and then Yoner sighed, and Nelia and Radford talked about my horse being extremely obedient. I think I'm also closer to my own child. He continued to groom it. It glared at him sharply. Macon spoke next to him and made him so bored that he wanted to talk. The horse resignedly turned his face away. I'm not done yet. That's strange. He should have opened up. Yeah, I've never seen a horse like that. Both of them were talking about it. In contrast to here, Li-Han sometimes wants to cry. It's a beast. If you think about the scary temple of professors, and their barbaric behavior in the name of achieving educational achievements, sex, this case is very possible. Could it be that it is a monster? If you think about the scary temple of professors, and their barbaric behavior in the name of bringing achievements to education. Suddenly the horse's appearance looked pitiful. His eyes were so pitiful. He was always wary of Li-Han. He was discouraged, shaking his head at his thoughts just now. No, that was a bit too much. A small house with a pretty cute light red tile roof located among the trees. A fire flickered in the room where two people were sitting and talking. Uregilm and the other professor were sitting and talking to each other. The students seemed to be working very hard in the stables. The teacher raised her glass to drink even though I only chose the hot-tempered horses, but they would open their hearts if they saw the effort of the new students. The teacher smiled sinisterly again, but if they hit the horses, it wouldn't be easy to live. That professor still kept talking. Put down the cup. Teacher, is Wardanas okay? He's hard-working, he'll be fine, is that so? The teacher across the table served more tea for the other teacher. Even though a griffin was a bit difficult to handle, with hard work, intelligence and luck it would soon be tamed. This statement made the teacher surprised and stunned. The pouring water had spilled out and I still didn't know it. The teacher yelled so loudly. Why did he lose his concentration? She swung the glass of water and poured it all out. As soon as she said Griffin, the teacher asked again. The teacher quickly covered her mouth, knowing she accidentally said something she shouldn't have said. There's no way, you heard wrong, the teacher denied it. The teacher banged on the table and said the truth, really. Turning a griffin into a star horse, it turns out that hidden inside that horse is the soul of a fierce eagle. In Griffin, there is a monster with the head and wings of an eagle, and the body of a lion. Because they are stubborn and picky, not just anyone can become their master. Although there are slight differences between the habits and habitats of each region, they all share one common characteristic. But the person with the lion's body did not agree with that, because he thought that they would not be suitable for a newly tamed person and blamed her for losing her memory. He kept cursing and trying to explain to her that his disciple was injured, so he had to take a day off, and why she made him do those crazy things. Being scolded like that, who wouldn't be upset? But she decided to retort that how dare he scold the elder, and received the answer that because of the rules that need to be followed, how can a griffin turn into a horse? The two of them kept arguing back and forth, but no one was willing to lose. She thought that if his strength was limited by him, it would look safe, but he absolutely refused to accept that idea because she thought all eagles were as stupid as him. Slimes, huh? At the stable, Li Han was still with his other friends, leading the horse along with him. He gently patted the horse because it finally obeyed. He also asked if it was true that the horse also did not like meaningless battles, and the horse's heavy and meaningless footsteps continued to walk. I don't understand why he suddenly broke up, making the horse next to him also visibly upset. Placing his hand on its flesh, he thought to himself because he found it strange that the horse was still fine after having to wear these things, and concluded by thinking that maybe it was mixed blood. Looking at the belt on his stomach, Li Han thought the bracelet's mana was low. He thought more because he had to find a way to absorb more. In the middle of walking, he heard the sound of someone stopping behind. Because he was tired from the long journey, the horse stopped and he guessed that he needed to rest a bit. At first, the horse also had the intention in mind that he would tear Li Han to pieces, but now they communicate more closely with each other. He held out his hand and gave the horse 3 sugar cubes and told him to eat. The white horse did not want to admit that it was gradually listening to the boy. In the white horse's head, he thought that the 3 sugar cubes would be given to the griffin with the compliment that the sugar cubes were so sweet because that food had never appeared in the wild. But the mind still struggles because it cannot do so. The ancient wild blood is reminding him of his dignity, so he cannot fall so easily. Over here, he still thought to himself even though he was closer to it. He wondered, but how to increase the mana absorption rate? The white horse on this side still bared its teeth and grumbled. Seeing that, he asked if he was tired. In the morning, in the class on understanding real alchemy, a group of 4 friends stood together because they were not allowed to listen to lectures outside today. Because this place is located in the Tweejok building, separate from the main building. 2 of the group's representatives poked their heads in to take a look out of curiosity. Seeing the warm and comfortable space inside, I felt a little uneasy. The blue-haired guy, he suggested, reminding his friend not to be fooled because the teacher might have hidden a monster in the classroom. The red-haired leader of the group suggested splitting up because each person needed to be in case a monster appeared, and a brown-haired guy suggested to his friend that he would protect her. Li Han on this side looks like he's at the end of his rope. A new friend came out from behind and said not to worry. A Shandao card, standing between Yoner and Nelia, she covered her face with her hands and said, because we won't lose to them. Li Han raised his hand to signal to stop. While chatting, Professor Urigilm walked in and interrupted the conversation, telling his students to take their seats. They immediately obeyed and responded properly. The blue-haired male student, feeling a bit strange, asked the teacher if we weren't studying outdoors today. Because the last time the teacher told him to collect the ingredients, he was annoyed and asked if he was going to make the medicine outside too. Knowing what the students were thinking, he gently reassured them, but don't worry because it won't be like outdoor lessons. And proudly say that classes will be very safe. Having been deceived many times, this time in the eyes of the students, Professor Urigilm was only lying. At the beginning of class, he took out a jar and wanted students to directly pour water into the cauldron. Professor Urigilm explained that alchemy is a complex art, so there must be no redundant steps. If a person disregards basic knowledge, he will not become a great alchemist. He forced each student to open their books because they would soon learn and practice the mana recovery medicine. Seen in the book are some confusing words. Li Han thinks this will be difficult. Professor Uregilm said, at first glance, alchemy seems easier than other magic. Most people think that they just need to follow the written formula. But after trying it, no one will dare to do that again. Alchemy is like cooking extremely complicated dishes, all at once. It is necessary to prepare fresh ingredients from many places. Remembering the ingredients and cooking order are just the basics to get the timing right. Finally, you must know how to stir the cauldron delicately. If he couldn't manage everything, it wouldn't be strange. Professor Uregilm panicked as he looked at his students rubbing their eyes in a haze of smoke. When he heard that, he laughed because of the new students and felt it was not easy. Suddenly he stopped and felt surprised. When I saw Li Han sitting below attentively listening to what I said just now. Having received it all, he cracked his knuckles to get to work. Started cutting onions. The hourglass next to it was still running. Pick up 2 handfuls of onions. He slowly dropped it into the pot of boiling water. Seeing such quick operations made Professor Uregilm surprised because the clock had not yet finished running and the deeds had already been completed. He was surprised and recognized how good he was. He looked like a trained alchemist. Uregilm gritted his teeth because he could not accept this existence. He sat back and smiled, giving the ideas of geniuses. Li Han over here, you just listen to what the teacher says. He knew that must be what the teacher was thinking. Change the stirring operation faster and think that's not the case, Professor. Recalling the lessons when he was young, he had to endure a lot of scolding. He could only stand there sadly remembering. Professor Uregilm put a tablespoon in his mouth and tasted them. After eating, he felt mana filling his body, very refreshing. The professor praised Li Han for doing a very good job. He himself didn't believe that your body contains so much mana that you couldn't receive mana recovery anymore. But no matter what he said, the teacher still did not forget to introduce to the other students that there was someone in the class who had created the perfect magic potion. Everyone was surprised to hear it because it was Li Han Wondanas. Pour out endless compliments. Each person came to taste it and recognized him as a genius. But there was also someone who could make magic potions, that the whole class had almost forgotten. His friends told him that that person was Sienna. The classmate pointed at her. Sienna here is still manufacturing no less. People were talking back and forth because she belonged to the snake race. And a member of the Freemeng Shrine. The friend further told Li Han that Yoner previously explained that there is a religion that worships alchemy. Every member is a talented alchemist, so Sienna is clearly also very talented. She immediately turned to look at him. Then Sienna approached and started a conversation. At first, she hesitantly asked him if he was from the Wondanas family, and happy to meet him, she introduced herself as Sienna. He was also very happy to meet her and told her that she didn't need to use honorifics. Seeing her talent, he felt a bit self-conscious because he couldn't prepare magic medicine better than her. The two shook hands as friends, but when they touched him, he still felt something cold. Sienna also did not expect to meet a talented believer like him, and wondered if he had been taught by his family. Li Han hesitated and seemed hesitant to answer. Just as he hesitated, the teacher called them both back to their seats, cutting off the conversation. Professor Uregilm added that all are the same type of magic medicine but the results are different, so there's no need to overdo it. Then firmly clench your fists because everything is just the beginning. Because there are many more complicated and strange things, and alchemy is welcoming. Li Han stood in a corner here wondering why all the professors wanted to kill the desire to learn. He wrote on the homework board that he would bring a low-level teamwork potion next week, and he would check it himself. Don't forget to bring back the ingredients and instructions. Nelia said to Yoner. She felt strange because she thought the professor would force them to find out for themselves. Yoner pulled out the cupboard and said, "He's a professor, he still has to teach those things." Yoner bent down and pulled out the drawer to get the elixir, but she seemed a bit worried. She turned to Nelia and said that she was missing an ingredient, and that wasn't enough to make it, and so was Nelia over here. Yoner saw that and raised his hand to suggest to the professor where he could get the spirit flower herb. He frowned in surprise, but said that because of those things, you had to find them yourself. After hearing that, both Yoner and Nelia were immediately disappointed. The teacher immediately told them that the items in the drawer were basic and the primrose flowers had to be out there. Pointed out and told everyone to find it for themselves. A feeling of disappointment filled the class, because he asked if you guys still remembered the first class. That golden morning sunlight shone on the academy. There was Li Han and his friend Digiling sitting and talking to each other. She took the cup of tea and tasted it. Li Han introduced it as one Dana's special tea. When she drank it, she felt the tea was a bit thick but delicious. At that moment, a group of friends approached the two of them. He himself couldn't believe that we could meet each other here. Sienna looked happy and said, "I'm looking for you." He suddenly asked Sienna what was going on. She simply answered it was alchemy homework. She spoke up and discussed wanting to gather ingredients together to make magic medicine. But in that group there was still one person who was quite timid. Li Han stood up and looked at her from the perspective of a student from the Phoenix Tower. Everyone was scared when Li Han looked at him with those eyes. Because he found it strange that the student from the last tower asked to join his group. Li Han saw that the idea was good, seeing that Sienna immediately asked him to invite more students from Thang Long Tower, but there was a face from Fnaxi that was silently observing, which was Digiling. Seeing that Li Han seemed hesitant, everyone gradually said goodbye to each other and went first. As we walked, everyone talked together. Just looking at his eyes almost gave me a heart attack. Digiling, she questioned him asking if he was close to Sienna or not, but the two were just alchemy classmates. Hearing this, she seemed dumbfounded. He then gently reassured her that it was nothing. Li Han further advised her not to interrupt in the middle like that, it would only increase her curiosity, but she herself felt that talking behind her back was not polite. Because Digiling felt like he was saying bad things about her, Li Han still didn't understand what it meant to say bad things about her. He thought he was more curious now, but she wasn't easy to pry. She raised her face to look at him. Then I saw Li Han carrying out a stone statue. Kneeling down, hands clasped. Digiling wondered what he was doing. Then he suddenly replied, "Because talking behind your back is not good, but if you say something when praying, nothing is wrong." She intended to gently touch her hand and, well, he didn't want to listen to her while he was praying. Digiling, she shook her head in defeat, but he felt like that wasn't enough. Li Han prayed that he almost died because he was ambushed by White Tower students, and almost didn't survive. Hearing such a vow, Digiling heard it and stood still. The boy on this side continued to talk. If Sienna had conspired when the group entered the mountain together, then even he couldn't imagine it. And he was sure the gods would watch. While praying, Li Han still did not forget to look at her. Suddenly she spoke up and said she didn't do this to accuse anyone. After hearing this, he immediately brightened up happily. Then Digiling, she repeated as if she didn't want to hear it while she was praying. They both knelt down and prayed together. Li Han thought to himself, she's angry. Everyone at the Phoenix Tower is very kind and pious, but not everyone can throw away worldly emotions. Even though faith must not exist, jealousy and superiority should not exist. Last week at Phoenix Dormitory, a new male student created a magic potion to restore energy. He brought it and invited everyone to enjoy it. The other two students tried it and complimented that the potion was refreshing, then praised the new student for doing very well. One male student even joked with him that maybe he was even better at making magic potions than Sister Sienna. At that moment, the male student turned to ask Sister Sienna to see what she thought. She just laughed and said that compared to the new male student, she still lacked a lot of experience, and at that time nothing happened. But the next day, Sister Sienna brought several bottles of magic medicine and she asked if everyone wanted to try the magic medicine she prepared. Everyone took it and said thank you to Sienna, and also praised her magic medicine for being very effective. After the two students finished drinking, they felt refreshed, but at that time it was because people weren't paying too much attention. But the next day, and the day after that, Sister Sienna did the same thing. She still made magic medicine and brought it to everyone. When everyone drank, she even asked about the taste of the magic medicine. Sienna kept asking how it was, and each time, she wanted confirmation. When everyone realized something was wrong, when the male student said Sister Sienna was the best, she stopped. Thinking about this, Li Han suddenly darkened his face. He relaxed his face again, then told Digiling that Sister Sienna had a competitive spirit. Digiling countered that things don't seem to stop there. Some time later, Sienna accidentally met the little boy and he warmly spoke to Sister Sienna. He complimented her on how wonderful the magic potion she brewed was, but Sister Sienna just walked by without saying anything. That made the student stunned and softly called out, "Sister Sienna." Digiling stood in a corner, also stunned by her unusual actions. Returning to the present, Digeling explained to Li Han that Sister Sienna was deliberately ignoring the male student. When he heard that, he immediately exclaimed that she was so vindictive. Li Han thought that if it was just such a small thing that would make her react like that. Thinking of this, he remembered the compliments he had received. He immediately became suspicious of the compliments he received in class. Digeling now prayed. Li Han asked her if there was anything else she wanted to tell. She didn't tell any more, but just said that she was praying, and didn't know what Li Han was saying. He saw Digeling stand up to leave, so he quickly stood up too. His hands clenched into fists. He thought that if things were like that, well, he himself had to be really careful in alchemy class, but Li Han also had to face another challenge. In the basic magic characteristics education class, by Principal Osu Gon adults, he told his students to love and cooperate with each other. And he said he didn't care about each person's personal feelings, and noted that Principal Osu Gon adults would give the students group assignments. The assignment he assigned was that members of each tower would break into another tower, with the purpose of stealing the flag placed in the new student lobby. And the students should immediately recognize it from the pattern on the flag. It must be earned before the next class. Speaking of this, Principal Osu Gon adults announced that the lesson ended here. When school ends, many students are moody and tired. They thought that if the principal did that, he would teach them special magical properties, and didn't the principal want them to fight? Other students also complained to the heavens, what the hell is this class? And they also wonder why it must be the White Tiger Tower, and it is impossible to negotiate with them. The target of the White Tiger Tower is also their tower, and why don't the two sides exchange? The students lamented and said to each other that the students at the White Tiger Tower were barbarians and had no shame. Another male student also spoke up and said that they would definitely keep their word. Those students quickly brushed this aside, because they thought it was a waste of time, and if it was just one lesson, that's it. Seeing them in such low spirits, Li Han immediately felt something was wrong. He thought that it was impossible to lose well like that, and that if he gave up before the assignment, it would be like throwing away the score. We really don't know what kind of homework this crazy school will give, but people are going to give up on a simple assignment. And Li Han was determined. There was no way he would allow his score to drop. He quickly stepped forward and called everyone. He advises people not to give up early. When they saw that he was the one to speak up, the other students immediately called his name Wadanaz, and they asked him if there was any way. And they hope Li Han has a way to help them. They also think he is hiding his profession. Seeing their excitement, Li Han immediately had to admire how quickly these people turned around. When he was about to speak, someone suddenly interrupted. It was a Shandalkard. She thought she knew what he wanted to say. She lifted her glasses with a cool look and said, there was a 95% chance that Li Han wanted to sneak into the White Tiger Tower. Li Han spoke up and said that a Shandalkard was right, but just that made the other students constantly express their admiration for him. They began to gather around Li Han and Yoner and talk, knowing for sure that the plan would be risky, and they asked him to let them join. And they thought that Li Han was the only one who could lead them, and he was the one who planned it. Hearing this, his face could no longer be happy. He secretly understood that they didn't want to have to think about it or anything, but there was no other way, so Li Han agreed. When they saw Li Han agreeing to help them, they kept shouting, saying, the White Tigers, just wait, they will take everything. When he saw that scene, he was expressionless and thought that everything was really as he thought. Characteristics education was completely meaningless. The next day, the sun peeked out from behind the mountains. Li Han yawned as he walked. While walking, he suddenly stopped for a moment. He was lucky to see the sun slowly rising. Because of the rare sight, he stopped for a moment to watch the sunrise. After a while, Li Han remembered that the deadline was almost over and he had to quickly sneak into the White Tiger Tower to complete Professor Uregilm's homework. When he arrived, he was a little worried that he didn't know which mission would be more difficult. When he pushed the door open, Li Han saw Professor Volody sitting and reading a book. Seeing him coming, Professor Volody closed the book in his hand. Volody immediately spoke up about his tardiness. He was 11 seconds late. Li Han bowed his head and apologized to Vodali because he was busy taking care of the horse, but he said he didn't need to apologize. After that, Vodali also said that Li Han was the one who suffered. Hearing that, he forced a smile and wondered where the professor learned that sentence. Vodali started, then told Li Han to try rotating the iron ball. He nodded in agreement. Next, Li Han came to show off his talent. He picked up that iron ball and spun it. The iron ball rotated in a circle right in front of Professor Vodali. Seeing that his abilities had improved, Vodali thought that the previous battle had awakened him. He also did not expect that Li Han's level was beyond expectations. When he finished performing, Professor Vodali said it wasn't bad and told him to go back to his seat. He quickly thanked him. Professor Vodali's compliment just made him a bit surprised. He couldn't believe that Professor Vodali was not bad. Li Han said that was a rare compliment from Professor Vodali. He then came over and asked Li Han to summon the water element. He also nodded and agreed to do so. Li Han started to do it. He summoned the water element with the two words flowing. While doing it, Li Han secretly thought that thanks to Professor Garcia's punishments, he was able to control those lessons to this extent. At this time, Professor Vodali pointed at the iron ball. He asked him to compress it to the size of the ball. Li Han looked and agreed to try it. He started moving the crystal element. While doing it, Li Han suddenly felt a bit difficult. This was actually much more difficult than he thought, because Professor Vodali said to compress it, not throw it away, so he needed to work even harder. Professor Vodali gently picked up the iron ball. This made him question why he was holding up the iron ball, which made him a bit confused. Professor Vodali started using his power with the iron ball. He controlled it to fly straight to Li Han. Seeing that, Li Han couldn't help but silently curse this old professor. Li Han's water element is a bit unstable right now. A moment later, the glass element shattered everywhere. The iron and water components now exist in parallel. A few short seconds later, both the iron ball and the water fell to the ground. Li Han looked at them with a surprised face. Professor Vodali didn't say anything at this time, he just looked at Li Han. Seeing him calmly take the iron ball back, Li Han spoke up and asked something. Li Han cautiously asked if Professor Vodali was going to throw the iron ball at him again. Hearing that, he just asked him again if something was wrong. Li Han was scared and said he thought it seemed a bit dangerous. Vodali looked at him and said that this is also very effective. Li Han was stunned and couldn't say anything more. Vodali also thought that he must have experienced the same thing when fighting anti-magic. Stressful moments sharpened his concentration and instincts, and his ability to control mana. Vodali thought why should he find a more complicated way, when the solution was right in front of him. He couldn't believe it when he heard that. He thought the professor was really serious, because at that moment he almost fell in love with them. Vodali seemed to see that Li Han understood the purpose of what he said, so he decided to continue. Li Han was patient and thought that arguing would only waste more time. He started to do it again, and the crystal element appeared again. When he saw the crystal element appear, he thought that it was not the same as a spirit stone or an iron ball, because its water did not have a certain shape, so to be able to do it, Li Han needed to concentrate more, besides that he also had to think of a way to compress it. Professor Vodali observed every movement of the crystal element. He started holding up the iron ball. Once again the iron ball flew straight to the crystal element, and from there aimed straight at him. It seemed that this time Li Han knew in advance. He thought that Professor Vodali would attack again unexpectedly. But Li Han did not know that the iron ball was right behind him. Very quickly, the iron ball rushed to attack Li Han's back. Only then did he realize that the iron ball was also attacking the back. Professor Vodali took back the iron ball in his hand and witnessed Li Han's pain. Because for better results, Vodali constantly reminded him that he needed to concentrate more. Li Han's whole body was soaked. He looked straight at the professor as if he was sure of one thing: a class with a lot of homework was better than this place. Scene changed to a class on basic magic recognition. There were a few students talking enthusiastically. The female student asked the other male student if he had to collect herbs from the mountains recently for his alchemy homework. The student immediately said it was because this time the professor and Geldel agreed to go with the students from the other tower. The female student was suddenly surprised. They all looked at Li Han and thought, Professor Engoldel was there with Wardanas. When they saw his eyes and expression, they immediately knew that he must be very tired. The students encouraged each other, thinking it would definitely be okay. Li Han saw their attitude and thought they wanted to talk to him. At this time there was a noise outside the classroom. The professor walked in and greeted all his students. All students also politely and seriously greeted the professor. The professor came and said that today, the students would learn something other than elemental magic, but it wasn't him who taught, it was someone else. He brought a professor who was an expert in the field. He comes here. Hearing that, the students all talked to each other. One liked it and hoped it would be a spiritist because he liked spiritism, and another wanted to learn how to make charms. The other student, I hope to learn healing magic. The professor invited that person to come in, and the door began to open. This professor came in with a very gloomy atmosphere. When the professor first walked in, all the students were trembling because they felt that coldness. They kept asking each other why it was so cold. This professor walked in, stroking his beard. The gloomy atmosphere has enveloped the entire classroom, originating from this mysterious new professor. He looked at the students, then gently said that he was also happy to meet everyone. Li Han looked at the professor and introduced himself as Morton. He also said that he himself teaches black magic. He began to explain more clearly about some techniques in this subject, such as necromancy to communicate with the dead, or curse techniques that use dolls to spread disasters. Besides, there are dark elements and poisons. There are also negative energies and other things. Because of these mysterious and dangerous things, most people do not like black magic. As an example of how people perceive black magic, in a dark, deserted forest, Yoner and Gai Nandu are shivering because they are trapped here. He was shaking like a leaf, his hands clung to Yoner's shoulders, his mouth stuttering in fear because he was lost and didn't know how to get out. Suddenly in a tense moment, a hand placed on Gai Nandu's shoulder and asked. Both were startled and hugged each other, screaming out of fear, not knowing what had just touched them. It turned out that it wasn't a ghost at all but just a normal person. He asked the two of them if they were lost. Seeing the light spell coming from him, Gai Nandu thought it was a magician, so he immediately asked about how to escape the forest. But he refused to lead them because he was busy. From behind him appeared a very strange-looking human skeleton, then he told them to follow his friend. Yoner immediately widened his eyes in fear when he saw a skeleton clearly in front of him. The next second, she and Gai Nandu were lying on the ground unconscious. He and the skeleton were also confused when they accidentally scared them to the point of fainting, and this is how people view black magic. The new students all had the same thought: why did they come to this prestigious academy to learn black magic, and how would outsiders judge them? Seeing that all the students reacted violently, Professor Garcia immediately stood up and explained that black magic is a field full of mysteries and contains many truths. Seeing her convincing the students, Professor Morton didn't say anything but just coughed a few times. Professor Garcia advised students that black magic is a raw gem that has not been polished, so they must experience and control their own choices instead of being hesitant because of prejudices. She hopes to see in her students the spirit of magicians and that they will always devote themselves to discovering the nature of truth. Hearing Professor Garcia be so sincere, Yoner was a little shaken. After helping the students understand more about this subject, she happily asked the students if anyone wanted to be a teaching assistant for today's class. Contrary to the professor's expectations, the whole class fell silent, making the classroom atmosphere heavy. Li Han thought for a moment, then hesitantly raised his hand. But Gai Nandu sitting next to him saw his intention. He slammed Li Han's face under the table and stopped him. Li Han felt that the blow just now was painful, but Gai Nandu did not apologize to him. On the contrary, he threatened Li Han that he would become one of Professor Morton's immortal soldiers if he had any relationship with the dark magician. However, Li Han felt that black magic was a hidden gem, so he would easily get points if there was little competition. Gai Nandu knew that he was planning to become a dark magician and his face was as green as a banana leaf, but Li Han thought he was overreacting a bit. Then Li Han stood up and told Gai Nandu that being a magician was not bad, it could guarantee him an easy and long life. He stood up and boldly volunteered to be a teaching assistant. Seeing Li Han as the savior of today's class, Professor Garcia couldn't help but feel happy and touched. He also understood Professor Garcia's feelings at this time. Because before, Li Han also witnessed during an observation period that no one raised their hand to speak, and her expression was exactly like that professor's worried face. And that is also the reason why teaching assistants must prepare in advance for situations such as reading the answers to questions in advance. Professor Morton saw that he volunteered and thanked Li Han and invited Li Han to the podium. As he walked, he wondered why the classroom had been so cold all this time. It turned out that it was Professor Morton who was emitting a large amount of negative energy. Natural mana does not contain elements, it will change according to the element the magician uses. This type of dark mana is a characteristic of dark magicians. If they all emitted this type of aura, then he would understand why it was not common. Looking at Li Han, Professor Morton seemed to realize there was something special about him. The professor also saw that there was a rich source of mana flowing within him. Li Han came before Professor Morton and thanked him. To start the class, Professor Morton first raised his hand and gave an example. A very strange-looking black aura emitted from his body. The professor ordered the dragon slave to rise. Receiving orders, a bunch of zombies from everywhere came to life. The zombies he summoned looked very scary, with missing parts and ragged clothes. The next second they moved closer to the students, making them howl like swallows, so scared that their hair stood on end. The students screamed, some told the other students to do something, some told the zombies not to push them. Suddenly they stopped harassing the students and grabbed my hand. Then the zombies gathered into a circle and rotated, making it difficult for the students to understand why they did that. Facing this strange scene, Professor Morton calmly asked Li Han what he thought. He shyly said he had prepared this performance for the practitioners. Li Han witnessed this domineering debut of his and reluctantly smiled and gave a few compliments. Professor Garcia saw this and was extremely grateful and thanked him. Seeing that he was bored, Professor Morton said that was enough of the beautiful magic show, then he raised his hand. The professor then slammed his hand into the air and ordered the zombies to disappear. The next second their images gradually blurred. Then it completely disappeared into the sky, leaving only a few clouds of purple smoke. The students saw that this terrible performance had finally ended and were very relieved and thanked God. After the warm-up program ended, Li Han had to admit that Professor Morton performed the spell very quickly. But he suddenly sweat-dropped as he wondered if what he did was because he wanted him to do the same thing. Realizing that he was worried, Professor Morton quickly shook his head and reassured Li Han that he did not need to learn this spell because it was too difficult for beginners. After hearing this, he felt completely relieved and Li Han wished that Professor Vodali could hear this. Continuing, he told Li Han he could try changing mana into negative energy. He quickly obeyed and put his hand into his shirt to take out his chopsticks. Then from inside his shirt, Li Han took out the wand and prepared to try it. Professor Garcia was standing to the side and silently observing his performance. She smiled and thought that even if it was Li Han, this would not be easy. Because even magicians have to experiment and make countless mistakes to be able to visualize negative energy, it is a very vague and macroscopic thing. If one thinks about cold, it becomes the element of ice. If one thinks about darkness, it becomes the dark element, because the topic of negative energy is so vague that it is difficult to grasp. Professor Garcia decided that while Li Han was trying, she would look at the other students. Suddenly, right behind her, there was a purple aura spreading in the air. She was startled and turned her head around to see that stream of air coming from Li Han's place. Looking from behind him, Professor Garcia still couldn't believe what was happening. Just a second ago, she thought Li Han was also struggling with this, but now she didn't expect that he was doing it in a very calm way. Li Han did it. He slowly changed his mana into negative energy, from his wand creating a purple aura in his hand. The other students who witnessed this also marveled at the strength of Li Han, who had experienced two worlds. That is, he has a very diverse imagination. Li Han only needs to think of complex mathematical concepts, such as hyperbolic geometry or complex numbers. Just the first time a first-year student like Li Han was able to master this task, Professor Morton was also very surprised. Amused by his performance, Professor Morton immediately praised him and asked him to do it again. Without hesitation, Li Han quickly raised his wand, and performed again to the surprise of Professor Garcia. At this moment, she couldn't help but be confused. She didn't expect Li Han to be so good. She was worried that he wouldn't be very good if he had this kind of talent. Because Professor Garcia is afraid that he will change his love for black magic, that is the hunch of a professor who is afraid that his multi-talented student will be taken away by his colleagues. While her heart was filled with anxiety and telling herself not to doubt Li Han, she suddenly stopped for a moment. Looking at Li Han, he was still continuing to convert mana into streams of negative energy that spread throughout the room. Li Han slowly asked Professor Morton when he should start. Seeing that Professor Morton was not moving, he glanced over at him, but unexpectedly saw a strange scene. His eyes were now bloodshot, his face was gloomy, observing his performance in an attitude that couldn't have been more serious. His eyes showed red veins, then told Li Han that he should continue according to his ability, keep summoning until exhausted. Seeing Professor Morton looking at him intently as if he wanted to eat him alive, Li Han couldn't help but feel nervous. He thought he must be crazy. But in Professor Garcia's eyes at this moment, she did not expect Professor Morton to be so happy. Even so, looking around at the students who were gradually being affected by too much negative energy, she decided to tell Li Han to stop. Professor Garcia, to avoid other topics, quickly asked Professor Morton what the next step was. He refused again, saying it would be more interesting to observe Li Han to see if he could summon more negative energy. She continued to convince him that they could check later. Even though she was distracted by her, Professor Morton still refused to give up. He turned back to say something more. But without letting Professor Morton say more, she turned serious and pressed her face close to him and told him to move on to the next step. While he was sighing, Li Han wondered what he should do with this amount of mana. Then Professor Morton picked up his wand and told him to wave his wand and say the following spell. He pointed his wand at where Li Han was standing and chanted the paralysis spell. The spell he had just recited was a low-level paralysis curse. It caused a mild paralysis similar to when the calf is tired. It was a basic magic that Li Han's level could perform. And curses need to be cast on an object, so Li Han wondered who he would cast it on. The other students who didn't want to be the chosen one all looked away without looking at him. Surprisingly, Professor Morton pointed at himself. He calmly said that the person who would be cursed was none other than himself, of course. Hearing that the person he was going to curse was a professor, Li Han couldn't help but be surprised. When the other students saw that they had escaped a disaster, they breathed a sigh of relief. Li Han did want to use magic on a certain professor, but seeing that he might blow in the wind and fall, he was a bit hesitant. He still didn't believe it and asked Professor Morton if he could really do that. He firmly confirmed and asked him to do it quickly. Thinking back, Li Han realized that he was worrying too much. He was just a new student. Why should he worry about the professor? If so, then he wouldn't beat around the bush anymore. Li Han took his wand and began casting paralysis on Professor Morton. He still stood very calmly and did not resist or show any fear. That was because the level of a new student was nothing to him. Once Li Han saw that he could easily block it, he would understand how profound the black magic was. Everything was within Professor Morton's calculations. Li Han would beg him to teach him after failing to cast a paralysis spell and he would of course agree. Professor Morton thought that things would probably happen like that and his heart was filled with anticipation and joy. While he wondered if Li Han would come looking for him after this class, he was trying to concentrate on gathering his mana. He controlled a large amount of black gas to gather in one place. However, Professor Garcia was also panicked because he seemed to have gathered too much unnecessary mana. After collecting a large amount of mana, Li Han pointed his wand forward and cast a paralysis spell on him. Then the air rushed towards Professor Morton and penetrated his body. In just a split second, Professor Morton was overwhelmed by Li Han's terrible strength, causing him to freeze for 5 seconds, his face turning pale. Suddenly Professor Morton's whole body became wobbly. Then to the horror of all the students watching. Then he couldn't resist anymore and fell to the ground. Li Han saw that and quickly ran back. Li Han quickly sat down next to him and repeatedly called the professor and asked about his condition. This was completely beyond Professor Morton's expectations. He had no defense, so when Li Han took a hit, he couldn't bear it and lay there pretending to be half dead. At this time, when Li Han fell into a difficult situation, he could not accept the image of himself being sent to prison for assassinating a professor. But fortunately, he was able to sit up on his hands and knees. Seeing that Professor Morton was able to sit up stably made him still a little worried and surprised. He stared at Professor Morton to observe his situation. He just looked down, remained silent without saying a word. Suddenly Professor Morton stood up as if nothing had happened and laughed and asked everyone if they had seen it. That was a low-level paralysis spell. He not only scolded him but also praised Li Han for doing a great job. Seeing that he was now out of danger, he breathed a sigh of relief knowing that the professor was only pretending to warm up the class. Professor Garcia has been quietly standing in a corner observing all this time. Even though he was fine, she still found something strange. Perhaps she thought it wasn't an act just now because the huge amount of mana had just hit Professor Morton while he was completely defenseless. For now, Professor Garcia decided to ask about Professor Morton's health first. He turned around and replied of course not. But Professor Morton only pretended that he was fine, but deep inside there were tears. His mouth said no but his hands kept shaking. At this moment she also understood that Professor Morton was not pretending to fall. Professor Garcia also couldn't help but panic when he had to accept the fact that he really fell under Li Han's curse. Professor Morton mentioned that Li Han had a talent for learning black magic, but Li Han was not interested, so in order not to offend him, he thanked him. Professor Morton deliberately reminded Li Han that he was very talented with cold eyes, making Li Han skeptical. He even thought it was ironic. Li Han fell into deep contemplation, worrying about how bad he was doing. He was gradually psychologically manipulated. Li Han looked depressed, thinking that if he was good from the beginning, he wouldn't need to be a first-year student. Professor Garcia Kim talked about the diversity of the Black Magic Tower. The students listened attentively as she talked about how to learn low-level curse magic without difficulty and its benefits in the future. It sounded very convincing. Professor Garcia also explained more about curses, not only to threaten but also to defend himself. In the background, Professor Morton clapped Li Han's hand and told him to return to his seat. She also suggested that if she wanted to deal with a type of magic, she would learn that magic, but Professor Morton suggested that she should carefully study various types of magic, and she also agreed. Li Han quickly took his seat, all eyes focused on him. Garcia Kim picked up his magic wand. The performance was about to begin. She watched the whole class begin to prepare. Professor Morton silently looked at her expression, so he let the young people run wild. Garcia Kim touched the magic stick to the floor, a blue aura surrounded them and Garcia Kim teleported simultaneously. The matrix is formed, the students are also in the matrix, a blue color covers the entire classroom. The power and light were so strong that the students closed their eyes and stopped. Meanwhile, Li Han struggled to open his eyes to observe and feel this magic. Suddenly Li Han fell onto the empty ground, still surrounded by that green air. Before Li Han realized it, he did not expect to appear in this strange place. Then both Ashan and Yoner were also present, feeling wild and worried at this moment. Yoner didn't understand what was going on. A moment later the students were also here. According to information, this was the training ground. They guessed it was teleportation that brought them here. Jigel and his friend were startled by Garcia Kim's voice. Garcia Kim predicted that the students would be surprised. Garcia Kim mentioned the reason because she wanted the students to practice together, so she teleported the whole class to this place. Since it was already here, she hoped the students would start practicing. Hearing that, the students were extremely excited to learn magic and have a spacious room. It was true that she understood the students' psychology. Li Han looked around. Li Han noticed the atmosphere in which the students began to actively practice compared to the beginning of the class. He couldn't help but admire how great Professor Garcia was. Then Professor Garcia Kim clapped his hands and asked the students to pair up to practice. A moment later the sound of a collision rang out. Li Han went to the battlefield holding a stick, hoping that his opponent would take care of him, but that was just an early game ritual to respect his opponent. Over there, Guy Nandu, like Li Han, hopes to be taken care of. The two people stood facing each other. The atmosphere was very tense. The rules of the match were very simple. They will attack in turns. Guy Nandu's first turn and Li Han's second turn will then switch. The purpose of this battle is not only to attack but also to allow us to experience being hit by a curse. Guy Nandu held his wand tightly in his hand and aimed tightly. Guy Nandu first converted mana into negative energy. A stream of negative energy gathered at the tip of the wand. Li Han also noticed that Guy Nandu could also move faster than him. Li Han mentioned the problem of Guy Nandu always having trouble with other elements, where it burns. He thought about the case of Guy Nandu being gifted with dark magic. He was more gifted with the dark side. But Li Han thought of another way. This magic was simple, but it was unreasonable, making him shiver a bit. Seeing that the two students had finished preparing, Professor Morton started the match. Witnessing Guy Nandu with his own eyes made Professor Morton confused, but he found a student with great talent. Guy Nandu began to perform the magic. Spiritual energy gathered to fill the stick. Guy Nandu shouted loudly, paralyzing the last step to complete this magic. Li Han was embraced by Guy Nandu's magic, making him unable to resist. Now Li Han felt the feeling of being controlled by magic. Successfully locking Li Han, Guy Nandu happily celebrated his success. Li Han also congratulated him. Guy Nandu wanted to know where Li Han was paralyzed because Li Han looked normal, which made him very curious. Li Han honestly felt all over his body and said that he didn't feel any numbness anywhere. Receiving the answer made Guy Nandu hesitate. He thought it was because there was a problem with his spell or because he chanted it wrong. Li Han thought it was because he was too cautious when chanting the spell, so he told him to try to exaggerate, but Guy Nandu was still a little skeptical. But then he did it. Be numb, idiot. Seeing that the two students were having difficulty, Garcia Kim quickly stood up to solve the problem. She wanted the students to slow down and listen to what she had to say. Garcia Kim hugged Guy Nan tightly. She said that because Li Han had too much mana, the magic was ineffective, but he succeeded. Hearing that, Guy Nandu was excited and thanked her for explaining, then she left because a student called her. Holding the magic stick in front of him, Guy Nandu fell into deep contemplation and began to doubt that he was not suitable for black magic. Guy Nandu laughed out loud. He knew he had no intention of learning it, so he let it go. He wanted Li Han to start using the dark magic. After all, it was his turn. Seeing that he was okay, Li Han happily acted. He came here. Li Han began to feel that he needed to focus on controlling without using too much mana. The dark gas billowing on the tip of the magic wand was a powerful and magical purple color. Li Han recited the incantation with 2 numb words, then turned towards Guy Nandu decisively. Professor Morton had to open his eyes wide to look at Li Han. He did not expect him to read the spell so briefly, making him a bit surprised. Standing in the distance, he observed the 2 students, especially Li Han. As far as he knew, holding long spells was easier for magicians to cast, and reading them quickly was not easy. He could not believe that Li Han was able to break through, surpass like that. Guy Nandu stood still, receiving the full flow of black magic into his body. The stream of darkness was getting closer and closer to the temple. Guy Nandu looked at the stream of darkness that was getting bigger and bigger. The dark demon formed a giant monster surrounded by cold air, its long arms embracing Guy Nandu full of demonic energy. Guy Nandu was scared to death, his face turned pale. He kept screaming when he saw this scene. He tried to avoid the powerful darkness that made him constantly sweat and feel nervous as if he were fighting death. Guy Nandu fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Yoner and Ishan in the distance also heard the screams and turned to look. Even the other students were caught by the cry and stopped. Li Han looked at Guy Nandu safely lying on the floor panting. Li Han mentioned that he should not avoid dark ghosts. Being reprimanded by Li Han made Guy Nandu unable to bear it and scolded him. Guy Nandu used the excuse that he followed his instinct and avoided it. Professor Morton listened to the 2 people's conversation and was startled. Professor Morton did not expect Guy Nandu to dodge so smoothly, but only by instinct. He truly knew how to enlighten this old body. He remembered the image when Guy Nandu converted energy. He commented that he converted good elements very quickly. In addition, it accurately senses dark mana and dodges very smoothly. Looking at Guy Nandu in a fiery state preparing a defensive attack attracted Morton's attention. He was curious about his name. Going from one surprise to another made Professor Morton tremble. This corpse is hard to stand. This kind of talent is hard to find. Professor Morton commented that Guy Nandu is a genius that comes only once every 10 years, and that aura is indissoluble and very domineering. Under the golden sunlight, the black magic class ended. No major incidents happened. The noise still echoed. Everyone cursed each other and everyone enjoyed this fun lesson, as crazy as it sounds. Garcia clapped his hands to attract the students' attention. She asked the students how they felt about the class and gave Professor Morton, today's teaching assistant, a round of applause. The students responded and smiled with excitement. She immediately started the main topic. Are you guys interested in black magic yet? The question was like a knife piercing the heart. A moment ago, he was happy and now fell silent, startling and completely helpless Garcia. To break the silence, she suggested that Morton say something, and he nodded in agreement. As soon as he raised his voice with joy about black magic, he believed everyone had seen the appeal of black magic. Some students also showed interest in it. The words immediately made the students stand still, surprised. They immediately chatted and asked if the other person liked it. Guy Nandu next to them still smiled happily. He smiled sarcastically with his hands behind his head. This professor was really funny, saying no one was interested in black magic. Just when he was still happily laughing and telling boring professor jokes, the professor invited him back to his office for a drink. This startled him, making him pale and panicked. He cried helplessly. Why did it have to be him? His friends seemed to have caught gold, competing with each other to wish him a happy trip. Without waiting long, he immediately mentioned someone else. Pointing at him, Li Han stood behind with white hair, his face seemingly predicting the outcome. If it's just to earn points, black magic is not a bad choice, he quickly agreed. Yes, Professor. Behind him, a figure stepped forward, causing Guy Nandu to look back. The group of friends behind him rushed to hug him, grumbling that it was his fault that Li Han was arrested. They wanted him to go quickly and begged to come alone, which made him cry without making a sound. Guy Nandu blushed to the point of crying. He would definitely drag him along. His friends still forced him to withdraw his offer, causing both sides to quarrel. Garcia helplessly hoped they would stop arguing. The scene immediately changes to the image of the feet touching a dark place. The magician's office is like a research institute. The professors who work here are all strange people, with tired faces from working for days without sleep, red eyes looking at the series of symbols on the paper. This is where students become the subject of endless research. The image of listless and tired professors is a trademark in this field. It sounds very strange, but it is true to what I described. Li Han had heard it a lot at home. He was helpless at the way it worked. It sounded like a master's training school. When I was a child, I didn't think that hell existed. Standing in front of the entrance, he realized that today was different. He was a first-year student, so the meeting was simply an interview. Guy Nandu next to him kept trembling close to him, her eyes filled with tears. In front of the two of them is Professor Morton's workplace, which is dark and gray. At a glance, he knew what this place was researching: wooden crates with dangerous nails nailed to the outside. There are scattered bones in front of the gate, and there are graves outside the stairs, giving a feeling of gloom. Guy Nandu's voice rang out, trembling weakly. He didn't understand what they both did wrong to be called out, his eyes wet with tears, and Li Han standing by helplessly. Maybe it wasn't because he did something wrong. Guy Nandu screamed and cried. He felt that the dark magicians were easily angered, but Li Han, who was in front, didn't pay any attention, just said to come in quickly. Li Han knocked lightly on the black door to call the professor. The door opened automatically, giving Guy Nandu goosebumps. He turned pale and looked inside. The door opened, but there was no one on the other side, surprising Guy Nandu and Li Han. Seeing the above scene, he trembled even more intensely, making Li Han helpless and calm down. But he still looked around clearly and observed. The space was vast and the smoke covered them, so they couldn't see clearly. They relied on the dim light to see the road. Where is the professor? He searched suspiciously. On the other side, the professor and a person with wings were talking to each other. Feeling someone coming, the professor immediately raised his head, and the children had arrived. Very quickly, he ordered someone with wings to quickly bring the kids here, but was immediately interrupted by the principal's words forbidding him from approaching new students. He glanced again, wondering why he didn't do it secretly. Diret on the other side was startled and reminded him that the professor himself had just been released from prison not long ago. Morton immediately objected that it was not a prison but a detention room. Again, chased Diret away. Anyway, he received the news and told him to leave quickly. As soon as he left, Morton used his wand to spin around a few times. Through the look and the glowing tip of the wand, a stream of air flew towards the two of them. Opening his eyes, Li Han was surprised by a flash of light. Around the two of them, it was no longer dark, the house was brighter, and the view opened up, making the two of them confused. The inside of the tower was more normal than he thought. Li Han looked around in surprise and found himself facing him. The interior of the tower is almost made from bones, with a white color from the tables to the chairs. For magicians who control skeletons, bone is the most popular material. Of course, they will receive many discriminatory looks from colleagues, such as that he is strange. While the two were still looking at the tower, Guy Nandu saw the professor sitting on the other side. Morton sat at the table, looking at the two people happily greeting. In front were two chairs reserved for the two of them. Both of them quickly greeted him. The teacher didn't say much and just told him to sit down. Li Han turned around to look at Guy Nandu and breathed a sigh of relief, not having the heart to remind him that the table and chairs he was sitting on were made from bones. The teacher smiled gently and happily asked both of them why he called them here. Guy Nandu quickly answered, wanting to quickly finish and get out of here. He said he had done wrong and Morton said they were both gifted with black magic. At the same time, he was quickly suppressed when he said what he said. As soon as the other person said it, everyone was startled and confused. The professor slammed his hand on the table. As soon as I said it was a reason, Guy Nandu immediately denied it was anything. On the contrary, he thought he hadn't heard wrong. He lowered his head and covered his face, not believing that he was a talented black magician. His eyes were filled with doubt and suspicion. Guy Nandu whispered to Li Han that they had unique talents, but he told him not to say they were unique. He silently said that he was not interested but had talent. His dark face looked down. The next moment, I was excited, my face lifted up proudly. What should I do? The surroundings immediately sparkled brighter. But Li Han originally thought he would be angry or refuse, but this time he complied. The professor held out his hand. Inside were black-coated candies shaped like skulls, looking extremely dangerous. Morton immediately mentioned that they both had a talent for black magic, so he wanted to call in for advice, and black magic was also extremely interesting. Guy Nandu, holding the candy in his hand, was bewildered. Li Han, next to him, was stunned. He had heard these words somewhere. The above statement reminded him of the professors who teach top majors who are often very complacent. They want to learn from me. With their qualifications, they don't pay attention to those who don't have potential. So what about the professors who teach extra subjects? They looked at each other nervously from behind. Professors in our field are already at the bottom of society. The atmosphere around them calms down. So we can only go up, one person said frantically. Li Han sat still and looked at the candies. He could sympathize with the desperation of the professors in less educated fields. Leaving the dark tower, Li Han went first. Guy Nandu had a smiling face and happily sang. He didn't expect that he was a sought-after talent. Li Han next to him heard it and immediately glanced at it, but didn't care because he had other things to worry about. In the hands of the two people was a white bone wrapped with a gold string tied with a bow, carefully and meticulously. Guy Nandu asked and looked at the professor. What is this, Professor? Morton didn't say. He just hoped he would keep it. This is the gift the teacher gave you. As he spoke, his face turned red and his hand snorted shyly. Li Han raised his hand and wanted the professor to tell him what this was, so Guy Nandu pulled him away. The bone in his hand emitted purple smoke, making him a bit suspicious. The professor didn't say what it was. He held it in his hand and couldn't help but think what kind of bone it was, and he immediately started sweating profusely. Or it's like the principal's book, the bone makes you think of him. To understand clearly, Li Han immediately thought of the story of the couple, who became friends by giving an ancient relic, a kind of surprise gift between the couple. Just thinking about it made him cover his mouth. Guy Nandu called him several times before getting his attention back. But just as he was about to listen, Guy Nandu scratched his head, afraid to speak. Then he told him not to tell Macon somewhere. His face turned red with embarrassment. As soon as he looked, he realized the meaning in the sentence. Hearing this, he remembered the incident where Guy Nandu said alchemy was for girls and accidentally said that Yanara learned it was useless, so he guessed that he was afraid that people would tease him for saying that. Li Han immediately agreed, asking him to also keep it a secret because they were friends. But Li Han is not easy. He will tell because she is also a friend. Students ran continuously, sweat dripping down. The other group was no less, running until exhausted. Angeldal shouted loudly for everyone to keep running. Don't stop. The group of people lined up and ran one after another. The teacher did not forget to remind the students not to forget to inhale mana through breathing. The main goal is to raise physical strength to the highest level through regulating mana. The students immediately began to concentrate when they heard it. There are countless ways to utilize mana, including circulating mana throughout the body to increase endurance and strengthen. However, this period is very difficult for them. Students try to run and control their breathing well. Li Han ran up to the teacher and called out loudly. He just caught up with the teacher's speed and wanted to ask a question, and Angeldal immediately answered comfortably. He had something to climb a mountain and wanted to ask his teacher's advice. The scene changed to the mountains. The teacher was surprised by his words, but still listened quietly. Then he shook his head seriously and advised him to give up that idea, not forgetting to shake his head to indicate. Li Han was surprised and asked again how dangerous that place was. There are not only monsters but also many other dangers, even the professors don't know, he said as he ran. The teacher turned around and said with a black face, rushing in arbitrarily was not a smart choice, and he was really serious and said that only idiots would enter. He helplessly said that it was an exercise to go up the mountain to find ingredients, not that he wanted to enter. Hearing the answer made Angeldal blush and feel shy. It turned out to be another professor's assignment. If that were the case, it would be different. He glanced at the teacher and the students behind him running after the two exhausted people. The teacher had to change the subject. He looked like he wasn't tired, guessing that he had succeeded in adjusting his mana. Li Han looked at his hand, but didn't quite say anything. His mouth was still breathing heavily. It was like he was releasing mana. Hearing it immediately made the teacher spray. To be able to release mana out and throughout the body, the important thing is the ability to control it accurately. But Li Han chose to release excess mana in all directions. When the teacher heard it, he rubbed his chin in thought. Angeldal thought he heard she did the same thing before when she played against the Sunset and Dawn team. Usually, Li Han would faint from lack of mana after that because it was no different from burning all his mana. But, under Li Han's feet was a blue, turbulent flow. He also possesses an infinite source of mana. This will be a useful method for him. Li Han stood on the wave looking forward. His eyes were now sparkling, shining with the light before his eyes. Engoldel told him the teacher would not forbid that method, making him a bit serious. However, in this class, the teacher wanted him to learn how to circulate mana. He agreed and felt that there were probably many dangers that he had not yet anticipated. And the professor hopes you have a lot of mana, so you should try to complete the mana rotation. Suddenly realizing the meaning in the professor's words, he realized the professor still wanted to say something. The professor turned around, making him not have time to figure out, wait. Engeldel said he would increase his training. His face was completely happy. He told him to run 10 more laps while talking and laughing. This sentence was like lightning hitting his ears. He was startled and frightened. Li Han bowed and trembled, wondering why the professors were here. They were all like that. Li Han's face turned pale. He smiled reluctantly, crying helplessly in his heart. One side is happy, the other side is like a dark cloud. My professor really likes this idea. But in the end, he still had to bow and thank the professor. When the professor heard him thank him, he was extremely happy. Then he stopped wiping the sweat he was wiping when the professor said to Li Han, by the way. He told him, I will go with you to the mountain to collect ingredients. He said in surprise, the teacher just said it's okay if it's homework. Professor Engoldel heard Li Han say that and just smiled and said, that's true, I just like to walk. You looked at him confused but then replied, yes. After talking about that, Professor Engoldel asked Li Han, now we finish the running part, right? Li Han replied while running, yes. He looked at him and said to himself, if it was just exercise then nothing would happen. However, it is still a very dangerous place. Evening at Professor Uregilm's small hut. Yoner was reading a letter from Professor Uregilm, saying that he had to go out and forbade her to steal things from this hut. After reading the letter, Yoner could only gasp. Yoner then turned back to ask Li Han, that's why you called me here. Yoner happily said, because there are many alchemy tools here. Li Han immediately confirmed that it was correct. Li Han opened the box he had just picked up and said to Yoner, I also want to check the effects of the potion we had last time. After checking the contents of the box, Li Han said to Yoner, I don't know as much about alchemy as you. Yoner, hearing the compliment, Yoner smiled happily. I was also curious about their uses. Suddenly Yoner noticed a point. Yoner looked out the window and asked Li Han, wait, what is that, a field? Hearing Yoner's question, Li Han just calmly said, have you found out? She confusedly asked again, don't tell me you also plan to plant those things. Hearing that question, Li Han immediately replied, yes, but it will take a long time. I heard it will take several months. Yoner heard Li Han say that and pointed out the window wondering, but, I saw all the big trees. He followed the direction of her hand and looked. She meant, if you don't look, then stop looking and you will be extremely surprised. It was extremely surprising to see those trees wondering, really? Li Han remembered a few days ago and confirmed for himself that it was definitely the tree he planted. Li Han wondered confusedly, when did they become adults? Yoner didn't understand and asked him, what's wrong? Like remembering something. He looked towards the watering can on the garden chair and saw that the problem was with this watering can. Li Han understood and laughed. It seemed like the professor had used a growth drug or something like that. The professor was so impatient. Yoner heard him say that and said the same thing. Oh, so that's it, but actually this is just a normal watering can. The tree grew so fast because of Li Han's staff, but he didn't realize it. But they didn't know, so they blamed Uregilm. Li Han asked Yoner, if that's the case, how about we harvest today? How do you feel? Hearing him ask, she confidently replied, just leave it to me. Li Han and Yoner started taking the tools while preparing. He laughed and said, they grow so fast, and Yoner happily took the tools. After getting all the things, she happily held those things in her arms. The two only took the food and alchemy tools they needed and left, leaving a piece of paper on the wall. The content of the note left behind is, thank you Professor, we left some of the newly harvested items. Please feel free to sign Li Han Wardanez's name. Now only Uregilm knows how much or how little they took. The next day they went to Thanglong Tower. When packing all the things out, the two of them looked sadly at these things and asked Yoner if he meant this was a miracle medicine. Yoner just replied, yes. Looking at the pile of herbs on the ground, Li Han thought, unexpectedly, the two of them stayed up all night, busy testing medicinal herbs. Li Han looked at the pile of herbs and then looked at the medicine box and was hugging again, but thanks for staying up late. With delicious Western wine and the magical elixir, when you drink it, you can sing as well as a mermaid in a short period of time. Thanks to staying up late, he and she discovered the uses of these two potions. Li Han imagined himself after drinking the elixir and turning into a handsome mermaid. Suddenly Yoner spoke up, blowing Li Han's imagination away. She said darkly, "Sorry, I can only identify those two bottles. Hearing that reassures me, otherwise it would be great." Suddenly a sitting person came, and it turned out that two people were here. The person who came was Ashan, and she said good morning to you too. Ashan smiled and asked the two of you, "Are you two ready to collect the ingredients?" Hearing that, Li Han just replied, "A little." Because he had plans for this weekend, Saturday he and his friends would return from the forest, and on Sunday, he thought as he put his hand in his shirt. Then he took out his pass card because he planned to use the pass card to go outside the academy on Sunday. Then Li Han put it back in his shirt and thought, wondering what traps there would be. At this moment, Ashan turned to him and said, "Oh yes, Wardanas." She asked, "Do you want to walk around the black market before we go to the forest?" Li Han was surprised by the question. "Huh?" Asked again, "What market?" Ashan said. He led Li Han and Yoner into the market. When he got to the black market, he suddenly asked, "Do you have this too? What kind of academy has a black market?" Yoner next to him was also so surprised that he woke up. Li Han looked around, but seeing people buying and selling very enthusiastically, looking closely, we can see that it looks more like a farmer's market than a black market. The three of them started walking around the black market. Suddenly Li Han noticed a stall owner introducing, betting a loaf of bread for a loaf of bread just to find the king card. Radford was sitting and spreading cards. Radford explains the rules of the game. All you need to do is find the king card among these three cards. Whoever guesses correctly will get 2 loaves of bread instead of 1. Just as he finished summarizing the rules of the game, the players began to guess, and suddenly Radford realized that Li Han was among the crowd watching. Radford stood up in panic and said loudly, "Ah, Mr. Wardanas." The people sitting there saw Li Han and ran away in fear. When he saw everyone like that, he stood still and thought, "Don't avoid me like you're avoiding evil." Standing still for a moment, he regained his original appearance and asked Ratform, "What are you doing?" Radford answered frankly, "I'm collecting bread." Li Han wondered, seeing bread. Radford explained, "Yes, bread is used as currency here." Radford explains, 5 loaves of bread can be exchanged for a brush, and by collecting 10 brushes you can exchange it for a matchbox-sized lump of sugar. Students from Tan Long Tower can eat thanks to Li Han, but other towers do not have the same. They have to make a very miserable living. Yoner noticed a stall, bent down to observe and asked the stall owner, "Can I see the goods?" The stall owner immediately replied, "Yes, of course," but then the stall owner recognized Li Han and was startled and shouted, "Ah, Wardanas." He just laughed and wondered, I should go look around a bit. Li Han noticed a stall with quite a few weapons and some food. He didn't expect there to be so many useful items, but quite a bit of food. Why was there even fake food? Li Han looked at another stall to continue evaluating. There were quite a few daily necessities. Li Han went to a booth and put his hand on it. There was something that caught Li Han's mind, but the thing that surprised him the most. Li Han stood and observed many auras radiating on both sides of the booth where he was standing. What surprised Li Han was the pile of antiques here. He didn't think there were so many interesting things here. Li Han placed his hands on the table and thought about what surprised him the most. He continued to put his hands in his pockets, pensively looking at the objects with light flying around on the wooden table. Just as his vision was attracted, what surprised Li Han the most was this pile of antiques. The green artifact stone appeared. Such artifacts are very rare, to the point that some people have never seen them in their entire lives. After that, Li Han quickly realized one thing: this place is Einrogard. The students studying here have countless talents, can create items, although rudimentary but very useful. And with life here, he can converse more naturally, if he is a student from Weeamvu Tower. Radford saw Li Han stop in front of a stall looking at things and leaned in to whisper, "Is there something you find beautiful? I've tried a few of these things before but they're useless." Stall owner, seeing Radford's actions, he angrily wondered where this guy would blatantly sabotage his business. Li Han looked at the coat hanging horizontally on a wooden tree and asked Radford about the cloak. Radford replied that it was a protective cloak. This protective cloak can block attacks from sharp weapons, but the effect is only about 50%. After hearing Radford say that, the stall owner seemed annoyed and used his hand to stab the knife directly into his armpit. Radford made him panic. Li Han picked up the cloak and gently encouraged that this cloak still had useful points. Radford placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head and said in admiration to Li Han, "You are really great, looking at everything in a positive way. The light of tolerance is what makes you a true aristocrat." After a conversation, Li Han pondered that even so, Radford said they were all useless. Because he himself couldn't know the uses of most of the items, and based on the amount of mana the items emitted, some of them were expired. So compared to other items, this cloak is quite great. Li Han decided to buy it. Holding the shirt in his hand, Li Han slowly asked the seller if he could. Whether to use a debit card or not, the seller waved his hand and refused and asked Li Han not to do so. Seeing that, he pulled out a bag, sat down on the ground, and slowly opened the bag. A bag full of sparkling food appeared behind the bag's cover. Li Han said that he had brought a few things with him because he heard he could come to exchange. The food bag was opened, making everyone there gasp in shock. Li Han had just picked up the food he brought with him. Immediately a bunch of questions from people around him asked him if there was anything he wanted. Next was a flood of vendors rushing to invite him to exchange food for items. Looking at everyone jostling and pushing for him, Li Han was momentarily passive and didn't know what to do. Ignoring the greetings, he took out 2 potatoes to pay the coat seller. The coat seller held 2 potatoes in his hand and was so happy that he couldn't help but blurt out a few arrogant words, criticized the surrounding sellers as idiots with no eye for things like him. A blue-haired girl angrily explained that he was only lucky to be able to pick it up. But right after that, she followed the coat seller to negotiate to exchange potatoes for a few slices of bread, but as soon as she said it, she was rejected because the bread was soggy. Seeing that the cloak seller had already started a fire to roast potatoes, the blue-haired girl quickly ran over and asked to sell it to her, but the fragrant potato had attracted all of the coat seller's attention. He ignored the girl in the blue shirt, his eyes glued to the hot, delicious potato. A while after baking, he started peeling off the shell and preparing to eat it. Li Han stood from afar watching everyone's craving for potatoes and was at a loss for words with them. At this moment, the coat seller bit a large piece of potato into his mouth, his face showing a satisfied look. Li Han stood from afar looking at them and couldn't imagine how hungry they must be to be so crazy about a few potatoes. He thought back, it was true that everyone here had one thing in common. They were all hungry and thirsty and wanted to exchange items for food from him. Li Han turned to Yoner and asked for help. Yoner curiously asked what it was. He knelt down in front of the food basket and asked everyone to spread out. Then he announced that he would cook a free meal for everyone, but just this one time. When everyone present heard that, they couldn't believe it and were shocked. A pink-haired girl asked Li Han, "Are you going to cook? Are we really going to eat?" Li Han confirmed to them that that was the case. He turned his head to the right and called out Yoner's name. At this moment, a thought also appeared in his mind that they had been hungry for a long time. Yoner seemed to understand and agreed, saying that it was all because they wanted to attract customers. Li Han took out the vegetables in the basket and placed them on the table. The carrots and onions were cut into bite-sized pieces. He showed off his skillful cooking skills, flipping the pan to make the food fly, looking very professional. The blue-haired girl and the white-haired boy looked at the delicious pan of food and wanted to drool. A pot of vegetable soup was quickly prepared by Li Han's skillful hands in just a moment. He scooped out the bowl and exclaimed, "The tomato soup was finished." Holding a bowl of soup in their hands, the blue-haired girl and the white-haired boy couldn't believe their eyes anymore. Their faces were so happy they cried. The white-haired boy raised the bowl and began to taste the soup. Then everyone present also ate the soup enthusiastically. Li Han and Yoner stood watching them enjoy the food. Yoner smiled and said, "They ate well." Li Han sighed and replied, "They must have been very hungry." After speaking, he closed his eyes, a little guilty, reassuring himself that he had done well, even though he was at fault for taking advantage of them, but it's all just a precaution in case something unexpected happens. In the near future, Li Han's group will have to work together in the mountains. Improving relationships with Wei and Kui students is very important. If he could win their favor this way, it would be worth it. At this time, on Li Han's shoulder was a bag full of antiques from those students. He seemed a bit shy because he felt there were too many things. Yoner and Radford stood looking at the bag of things Wei and Vu students gave to Li Han and showed an interested expression. Looking back at his bag, Li Han also saw that he had received something beyond his expectations. One pair of shoes with the function of reducing footsteps. And a bracelet that lights up when someone is looking. Li Han was pleased to see what he had. Radford and Yoner also offered to help him carry it, but at this time Li Han realized a problem, that these artifacts were created by students of higher classes. But why did they create these artifacts? These artifacts are all used to steal things or move around secretly. If they created these things when they were allowed to leave the academy, then it means that while they were thinking, movement came from the bag. Li Han turned around to look, and Yoner was confused and asked what was going on. He honestly answered that something was moving inside the bag. Suddenly, a hand bone stuck out from his pocket, reaching almost to Li Han's head. He looked back and was so scared that his face turned gray, confused about this strange object. When Yoner saw that, he panicked and asked, "What is that?" Radford looked at the protruding hand bone and cried out, not to mention those students repaying kindness with resentment. Suddenly another bone jumped out from his chest. Yoner and Radford cried out in panic, "Mr. Li Han, please reassure them that you are okay." Then calmly look at the bone to see the next situation. Another bone with a yellow bow appears next to the hand bone. Then the two bones quickly merge to fit the correct position of the bones of the arm. Li Han remained calm, waiting to see what would happen next. At this moment the long bone of the arm flew into the air. Yoner turned pale and asked Li Han what this was about. He explained that it was something Professor Morton gave him. At this time, the arm bone pointed the finger straight at Li Han's head. Then slowly shrinking his hand, he realized something was wrong. Li Han's face showed surprise. The bone flew directly closer. He raised his hand to block it. Bang! The tip of the red finger was pinned into Li Han's skin. Li Han endured the pain and closed his eyes in defense. When I opened my eyes, I saw the bone right in front of me. Radford and Yoner saw Li Han being attacked and intended to rush to help but were stopped by him. Li Han dripped a drop of strawberry syrup from his hand onto the bone. The bone now seemed to be awakened. Under its shadow the appearance of a dog appeared. Li Han reached out and tried to feel it. He discovered that this might be a magical dog. Li Han tried crouching down, giving the bone commands to try a few simple sentences like sit down, stand up, and saw that the bone followed. He continued to give other commands such as turn and clench his hands. Yoner and Radford looked at the drought and realized that this bone was black magic. Li Han breathed a sigh of relief. He was having fun with the bone he had just tamed and was a bit confused because the strange thing the professor had given him had now stuck to his body and wouldn't let go. Yoner called out to Li Han. Remind him that he should throw that bone away. As if understanding what she said, the bone was shocked. She saw the bone trembling in fear and crawling into his shirt, so Yoner waved his hand and retracted what he had just said. Radford approached and reminded Li Han that in the world of magicians, one should not get involved with black magicians. Radford glanced down. Where that bone was clinging to Li Han's chest, the more he looked, the more terrifying this bone became. Li Han also hesitated and looked down at his chest. Then he said thank you for the two of them reminding him. He thought carefully about their advice. Li Han found that although the bone was a bit strange, he felt like he shouldn't judge things by appearance. Yoner rubbed his chin thinking, why did the professor give something like this as a reward? Li Han was also confused and continued, yes, moreover, why did he take it apart and give it to me? Radford surmised that the professor had to find the remaining parts to put together. Upon hearing that, Yoner immediately waved his hand, dismissing the idea and saying that it was silly. Suddenly, Li Han heard Radford say that and turned his head. Yoner continued to dismiss Radford's idea, but Li Han found the idea very convincing. Because this professor's thinking is very different from ordinary people, if ordinary people think that who would like a collection of dry bones? Then what the professor thought was that he would be very happy to hunt for skeletons. Li Han rubbed his hands to express the chill. Yoner asked him about the skeleton. Li Han replied, about the professor's way of thinking. After speaking, Li Han turned his head and sighed, temporarily putting aside the dry bones because they looked harmless. In one area, Professor Angeldal was gathering with all his students. Take attendance of students with pointy ears. Then there are the ordinary practitioners. Next was Li Han's group. All the students had gathered. Professor Angeldal gradually opened his two fingers, reminding the students that safety comes first. Li Han thought and agreed because this mountain contained too many dangers. It was best to have a professor go with him. Professor Angeldal wants the students in the same tower to gather and memorize each other's numbers and faces. They would check roll regularly. The blue-haired girl and the white-haired boy turned pale when they heard that. They didn't expect this place to be so dangerous. The other two students also reminded each other not to separate, and the professor was pleased to see that. He thought that now that the students had all become alert, it was the right time to leave. Professor Engoldel took the lead and told everyone to pay attention and follow him. Just like that, the whole group of people walked along the long mountain road but did not know that at this time there was a glowing skeleton flying in the air. The skeleton correctly identified the vision and followed them. Look at the surrounding mountain landscape at this time. Professor Engoldel leaned on his cane and said, "This is exactly the place. Students will collect materials for class here." After listening, the students split up to complete the task. Some went searching in the bushes. Some people search on high tree branches. The professor stood attentively watching them work. "Please that things happen very smoothly, we can continue like this until we go down the mountain." Suddenly something caught his eye. Two large glowing blue hands intend to cover Professor Engel. With his hands clasped, the professor immediately disappeared. Only the stick remained. The place where Professor Engeldel had just stood was empty. The stick has fallen, but no one knows the disappearance of this professor. Suddenly, a blue-haired student turned around and wanted to ask the professor something. But there was no one behind her, only a few leaves blowing past, making her wonder where the professor had gone. Looking in that direction, she seemed to discover something. Look at the empty ground without leaving any footprints. The student gradually became suspicious, then her eyes turned white as if she had lost her soul and immediately panicked. "Don't tell me." Li Han's group of people, who were gathered in a corner of a tree, also had to turn around because of the student's scream. Her face was filled with panic. She pointed towards the tree branch and told the professor to disappear. Nelia and Li Han heard the news of the professor's disappearance like a thunderbolt, and immediately turned around in surprise. Of course, everyone couldn't leave the professor alone. The students gathered together to think of ways to search. Li Han stood on one side with a sad face. He had planned correctly. The thing they were worried about had finally come to pass. He looked over at another group of students. The two of them were equally worried. Everyone didn't know what to do now. In the immediate future, Li Han had to maintain confidence, so he spoke to reassure them, telling them to calm down first. He thought optimistically that the professor was only going somewhere for a while, so there was no need to be afraid. Seeing that what Li Han said made sense, the two of their faces became more stable and gradually regained composure, but he only said that to comfort him. There was no such thing. He then considered the situation and realized that there were no signs of monsters appearing and the group was not lost. There was nothing to be afraid of. He thought that if he followed the old path now, maybe he would find some clue. But before Li Han could do anything, it suddenly started pouring rain. Before he could react, he was already soaking wet. Li Han also felt that God really knew how to tease. Holding several cups of hot green tea in their hands, the students gathered together to sit under a sheltered cliff to shelter from the rain. Li Han breathed a sigh of relief because he was lucky that he had brought something just in case, but he also didn't think that Professor Engoldel would encounter trouble. Suddenly, while Li Han was drinking tea, someone approached and called him. Rowena thanked him for his help, and Li Han also politely said not to be polite. Then he continued to ask Li Han about the legendary soup he cooked for Weanvu. Hearing that, Li Han did not understand what he was talking about. He faltered and said it was nothing, told him to wait a bit and then left. Li Han remembered the tomato soup he once cooked, but surely it wouldn't be exaggerated to that extent, right? Li Han looked towards Adenart. It turned out that Rowena was going to inquire for the princess. He reported that it was just a rumor. The princess understood that and told Rowena to tell Li Han that she also wanted to help. Li Han agreed on the outside but wondered why the princess didn't say it herself. Looking at Yoner and seeing her shivering from the cold, Li Han asked if Adenart could create a campfire. He went to ask the princess again. Moving towards Adenart, he spoke to His Highness. Understanding what he wanted to say, the princess immediately stood up and put down the blanket. Adenart then took a staff, closed his eyes and summoned two orbs, one red and one yellow. The next second, the red ball emitted a stream of air and flew towards the pile of firewood that had been gathered in one place. Miraculously, the princess turned that red ball into the firewood, emitting sparks. Just like that, a flickering campfire was created. After completing the work, the princess retrieved the two orbs. Li Han also realized that this campfire was created by the princess using the method of calling spirits. Witnessing this scene also opened everyone's eyes. The gray-haired boy was surprised that even though he had not been taught, Adenart still learned on his own, and the girl next to him could not help but admire the princess. Only Li Han stood aside and compared this reaction to when Professor Morton summoned Dry Bones. It was completely different. The professor had already lost before even fighting. The students gathered around the campfire to warm up. Everyone saw how pleasant the scene was at this time. Even though it was dark, the rain still continued to pour and showed no signs of stopping. Looking high above, among the green foliage covering the sky, the moon appears truly noble and perfect. Amidst the fairyland scene, the moon is full and shines like shimmering lanterns. In such a quiet space, something appeared to attract Yoner's attention. She looked at the cup of green tea and saw ripples of water and immediately wondered why this happened. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from somewhere around them, making everyone wonder what the sound was. Li-Han heard that noise continuously and immediately understood that something big was moving. He was startled and quickly stood up, realizing that danger was approaching as the noise became louder and louder. A giant monster standing behind some distant trees appeared. Li-Han and Yoner turned around and were stunned when faced with something that threatened to send them off to visit their grandparents tonight. What we thought was the moon turns out to be the monster's giant glowing eye. The two of them were standing rooted to the spot, their bodies as stiff as rocks. They were probably constantly chanting Buddha's name for their lives. As for Vermilion Bird and Bakho, it doesn't seem to be any better. It was pouring rain and inside the cave where they were taking shelter. They were experiencing the same thing. A monster of overwhelming size appeared before them. Li-Han was now face to face with the stone giant in front of him. Suddenly, there was the voice of a guy with a hair tie behind him telling everyone not to act rashly. It seems he is quite knowledgeable about this monster. According to him, the golem's behavior is very principled. If you don't touch it, they won't do anything. Unlike wild monsters, golems are artificial monsters created by magicians, who create them by placing magic cores into sculptures made of materials of their choice. When their cores are broken in battle or separated after being destroyed, it is possible for them to combine with other miscellaneous objects. All the soil, rocks and other things gathered together in one place. From then on, the golem did not listen to its master's orders, and the monster came closer and closer to them. Luckily, the destroyed golem still followed the original principles, but Li-Han also had his stick in hand, preparing for a life or death battle with it. Facing a moment where everything was hanging by a thread, Li-Han still maintained his composure and observed golem's every move and action. But Li-Han feared that maybe his orders were to kill all the new students. Maybe what he said was right. He raised his hand high, ready to attack them. At this time, it was still raining non-stop and as if there was about to be a fierce battle about to take place. The golem stone monster put down its claw and began to cut a line into the ground. He looked up at the group of new students as if to imply something. Yoner and Nelia began to look at the giant stone monster in panic, wondering if that was a line to separate them from entering that area. What the golem stone monster was planning, don't let them get past it. Wardanas stood nearby and suggested to them, what if we try to step through? His bravery surprised everyone because that bold thought made him cool. When he was determined to go confirm what would happen if he crossed the golem line, his friend was worried about his safety and stopped him. But actually, Li-Han Wardanas would not risk his life to try such a dangerous thing. He began to reach into the pocket of his robe and took out a piece of forearm bone. It was the one Professor Morton had given him last time. He looked at it with trust and hoped it would help him risk crossing the golem line. The new students looked at Wardanas's bone as something strange and expressed doubts about its abilities. Wardanas explained that it was just a summoning item and that the reason he had it was a bit unusual. Wardanas dropped the summon and ordered it to move forward and then turn back. It boldly used its bone claws to walk up to the golem's mark, even though the stone monster was glaring at it. The first paws began to encroach on the line on the ground, entering the other side of the monster. The violation of its territory made the golem so angry that it attacked first, stepping on the bone so hard that it seemed like it was a footstep that could emit fire. A large hole appeared on the ground due to the kick just now. On the ground was the part of golem's fingernail that had deliberately encroached on the line. Everything had become a pile of crushed bones. Wardanas's group of friends, after witnessing this scene, were all panicked and afraid. They also implicitly understood what would happen when they desecrated the golem's area. They wondered if this was a way for the golem to trap them inside that line and what they must do to escape the immediate danger. The hole in the ground caused by the golem attack was also where the summoned object was starting to recover. Around it emitted a purple light like magic. Wardanas, standing nearby, witnessed this scene and was very surprised. The broken bones on the ground began to move on their own to restore themselves. In an instant, the summoned object returned to its original appearance as if no change had ever occurred. It started moving again, using its claws like a hand to step forward towards its owner Wardanas. Good job here. Standing behind Wardanas, Rowena witnessed that scene, showing surprise. He wondered if the summoned object could recover that quickly. The forced expression on his face could not hide the worry. He thought to himself that summoning it would take a lot of time and mana. He didn't expect this creature to be able to do it so quickly and unimaginably. The new students were arguing among themselves and they started arguing. But this was not the time for them to pay attention to who was right and who was wrong. The guy with the hair tie quickly came over and advised them to calm down. However, when he was angry, the students not only did not care about what he said but also wanted to push him away. Yoner and Nelia began to be confused by the chaos right before their eyes. Nelia wanted to stop their quarrel. She suggested to Wardanas. Wardanas didn't seem to mind. He was thinking about something for a long time. Nelia grabbed Wardanas' sleeve even more and called out his name. Why did he keep thinking about it? Only then did he pay attention to her call and turned around. Oh sorry, Wardanas seemed embarrassed by his previous concentration, causing Nelia to show a questioning attitude. Wardanas said, it seems like I just found a clue to get out of this situation in front of Nelia's surprised eyes. The new students were constantly surprised and happy when they heard this. They were extremely excited and admired Mr. Wardanas' intelligence. Mr. Wardanas saved us. Before the excited eyes of his friends, they were waiting for an expected answer from Wardanas. Wardanas hesitantly spoke out his thoughts. Perhaps all of this is a trap prepared by the professors. That's what Wardanas is suspecting about the strange situations that just happened. Everyone was stiff with glue. Their eyes were in an A-shaped shape and their mouths were O-shaped, looking at Wardanas with so much confusion that they were stunned. The scene changes to a place other than the forest, where Professor Engoldel is bound by blue fire rings on both his arms and legs. His whole body was surrounded by the power of the fire and the rings of bones around him. He angrily stared at the people in front of him. Please let me go now. Just as Wardanas had suspected, there are Eurogilm professors and Principal OSU Gonadalts here. How could you kidnap a fellow professor? Professor Engoldel said with anger. Principal OSU Gonadalts faced Engoldel. He tried to calm the professor and explain the reason for his kidnapping. Principal OSU Gonadalt's face was more excited than ever. He explained to the professor that if a trustworthy swordmaster like him was near the children, the students would not be able to grow up. Hearing the principal's sentence, Engeldel seemed speechless because of this old man's eccentric thoughts. Are you serious? One day you will understand what I mean. That's how the principal tried to convince the professor. Faced with this strange argument, Professor Engoldel had to reluctantly bow his head and agree. A decisive raise of the professor's head immediately followed. He seriously looked straight at the principal and wondered, what would we do if an unexpected incident occurred that we were not prepared for in advance? If something suddenly happens, will there be a satisfactory solution? This question seemed to be beyond the interest of Professor Eurogilm and Principal OSU Gonadalts. They looked at each other with wonder. Wasn't the answer too obvious? Don't the students have to handle it themselves? Don't they have to overcome it on their own? This was the answer from the two professors and principal. The two people's answers made Professor Engoldel no longer know how logic worked. They just gave an answer as if they wanted to slap the reality of Professor Engoldel and the students. That's exactly what magicians think, Engoldel thought, but for him the students' safety comes first. So although he agreed, he suggested that if things got out of control, he would stand up and defend them. Protect your students. The principal agreed to this proposal. Then he released Professor Engoldel. He finally breathed a sigh of relief because he was free. Perhaps Professor Engoldel has also gradually accepted this and found new joy in watching his students being abused to grow up, but he refused to admit that excitement. Professor Engoldel stood up and warmed up after being tied to the principal's pole for a while, and asked what they had prepared for the students in the forest. Professor Eurogilm brought out a cup of hot tea and answered the question with satisfaction. It wasn't much, just something stronger than a bowl enhanced by magic potion, haha. He explained that although that thing was a little harder to tame than a bull, nothing unexpected would happen. Hearing that, Engoldel felt more secure. Continuing his words, Professor Engoldel joked that a bull would be better than a golem or something and smiled complacently. In a place where the rain is still pouring down in the forest, where the students are still in a situation where they are locked in a line and cannot escape, the students began to discuss with each other about the professor's conspiracy theory. They wondered how Mr. Engoldel had disappeared. Perhaps he had revealed this plan to Professor Eurogilm. That's what the students thought. The blue-haired male student started to cry and his friend also gritted his teeth in anger. He was so mean. The professor scolded him. Nelia turned to ask Wardanas, so what are you planning to do now? The plan hasn't changed too much. Perhaps he has found a way to overcome this trap. Pointing at the golem rock monster standing and staring at the students, its eye in the middle of its forehead shining like a lamp, Wardanas began to guide his classmates through the first steps of thinking of a way to eliminate it. Turning to the expressions of his friends, they were all sad and helpless. Perhaps eliminating the golem was a bit too much for them. Not letting the whole team lose their fighting spirit, Wardanas started shouting loudly to get everyone to focus and cheer up. Because this was a pre-prepared trap, there was definitely a way to overcome it. Thinking of this, the whole team felt excited as if they had found a ray of hope. Everyone began to concentrate and think of ways to fight. Of course, there was no way the professor would use golem without thinking about this. Hearing that, Nelia also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like the first doors were opening for them before a challenging battle. Although Wardanas had mixed worries and determination in his heart, he thought he still wanted to try it out anyway. Their night was spent next to Golem in the locked area. It was still raining at night and the students sat together by the fire. They wondered if the Golem might have some weakness that they would have to personally find, and they discussed how to distract it. Nelia turned to ask Wardanas' opinion. "What do you think, Wardanas?" As soon as she finished speaking, she was surprised because Wardanas had evaporated without anyone noticing. She gasped, unable to believe what was happening. Shocked that some spiritual force had taken Wardanas away, she shouted loudly for everyone, "Everyone, Wardanas has also disappeared." She was panicked. At this point she was so scared that her face turned pale. She stammered loudly and shouted for someone. She shouted loudly, "Wardanas also disappeared." While being held captive, one person was still missing. At this time, everyone's mood was extremely panicked. Everyone gathered together and kept talking. They panicked, trying to search around. Ashan panicked and pushed up his glasses to look around. He thought the worst-case scenario was that he was kidnapped, and the blue-haired girl decided to risk everything and sneak away, entering the golem to look for him. Suddenly the orange-haired girl behind her seemed to see something that surprised her. She pointed forward and called everyone to watch. Looking closely, it seemed to be Wardanas. He was standing behind the monster in the rain. Miraculously he was okay. Everyone saw him standing here safe and sound and were surprised to simultaneously call his name. When they saw him standing so close to the golem, their first reaction was surprise, then they quickly warned him to run quickly and not to stand next to the golem for too long. Hearing them say that, he turned to look at it calmly. Seeing him looking at him like that, the golem also seemed to turn down to look at him. Only then did everyone notice that it didn't seem to react. When they saw that, they couldn't help but shudder at his bravery, then couldn't help but ask him what happened. Why did he disappear and then appear there again? At this moment, he pushed his cloak away, revealing a belt. It turned out he had used invisibility magic to get out. It turned out that while the other students were panicking, he used the invisibility spell to test if the golem would react to him when he was invisible. First he tried putting one hand out first. After seeing that it didn't react to him, he finally decided to step out of the line. Luckily, it didn't detect it and he got out safely. In addition, he also discovered an equally important information. Once he left the line, even if he stood in front of it, no matter what he did, it would not pay attention to him. The rest of the people heard that and admired his intelligence. They didn't expect him to come up with this method. After learning that he created an invisibility belt using ancient artifacts, they admired him even more. At this time, he humbly revealed that it was not he who discovered it, but the Presinga group that gave it to him. When the two of them heard that, their faces were scared. They sweat dropped, backed away, then tremblingly asked why he was related to that association. Seeing them reject him like that, his face looked helpless. There was no need to keep that distance. At this moment, Yoner spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. She seemed to understand the Presinga Guild's artifacts quite well, so she explained to everyone that the Guild's artifacts were not easy to use. The white-haired boy finally realized the problem. He couldn't use that magic tool. He had to find another way. Seeing that he had finally realized it, the two nodded in agreement. When Ashan heard that, he was worried. Seeing that he was the only one who could get out, he asked for help. He asked him to go back and ask the professor for help. He shook his head sadly to show that he couldn't, but in his heart, he already knew he was in for this. It's the professor's fault, so it's useless to ask for help. Suddenly he reached into his pocket as if looking for something. Under everyone's surprise, he pulled out a staff and an orb, then told everyone that we had to solve the problem another way. The ball gradually flew up, thinking in his heart that if this was a test, it was definitely within the range of what first years could do. He controlled the ball backwards, intending to attack the golem's control core. He then gathered his strength to attack. This was his chance to end it. The sphere shot up, striking what was believed to be its control core. At this moment, everyone seems to be anxiously waiting for the results. The other two young men saw him hit and the golem competed in cheering even though they did not know if they had successfully defeated the monster. Only Yoner discovered something unusual. Now he was standing there in shock, his eyes wide open in surprise. At this moment every drop of raindrops slid down his dazed face. He remembered the moment the iron ball touched the monster's body. Clearly at that moment he had lost control over it. Looking at the iron ball still stuck to the golem's body, he thought to himself, "Damn it, I can't use the iron ball." He rubbed his eyebrows and thought about it. It was a monster that moved thanks to the mana emitted from its core. If the iron ball didn't work, he tightly grasped the staff, secretly determined in his heart, if the iron ball did not work. He raised his staff to try another way, and with his shout came a burst of power. At this time in another room, the principal and Professor Angeldal were sitting together. The professor looked very gloomy. It turned out that the professor was sad about his students. He was worried about whether his beloved students were really okay, and what if the students were injured. Seeing that the teacher looked gloomy, he quickly spoke up to comfort the professor. Just now, he only had a head, but now he added an extra hand to especially comfort the professor. The principal said that during his time, the trials were even scarier. While saying that, he winked and acted cute. When the professor heard this, he was speechless. How could these new kids compare to the old principal's days? He was worried, and Professor Euregulum had just brought tea and was sweating. Isn't the time he's talking about ancient? The principal reassured that this batch has many interesting new students. They will overcome adversity. Seeing that everyone was still not reassured, he added another sentence. Wardanas was also with the kids. Even though he knew that, Professor Angeldal still felt worried. Professor Euregulum poured him a cup of tea and the headmaster kept talking. No need to worry, especially when that kid learned magic from my grimoire. The two professors were so startled when they heard that, they didn't even pay attention to the spilled tea. Professor Angeldal couldn't believe what the principal said. As if he wanted to verify that he hadn't heard wrong, he stammered and asked the principal again, "What did you say?" "She learned from my grimoire, sir." The principal saw that they were overreacting like that and quickly explained, "It wasn't just me. Professor Vigrek also taught that kid privately. These professors are really cool, teaching magic to new students." Then he turned to denounce Professor Euregulum. Professor Euregulum heard him denounce him and sweated and said, "Professor Vigrek and I only taught a few first-year lessons." Suddenly the teacher turned louder and continued, "No, what Professor Vigrek taught was already beyond that level." Professor Euregulum was surprised to hear that, and Professor Angeldal thought he was a bit too loud. No need to turn his voice up, so it's so cramped in here that the teacher will take up all the space. The principal started to play mysterious games again, saying that according to what he heard, the professor was teaching 3 magic tricks. It is a type of magic that creates magic circles. The number of magic circles determines the difficulty of that magic. Specific steps are required to use the spell. When the user chants a spell, a circle will appear in the air. 1 circle is elemental magic. The 2 circles will be able to maintain its shape. And it takes 3 rounds to be able to control that magic. The teacher continued, "A true 3-ring magic can create all 3 at the same time, but if he can create each one, he will quickly grasp the 3-ring magic." On this side, he created a water balloon, which is now floating in the air. He caught the water ball. He knew that a water ball was weaker than an iron ball, and it also had difficulty maintaining its shape. At this moment, he began to focus his thoughts again. He remembered those strange teachers, even those insane professors, were not completely unreasonable and arrogant. He knew for sure that the lessons they taught could solve this problem. While he was concentrating, Yoner walked over and asked him what he was doing. He heard someone calling his name and opened his eyes. Seeing him spinning the water ball, I was curious and asked why he was spinning the water ball. At this point, he didn't know how to explain anymore. Maybe he should tell her that because he often rotates the water ball, he unconsciously did that. Hearing the word rotation, he suddenly seemed to realize something. He looked at the water ball in his hand and suddenly thought of another way. He thought maybe if he rotated the water ball fast enough, it would have a stronger penetrating force than usual. Thinking that he would raise the staff to try it, he secretly thought, "That's right. It will be like a bullet." The water ball that was as small as a hand suddenly became incredibly large, flying in the air. It was because Li Han used that piece of wood to control it. He was happy to think that he had finally succeeded after many tries. Li Han was focusing on the large ball when Yoner suddenly called his name. She hesitated, pointing out that she didn't know what magic spell it was. But it was indeed a bit big. Just like Yoner said, the water ball was now quite large in size. Almost the same size as a golem. The students nearby were gathered and chatting about what he had learned. They felt quite dangerous and afraid if Li Han cast the wrong spell in their direction. But Ashan Dalcard loudly defended him, telling everyone to trust him because there was no way the Wardinas would make a mistake like that. Nelia also followed suit, affirming that he was not that weak. Both of them put their trust in Li Han and were sure that he could do it. Hearing that, Li Han's face looked a bit awkward because he felt extremely pressured. Ancient magicians have said, magic is a world in a complete form, so if someone arbitrarily destroys it, they will have to suffer the consequences of magic. The magic spell that Li Han is using is a high-level magic learned from upperclassmen. This type of magic is not learned by first-year students. But Li Han possessed so much mana that he could ignore the usual rules. When he infused mana to maintain the rotation speed, the size of the water balls could not withstand this amount of mana, so they began to deform. So he had to increase the size of the ball. As the size increased, the rotation speed slowed down, so he injected more mana, continuously repeating that process, and in the end it became a giant ball. After Li Han controlled the ball, he immediately calmed everyone down and told them that he could control it. But honestly, Li Han is not feeling well. Maintaining this won't last long and makes him feel pressured. Li Han then decided that he needed to quickly end everything. Then he jumped up. Li Han pointed the big stick towards the water ball. He shouted loudly to attack and then released a source of energy. The ball, under Li Han's control, flew towards the golem's head in an attempt to destroy it. Then suddenly the water ball now crystallized into a vortex. Then, for some reason, the ball suddenly turned towards Golem's shoulder, making Li Han confused because creating a water ball like that is very difficult. The ball hit the Golem hard. The unexpected happened. The water ball exploded the Golem, shattering it into pieces. Li Han witnessed this scene and was also very surprised, almost shocked. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Everyone stared with their mouths open without blinking. The Golem's rocks fell to the ground right in front of Li Han's eyes, making a loud crashing sound. Everyone couldn't believe it, stammering and asking what had just happened, because earlier they had only scratched the Golem but now they had smashed it to pieces. The blue-haired male student let out a breath. Then he and his friend shouted with joy, loudly praising Li Han's Wardinas. Nelia's face was full of pride, bragging to everyone about Li Han. But Li Han himself didn't expect the force to be so strong. At first, he couldn't even scratch the Golem. He wondered if it was because the water bridge was strong or because the Golem was weak. Li Han held the stick tightly in his hand for whatever reason. It was all thanks to Professor Validi's lesson that helped him, Li Han thought, and then breathed a sigh of relief, but Professor Validi also wanted to defend himself by never teaching him such things. But at this moment, Li Han suddenly felt something strange. It seemed like something caused him pain and he immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ashan worriedly asked if he was okay. They were worried about him and offered to carry him but he refused. At that time, Li Han seemed to be better. Everyone stood apart and looked around. Li Han was still leaning on the ground with one hand. He knelt on one knee thinking about the fact that Professor Ingudal had not returned yet. Suddenly the summoned object in his shirt was exposed. Li Han suddenly looked at something moving in the inside pocket of his jacket. He was startled and didn't know why it suddenly moved. Suddenly a loud sound came, catching Li Han's attention. It was a giant golem, perhaps even bigger than before, pushing Li Han's friends towards him. His friend ran as fast as he could, shouting loudly for everyone to run away. While the people standing next to him were still shocked, Li Han felt a bit annoyed, thinking they were a bunch of useless people. Nelia suggested that everyone run apart to create a distraction to buy more time. Everyone agreed with this idea and immediately dispersed, each running in their own direction. Li Han was about to leave when the guy with his hair tied called him back. The guy with the hair tie told him to use Eumedias's flowing ballet magic again. Li Han was a bit surprised by the name Eumedias. Eumedias was the name of the imperial mage famous for his water magic. Li Han was curious because he named the spell after himself. But in the end Golem was about to chase him. Li Han had no choice but to urge the guy with his hair tied to leave this place quickly. Then Li Han cast a spell to hide himself in the darkness. He took out a bag from his body and poured some strange objects into his palm, looking like chalk. Li Han didn't want to use it at this time but there was no other way. Then he took them and threw them forward. Li Han's precise throw helped those long white pellets hit the Golem directly. I don't know exactly what effect those things have, but I didn't see Golem reacting after Li Han's throw. Li Han now slowly grasped the hilt of the sword in his hand. He stared at the golem and then used the force to hold his sword and turn it around. Li Han raised his sword high, planning to sneak into the blind spot and attack the golem's legs. Thinking about it, Li Han directly used his sword to slash its leg. As expected, the golem's leg under Li Han's attack lost half of its stone. The crack on one leg looked like that, but it looked quite large, causing the golem to involuntarily curl up one leg. At this time, he tried to approach the golem to make it fall because the larger the size, the more painful the fall. Suddenly, the rock monster kicked Li Han into the sky and flew far away. However, he quickly landed in time. Li Han was also surprised by golem's attack. What was more surprising was that Betrek fell from the sky. Seeing this, Li Han quickly stretched out his arms to block. Once he was in his arms, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Seeing that it was taking too much time, Li Han asked him how long he planned to lie here. Betrek trembled. Where did his voice come from? Li Han then placed Betrek on the ground. Having been saved by Li Han, he turned to ask, "Are you Wardanas?" to Li Han's surprise. Li Han also wondered how he knew him while he was still invisible. It was so obvious. He pointed at Golem and said that only Wardanas from Tan Long could do this. Betrek turned to Li Han and thanked him for saving his life. While the two were in love, Golem suddenly raised his hand high and prepared to attack them both. Without hesitation, it threw a powerful punch down. Li Han pulled him out of there and dodged in time. It lifted its hand and left a hole in the ground. That terrible force shattered the rock and earth. Then it stood up and turned around. Both of them also stood up. At this time, Li Han turned to tell him there was no need to thank him, then asked why he was here. Hadn't the golem blocked all the way? He said they used mud-dissolving medicine because Sister Sienna knew how to prepare it. Li Han seemed to see a ray of light opening up. He didn't expect that there was such a thing. If he knew how to take advantage of it, he could neutralize the golem. He asked Betrek with a bright face where the medicine bottle was, but he just patted his head and said he had used it all. At this moment, he could only silently say in his heart that the person he had just saved was of no use. But now Li Han realized something was wrong. Why didn't Golem go crazy and take revenge? Even the stone monster slowly moved away from him. While he was nervous and didn't know why, from somewhere a scream for help rang out. At this time, there was a student holding his head and lying on the ground asking for help, because Golem was targeting the injured. Seeing that the situation was not very positive and there was not much time left, he struggled to know how to stop it. But Li Han didn't know how to do it. He remembered when he talked to Professor Garcia. At that time, she advised Li Han not to abuse his huge amount of mana. He remembered what she had explained because the fire element had great destructive power. After that, Li Han was enlightened and knew what he had to do. He transferred fire energy into the stick. Then he quickly ordered it to burn. Li Han raised his stick forward, creating a dazzling light that glowed in the night sky. Looking at the scene of sparks flashing before his eyes also made him stunned for a moment. Next, a source of fire energy with strong burning power emitted from his side towards the golem. In just a split second, the fire covered the entire golem. After that, the fire became more and more intense and burned all over the stone monster's body. In its eyes, it looked down as if accepting that this was the end of its fate. The golem's eyes could not stand the terrible heat and gradually cracked. Then whatever happens happens, the stone monster is split into rocks, falling to the ground. Betrek stood to the side with his eyes opened, amazed that Li Han had crushed the stone monster. Many people think that clay will become harder when heated in fire, but only if the method is correct, otherwise it will crack. He was very pleased with Li Han's cool performance and thought this must have been all his plan in advance. After hearing the name for a long time and seeing it with his own eyes, he now knows why the students in his tower are afraid of Li Han. Seeing that he had successfully saved himself and others from danger, Li Han put his hand to his mouth. Then he covered his mouth in surprise, not believing in the terrible power of just now. At this moment, Li Han was secretly grateful to Professor Garcia for not letting him use it in class. Luckily everything was okay now. The students from far away happily ran towards him. A hand was placed on Li Han's shoulder. Everyone lifted him up and kept shouting, praising Li Han for being so great in defeating the stone monster. Everyone praised him for doing a great job. Everyone was saved thanks to Li Han. After a while of complimenting, Dumak also realized something. Then he was surprised to learn that Li Han was Wardanas from the Tan Dragon Tower. He saw nothing surprising and immediately thought he must have eaten something by mistake. When they realized Li Han's identity, Yu and the others were also surprised why he was here. After that, he flipped it over as hard as flipping rice paper. They thought he had an evil plan and was planning to show off his achievements. But without letting them talk nonsense, he stepped towards Li Han. Betrek explains that Li Han was the one who saved them. Seeing Betrek limping, Dumak was also worried, so he went over to ask, but he said he was fine and not to worry. Li Han asked Betrek to take care of everyone. He immediately agreed. When everything was over, everyone gathered, some to rest, some to cook soup, and to get medicine. Other students take attendance, making sure everyone is complete and no one is missing. Li Han went to Yoner to ask about the injured White Tiger Tower students, but Yoner said they were fine because everyone at Vermilion Tower was very good at first aid. When talking about it, we can't forget Sister Sienna. Yoner admires her very much when she can also use pain relievers and reduce swelling. When it comes to Sister Sienna, he's a bit cautious, in case that wonderful person wants him to disappear so she can become first class. Li Han was contemplating what to do next after solving this problem, when Sister Sienna came from behind and called him. She held a box full of medicine bottles in her hand and went to find Li Han. Sister Sienna heard that he directly fought Golem, so she brought Li Han some healing medicine and told him to use it. Seeing her so dedicated and thoughtful, he was also surprised, not thinking she knew such news. She put the pill box in front of him and persuaded Li Han to use it quickly. She did it all herself. Suddenly seeing that he was being cared for so much, he wasn't used to it and had doubts. Many times this was an opportunity. Yoner saw this and stopped him, telling Li Han it was okay, he was not injured at all. But contrary to Yoner's prediction, Li Han grabbed the medicine bottle. Then he quickly drank the medicine bottle as if Li Han had died and hadn't been able to drink water for several days. In a split second, he drank the entire bottle of medicine in front of the two of you, not leaving a single drop. Li Han felt empowered and eloquently said that this was the best healing medicine he had ever taken. Yoner saw Li Han change 360 degrees and was surprised why he behaved like that. He continued to turn to Sister Sienna. She made such wonderful medicine herself. How could a talented person like her be here? Of course this was his natural flattery skill. Seeing Li Han react so violently, she was also stunned and didn't know what to say. The next moment, Sister Sienna smiled brightly like a flower. Her face was cheerful, her heart was filled with happiness when receiving such a compliment. She humbly said that she still had many shortcomings, repeatedly placed medicine in his hand and told him that he could take it all. Li Han got so much medicine that he said this was enough. Sister Sienna was enthusiastic, allowing Li Han to just tell her when he needed it. Sister Sienna then left, leaving only Li Han and Yoner there. After a while of flattery and lifting Sister Sienna up into the clouds, Li Han also breathed a sigh of tiredness. But when he remembered the moment he talked to her just now, he felt something. Sister Sienna is very polite and has an eye for things as expected of a prestigious family. Fortunately, his method worked. Li Han waved at Sister Sienna, and she politely nodded in response. Seeing that she was friendly to everyone she met, smiling and talking happily, Li Han thought that perhaps some of the Vermilion Bird Tower students also had feelings for her. Suddenly, while he was still in a daze, Yoner put her hand on his shoulder and called. Yoner asked if he didn't owe Sister Sienna money. Li Han didn't understand what she was saying. The mountain scene was now late in the afternoon and became quiet. The two of them decided to go down the mountain. At this time, the students were gathering at the foot of the mountain. Everyone seemed to be waiting for someone. A student looked forward and said, "Over there." It turned out that the two professors had returned. From the forest they gradually appeared after a while of disappearing. Professor Uregulm happily said they were back, and Professor Engoldel, worried about the students, quickly ran over to ask if they were okay. The other students saw the professor and stood there for a moment without reacting. Suddenly, everyone got angry and blamed the professor for why he only came back now. Thinking that after a long time of not seeing each other, the students would be happy, but unexpectedly some wanted to defeat me, some wanted to step on me, surrounded by hostility. This made Professor Engoldel extremely shocked. However, Professor Uregulm was extremely optimistic when he looked into the students' eyes and realized that they had learned many things while he was away. Professor Engoldel was speechless when he heard that. The students heard the professor say they had learned many things and agreed, but with a very strange attitude. He said it was alchemy. Professor Uregulm then told the students to always be alert because disaster could happen at any time. But at this time, the students still have not forgiven the professors for letting them struggle alone, so they intend to create a disaster and make the professors pay the price. Suddenly, Professor Engoldel also apologized to the students. He immediately explained that he also wanted to go with the students, but the principal forced him. Before the professor could finish his sentence, they turned around and said of course it was, both the principal and the professor were the same. Professor Engoldel immediately clarified that he was telling the truth, but the students said it was too late and now they didn't believe him anymore. Hearing the student's face like that, his face turned pale as if he had lost his soul. The professor then slumped down dejectedly when the student he taught didn't believe him. But Li Han, standing aside, saw through it that everyone didn't trust the professor anymore. This was truly a way for them to grow up. Then he turned to Professor Engoldel's dazed look. Li Han thought that with his reaction, the professor must have told the truth. Another student couldn't believe this absurd explanation because it was impossible for a professor to be kidnapped by the principal. Li Han felt that with the bossy personality of the Skull Headmaster, it was very possible, and even Professor Uregulm also noticed Professor Engoldel's mood. Then Li Han sat down next to him and called the professor. He decided to turn his face to the world and believe in Professor Engeldel and even comfort him. Seeing the lovely student before him as the light of salvation, Professor Engoldel was so moved that he shed tears. Hearing that, he did not hesitate to open his arms and hug Li Han. Professor Uregulm on the side also realized that he was too flattering. Then he turned to the rest of the students and asked about the situation with the training. Ashan happily showed him how wonderful it was. Everything went very smoothly. Li Han achieved great success when using earth bombs and fire to defeat Golem. Suddenly, after hearing that, his eyes turned white and his face was sweaty, seeing that something was wrong. Professor Uregulm put his hand forward and told him to wait while his other hand held his head in confusion. His face became panicked when things didn't go as he planned. The professor asked what Golem, what about the bulls, where did they go? When he said he was just preparing the bull, the other students stood still for 5 seconds, speechless and not knowing what to say. They couldn't believe something like that could happen in the world, so they told him he should keep quiet. The professor couldn't fool them. Who understands this feeling? Professor Uregulm tries to get everyone to believe him, but the students just think it's a coincidence. Now, naturally, there is a wall of distance between the professor and the student. He also loses and doesn't know when his student became like that. The professor then decided to go find Li Han and ask him why. He wanted to ask Li Han to make sure it was a golem and not a bull, and he also said it was a golem. Hearing that, Professor Engeldel put his hand on his shoulder. He told him to wait. The atmosphere around him suddenly became darker and heavier than ever. Professor Engeldel asked them with a serious face what they just said with an extremely serious attitude. Seeing that he looked like he was about to swallow him whole, Professor Uregulm hesitantly explained that he had prepared both a bull and a golem, but it seemed like the bull had already disappeared. Then Professor Uregulm turned to Li Han for help, asking him if golem was prepared in advance, right? But Li Han had disappeared somewhere, leaving only the two professors together. He looked to the other students for help, but they all ran away. Well, things have come to a head, so there's no way to hide. Professor Engeldel suggested we talk privately even though he didn't really need it. He shouted for Professor Engeldel to calm down, while Li Han ran and stuck out his tongue as if to tease him. That afternoon, in the tower's reading room, there were many different books and documents on the table. The students sat and read books very attentively, but everyone's faces were sullen, tired and constantly complaining. This gray-haired student couldn't stand it anymore. He looked angry because he read but didn't understand anything. As a noble, why did he have to read these things? On the other hand, a female student was also upset when she was forced to learn about the cost of creating a magic seal when she could just spend her family's money. Other students also turned on their angry mode. The scene became extremely frustrating. At times like these, delicious breakfast dishes are the best savior. The food is filled with everything from candy apples to cookies, and even Earl Grey tea, everything for just 1 coin. Seeing paradise before their eyes, the students did not hesitate to agree. Everyone did not hesitate to spend money to enjoy breakfast. And the person who does things like this can only be Li Han. This is his self-service booth and he didn't expect it to be effective beyond expectations. While everyone was still chatting, another male student said those exercises were too difficult for them. He smiled triumphantly and was confident that after the alchemy lesson, this would be a piece of cake for him. He then laughed and bragged about how they had encountered a giant golem in the forest. The blue-haired student saw him talking like he had just slain a dragon and looked down on him, but the girl next to him also saw that he had no cure, so she told him to ignore it. Li Han looked towards the group of people. Do you think they thought only Li Han's group had to go through this? Yoner walked over and told him to focus. Moving to the poison room, a purple liquid was boiling in the pot. This is the alchemy exercise cauldron. The students each have a pot and are following the recipe to complete the exercise. On the other side, a student was putting orc bell flowers and crushed mushrooms into his vase, but it seemed wrong, so the smell was so terrible that the girl next to him had to cover her nose. Suddenly, from the jar, a slimy green liquid looked very strange. Then from the jar, that liquid erupted like a volcano. In this practice room, there were quite a few people who failed. After the first failed attempt at creating, they closed their eyes and snorted at the remnants left behind. Li Han saw that none of the other students had succeeded, and at this moment he also discovered something strange. He knew alchemy required precision and a small difference could lead to failure. Li Han looked closely at the formula paper and thought that although this exercise was quite difficult, no one succeeded, but maybe the formula was wrong from the beginning. It seemed like an idea just popped into his head, making Li Han startled and covered his mouth with his hand. Seeing him acting strangely, Yoner turned to ask. After speculating for a while, Li Han also voiced his opinion, thinking that perhaps Professor Urigilm had given them the wrong formula. In wanting them to discover it for themselves, facing this shocking viewpoint, the other students also turned to look at him. They stopped and did not continue working, but stood in contemplation for a while. Everyone couldn't believe how a professor could do that to his students. But as a professor of this evil school, no one is normal, and the students have also adapted to this. Some people also think it is the professor's plot. They turn red with anger when they find out. He wanted to let them find out for themselves. But they are just students and the professor is making it too difficult for the students to do that. Li Han was extremely calm and rational at this time. He felt that now was not the time to be angry. Even if he wanted to punch the professor, he had to finish his homework first. Li Han asked Yoner's opinion and she turned to the book with the ingredients and said one of the ingredients had a problem. Li Han thought that this could be a trap, so they had to be very careful and consider all possibilities. Then they turned to look at the ingredients on the table. The problem now was they didn't have enough ingredients to try each combination. Yoner also sighed in frustration and suggested they could read another textbook to find a way, but Li Han said they didn't have enough time. After struggling with this assignment for a long time, he was determined that tomorrow he would apply for a passport to leave school. Then he placed his feet on the chair in front of him. Then loudly asked everyone to stop and listen to Li Han for a bit. Seeing him do it to that extent, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Li Han regretfully said that this time the professor played a prank on them, so everyone had to join forces. He told everyone to gather all the ingredients and find the right recipe. Li Han will also go to the remaining towers. He reminded everyone that everyone must work together to succeed. At this time, Ashan happily held the ingredients in his hands and he realized that the ingredients each person had were different. Just sharing was enough. Yoner also suggested that if other students cooperated, they could share knowledge together. Li Han informed everyone and left and said he would come back later. As he walked, he told himself that he had to succeed at any cost. Stepping out the door into the journey that awaits him, Li Han does all of this for his precious vacation. After that, everything went quite smoothly. Yoner and Ashan were able to easily approach the students of the other court. Yoner mentioned the students of the White Tiger Tower, but Li Han shook his head and refused. She, along with Sienna and other students, collected documents and reviewed them together. After hours of careful calculation, they worked out many different formulas. With countless tiring trials, they combined other ingredients together. A piece of paper containing the formula was thrown into the air. Finally, the effort they had put in paid off, and everyone was relieved when the recipe was completed. Working together to help each other is good. Everyone works hard but everyone feels it's worth it. Luckily the results come not too late. Sienna said that now everyone just needs to follow the recipe and it's done. Li Han also said that everyone has worked hard. The other students also did not expect that they would once again unite before Professor Urigilm's trap, but fortunately thanks to Li Han, they were able to find the formula so quickly. The blue-haired male student smiled and said, "Well, you guys come from another tower so I don't know." He continued asking, "Tomorrow Wardinas will use the passport to go out." Everyone heard that and became quiet. After spreading it, they said loudly and went out. They focused their attention on Li Han, some praising and others asking, "How did you get the passport?" They looked at Li Han with admiring eyes. Seeing that, he was extremely confused and thought to himself. Then he remembered that it seemed like the students from the other towers who didn't know that he had a passport would make a fuss about it. The purple-haired male student awkwardly appeared behind and asked Li Han what he was planning to bring back from outside. Before Li Han could answer, a blonde female student nearby pointed at him and said, "Of course it's food along with many small and sweet dishes." Hearing that, Nelia also asked a question, "What about clothes? Durable and comfortable clothes are also great." In contrast to everyone, Ashan wanted to bring school supplies, which surprised everyone. When he heard Ashan say that, someone immediately asked him, "What nonsense is Dalkard talking about? Can the books be eaten, or can you drink ink?" Ashan was confused at that question. "Of course I also like food." However, Ashan is still determined in his intention, "But we need books." Ashan talked about his experience when he went to the royal library where the books were arranged very neatly. Ashan continued with a pained expression. Ashan's experience when visiting Einrogard's library was something of a horror for him because the books there were all left haphazardly and unorganized. Ashan pushed his glasses and continued, "At this rate, we will faint looking for books before even touching our homework. We have to quickly find the necessary books." Hearing him say that, the other two also agreed, "That aunt." While everyone was seriously discussing, a blonde male student spoke up again. "Things like magazines, novels, decks of cards or chess are just to kill time. Why do people have to be so complicated?" The blue-haired male student saw that and yelled at him, "Gainando, what's so important about those things?" Suddenly being yelled at, he immediately objected that those things were also important to him. Seeing that he couldn't argue, Gainando turned to Li Han for help. But Li Han was nowhere to be seen. Yoner stood up and told the other three, "Guys, Li Han has gone to sleep." At the end of the story, everything was as quiet as paper between them, with only a gust of wind blowing across. By this time he had gone to bed. Li Han went to bed and lay down to start sleeping. Li Han closed his eyes and thought, "Tomorrow is an important day, I will be able to go out." He continued to be immersed in thoughts about what to do. Suddenly Li Han opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that because he was thinking too much, he couldn't sleep. At this moment, he thought about what the principal had said. "Remember when you were tired of looking for the wooden house at night?" Those things made Li Han extremely worried. Suddenly, a book was pulled out by a stream of magic. Falling to the ground attracted Li Han's eyes. Li Han looked at that book and wondered, "This is the book the principal gave me, why did it suddenly move?" That book not only moves by itself but also opens automatically. The lines of magic in the book flowed out like water, making Li Han extremely surprised. They moved non-stop towards Li Han, making him panic. Those spells gradually penetrated his body, making Li Han wince in pain. A moment later he opened his eyes. When he fully opened his eyes, he realized he had been transported to a strange place. This place is extremely desolate. Li Han tried to bend down to check the ground under his feet and realized that this was an illusion created by the book. At this moment, when Li Han stood up, the book continued to appear. The book opened and stopped. Gonadaltus walked away arrogantly. Li Han saw that and asked, "It was magic that I learned last time, but it was only the theory part. Could it be that I should continue studying it now?" The book immediately nodded to show that he was right. Li Han looked at it and smiled, thinking, "He introduced this magic because he saw me pondering. What a good book." But then Li Han refused and asked the book to take him back. The book was surprised to hear that. He immediately sullenly turned the pages continuously. Li Han looked at him confused and wondered, "His personality is similar to the principal's, so I take back my previous compliment." Thinking about it, Li Han picked up his wand and spoke to the book. There was no other way. Li Han closed his eyes and began to study. The principal appeared and said fiercely, "Criminal number 24601. That guy heard that and denied, "Master, I'm not a criminal." Knowing that he had accidentally said something, the principal smiled and apologized to that old guy. Li Han stood there observing everything. Li Han yawned loudly due to lack of sleep. He remembered last night's exclamation. He didn't expect to be able to learn new magic in his dreams. There were indeed many types of training in this world. After successfully curing the countryside, the principal said to Li Han, "Congratulations on being released, Wardinez." The principal said with satisfaction, "This is a reward for what you have achieved, so be proud of it." Hearing that, he bowed his head and thanked him. The principal began to tell Li Han about the rules. He also added that if you don't return on time, a search team will be sent out, he said, pointing his hand at the guy next to him. Li Han looked at him and sweated, even though he knew the principal was playing big but didn't expect it to be so big. Not only that, the principal also continued, "You can only take home the things you bring yourself, you can't borrow carriages, or any other means of transport." As expected, he guessed correctly. Saying that, the gate opened before Li Han went to the principal to encourage him. "Okay, do your best, kid." When he set foot outside the door, the light overwhelmed him. Then Li Han turned his head to look at the closed gate and thought, "That's it, the rules aren't as harsh as I thought, I was prepared for the weight limit." Then Li Han turned around and left, thinking, but most of all, right now he is very happy. Because Li Han finally left the academy. Right now he begins to do his duty. After a while, Li Han also went to the village closest to Filani Academy. Li Han was talking to a resident there and he asked, all the nobles in the vicinity had left their mansions following the request from the academy, and the nearest mansion took several days of horseback riding. Hearing that, the uncle laughed and answered Li Han, "Exactly." The answer made him collapse. Li Han was so angry that he suddenly trembled and thought, no wonder the principal was so simple. Then he helplessly held his head and thought, clearly he had blocked my path to making money from the beginning. The most powerful nobles in the empire don't need to borrow money and goods, because there are countless merchants willing to give them their wealth to establish relationships, he thought. And people who grew up in that environment probably don't even know the concept of borrowing. But in everything there will be an exception. Li Han sat in some luxurious room face to face with a white-haired man. His face was serious, trying to suppress the shame in his heart, asking the person in front of him if he could lend him some money. Li Han's words were so successful that Arion, the manager of the Kako Merchant Guild, couldn't help but open his mouth wide, the tea in his mouth spilling out. He knew clearly that he was from the Wardina's family, so everything was even more unbelievable. The town where he lives now is called Floan. Although not prosperous, everyone lives together peacefully. People here do business bustlingly, hot bread stalls are sold every day. And the reason for all that prosperity is the Magic Academy. Not only did that place rely on the abundant natural mana in the area, but the school also needed many other materials for experiments. The school will offer a generous reward to hire adventurers to collect materials, so that the magicians can freely research, and when they run out of supplies, they will hire adventurers, and so on. A cycle happens, but every time they seeing invoices, the finance department always gets angry. In a certain room, there was a man screaming the principal's name in anger, while papers flew everywhere. Except for a few people, everyone in this relationship is happy. That's basically what this place is like. So luck is on Li Han's side, because as long as he has money, he will have everything. That's why Li Han sat opposite Arion, hoping he could lend him some money. Arion was still very bewildered after hearing this. Under the table, Arion's hands were almost clenched into fists, clearly showing his concern. If he lent him the loan, it would benefit the Merchant Guild because he would have a relationship with the great Wardina's family. But as someone who thought too much in the final stages, he was afraid that it would be a huge loan that the Merchant Guild would not be able to handle. Arion hesitantly asked Li Han how much he wanted. After hearing that question, he was stunned and hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Seeing Li Han's reaction, Arion's face was terrified. His overactive imagination began to kick in again. His hesitation in his eyes symbolized a huge amount of money that was hard to say. However, thinking about the relationship with the big family, there was fire in Arion's eyes. He was determined that even if he spent all his own money, he would still be able to connect. Thinking for a while, he finally said the price he wanted. All Li Han needed was 20 silver coins. Hearing that price, he was startled and said of course they could lend him such a large amount of money. But after a moment of recovering, Arion finally asked again in shock. Li Han was similarly bewildered. His reaction stunned Li Han. He gingerly negotiated another 15 dong. Arion saw that attitude and his face turned red. It turned out he had misunderstood the person. Li Han just needed a little money for shopping, only. When Li Han saw that he didn't say anything, he was scared and thought that the price he offered was too much, cutting it to only 12 silver coins. Arion saw that he kept reducing it, so he helplessly told him that he didn't need to reduce it anymore and that he would give it right away. From the money he borrowed, Arion was able to guess that he needed to buy a few things. He even suggested a tour of the town. Li Han was happy after hearing that, because it was too good. When the Merchant Guild employee came to give him money, Arion noticed something and turned his head. Looking at the original plates that were still filled with cake that had since disappeared, he was shocked because he didn't see him eat a single piece. Arion turned his eyes to Li Han's figure walking out the door. Attention was caught by his visibly bulging shirt pocket. Arion was speechless looking at that scene, not knowing what else to say. He began to doubt whether Li Han was a noble or not because of his actions, and in his heart began to plan how to deal with him. In his mind, even though Li Han was only a first-year student at a magic school, once he had the chance to go to the store, he would definitely spend freely. He couldn't help but imagine the future. I met Li Han again wearing a sophisticated outfit. Every time Li Han wants to buy something, he will calmly take the initiative and manipulate him into buying that thing. And for him to throw on the green winch, it was an excellent plan to impress the young noble. However, reality is always contrary to dreams. Li Han refused a merchant who wanted to sell him bread. Instead he wanted an item that could store canned food and large-sized furniture. Likewise, instead of expensive fabrics, Li Han only pays attention to some thick and sturdy fabrics. When he arrived at the paper store, Li Han enthusiastically stated his request. He only needed a large amount of cheap and hard-to-tear paper, and an illusion magic book that could fool the magic professor's eyes. Sunset fell. Li Han also completed his shopping task. He walked and checked the list of things to buy, while behind Arion and another person were carrying things. Behind Arion's surprised and slightly afraid face, his plan had completely failed, and if this trend continued, Li Han would only remember him as a porter. But no matter what you think, Arion is still very impressed by Li Han's ability to bargain prices even though he is a noble descendant. His ability is so good that Arion wants to invite him to work for him. After checking the entire list, Li Han confirmed that he had bought all the money he needed. He turned to ask Arion where the horse farm was. After hearing the question, he was confused and stammered. Remembering the academy's rule about not riding horses near the school grounds, Arion was worried, but the only response was a reassuring shake of the head from Li Han. He was looking for a horse for another purpose. On top of the academy, there was a man controlling an eagle. In the stables, the horsemen were also doing their best to take care of the irritable horses. It turned out that place was the Amor Horse Farm. 3 people from Li Han were standing in front of the horse farm door. From its desolate scene, Li Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face doubting life, wondering if this was the largest horse farm in the village. Li Han slowly walked in and said hello to the only man in the camp, who also greeted him back. That person was none other than the owner of the Amor Horse Farm. As soon as he looked at him, he immediately knew that Li Han was from the Magic Academy, and he began to wonder why he was here. Although it looked deserted from the outside, once inside, Li Han couldn't help but exclaim that the title of the largest horse farm in the region was not for show. Li Han stood and thought for a while and finally spoke hesitantly. His words made the horse farm owner stop his actions. What Li Han needed now was direct transportation from here to the academy, and he wondered if there was such a service here. He seemed to have been stabbed in the heart. His face was unbelievable. I don't know how you knew about this. But from Li Han's attitude, he had to tell the truth. His stable did indeed have a few merchants and adventurers contracted with the academy, and sometimes the king's messengers also used his place, but every time I get involved with a student, I get into trouble. The two walked to a chair and sat down. The man began to wonder why he asked that. Li Han hesitated, not knowing how to answer that question. His hands were sweating, worried that he wouldn't agree, and Li Han was about to give him money. He finally revealed his true purpose. Li Han asked him to help him escape on a specific day. After hearing his request, the horse farm owner was stunned. There was only one reason Li Han came here, which was to prepare for a new method of sneaking out. After a while, he finally came back to his senses. He lamented that even among the speedsters living in the harshest regions of the empire, there was no one as daring as Li Han, even though he was only a first year. It was his boldness that made him want to help Li Han. From that tone his face showed joy. Even though he agreed, he couldn't help but say in advance that things would be very difficult. After hearing this, Li Han also hesitated. Horse farm owner Amor began to remember that he had guided visitors to the academy before, but the academy's security was very tight. That strict vigilance was all because they were outsiders. His words made Li Han's mood plummet. After those words, Li Han couldn't help but rub his forehead in anger, cursing silently. The principal is really too much. Things are not simple at all. Seeing that the other person's mood had changed, he slowly stood up, not forgetting to comfort him. He walked over to Li Han and placed his hand on his shoulder. His face showed happiness. As long as Li Han found a mount in school, everything would be much simpler. After listening, Li Han looked bewildered, not understanding what he was trying to convey to him. His bewilderment was beyond his guess. He began to explain. One time he accidentally escaped with someone else. The man realized that although the academy was strict with outsiders, it was very relaxed with others, people in the academy. The owner of the horse farm began to speculate on the reason. According to him, it could be because many people in the school had complained. After listening, Li Han couldn't help but remember when Professor Uregilman Garcia Kim complained about not having to fill out too many paper just to go out shopping, or send a letter. After hearing those words, Li Han began to realize something unusual. He remembered when he left the academy by carriage, there were also professors in that group. He seemed to guess what he was thinking, so he quickly advised that Li Han would be arrested if he didn't come with him. Just by going with him, he could help Li Han disguise himself as an errand boy or a professor. He seemed very confident and even pointed at himself. Afraid that Li Han wouldn't agree, the horse farm owner had to ask for confirmation again, but he didn't answer and remained silent, thinking in his heart that this was not a bad idea. Good idea, but the problem now is how can you find an ownerless one to ride, Li Han thought thoughtfully. Then, thinking about a certain situation, Li Han's eyes flashed with a mischievous light. He thought about the situation where he had to steal one. However, very quickly, the horse farm owner's words knocked Li Han back to reality. He warned him not to think about stealing. Of course, Li Han was scared when he was told that he was scared. He couldn't do anything but respond. In his eyes, it was a good opportunity, but he quickly gave up because there were traps in the stable. Seeing him, responded, he was satisfied because pet theft was a crime. Then he handed a full cup of tea to him. Li Han just stood there and refused to accept it. He comforted him that it was just corn tea. The horse farm owner did not forget to ask again. Even though it was difficult, was Li Han sure? Holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, looking at his own reflection in the cup of tea, Li Han remained thoughtful and said nothing. Li Han's hand couldn't help but grip the rim of the cup tighter. There were many things that Li Han had to worry about. But in the end the decision was still made. Li Han had no other choice but to agree. After thinking about it, Li Han brought the cup of tea to his mouth and drank it in one gulp. The cup of tea soon touched the bottom and Li Han placed it firmly on his palm. His face was serious, deciding to put all his trust in the horse farm owner. Being asked for help, being a responsible person, he said he would come to the academy at midnight every Saturday night. He told Li Han to prepare his mount and wait for him at the top of the academy flight tower. One night, Li Han wore a cloak and stared at the people who had just arrived. He did not forget to tell them to leave when Li Han was ready. Returning to the village, the sky had turned yellow because of the sunset. In the middle of the scene, a call ruined everything. Arion ran after Li Han in front, calling his name as he ran, hoping he could wait a bit. He was breathing heavily while carrying a pile of heavy things while trying to tell Li Han to wake up. He understood that he wanted to carry as many things as possible, but no store was willing to help. But all arguments are meaningless. Li Han is still determined to go ahead. The two of them followed Li Han, carrying a pile of things on their backs, their faces bewildered when they saw his figure gradually disappear. The two of them watched Li Han run straight to somewhere, helpless to do anything. Arion looked at this scene and couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. He really didn't understand. He began to wonder why a student from a magic school would want to go to that kind of store. Li Han stopped in front of a certain place. Li Han stared at the store in front of him, his face worried. But having no other choice, Li Han reached out and pushed the door in. Before entering, he carefully asked permission. Stepping inside, Li Han asked to confirm again whether this was Baldororn's illusion magic shop or not. Inside the store a woman sat there with a crystal ball in front of her. She looked at who was coming, her face expressionless. When she saw him approaching, she gently invited him to sit. Li Han also followed suit and sat on the opposite side. She wondered what brought him here. Li Han hesitated to answer. Seeing his awkward look, she gently told Li Han to take it easy. Even though she was calm on the outside, inside her heart was a violent undercurrent. In her eyes, things had gotten worse since he walked in. She panicked and didn't know why a magic school student was in this shabby place. When standing in front of a Magic Academy student, she was like a duck standing in front of a goose. Because she was only a three-circle magician, compared to a student from Einrogard, she was only the size of a fifth-year student. During her second or first year, she began to panic and wonder why Li Han came to her when there were so many magicians in the academy. Finally, after thinking for a while, Li Han said the purpose of coming here, which startled her out of her thoughts. He clearly explained the reason, because there was a tower protected by magic that he really wanted to enter, and that barrier was similar to illusion magic, so Li Han was here to ask for advice. As soon as the other person heard it, she knew that it was definitely a tower in the Magic Academy, which made her panic even more. From his young, bewildered appearance, she immediately guessed that Li Han was a new student, but that's why she was even more surprised when he dared to run away from school, even wanting to break in through security of the academy. Her hands clutched the dress under her body, pensive. Her face held back excitement. Thanks to that boldness, Li Han will definitely be a good magician in the future, just the average of a magician's unique way of thinking. After a while, she raised her hand to her mouth and coughed lightly to break the atmosphere, then explained that, according to her, there were many types of magic that could stop intruders, so many that even an expert could not sure if I know. Talented magicians are like skilled safecrackers. They can figure out the structure of protective magic, and even better ones can use the information to crack them. But that required a lot of experience and understanding. Even if she taught Li Han the method, it wouldn't be so easy to do. Her words made Li Han pensive, but everything was not beyond his expectations. From the beginning he knew it was difficult. But everything has a solution. He thought of something. If I couldn't play it properly, I would play tricks. Li Han immediately asked her if there was any trick that could help him break the spell himself. She didn't close her eyes but just considered it a joke. But when she saw Li Han tilting his head and looking at her intently, she was surprised to see that Li Han was really serious about this matter. Playing with her hand for a while, she remained silent without saying anything. Thinking for a while, she finally said, what Li Han wanted to do was impossible. Afraid that Li Han wouldn't understand, she had to explain more clearly. Even if Li Han understood their structure, those protective spells were still very difficult to remove, wanting to defy everything and use force to break them. Saying that, she paused for a moment before stating the conditions, which required the caster to have a huge amount of mana to be able to overwhelm the spell, in addition to requiring a source of power, enough to shake the magical setting, and that was almost impossible. But as soon as he heard that, Li Han was stunned. Excited, Li Han stood up, not forgetting to hit the table. Mana was not a problem for Li Han, so he just needed her to clarify. But she only saw the other person shaking his head, because in the worst case, Li Han could lose his life, and she couldn't let that happen. Seeing her hesitation, Li Han also prepared in advance. He placed a bag full of silver coins on the table, not forgetting to affirm that he would not put himself in danger. Matter determines consciousness. Even though her face was sad, she couldn't refuse in front of the attractive light of money. From where she took out a circle with mysterious patterns. On it there were also 5 stones placed in a circle. The first thing Li Han needed to do was have a large amount of mana, and it was best to have such a magic circle. Arts and mana stones are a good choice. She started asking if Li Han had learned how to draw a magic circle. Hearing that, Li Han was a bit stunned but also said he had learned it in basic geometry and arithmetic class. Receiving the answer she wanted, the crystal ball transformed again with a small figure of Li Han standing in the middle. She pointed at the center of the magic circle, asking him to stand there, but it was still difficult to accept. Get a large amount. But the biggest difficulty was that Li Han had to put all his strength into one attack. Li Han looked at her hand thoughtfully. As she spoke, she compared Li Han's mana flow to a flood breaking a dike instead of a slow flow. When the person opposite saw Li Han crossing his arms and staring at his own ball, he guessed that he didn't understand anything. She was confused and tried to explain in a more palatable way. After only a short period of time, Li Han was as fresh as spring. It seemed like he completely understood. After listening to the answer, the girl looked at Li Han, rubbing his chin in thought. It was not strange if people did not listen to her warning. It was also true. If he was a student admitted to Einrogard, he must have as a young talent in his hometown. Very quickly, she immediately denied it. To her there was no such thing as talent. Arrogance was the poison that corroded young talents, thinking as she reached down and opened a bag, something out. She took out a handful of strange powder and threw it into the air. It turned out that it was called night moon powder. After throwing that thing into the sky, she started chanting the spell again. I summoned moonlight to bend the water's silhouette, then pointed the tip of the staff at him. 3 magical circles, the lunally and moonlight maze, followed by a dazzling light. Li Han's soul left his body. Li Han floated in the air, surprised to find himself immediately pushed back. But it quickly stopped when I found myself still on the chair. But Li Han still felt like he was separated from this space. He finally realized it was a spell. There was a strange feeling under Li Han's feet, making him feel as if even one step was dangerous. Outside, she held a staff in her hand. To her, this was not a noble illusion magic, but just something she prepared for intruders, but that was enough to warn him, even if Li Han did not, but she still had to warn him not to move. But at this moment, one of his words shocked her. Li Han had already realized that if he took one more step, he would get lost in the maze. After listening, her eyes looked at Li Han warily. Because it was only the new year and he was already so sharp, she finally understood why Li Han was so confident. Sighing, she finally explained that this was just a low-level spell, but that was probably enough of a threat. She also didn't forget to ask if Li Han wanted to continue. Li Han didn't answer, words that seemed enlightening. His face lit up when receiving knowledge. In Li Han's eyes, she was now a kind person when teaching him such things. She was even better than the professor at school. Hearing a gentle lecture like this made Li Han want to cry, because every time he was in school, Professor Volity would beat him, and the person opposite him would wonder because of Li Han's attentive gaze. Li Han stood up on his hands and knees, pushed his chair away, and affirmed that he would try what she told him. Taking out a small wooden staff from his hand, Li Han's face was filled with determination. The scene was still constantly changing. Li Han retreated behind this enlarged, spellbound staff. In his eyes, it did not look like a stream but like a dam. Mana was like a whirlpool of water gathering in front of his staff. Then from there a stream of power like a cannonball shot out. In the place it aimed straight, it was not strange, it was where she was sitting. There was nothing else in her eyes now but only filled with that light. Even though there was no sound, she definitely heard it. The attack came in front of her desk and was blocked by a barrier. But it couldn't be stopped for too long. A deafening explosion made the hat on his head fly away. Accompanied by the explosion was the sound of the spell breaking. From all the doors of the house, a blinding light emitted, highlighting the entire corner. A moment later, the light gradually softened visibly. Inside the house at this time, tables and chairs were falling everywhere, and she was still sitting bewilderedly under the chair, looking at Li Han in disbelief. Her face was terrified, her eyes were A-shaped, her mouth was an O-shaped, and her hair was messy. Seeing the feet of the person coming, something seemed to break out of a cocoon. Li Han asked with a worried face if she was okay, not forgetting to kneel down and reach out to help her up. Unable to disappoint people's good intentions, she quickly shook his hand. So they did exist, geniuses, she was surprised. In front of the academy's gate, the principal and Professor Garika Kim were standing there, holding a piece of paper in her hand. Garcia glanced at the skull next to her, trying to chase him away so she could take care of this, but the principal just shook his head, saying how could he leave her here alone. I didn't know he was thinking of something funny, and smiled evilly. Professor Garcia Kim looked at him like that and was speechless. She knew in her heart that he was expecting Li Han to come home late, but she didn't say it out loud. Seeing that she could not change his mind, Garika Kim could only advise him not to put his hope in that. Li Han was different from normal students, and the principal did not deny it. But this has nothing to do with talent. Li Han has no money or time. The number of items he can bring back is limited. The more intelligent he thinks he is, the more constrained he is. The principal had an evil face and hoped time would pass quickly. Garcia Kim stood next to him, angry and annoyed by his blunt actions. But from a distance, a figure appeared, surprising her. What appeared was not a human shadow but more like a horse-drawn carriage. Garcia Kim looked at it and wondered. She flipped the paper in her hand to see if that giant carriage was on the list, but as the thing approached, Garcia Kim wondered if it was a giant or not. The figure of that thing gradually became clearer. Garcia Kim seemed to see a ghost and widened her eyes. That person is none other than Li Han. I saw that on his back there was a large amount of stuff in big and small bags, and Li Han was breathing heavily. In addition to the large and small bags on his back, there were also several boxes floating. The principal and Professor Garcia Kim were also stunned after looking, but step by step approached Li Han. The two people were helpless and speechless. Garcia Kim couldn't believe his eyes anymore, because Li Han not only carried a mountain of stuff, but also used low-level control to carry several boxes. Carrying that much with only low-level control must have been very difficult. The principal's hand clenched into a fist. But then he released his hand, his face helpless. What Professor Volity taught him made him admire, because it seemed like the professor had successfully taught Li Han. The principal had noticed it from the beginning, and now Garcia Kim noticed it. She began to wonder who taught him the physical enhancement magic. It was a spell that had many side effects, so it was banned for first year. Learn. Then suddenly she thought of the case of self-taught Li Han, who was about to move forward to stop him but was stopped by the principal's hand. But he had a soft face, explaining that magicians would not be able to grow if imposed too much. As soon as Garcia Kim looked at his appearance, he knew that he was the one who taught Li Han badly. Gonadal's quick footsteps are a very special spell. 4 circles with 4 distinct colors gradually appear. Most physical enhancement spells will only work in a certain area, especially physical enhancement spells for beginners. However, this spell requires the user to strengthen 4 separate areas even though it itself is only a level 1 spell. The central area between the 4 areas will be the strongest. Li Han read the instructions in the book and couldn't help but put his hand on his forehead. From the name, he understood how difficult it was, and for that reason, Li Han understood why the principal's name was given to the spell. This is it. All of the previous scenes were not reality but just yesterday's dream of Li Han. He stood on a cliff in the late afternoon with a floating book next to him. Looking at the pile of words on the page, Li Han couldn't help but feel discouraged. Because the spell was difficult and confusing, the name wasn't even related to the effect, and the number of failures was uncountable. Feeling more and more like he was wasting time, Li Han threw the book behind him and left without mercy. He went somewhere and sat down. Li Han sat there, raising his hand to stroke his chin, trying to think in another direction, but Li Han himself did not know that he was gaining great benefits. The advantage that Li Han has is an open and flexible mindset, which is much stronger than the amount of mana Li Han possesses. Thanks to his own thinking, he began to wonder if the principal had created this spell, when and what to use it for. A bold thought popped into his head, which was that he would try to recreate it because after all, this was just a dream. As soon as he finished thinking, a light appeared from the palm of his hand, then gradually turned into a handful of soil. He began to imagine that at that time the principal must have been very young. His eyes were burning with madness, his temper was probably as bad as it is now, so his appearance must have been tough and aggressive, and the principal was also a kind person, so his body is both strong and agile. Thinking about Li Han's hands while molding it into shape, now he also understands the feeling of a god when molding clay to create humans. After a while of meticulous kneading, the earthen person at his feet finally took shape, just adding dark clothes and a suitable staff. After a while of molding and shaping the principal's youthful appearance, Li Han stood up to take a closer look at his work. Li Han raised his hand to feel the sweat on his muddy face. Standing for a moment, he bowed his head closer to his face and observed that there was some dust on its nose. He pondered how the statue could stand up. After all, this was just a dream. I don't know what he was thinking, but he blew a breath into its face. Its body gradually emerged and separated from the ground below. Rising and separating from the ground was not all. Its eyes opened wide, a green glowing pupil appeared. Seeing it open its eyes and then crawl up, Li Han, even though he had expected it, still couldn't help but step back in shock, because he didn't think it would actually wake up. It slowly stood up and separated from the ground. At first he stood up with his hands, then with his staff, he stood up completely. But strangely, its eyes looked at him with murderous intent. Even though he was the creator of this clay statue, Li Han still knew how to be sneaky when faced with such murderous eyes. He felt that it was very strong, but fortunately because without orders, it would not move. Now that Li Han has an image of the creator of this spell, it will be easier for him to imagine. A stream of blue power gradually enveloped his hand as well as the statue's body. In Li Han's mind, he thought it was a physical enhancement spell created by someone like the principal. Li Han's staff appeared from nowhere. He placed it in front of him, closed his eyes and recited the spell, his feet feeling the shaking of the earth with each step. After reading the spell, Li Han's body began to float in the air, surrounded by blue mana. Suddenly something happened to Li Han's body that surprised him. Li Han's hand clenched into a fist, from which a vein slowly appeared. To feel the magic flowing through his body more easily, Li Han closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Li Han's pupils changed from pure black to blue, and they even glowed. Li Han's whole body is now full of energy and it's unbelievable. The book had been hovering next to him since the beginning. When he saw Li Han successfully studying, he opened a few pages to congratulate him. Li Han looked at it and politely said thank you. Then, the book opened to the page containing the spell, a blinding light. Besides the light, there are also strange words floating in the air. Li Han stood on the ground looking at the text and understood what it wanted to say. It turned out it wanted him to return. But before he could leave this place peacefully, Li Han realized he forgot to ask the book whether this strengthening spell had side effects or not. It didn't answer him but just closed the book. Li Han looked at it with worry. The spell was used in many different areas, surely. However, he didn't let him finish talking and immediately closed the book. At the same time, Li-Han outside in the real world opened his eyes wide and woke up. Coming into his sight was the ceiling of a familiar room. Looking outside at the bright sunlight, Li-Han immediately knew it was morning. That is the past, and now Li-Han is still carrying big and small bags. His face showed signs of fatigue, breathing heavily. Even if he wasn't sure, he had to use a spell, because there were too many things to carry. In front of him was the principal and a confused Garcia Kim. The principal looked at him and knew he was using his magic and had a pulse, but he mistakenly thought he was just releasing mana, and not only that, he also used elementary control magic many times. Witnessing that scene, the principal couldn't help but glance away. A normal magician would definitely faint from mana exhaustion, but Li-Han had a lot of mana, so he should have passed out the first time he cast a spell. Turns out he found it strange. He came in front of the two people to announce that he was home. Instead of a smiling face, the principal looked at him fearfully and said hello, looking at Li-Han speechless, because earlier he saw him sad because he escaped the trap. Only Garcia Kim worriedly approached him and told him to drink water potion to replenish his stamina and then rest. Seeing that he didn't answer, she became even more worried and advised him to go back to sleep deeply. Li-Han intentionally avoided those eyes, because he had already dealt with the side effects of the spell, but her words scared him. So Li-Han had to play cards and leave. The two teachers watched the door close. The principal quickly noticed something strange. He began to wonder where he got the money to buy that thing, without knowing that somewhere Arion was crying, hoping he would remember him. That afternoon, the students were standing there watching the goods being purchased. They suddenly turned happy when they saw someone. That person was Li-Han, who had just woken up from a long sleep. Seeing that, the students quickly came forward to ask. They were all worried, asking if he was injured, but he only answered vaguely. Li-Han approached a nearby chair, pushed it away, and started thinking about the problem of being too strong. He sat down on the chair and sighed dejectedly. He thought the side effects would last for 2 days. There was nothing wrong with this body, which made Li-Han even more worried. A cup of hot cocoa was brought from behind, catching Li-Han's attention. The person who gave that cup was Yoner. Her explanation was because she didn't ask for anything. Yoner sat down on the chair next to Li-Han and said that he had taken care of the horse while Li-Han was sleeping. After listening, Li-Han politely thanked him. But he also couldn't help but worry about Yoner because that horse was very difficult to please. His words made her confused because when Yoner took good care of him, when she took him for walks he was very obedient. Hearing that, Li-Han's hand holding the cup was tighter than ever. He was angry and couldn't believe that that horse was like that. You already took revenge, just wait and see. Yoner stretched lazily. A new week begins again. She suddenly thought about what homework they had left. Li-Han said Professor Uragilm's homework was finished. Now there's only one exercise left. That was capturing the flag of the White Tiger Tower. The principal's homework is a basic character magic lesson. Don't know how it will improve one's personality though. But they need to get that flag. Li-Han wasn't sure if anyone had tried it yet. The blue-haired male student was immediately frustrated. He tried many ways but it didn't work, and the black-haired girl tried to seduce them with sweets and it didn't work either. Can't break in. The other two immediately reacted violently, asking him what stupid words he had just said. Had he forgotten how they bullied Wardinas? Li-Han stood in front of Gainando, advising everyone to calm down. He guessed there was no other way but to ambush. Now he had a way. Before they knew what that method was, the blue-haired male student and the black-haired girl quickly showed that they were relying on him. Gainando still thinks it would be better to exchange flags. After all, those white tigers are trustworthy. Li-Han rarely saw him give his opinion, so he wanted to hear more about his thoughts. He immediately excitedly said that when they gave him bread and milk, they spoke to him very kindly. Li-Han seemed startled. In a place like this, they give him milk and bread. It's definitely a trap, General. Li-Han really couldn't say, did they want to bribe him, but thinking back, he was really a good target. Pitiful for Gainando and innocently asked if he felt the same way. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. An idea just popped into his head. Li-Han mysteriously called Gainando closer, making him confused. Then, he whispered a few words into his ear. After listening, Gainando became excited because only Li-Han understood him. He said he would be back soon. After speaking, he immediately turned around and left. Li-Han smiled and watched his back. A moment later, outside the tower, everyone finished shouting happily. The students gathered to look at the drawing of the white tiger flag. One hesitantly asked if they only needed to exchange this with the blonde guys, right? Marathi thought it looked like the real thing. It was definitely worth the effort. At this moment, Rago rushed over to tell the news that the blonde guy had taken the bait, and they would meet him in front of the academy tomorrow at noon. Dumak praised him for doing a great job, but Rago said that since he could eat delicious food, he should help them. The brown-haired male student saw that Marathi was still silently thinking. He was curious if there was a problem. Actually, Marathi wasn't sure if that blonde guy was trustworthy. What's more strange is, they agreed to exchange after listening to Wardinas. He was suspicious. Did Wardinas agree to this? Dumak advised Marathi to trust Rago for once. The brown-haired male student also agreed with this idea. Marathi suddenly got angry because these guys thought so simply. But he just tried to endure it. It was good to be friendly every once in a while, so he immediately smiled and followed their opinion. Marathi thought to himself, anyway, even if you lose, you won't lose anything, because it's a false flag. At night, someone was secretly approaching the White Tiger Tower. That person is Li Han. Besides him there are also Yoner and Radford. Li Han needed the perspective of a professional thief, so he asked Radford for help. He felt this was an honor. Suddenly, Yoner screamed in panic, and Li Han looked over in surprise. She thought they should have asked Nilia as well. Li Han suddenly fell silent. In his mind, he imagined the image of Nilia. She asked gloomily, why did they go on the mission without inviting her? Wasn't she their teammate? After that, she sadly said she understood, thanking them for playing with her until now. Thinking of this, Li Han panicked. He felt like he was in trouble. When he got back, he had to find a reason to explain. After that, he stood up. Now he had to focus on the main thing. Li Han told everyone that, thanks to Gainando, those people let their guard down. So now they will follow the plan. Actually, it's not like the plan. First, Li Han and Radford will infiltrate first. The rest will follow behind waiting for your signal. However, because they were all nobles, they had never ambushed them like this before. So many crazy thoughts appeared. Some people thought about whether they should bite into tree branches, because characters in novels often do that. Some people wrapped their shoes in cloth to walk without making a sound. Radford quickly shook his head to stop them. Li Han urged Radford to go with him. Soon they arrived in front of the tower. Li Han raised his hand to touch the door, intending to read to see if there was any magic spelled inside. Light suddenly flashed. 2 magic circles appeared. Li Han opened his eyes wide in surprise. After that, more and more magic circles appeared, the light shining brightly throughout the entire area. Li Han suddenly staggered back. Radford worriedly asked him if he was okay. He said he just lost his footing, but it seemed like it wasn't easy. Everyone cheered him on seeing that. They believed he could do it. Radford intended to let Li Han rest, but he refused. He reached into his robe, anyway. The only thing stopping them was the magic blocking the entrance. He took out his magic staff and used it. The mana energy flowing like water was immediately absorbed by it. The purple-haired male student had closed his eyes and was dozing while standing, but still holding a pen and taking notes. The blue-haired boy saw that and immediately came closer to wake him up. The blue-haired male student reminded his friend that he had overslept in case the monster escaped, making the purple-haired boy startled and said he would pay more attention. But the blue-haired boy was just about to leave when the purple-haired boy showed signs of falling asleep again. The green monster looks like a tree trunk struggling in a glass cage. Then suddenly a crack in the glass appeared. Li Han is now in another place. He is holding the stick and is casting magic under Radford's presence. Radford looked at him with extremely admiring eyes. He could feel the terrible amount of mana accumulating even though he had no intention of detecting it. The image of Li Han closing his eyes, feeling the power and performing it is exactly what Radford thought. Wardinas is a talent. At this time, Li Han suddenly opened his eyes. Old Principal Osu Gonadaltz was reading the timesheet in his office. He seemed to feel something. That feeling made Osu think the White Tiger Tower's protective magic wasn't working. Osu immediately questioned another person. He wondered if it was because the anti-magic people were coming again, but the other person reassured him and said that it was not. The other person guessed that it was because the new student stopped him. Hearing that, Osu immediately understood that it was because of the homework assigned by him. Osu was certain that the person with the ability to disable protective magic for a short time could only be Li Han, but he also did not expect him to use such force. Osu asked the other person again that besides the one at the gate, there were other protective magics, but why did this happen? The other person could only honestly answer that almost all of them had stopped working. Osu was a bit surprised because there were so many that Li Han could stop them all. In the end, it took him a lot of strength to break that protective magic. At this time, the door opened at Li Han's place and he immediately called everyone to leave. Li Han's friends immediately ran behind him. While running up the stairs, Li Han discovered a stream of energy, which was magic that was gradually recovering. Li Han was on guard because if that powerful magic was restored, it would be difficult to tell. Gai Nandu and Yoner were running behind Li Han with all their might. Gai Nandu ran past a dim light. Suddenly the candle flame flared up without anyone noticing. Yet a blurry white tiger appeared from the candle behind Gai Nandu. The bright-eyed tiger at the back of Gai Nandu's shirt. The tiger stole him away without warning, causing Gai Nan to scream in panic. Yoner saw that and shouted his name, but it seemed they didn't see the tiger, so Asha told Gai Nandu to get out of here now because he was trapped. Trap. The white tiger threw Gai Nandu out of the castle. Li Han had no choice but to tell everyone to hurry up because the magic traps were restoring, if so it would be very troublesome. The door they were heading towards had appeared. Radford aggressively opened his mouth wide, happy to have succeeded. They finally arrived at the room of the White Tiger Tower. They all looked around in confusion, it seemed like it was their first time coming here. Li Han reminded him that there wasn't much time left, and Radford agreed because they needed to find the flag. They decided to split up and search. Li Han stood looking around and observed. He breathed a sigh of relief because there was no one else here. Because if there was, it would be very troublesome. He was about to search when someone called him from behind. Li Han reflexively turned around in surprise to look. It seemed Drugu was also very surprised when he saw them. Drugu saw the noise and came out here. He was panicked because he didn't know how they could get in. Suddenly, Li Han was startled and pointed behind him, asking Drugu to look behind him. Drugu trusted people, was hit by Li Han's distraction, and immediately turned back to look. Immediately a ball with great force was thrown straight at his face mercilessly. And of course that throw was Li Han's. Drugu was hit and fell to the ground unconscious. The blonde male student laughed when he saw that, saying that was the price for being arrogant in front of Li Han. Yoner worriedly asked Li Han if it was okay to do that. Li Han thinks that it will be good for Drugu, because if he gets involved in this case, he will be in trouble. Li Han knelt down on one knee to Drugu. He said that if others saw Drugu being knocked unconscious, they wouldn't be misunderstood, and wouldn't have to be lonely like Nilya. Yoner looked at Li Han, feeling a little touched. But then she forced a smile and thought about why she compared Nilya to Drugu. The two were still talking when someone called Li Han and said he had found him. It was Radford, but he was a bit hesitant. It turned out that Radford had found the flag, but there were too many identical flags. Li Han rubbed his chin and observed, perhaps it was a fake, but it was so dark that he couldn't tell the difference. Li Han decided to take it all away. The blue-haired male student agreed and immediately bent down to pick up the flag. While picking it up, the flame of the wall-mounted candle lit up. Immediately afterward, a series of candles lit up, startling them and alerting them. Li Han realized the magic traps had restored. A white tiger appeared from the candle flame, just like the tiger that grabbed Gai Nandu earlier. It scraped the back collar of their shirts. Not just one, but 2 or 3 appeared and approached each person, causing them to panic and call for help. Radford gathered all the flags and reported to Li Han. Seeing that, he quickly praised Radford. Their steps became quick. As he ran, he urged everyone to run. Behind them were 2 ferocious tigers that had starved to death for a year without getting any meat. In the hallway of the academy, someone's voice was heard. How many times has it been? The short-haired boy stretched his shoulders and clasped his hands above his head, thinking he heard a noise in the tower. The hair-tied boy denied it was possible. The boy with his hair tied thought that nothing could happen at the academy. People from outside the White Tiger Tower could not come here. The hasty, urgent steps of Li Han's friends went down. As soon as the 2 young men finished speaking, they sprayed glue and stood still to see Li Han's friends running past like they were being chased by ghosts. The 2 of them were bewildered. Suddenly their mouths opened wide. What? The 2 guys calmly observed the clothes of Li Han's friends and guessed that they were the clothes of the people of the Tan Dragon Tower. Not yet. Li Han panicked when he saw that he had been caught red-handed. The guy tied his hair and saw a princess running past in the crowd. The boy called out to the princess, but she didn't even look at him, turned around and continued running. Suddenly two giant tigers, emitting golden light, rushed forward. The guy with the hair tie was surprised. The two tigers jumped over the guy with his hair tied and continued to chase them, while they ran and called for help. The boy with his hair tied up gasped because he didn't understand what was going on here. Outside the tower, the guy with his hair tied in a big tie, what the hell is going on? Gradually, Li Han's friends ran out the door. Li Han Courage ran last to protect his friend's safety. Before he could step out the door, he heard the roar of a tiger in his ears. He quickly took a big step towards the door. Luckily, the tiger's claws couldn't reach his feet. He shot out like a rocket, landing couldn't have been softer. Phew, finally freed, he looked back at the tower with puzzled eyes. Now he took a deep breath, seemingly letting go of all his fears and worries. Once outside, no one had any strength left. Some sat on the ground, some were dizzy, some vomited. Li Han looked at everyone. We did it, at least temporarily. The voice of the guy with the hair tied in his hair rang out. He called everyone to teach and chase after them. Hearing that, things weren't over yet. Li Han suddenly called everyone to gather, warning the white tigers about to come. He was worried, so he moved aside so that one boy could carry a few people and run away. Having said that, he carried Guy Nandu on his shoulder, turned around and told Guy Nandu to stand up and teach. On Li Han's shoulder, he muttered to drive calmly, "Don't be nervous." In his mind, the scene of Li Han and him in disguise riding a horse-drawn carriage appeared in his mind. Li Han shouted helplessly, "I'm not the driver." Guy Nandu calmed down. Suddenly, a green hand from inside pushed open the door. None other than the White Tiger's men. They angrily shouted at the thieves. It's not over, they rushed out. It's really admirable that Li Han carried Guy Nandu on his shoulders and still ran at a good speed, which was extraordinary. He let everyone run ahead. He slowed down, thinking that if he kept running, he would get caught anyway. He quickly turned to tell Radford to distract them. Radford worriedly asked Li Han if he was being used as bait or something. Li Han quickly said of course not. Guy Nandu's face was green on his back and he was vomiting. Guy Nandu's tears held back long tears, swearing at the bastard Wardinas. Suddenly out of the bushes ran a young man dressed head down, with two horns on his head. He shouted loudly, not mentioning Rowena, but Durgu really trusted him. He was angry and bitter, his face red. He asked why Li Han had to rush Durgu to contain him. Seeing this young man running towards him, Li Han had a proud look in his eyes. It was a perfect opportunity. I don't know if it was because he had already planned it all. Li Han stomped his feet and turned around. His appearance is serious, his face is serious, showing the cunning of some kooks, saying that Durgu is just a chess piece in his hand. Durgu is stupid to believe his words. Hearing that, the young man was very bitter. He cursed Li Han as a bastard. Regardless of what the young man said, he still closed his eyes and put his hand in his shirt to get something. Li Han took out his magic wand from his shirt and called out the waves. Around the young man with two horns were ripples that wrapped around his wrists and ankles. He cried loudly. Then he was pinned straight to the ground by those four ripples. He angrily gritted his teeth and cursed Li Han for being a monster. Several people from the White Tiger immediately rushed forward, shouting loudly to that high-horned young man, Enrago. The few of them came to Enrago's side with short tears and long tears, but he was so miserable. He was truly an honorable person. Guy Nandu still hasn't woken up. His face is still green. He doesn't understand what happened, but he's still talking nonsense. Cuckoo people can never win against Wardinas. Li Han continues to carry him on his shoulders and go. Li Han stepped forward and raised his wand, calling to them. His face changed to a look of anger, threatening them not to chase him anymore. If they refused, he could use magic as much as he wanted. Not only that, you're also scaring the night away and you won't be able to avoid it. Having finished speaking, he turned around and continued walking. As he walked, he found another way to escape before many people arrived. For the time being, this threat would still work for a while. Unexpectedly, Enrago was so bold, he told his brothers to ignore him and chased after Li Han as Durgu's enemy. The whole group over there radiated a fiery atmosphere. The fire within them burned. They were determined to capture Li Han to pay the price for betraying Durgu. Unfortunately, Li Han's plan to scare him failed. He regretted not hitting him the most. A green foot walked towards me. Could it be Durgu or not? On the other side is a normal person's foot. Unexpectedly, the four of them were not afraid, but stood around Li Han holding sticks. Seeing this, Guy Nandu raised his head and asked, "Am I dead?" Li Han immediately took a stick and lightly hit him on the back, telling him to calm down. After speaking, he closed his eyes and meditated on how to handle this situation. Li Hondeo on the left uses a water ball, on the right uses a sword to block the attack, then he will run away when he blocks their sight. Suddenly Guy Nandu saw something on his back that startled him, his eyes opened wide. He quickly pointed towards what he had seen. You shouted loudly behind your back, "Pay attention." Guy Nandu didn't pay any attention, but advised you to lie still. The two white tiger guys laughed loudly. Those tricks don't bother me, do you think we're stupid? Suddenly something long and green wrapped around. It wrapped around the young man from the white tiger side. Now that he realized it, he was both shocked and confused. Before he knew what it was, he was lifted into the air. Li Han found it very strange. Looking back, he didn't know anything. Suddenly an announcement from the principal rang out, saying that a monster had escaped from the greenhouse. He didn't know anything, so he asked the culprit to go into the punishment room, be quiet, and catch the monster. The monster continued to lift the guy next to the white tiger. Hearing the announcement from the principal, Li Han didn't care. In fact, it was a touching conversation between the students and the professor about the failed experiment. Unexpectedly, that monster captured all of the white tiger's people. They called for help loudly. Seeing that, Li Han also felt a little moved. He thought that this was not for emotions. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't fight that monster while carrying Guy Nandu. Suddenly, whatever comes must come. That monster comes to attack him. There was a woman behind him standing and looking at him. She is Professor Garcia Kim. She waves her hand to create a blue aura. Throw away the monster's chain and help Li Han. Li Han gasped in surprise. Garcia Kim immediately came in front of Li Han. Li Han immediately recognized that it was Professor Garcia Kim. She immediately ordered him to move behind her. She needed a wand and said she couldn't believe another monster had escaped. This week had been very difficult for the new students. He immediately thought, another monster. Li Han immediately abandoned that thought and pointed at the monster's red tentacles, asking the professor to catch the vine monster. She held the wand in her hand. Wait a moment, she recited the spell with her wand. Magic circles appeared behind her. A blue light appeared, illuminating the entire forest. The vine monster's tendrils gradually withered. Losing the name of the white tiger also fell to the ground. The name was nauseating. The name could not be said, I don't know. After dealing with the monster, Li Han turned to ask the professor what was going on. The professor immediately explained, about this, although this school has a perfect defense system against outside invasions, it has no effect on what's inside, because we can prevent accidents from happening when learning magic. This summoned monster was such a case. It seemed like the upperclassmen had failed in one of the experiments. The professor immediately laughed, thinking that such things happen often. Li Han really had 3 points, thinking that this was no laughing matter. Students in the school were being attacked and the professor was still laughing. He thanked the professor for explaining the situation. You reported to the teacher that there is not only this one monster, the other monster will also be dealt with soon, right? The professor suddenly laughed again. Don't worry, within a month they will be caught. So from now on, remember to be careful when going around the academy. God looked at the students lying down being attacked by monsters and the professor was still smiling. For a month, yet the professor only said be careful. He stood teaching and looked up at the sky. It was true, all professors were the same. The scene changes. The principal's system now announces that a summoned monster is lurking in the school. The students must pay close attention, reminding them that it is because a summoned monster is lurking in the school. In the room, there were 3 students sitting in chairs with their heads down, tiredly looking at the pile of flags on the ground. The black-haired girl was helpless, speechless and didn't know what to say. The blonde-haired male student suspected that they intentionally released the monsters. The blue-haired male student next to him agreed correctly. Otherwise, why didn't they immediately capture them? The person they suspected was the principal. Li Han raised his cup to drink water and listened to their story. He expressed boredom at school, thinking it was just because they were lazy. There are many magicians in the academy. I'm sure they could defeat a dragon if they mobilized all the professors. They will ask students to solve their own problems, but what if the problem is caused by students? The answer is too obvious. He thought it would be best for everyone to give up. He put the cup on the table, causing the other 3 to look. Li Han suggested that they go have breakfast, and he was the one to cook for them. Not joking, he quickly started working in the kitchen. The cuts of the knife cutting the tomatoes were professional. A pot of hot, fragrant soup, he added the meat last. The scene now is so poetic, the smell of the pot of soup spreads throughout the room. Indeed, his skills are very good. He took a spoonful to taste. He cooked a few dishes to nourish everyone because yesterday had exhausted everyone. The blue-haired male student tasted a wonderful feeling. Wow, it was so delicious. Who would praise him? Stand in line. Guy Nandu scooped soup into his mouth and ate. He was lying on his back, dizzy as if he was drunk, but he didn't know anything. Now he taught him to eat like a hungry tiger, but today there was something good. The whole group gathered to eat together. The scene at this time was warm and full of happiness. Guy Nandu mentioned the white tiger again. Seeing them running made him satisfied. He and Yoner laughed happily. She thought that just because they cooperated together was also fun. Holding a bowl of hot soup in her hand, she said she also liked to enjoy delicious food together. The light entered the room, and in the afternoon she looked so beautiful, like a muse. They laughed and talked to each other, sharing stories about the past, wishing that their lives would always be like this. While we were cozy and together, the principal's system sounded a warning. I repeated that because summoned monsters were lurking in the school, the students had to pay close attention. Ashan Dalkard was bored and lost his appetite, while Guy Nandu was still happy and teasing her, so I'll eat it. Saying that made him put his spoon out to ask for a piece of hers. Ashan Dalkard immediately threatened that if he didn't take his hand away, she would demand a decisive battle. Yoner next to him laughed out loud when he saw the two of them facing each other. Yoner immediately turned around and asked if today's morning class would be okay. Li Han, he was surprised at the morning class. Oh, it seems you don't remember how to behave in class this morning. He said calmly that it would be fine. Outside, two calligraphy students had grim faces, so scary. The two guys next to him were equally scared. The atmosphere was tense. Seeing Li Han, they were angry, as if they wanted to fight with him. Li Han felt that this morning's class might or might not be okay. Thinking about the magician students, it was definitely not okay. A voice called from behind Li Han. A pale student with a tuft of hair on his head walked over. He asked him to talk to Li Han. It seemed like Li Han also agreed. He stood still and waited to see what Drugu wanted to say, then he sincerely called Li Han's name. Drugu said that Li Han doesn't need to worry about himself. Remember last night, when you woke up, two friends quickly turned around to ask if Drugu was okay. At this time, Drugu was a bit confused and asked what had just happened. That friend quickly replied that the people from Tan Dragon Tower had broken into their tower. The more he talked, the angrier he became. The boy angrily added that Wardinas had taken advantage of Drugu and then tossed it aside. The boy next to him also cried in response. The two friends sincerely invited Drugu to join the group and promised to protect him. At that moment, Drugu also realized that Li Han had taken on the role of villain to help him. As for now, Drugu is a bit afraid to face Li Han. But then Drugu happily continued, if he didn't dare approach Li Han because he was afraid of random gossip, then we wouldn't be friends now. Li Han wouldn't have to embarrass himself. Li Han also thought that these words were very sincere, but deep inside he thought that stealing the flag and knocking him unconscious was not honorable, but if he thought so then so be it. While having an emotional conversation, a voice rang out and broke the atmosphere. Look, Drugu has been fooled again. Two of Drugu's friends walked in front of him to prevent Li Han from talking. They asked Drugu to step back so they could deal with it. Seeing the three of them moving further and further away from him, Li Han thought this was fine and good for Drugu. Then the professor's good morning voice rang out. Seeing Professor Engoldal coming, the students simultaneously wished the professor good morning. Professor Engoldal simply recounted the story of the morning when he woke up and saw a group of monsters roaring around him. It was really weird. The rest of the students also agreed with that idea. But as a dedicated teacher, because his students were still here and had to continue learning, Professor Engoldal tried to find a way to see how this situation could help his students. Just hearing this, Li Han already felt a sense of foreboding. This conversation was probably going in a bad direction. Professor Engoldal solemnly declared after careful consideration. The professor has captured a monster and will bring it to the students to practice in combat. This bold idea of Professor Engeldal made Li Han extremely shocked. Li Han silently complained in his heart, was this the professor's move wrong? The professor should have thought of a way to make sure no monsters came here. But contrary to Li Han's thoughts, the student next to him seemed to excitedly agree with this idea. The rest of the students also responded, saying that it would be impossible to defeat the monster if they faltered due to fear, and that a true knight must know how to face his fear. Professor Engoldel happily looked at the excitement of the students. He was moved and said, "If there are people who object, I will still think twice. You are indeed talented swordsmen, so your thoughts are very different." He turned to look forward to Wardanez's answer. Li Han reflexively agreed with everyone, even praising it as a great idea. As soon as the words were spoken, Li Han covered his mouth in regret, silently blaming himself for reflexively saying the wrong thing. In the end, Li Han could only rush after Javelin, and Professor Engoldel happily praised everyone. The most dramatic part has come. Professor Engeldel decided to divide the group into groups of 3 by drawing lots. Everyone with the same number will be on the same team. And as a result, Li Han drew number 4. Drugu's lottery ticket coincidentally also said the number 4. What's more surprising is that Giselle is also number 4. So the unfortunate fate pushed 3 people, Li Han, Drugu and Giselle, into group 4. Li Han began to blame himself for being too naive, too many people, and yet he got stuck with this group. Giselle smiled contemptuously and secretly thanked her. Thanks to Wardanez, she has been very happy in the past, since that day. Li Han remembered that last time he accidentally drugged them and made them faint. He sighed to gain courage. Li Han stood up to explain that his previous actions were childish and hoped everyone would forget those things. But maybe Giselle didn't agree. He snorted and asked, "What, forget it?" Giselle angrily left and thought that Li Han's words were silly. Drugu saw that things didn't look very good and turned to ask if Li Han was really serious. Drugu said that because they were both from the north, they understood Giselle's personality very well. He was an endlessly vindictive person. Drugu somewhat sincerely told Li Han to be careful because Giselle would get in the way. He even offered to protect Li Han, while Li Han whispered that the upcoming group would be very tired. Professor Engeldel's order to assemble rang out. The students voluntarily gathered, then the professor announced something new. To facilitate the selection of group leaders, the professor prepared something special for the students. He held up a lottery sheet on the form and pointed to the red dot. Whoever had the red dot on the paper would become the group leader and would be the one to command the rest of the people who would have to follow and fight the monsters. Seeing that he had to elect the group leader in this unique way, Li Han felt a bit uneasy. Looking at his blank piece of paper with only the number 4 again, he felt even more uncomfortable. In the end, Li Han put all his faith in Drugu's last hope, but he apologized. "It's really gone." Both of them looked at the remaining Giselle member in panic. Then I saw Giselle arrogantly holding up her piece of paper with a red dot. Giselle also emphasized that she will be the leader of the group. Giselle. Li Han helplessly called the group leader but was retorted by Giselle. The word Giselle was not there. Li Han had no choice but to obey and call the group leader Giselle. At that time, Li Han was like a machine, continuously calling team leader Giselle until he nodded in satisfaction and then stopped. Then Li Han said with a fake smile, but it was actually a threat, hoping he would give instructions if he didn't want to be stabbed in the back. Giselle also responded with a smile but secretly scoffed. "I look forward to working with you, subordinate number 1. The two of them continuously praised each other. Li Han was looking forward to the fighting techniques of the north and Giselle replied sarcastically, afraid that Li Han wouldn't be able to keep up. No one noticed Drugu standing to the side watching, silently sweating. There is a great saying that knights who have witnessed a blizzard in the northern mountains will no longer be afraid of anything. Drugu is also one of them. But looking at the two people standing in front of him fighting with each other, Drugu was really scared of the current situation. Another practitioner raised his hand to speak. He ran to ask the professor about the monster the whole class was about to confront. The rest also listened quietly. But Professor Engoldel could only answer without revealing anything, making the student a little surprised. The professor smiled kindly and explained that in order to fight the unknown monsters of the future, the students must learn how to fight without any information about them. Hearing that, Li Han and Giselle's faces immediately darkened as if they couldn't believe it, and even had a bit of contempt. "You brought up the professor's irresponsible opinion, so what can the professor pay attention to?" The black-haired male student cheered when he heard that. Turning back, he saw that everyone was determined to complete the task his teacher assigned him well, and would show him the honor of a knight. When Li Han heard this, he denied it because this was a magic school. Giselle saw the frustration and immediately cursed the idiots. He just turned to look at her for a moment and she scolded him. "But you just see that we have the same thoughts." She dismissed it as nonsense, because everything he did was following her orders, but he responded as long as her orders were reasonable. She smirked and asked again, "Didn't you make us feign and then hand it over to the professor?" But he reassured them that they were on the same side, but she angrily told him not to say anything more. Durgu here consoled that there were some misunderstandings that could no longer be explained. But he did not accept it and blamed Durgu for having a talent for irritating others. One by one each group entered, monsters waited inside, each group used their own way to run. The three of them, Durgu, Li Han and Giselle, walked forward together. Li Han bravely opened the door. He slowly walked inside. And even he had to admit that it was still pitch dark inside at noon, probably simulating an encounter with a monster. Suddenly Li Han held wooden sticks and lit them. A stream of light covers this place. Giselle on this side also looked impressed. She hesitated to think because this energy source was a strengthening drug. All three were excited. Suddenly one of the monster's feet stepped on the floor. It looks like a bull covered in diamonds, growling face with scary eyes. Giselle asked if it was the bull from before, but he denied it was not. And there was a loud sound. That energy is like a strengthening drug. Remember what the professor said, don't say it's a cow. But Li Han still firmly said it was not so. Durgu felt bad and asked him what was wrong. And he knew he should focus on the situation at hand. Because he felt two different types of energy from it, the enhancement drug and the spirit. Durgu started to get confused and didn't know what to do. Giselle found it easy to see and easy to analyze. Li Han then explained that normal attacks were ineffective and asked the two friends if they could infuse mana into their weapons. And all three said in unison that they could. Giselle on this side angrily wondered where he came from the Night Clan and how he did this. Then she spoke to Durgu and asked him in the center position, who would stand in the most dangerous place, standing directly in front of the bull would easily attack, she kept saying ignoring Li Han standing next to him. He asked Durgu to tell Giselle that the center position was naturally taken by the captain, causing him to suddenly include Li Han as well. Then she slowly teased Durgu by raising her middle finger. And these two feel like children. The three decided on a game of rock paper scissors, a while later. Every single step. It was Li Han who came forward. He was sad because it ended up like that. Simple strategy, we will split into three different sides and slowly approach until it reacts. The targeted person will focus on dodging, the remaining two will attack. The problem was the person dodging the attack, and he felt that it would only make the person doing the decoy more tired. Without waiting any longer, the bull moved forward with its head. It growled and screamed, looking very ferocious. Start casting your magic spells. Not only did Giselle become deaf, but also Durgu. When fighting, Li Han felt like this one wouldn't be easy to defeat. If so, then instead approach it. Then he asked to listen to the flow order. Holding a sword in one hand and a wooden stick in the other, he looked so serious and fiercely majestic. But on this side, the bulls are no less. Its eyes began to glow, baring its teeth, just looking at it was terrifying. Durgu also couldn't believe it, as expected of Li Han. But there was something that made him cry out in alarm. Looking at the direction the water bridge was pointing at the bull, Giselle could guess somewhat. Giselle stood still and saw that all the water bridges were facing the bull. The wand appeared billowing with mana waters that were still sustaining them. Li Han's face was expressionless, he just calmly performed his magic. Seeing Li Han act like that, Giselle was extremely upset and angry and scolded Li Han for this name. An idea had previously come up when she chose a position for each person, after seeing Li Han talking to Durgu. Giselle wanted to lure the bull towards Wodana's, causing her to smirk smugly. However, as always, Giselle thought that Li Han had the same plan as her. Not to be outdone, Giselle rushed forward because for her there was no way she could not defeat her. Giselle stood behind Li Han, surprising him, thinking that she had caused him difficulties. She was even more pleased. However, every move she made was discovered by him. Li Han deployed magic to hide in the darkness, leaving behind a rushing stream of water. Giselle was startled, she did not expect that he would disappear. At the same time, the bull approached her while she wasn't paying attention. Giselle didn't expect it to come so close. If you throw a javelin, you must follow the climb. Giselle makes a move to turn the bull into gold. The first wooden sword grazed the bull's neck, causing it to clench its teeth and a bright color spurted out strongly. After being attacked by Giselle, the bull's body cracked further, revealing the bright color of mana. Being attacked, the bull turned and ran away out of control. Spots of light appeared on its body. Giselle stood still and watched it run away. Looking at the wound on the knife and the bull's current situation, Giselle expressed regret because the wound was too shallow. After a while, the bull recovered and returned to its original aggressive state, exhaling white smoke. Without hesitation, Giselle decided to rush forward because she knew that she had no other choice but to block the attack. Giselle's entire body emitted a burning golden aura, her hand tightly grasping the wooden sword in her hand. Giselle started to challenge and pointed her sword at the bull, and if you said, well, come here, she will want to destroy it. But unfortunately, Li Han was quicker, his sword forcefully appeared on the bull's head. Li Han decided to end the fight. He relied on his seasoned technique to hit it hard. The bull resisted, but it was insignificant. The only thing left was to stand still and absorb the blade. The bull looked blankly and didn't even understand what was going on. The swing of the sword caused the bull to fly far away, its whole body floating in the air and then landing on the ground. Giselle lowered her sword next to Durgu, who was also standing motionless, looking at the motionless bull. Guy stood looking at the bull with a bewildered expression. Even Durgu was scared to the point of sweating at the scene before his eyes. Li Han's voice spoke and he appeared in the light, truly a special person who always knows how to make an impression. Seeing Li Han appear holding a wooden sword made Giselle surprised. The wooden sword disappeared in Li Han's hand, making him a bit sad, but he had predicted that after pouring a lot of mana into it. Durgu couldn't help but be curious why Li Han turned the bull yellow with just one fatal blow. Looking towards the bull, Li Han advised Durgu to ignore it because he realized it was about to wake up. Li Han spoke up and asked everyone to take this opportunity to run out of the dungeon, and Durgu also cooperated and ran. Durgu was scared, his mind couldn't stop eating because the pressure was so much that he didn't dare look back. Knowing that she was dealt a painful blow, Giselle was angry and didn't expect you to dare to take advantage of me again. You watch out for me. The three of them hurriedly ran away. Durgu had some doubts about whether this was okay, but Li Han was definitely okay. Because the team disbanded after this class anyway. Loud screams rang out. The students ran frantically out of the base, everyone's faces filled with fear. The students sat panting outside the corner of the wall. Everyone's faces were ashen as the rest of the class. Everyone was in a daze because they had just passed through death's door. Seeing the last group running out, Li Han thought the class was over. At that moment, Professor Angeldal appeared and asked the students to gather. Looking at Professor Li Han, he felt a bit confused. Li Han wondered how the group could defeat the monster by channeling mana into their swords, but how the other groups could overcome the bull. Professor Angeldal mentioned the recent competition. He meant to mention that there was a group that wanted to defeat the bull, which made him a bit surprised. When Li Han and group heard it, it was as if they had been hit in the heart. Li Han thought back that the mission was just to escape, but he didn't think he would especially praise his team for defeating it. This move was unpredictable. The whole class began to discuss who would defeat the bull. Among them Giselle was mentioned as a candidate. Giselle standing next to her shivered when she heard it. They had already overestimated her a bit. Professor Angeldal wanted to know the students' assessments of the monster. All the answers he received were that it was strong and immune to attacks. Professor Angeldal was not surprised to hear that. He even comforted the students, but Li Han's group turned pale. He said that after this successful escape, the students will realize there is no reason for us to be afraid. Students must face their fears if they want to overcome them, and this is also true of swordsmanship. He hopes that the students will always calmly analyze the enemy. If they cannot win, then running away is the best policy, and he also knows that the students will learn their own lessons. Durgu sadly nodded in agreement. Professor Angeldal suddenly remembered the problem. Angeldal announced that he would keep the group intact until the end of the semester, making Durgu want to turn to stone after hearing it. Durgu turned around in panic. He was still in doubt and couldn't believe his ears. Even Giselle and Li Han were shocked, their faces darkened. The three of them looked at each other awkwardly. This move was extremely uncomfortable. Now that the three of them are stuck together until the end of the term, Li Han wants to reconnect with the old love, so he asked Durgu if he should apologize for what happened in the past, but Durgu only hopes that he will be a bridge between the two sides for safety. Moving to the dream hall of the alchemy class, two students appeared. Yoner waved his hands and said he was ready for class. On the contrary, Nelia looked at her blankly. Yoner looked curiously at Li Han's seat. She wondered why he hadn't come to class yet, so she was a bit disappointed. Just at that moment, Yoner saw Li Han appear. The atmosphere was a bit tense when Li Han was walked closely by two students. Yoner wondered why he was being escorted like a criminal. Li Han quickly explained that it was because they came after his class ended and wanted to protect you, that's why. Then the two students hastily said that everywhere outside the Dragon Tower was a battlefield, so they would protect Li Han. Originally, the Dragon Tower and the White Tiger Tower were not close to each other and had attempted assassination, but Li Han was in the same group as them, so protecting Li Han was urgent for them. Yoner sighed and mentioned that Li Han was stronger than the two students combined. How could he protect her? However, there was an opinion that contradicted her. Sister Sienna meant that their situation was very dangerous. When Li Han met Sister Sienna, he was extremely excited. Li Han even praised her as an alchemy master and greeted her. Sister Sienna then gave Li Han the magic potion she made to defeat monsters, so I hope he tries it. Li Han appreciates this sincerity. Seeing Li Han acting so freely, Nelia couldn't help but be surprised. She thought Li Han owed her a debt. Yoner also had the same thoughts as her. A moment later, Professor Euregilm entered the classroom and asked the students to return to their seats and avoid gathering, and Li Han was also escorted back to his seat. Professor Euregilm walked up to the podium and wanted to know about the students' weekend. But what he cares about is whether the student has completed the magic medicine. Stupid smiles and absent-minded eyes are the current state of the students when mentioning the disastrous weekend thanks to Professor Euregilm, very true to the saying that cruel people often live carefree lives. Li Han was a little confused. He seemed to read all their thoughts. Hearing that the student had completed it all made Professor Euregilm unbelievable. Nelia was also dissatisfied with his behavior. Nelia affirmed that the student had cooperated and completed it. Professor Euregilm sighed. He had to accept the method of doing homework as long as he did well. Professor Euregilm spread out a row of experimental bottles in front of the table. Euregilm requested that if he had created a low-level companion spirit potion, this would be the first step to entering alchemy. Professor Euregilm, while pouring the solution, said that his results were just so-so. Then the solution was mixed and poured onto the green soup next to it. A blue gas flew out. Then a blue flame flared up at the top of the tree, but the burning speed was weak. Holding up the small green plant with a burning flame, Euregilm explained that the medicine was too weak to only create a small flame like this. Looking at the burning fire surprised the students. They couldn't believe it could create fire. At the end of the first bottle experiment, Professor Euregilm opened the second bottle to prepare. A blue flame flared up, burning the branch he was holding, illuminating the entire classroom. Professor Euregilm was so surprised by this potion, he could not have expected it. He was curious who the author of this comment was and looked at the note from Li Han Wodanis. Professor Euregilm was surprised to realize that it was Li Han. He was suspicious when he saw the professor looking at him with that look. Professor Euregilm looked away, intending to remind Li Han not to become complacent too soon even if he had prepared a few good potions. Trees to try to disappear. He said that the curriculum will only begin to be difficult later on. Professor Euregilm held out a plump white tome that fit in the palm of his hand. He said today's lesson was learning about spirits. He mentioned that if you want to become an alchemist, you must prepare good magic medicine and also need help from spirits. The students started to stir when they saw the spirit for the first time. Li Han wondered how spirits all looked like that. Li Han pulled off his jacket and a white skeleton model appeared. He observed it for a long time. Li Han understood why no one wanted to learn black magic. Professor Euregilm introduced the ice spirit he often used. Although he was small, he had martial arts. The students were smitten when they saw his cute, chubby appearance. Even though he's a small spirit, this kid can take down the whole class by himself. He just needs to look at life through his nostrils. Li Han and Yoner began to enjoy the spirit in front of them. He did not forget to remind the students that it was too early to form a contract with this child, so they should try with a low-level spirit first. You cannot immediately make a contract with a high-level spirit, but first need to start with a low-level spirit and build trust, which is important to repeat 3 times. Spirit energy appears in abundance, a jade-green color in many different shapes. Professor Euregilm spread his hand while holding a small bag beside him. He said that in places filled with spirit energy, it will be easy to enter the spirit world. He is increasing that source of power. He asked the students to make a plan to become close to a spirit through sincerity and honesty. Yoner began to lick her lips in preparation. Professor Euregilm also reminded that if you approach a spirit with bad intentions, it will detect it and run away. He hopes the students will do well. Having heard him say it for a long time, Li Han now has the view that this is a supplementary class, his most helpful ever. Each student was given a blue potion. He asked the students to drink it. Li Han hesitated for a long time. He still didn't open the lid and kept looking at it. Yoner then obeyed and started drinking. Ashan was a bit hesitant. She raised her hand to adjust her glasses. Li Han opened the lid of the medicine bottle and started drinking. Professor Uregilm smiled. He really wanted to see the student's new image. He wished the student a happy trip. Truly cruel people often live leisurely lives. A moment later, the energy flow transported Li Han, who was still dreaming. Li Han started to wake up and opened his eyes slightly. Li Han was present in the spirit world, covered with snow all year round, rolling mountains and hills. Li Han looked around. He felt like the principal's black book. Now he understood the feeling of entering the spirit world. He remembered that when he woke up in the spirit world, he fell next to a place inhabited by fire spirits and ice spirits, feeling like both were not bad at all. The battle begins. Li Han begins to walk forward. Yoner was extremely excited, exactly what she wanted. Yoner happily recounted her feelings. She couldn't believe it had only been a few seconds in the real world, but she felt like she had been in the spirit world for a long time. Ashan also mentioned the conversation with the carp spirit. Suddenly Professor Uregilm covered his ears. He asked the academy to stop, and if he wanted to talk, he went back to the tower. He wanted the students to improve their abilities, and he mentioned that the students should try to get along with the spirits whenever they had free time. The professor's voice dismissed the class at the end of the period. The students thanked the professor and left. The students left the classroom with laughter and chatter. Li Han was asked by Professor Uregilm to stay. He was a bit worried when asking him about this. He hoped he hadn't made a contract yet. Li Han knew he had noticed, so he could only stay silent. He was nervous when he said he had a big problem. Professor Uregilm burst out laughing when he heard that. He thought this was a true alchemist rookie. He asked him if they didn't listen to him, but the problem was more than that. Li Han pointed at himself nervously. He said everyone gave up when they saw him. He met many spirits, but they all ran away. There were fire dogs, but they all ran right before his eyes. Even pigeons had the same result. He didn't understand why. He was startled when they all ran away. Li Han bowed his head in disappointment. Professor Uregilm stroked the legendary beard. As far as he remembered correctly, he had heard the same thing before. It is the story of a magician who returns to the spirit world after becoming a great magician. That person entered the spirit world more easily thanks to his abilities, but the spirits did not like him. That's because the aura emanating from his soul scared everyone to death. But Li Han wondered why they treated him like that. He assumed it might be because of the mana he possessed. That made his headache worse. His face darkened. Professor Uregilm had some hope that there was a way to solve this problem. He told the ending of the above story. The great magician successfully became close to a spirit. Li Han was curious how to do it. According to his story, Li Han began to imagine the image of that person using magic to tie them up and forcing them to be friends. For Li Han, this method is a bit childish and unworthy of a gentleman when forcing them. Li Han wondered and asked the professor, aren't spirits stronger in the spirit world? He thought for a while before answering. It was true that there was such a small problem. After that, he encouraged Li Han to try harder because maybe this will be very interesting. Li Han also replied silently, yes, but inside he was really confused, but the professor could still speak. From then on, he made up his mind that the next time he went to the professor's cabin, he would steal food. Sienna told her friends. That was Li Han's big problem. After that, the whole group of friends went together. Because there are many cases where spirits are afraid due to misunderstandings, after listening to Sienna, the blue-haired student and Miss Giselle thought, since when is he standing here? I mistook him for someone from the past, our tower. She also added that it also happened in her church. Li Han didn't know if there was any way to avoid it. The church used magical potions, which were similar to the ones we used in class today. Sienna's explanation surprised the other three students. Whoa, some even said, I didn't know it was possible to do that. Sienna said there was a preparation method passed down in the church that was specifically used for spirits, and she had also helped prepare it. If I have enough ingredients, I will make it for you. Anyone who needs it can ask me. Everyone who heard it was excited. But, Sienna had a request that this recipe required a lot of ingredients. Then she wrote a few words on a piece of paper. Then show it to everyone. Macon saw that and immediately exclaimed, and he thought to himself that it was too much. So, he immediately asked Sienna, is there a way to collect them all? She immediately answered yes. Then she pondered for a moment and said, Professor Uregilm's research room is located somewhere on the upper floors of the building. There will be all the ingredients listed here. I hope you find a way. From there, Sienna lit up the light with hope, ready to assist him in secretly taking those ingredients. Having finished speaking, he frowned. Everyone now praises and agrees with Sienna's opinion, as expected of Sister Sienna, everyone admires her. He asked cautiously, thanking her for the suggestion, but wasn't it a bit dangerous? Sienna looked at him intently and explained, Li-Han of the Wodanas family, a school that supported such methods, was definitely a lesson the professors wanted to convey. He didn't understand how she came to that conclusion. He thought there was nothing more to say. This idea was so attractive. If we got the ingredients, we could use them for other things in the future. If possible, get in large quantities. While he was thinking about something, behind him a small hand tapped on him. When he turned around, it was Nelia. Nelia convinced him to let her come with him. He was stunned because at first he didn't know Nelia was the person who could go with him. Suddenly he shouted, "What is wrong with this school? No matter how many things change, some things remain the same." Then suddenly someone came and attacked him from behind. He gritted his teeth in pain. Then sat down with his face down. For example, this is Professor Validi's class, and he was told that he was not paying attention. Knowing his mistake, he apologized to the professor, but he still couldn't understand how to react when the professor increased the difficulty again. Li-Han has a silly face, where are his interesting lessons? Professor Validi had nothing more to say to him, asking him why he could avoid such difficulties. He thought, clearly the professor could easily penetrate the student's defenses, but the professor didn't even realize that. After pondering for a long time, he came to a different conclusion. The professor could read his thoughts and replied that he understood. Face to face and look at each other, the teacher stops and then we take a break. The teacher explained that Wadanaz knew the reason why he couldn't concentrate in class. He suggested, you want to recreate the spin like when you defeated the golem, right? He sighed and thought, simply because it's too difficult. Trying too hard will become too late, no need to rush. Suddenly the professor threw something at him. For the first time, put yourself in the student's position to think. What if I were her? Even if I was banned, I would still do it. Because anyone who is afraid and cannot move forward will not have the qualities to be a magician. The professor replied that he understood. He was confused as to why the professor understood. He came closer and knew his temperature was getting hotter. The teacher said something that made him blush, I will help you concentrate. The answer is very simple. Before he could figure it out, the teacher gave him a blow that he couldn't dodge in time. Suddenly, the professor's magic made him scream, causing him to have his shirt torn on his shoulder. He avoided it, thinking it was just luck. Before he could completely dodge this blow, he suddenly had to dodge more blows that the professor gave him. Too helpless, he used all his strength to control his staff to control the professor's power. The professor was always the one who helped the students in the school. Why now he harmed each of them and he was beaten up, which surprised him, but he had not yet developed his full strength. Li-Han was attacked to the point that he was completely drenched and looked very miserable. He looked at Professor Validi and wondered, what the hell is that? Seeing that he was so self-indulgent, even the magic balls were heavier. Oh! Li-Han looked at Professor Validi's face and asked in his heart, is the professor planning to attack his student? He bowed down tiredly and continued to think, if it was Professor Validi, it would be possible. Li-Han frowned, thinking, everything had come to this. A thought that made him fear that he would have to punish his teacher, but then he thought again. While he was busy thinking, Professor Validi continued to attack. Fortunately, Li-Han reacted quickly and dodged the attack. Li-Han looked nervously at Professor Validi and thought, although it seems impossible, I have to think of a way to stop him first. He held his wand tightly and decided to take action. Li-Han recited the spell, the village flowed, a large source of water gushed out. Professor Validi saw this and wondered, she was trying to increase the number of control water balls. Seeing that, Professor Validi couldn't help but applaud him, but his direction was wrong. Although he was successful, he consumed quite a lot of energy, making him pant. After resting for a while he stood up. This move is called, the magic shield covers a large water shield that he throws out. This water shield was a second-level magic, it completely embraced Li-Han. The magic itself isn't too difficult, but it made Professor Validi very impressed because Wodanas had never learned water shielding. Professor Validi saw this and was pleased that this showed that his potential was great. But that wasn't enough. Professor Validi looked at Li-Han and thought, however, once I penetrated, that thin barrier would be useless and continue to attack him. Li-Han hummed coldly when faced with Professor Validi's attack. The professor's other ball hit his shield with extremely strong force. He gathered his strength to directly confront Professor Volati's attack. It was unexpected that Li Han could cause Professor Volati's attack to be disabled for him. The professor was quite surprised to see that his move did not cause any damage to the other country's shield. At this moment, the professor saw that the reason Li Han was able to block his attack was because he did not need to control the barrier back and forth like a water bridge, so he only needed to focus on compressing and strengthening the shield. Li Han smiled with satisfaction. Right after that, he immediately returned the blow to Professor Volati. The professor did not react to the attack. He just gently tilted his head to avoid it. Li Han saw that his attack had no effect on the professor at all, so he decided to use the summoning object. Li Han swung it to the ground and ordered it to bite Professor Volati. He knew that wasn't enough, so he looked around looking for more tools. Li Han noticed the table next to him and without hesitation kicked it straight into the table. The table and the summoned object flew towards the professor together, determined to take him down. Unlike his expectations, those two things were completely reused in the air. Professor Volati looked at Li Han and smiled. Li Han saw his smile and was unconsciously scared and sweating. The professor waved his hand around a nearby sphere that emitted red light. The next second the ball started moving. It rushed off the table in an instant. Fly around the professor's body. Even flying through the summoned object, causing it to shatter. The professor looked at Li Han with cold eyes. Li Han was stunned and couldn't react. The ball flew straight towards him and penetrated his water shield. His water shield was immediately broken and only then did he regain his senses. Water from the shield kept falling on Li Han's body. Li Han collapsed and the professor calmly walked towards him. Li Han was now completely collapsed at the professor's feet. The professor walked arrogantly looking down from above. At this moment, Li Han could not see clearly what the professor's face looked like. Li Han kept panting and thinking to himself, unable to believe that he had solved everything in just a few seconds. He saw the professor's arm reaching out in fear. He knew right away that what he was doing was just self-defense. But contrary to Li Han's expectations, Professor Volati just gently placed his hand on his shoulder and praised him. Very good. Li Han suddenly glanced at him. After a moment, he was surprised to react. After several months, Li Han's questions were finally answered. Li Han sat in front of Professor Volati and wondered if he liked to push me into a corner to let me reveal my full potential. Li Han thought bitterly, next time it's your turn to do it again. The professor said slowly, wanting to improve your strength is understandable, but one day you will learn, so don't be hasty. The professor also added that sometimes taking a step back is a shortcut, although the professor said that, his imagination was very different. Seeing Li Han frozen, the professor spoke to comfort and encourage him, don't be discouraged, the next class will be about what you just showed. He suddenly replied, yes. He looked at the professor in confusion and wondered, what is the professor talking about? Is it possible that he intends to ignore minor details and do whatever he wants? While he was thinking, the professor deployed magic. The table and chairs Li Han was sitting on began to move, making Li Han fall straight to the ground and scream in pain. He didn't understand anything and asked the professor in panic, what? All tables and chairs were now controlled to fly into the air. Professor Volati explains to him, from now on, we will learn how to concentrate in chaotic situations. After saying that, the professor returned the other objects to their original place, still calmly telling him, you are allowed to do what you did earlier, I will increase the difficulty level if necessary. Hearing that, Li Han could only whisper, please, stop. The sky was covered by darkness. The professor was singing while leisurely going to see his beloved garden. Suddenly behind the wall, he discovered someone hiding behind. It turned out to be Li Han, but in the middle of the night, he sat here alone with a haggard face like a ghost, startling the professor. He quickly worriedly asked why he looked half dead like that, but Li Han quickly said it was nothing. It turned out that he looked like a lost soul because Li Han had a difficult class with Professor Volati. Hearing that, he didn't understand why he was so foolish. When Li Han heard that, he asked again, but the professor covered his mouth and said it was nothing. As the two of them walked, the professor asked Li Han if he had any questions while studying here. He also thought for a while. Then he asked the professor a question about whether or not pets were allowed in the school. The professor wondered why he asked that. But Li Han just said he was curious, but maybe he didn't know, that white horse was a griffin. The professor also replied that in the academy there is everything from forests, mountains, rivers and lakes to dungeons. If you work hard you will find it. Li Han wondered if he could tame it if he found it, but the professor said it would be difficult, because wild monsters are not easy to tame even by experienced people. He placed some rocks in the stream and considered if that was the case. Then Li Han wants to learn from the professor in his free time. He believes that he can teach him how to tame monsters, and of course his goal is to escape from school. Hearing that Li Han had such a passion for domestication and determination, he couldn't help but be surprised. In response to Li Han's enthusiasm, the professor also agreed to teach him. Their voices still echoed in the quiet forest. Li Han agreed with the professor that he would not regret it even if the class was difficult. The next day, because he didn't sleep the night before, Li Han kept yawning because he was sleepy. He and Yoner started the day by taking a class on basic magic understanding. Yoner saw that he had been drowsy all this time and asked him if he couldn't sleep. Li Han just said he had a nightmare. He told Yoner that in his dream he saw Professor Volody. Li Han was truly obsessed with him. Yoner also understood some of Li Han's hardships, so he patted his shoulder to comfort him. Suddenly the door opened and the professor walked in to start the class. Professor Garcia happily greeted the class, and everyone politely greeted her back. Looking down at the gentle professor in front of him, Li Han felt that at least she did not terrorize him mentally. Hearing Professor Garcia talk about Professor Morton teaching black magic before, all the students were scared and did not want to continue studying that subject. Then she reached out the door and introduced this week's new teacher. A foot slowly walked into the classroom. The professor put his hair in a neat bun, put on a black suit and approached Professor Garcia. She then introduced herself to the students as Professor Millii, who would be another professor teaching them summoning magic. When the students heard there was a new teacher, they were very excited and kept shouting with joy. Professor Millii was also very pleased to see the students welcoming him so warmly. Professor Garcia introduced summoning magic, which they would be taught in second year, but that was what Professor Millii was here for. Suddenly, a few crows outside the window cried so loudly that they drowned out her voice. That's why I didn't have time to hear the reason, but only heard Professor Garcia's final words. Then Professor Millii coughed a few times and started today's class. When she polled the students' interest in summoning magic, many students raised their hands. Li Han looked around and saw that everyone raised their hands, which was probably because summoning magic was very convenient. As far as Li Han knew, there were so many types of summoning magic that it was impossible to know them all. And they even appear in fairy tales. So it means that if you're lucky, you can win a jackpot. Professor Millii feels very happy that many students are interested in this subject. But the next second she asserted that only a few students here could learn it. Professor Millii reminded that this subject is very difficult. If they register for this subject out of curiosity, they will have to struggle. Even though he had not yet studied but had heard the threats, Li Han was also surprised by this upcoming subject. However, Li Han really liked these words. He thinks like that, then he is truly a professor, and other people cannot understand these profound words. Recalling the image of Professor Volody always threatening him with life and death matters, he saw him more like a thug. Professor Millii said that summoning magic involves many other fields, so to be successful, knowledge must be comprehensive. Even summoning things that are not living things is very difficult. Once again, she advised students to stop if they only participated out of curiosity. When other students heard that, they also decided to give it a try. Seeing that despite all my advice, everyone still maintained their decision, she sighed and gave up. Professor Garcia stood up and asked Professor Millii to give the students a chance because they were all very talented. She finally agreed and then used her stick to tap the air a few times. A series of scrolls appeared in front of each student. On that magic scroll was engraved a magic circle symbol. Yoner held the scroll in his hand very excitedly because it was not the disposable type that was torn in half. Li Han also realized that this was a normal scroll drawing a magic circle. She asked the students if they were studying basic geometry and arithmetic. The students sadly admitted when they heard about it. Li Han saw that the classroom atmosphere had become gloomy. There were indeed some students who were not good with numbers. But even so, he still found it much easier to study here. Guy Nandu next door had not yet studied and felt discouraged. Hearing the mention of calculations and the students were out of energy, Professor Millii said that there was no way they could use summoning magic. She asked the students to pay attention during that class because drawing a magic circle also required calculation. Then the professor told them to draw a circle in their heads. Before practicing, Li Han picked up the scroll to examine. He looked closely at the magic circle before his eyes. It resembles a type of circuit board. The flow of mana in it is similar to the current in a microelectronic board. The higher the level and difficulty of the magic, the more complex it is. The magic circle was born to help with these things. These are amplification, reduction, bypass, containment and many other things. To circulate mana, there are countless different formulas to reduce the burden on magicians. After thinking for a while, Li Han has grasped how mana circulates. Suddenly a memory flashed across his head, making him remember something. It was nothing else but a quill pen. Opening his eyes, he wondered why he remembered that thing, while Professor Millii was still introducing the magic circle. She held a quill and said that was the magic that summoned this thing. Hearing the magic that summoned goose feathers, Li Han also thought of something. After that, Li Han also knew why he remembered them. When he had conveyed all the knowledge, Professor Millii asked the students to start practicing. The students all chanted spells, waved their arms and legs, and did everything they could to summon a quill. Suddenly, a ray of blue light shined directly on the paper. Then the paper exploded like a firework, only to see a bright blue light that blinded the students' eyes. They realized that even high-level magic scrolls would be damaged if abused too much, so the professor immediately gave them new ones to continue practicing. Right where Adenart was sitting, a blue light appeared, causing everyone around to pay attention to the princess. From the princess's hand that successfully summoned the quill, the other students also summoned the same thing. When everyone could do it, the students burst into laughter. Even Professor Garcia below was speechless, thinking that they shouldn't be satisfied with just summoning the same thing. It's the meticulous attention to detail that makes summoning such a difficult subject. Summoning the same thing means failure, unless everything is perfect, otherwise it's meaningless. In creating that requires a magician's will, Ashan was currently struggling with the quill that refused to listen to him. There was a slight possibility that it would attack the summoning magician, but Gai Nandu was repeatedly hit on the head with a quill. Ashan was not yet proficient in controlling the quill, causing it to move wildly, attacking Gai Nandu to the point that he held his head in tears and scolded him. Being overwhelmed by the situation, Gai Nandu told Li Han that someone was intentionally trying to kill him. Li Han was too familiar with this game, so he calmly told him to be quiet. He was still focusing on summoning his quill. Seeing that Li Han had not yet summoned the brush, Enrago couldn't help but feel pleased. He has such an attitude because he has summoned a complete brush. Then he glanced at the other student, confidently thinking that no one else could do better than him. Enrago put his hands down on the table and stood up, intending to show off to the arrogant Tan Dragon crowd. He went to Li Han and teased him when he still couldn't summon him. However, Li Han only saw Enrago's words as the wind blowing through the clouds, so he remained silent and did not respond. When he saw that he was being given a huge lump of butter, he bitterly told Li Han to look here. Yoner saw that and said that he didn't have a brush at home. Why did he have to scream like that? Enrago wanted Li Han to look at the brush he summoned, but he still didn't care and picked up the stick. Then Li Han concentrated on chanting the spell. Then he ordered the brush to appear, and around his body began to emit blue light. Suddenly Li Han's paper flew up and moved back and forth, just like a naughty boy. Then in front of him, strips of blue light emitted from the paper everywhere. The symbol engraved on the paper still radiates strong streams of light. The paper just glowed without any change, and nothing appeared. Right now you're a little disappointed thinking you failed. Suddenly from outside the window, an extremely strong light shined in. It seemed that Li Han had just been shocked, so he fell to the ground and lay motionless. Yoner saw everything happening in the blink of an eye, then turned around and stammered to ask what was going on. Enrago said it sounded like something had exploded, but Li Han didn't seem to care too much, because now he had successfully summoned the brush. The shocking thing was that he summoned not just one pen but countless pens. Quills fell from above and fell all over the classroom, making the students bewildered at this rare sight. Everyone was amazed at the scene before their eyes. They thought it was Li Han who summoned them all. Hearing that Li Han surpassed them, he also did not accept the truth. Then Li Han held in his hand one of the feather pens he summoned. Even he found it difficult to control the abundant mana he possessed. He secretly thought that he shouldn't overdo things like this. Li Han thought that he had used too much energy, so the scroll must have been abused to the point where it could no longer be used. But surprisingly, it remained unharmed and completely normal. Li Han wondered if there was really such a thing as a scroll so strong that it could withstand this much. Li Han did not expect that his ability to control mana was better than he thought, all thanks to the special training course with Professor Valadi. A feather pen landed right in Professor Garcia's hand. She held the feather pen in her hand with a very satisfied expression. Professor Garcia then looked towards Professor Milley and thought that it was very difficult to summon just one meeting, but to be able to get so many, Professor Milley must be very proud of Li Han. But in complete contrast, she had an uncomfortable frown on her face, dissatisfied with what he had just done. She immediately stepped forward to relieve Li Han, saying that because he had too much mana, this was understandable, but Professor Milley still did not agree. She said that this was not a mistake. Professor Garcia heard that and asked in surprise. Professor Milley looked at Li Han and had to admit that he was very talented, but there was a problem. The next second, she raised her glasses with a stern expression, judging him to be too arrogant. She then said that Li Han summoning so many brushes was because of arrogance. Professor Garcia defended him and said that was not the case. Professor Milley saw her keep defending her students and glanced at her with sharp eyes. Seeing that, Professor Garcia was a little hesitant and laughed it off. On the professor's side, there is also a hierarchy, which is even more accurate when a professor was once a student of another professor. It turned out that Professor Milley had once been her professor. She reminded her that it was good to care for her students, but she had to teach them their behavior. She had no other choice but to obey. Seeing that Professor Garcia seemed uneasy, she looked at her for a moment. Then he reassured her and told her there was nothing to worry about. Professor Milley looked at the students and said there were many ways to treat arrogance. Li Han also retaliated against Enrago for teasing him before by writing on his face while he was extremely resistant. Then the whole class was in an uproar. Some said they had to protect Enrago, some said stop. The confused professor standing below could only ask the students to calm down. Then she asked the class to be quiet so the lesson could continue. At this time, the students had stabilized their positions and were no longer noisy. Professor Milley continued to say that through today's class, they will learn that many things are not as easy as they imagine. Even though the students found it difficult, she still said that today's lesson was basic. Usually they had to do this without scrolls. She looked towards Li Han and added that if anyone wants to continue, go to her class. Many people believe that the most important thing when learning magic is talent. At this moment, Li Han also felt like she was looking at him. Professor Milley continued, the most important thing is patience and perseverance. She said the important thing twice. She pushed up her glasses and said the most important thing was patience and perseverance. At this time it was dark. Li Han and Guy Nandu were in the dark building. At Guy Nandu's feet were full of potion bottles and strange-looking bones. He felt that this gloomy place should be made a little more pleasant. The reason Li Han gave was that these subjects were not important, let alone the two of them were interested. As soon as they finished speaking, they both had to stop when they saw someone standing in front of them. In front of them were two other students, one kneeling and the other standing in front of the gate. The two people turned to look at them, but due to the gloomy space, they couldn't see their faces clearly. Li Han was also surprised that there were still other students because he thought it was supposed to be just them, but there were two more students. Guy Nandu saw that sudden appearance and frantically asked why those people came here to study. Li Han asked him back why he hated this subject so much. He then argued that it was because Professor Milley said he had talent, but Li Han thought that Guy Nandu hated dark magic. The two people's conversation shocked the others, causing them to come over and say that they were both really noisy. Standing in front of Li Han was a very classy and polite student who quickly recognized him as the infamous Wardanas. On his serious face, perhaps the highlight is those golden eyes. The closer you look at those yellow eyes, the more fascinated you become. Li Han guessed that he must have come from the White Tiger Tower. His yellow eyes and strange aura attracted his attention. Li Han looked closely for a while and seemed to notice something. Maybe he was a Nephilim, a descendant of fallen angels and humans. Laftel arrogantly thinks that even a sinner like Li Han can recognize the blood of his great ancestors flowing in him. However, Li Han did not appreciate him very much because even though he was a half-celestial bloodline, Laftel's blood was not as pure as Digiling's. And even though Laftel appears to be a natural enemy to Li Han, he doesn't look like the type of person who would follow Giselle. Li Han thought he should take advantage of this opportunity to give the White Tiger Tower a shock, so he asked a noble person like him why he worked for Marathi. To Li Han's surprise, he objected and told him not to misunderstand. Because an arrogant person like Laftel absolutely did not listen to Marathi, he was upset when Li Han seemed to intentionally insult him. Face to face, Li Han wanted to know why if he didn't work for Marathi, why did he have a trash personality, but what he meant was that he was stoned. And that's not what Li Han meant. What he meant was why Lafdal was hostile towards him. Guy Nandu on the other side also saw Li Han trying to brace himself and stammering. Not knowing, he asked, but Lafdal thought Li Han was pretending to be a bewildered golden deer and angrily pointed at him. The reason he was hostile towards him was all because Gyu, Lafdal's respected friend, had his honor insulted by Li Han. It turned out that it was because of great friendship. At this time, Li Han also understood, but he also gave up on such a reason. When Guy Nandu heard about this, he suddenly realized that perhaps he was from the Grawl family. The Grawl family, which is a family of knights from the south, is very proud of their angelic blood and is also one of the families that worships justice the most. Lafdal also admitted that he was from the Grawl family, but what Guy Nandu wondered was why he learned dark magic, when that family was famous for its knights. He looked disdainful when student Tan Long also needed to explain some basic things. He learned to kill dark magicians faster. Li Han thought that if the professor heard these words, he would cry. I was talking to Lafdal all this time and forgot there was another student there. Guy Nandu looked that way and asked why he was learning dark magic. Suddenly that tall student stood up and made Guy Nandu completely startled. She was like a big bear. Guy Nandu only stood close to her shoulder. Guy Nandu smelled danger and immediately trembled and hid behind Li Han. He was also impressed by the other student's height. Li Han thinks that she possesses such outstanding height because she probably possesses half of the bloodline of a giant. But the interface was one thing and the operating system was another. She turned around and politely introduced herself as Immerg. Nice to meet them. Just met, but Immerg was very friendly, saying that he liked dark magic so he came here, hoping to get close to them, but Lafdal stood to the side and seemed to refuse. In response to this kindness, Li Han also hopes that everyone can get along. He also changes his opinion about her. It is true that he cannot imagine her by looking at her face. She was happy to hear that Li Han also wanted to get along and the two gave each other their first handshake. However, the joy of having new friends didn't last long when something seemed to happen. After that, Li Han was stunned. It turned out that Immerg was shaking hands, but accidentally used too much force, causing Li Han's hands to tremble and turn red. Li Han just saved my life. If he hadn't injected mana, she would have broken her bones. She's really strong. After Li Han, Guy Nandu was also very happy. When he met Immerg and wanted to shake hands, Li Han stopped him. But it was too late. Guy Nandu's hand was probably broken by that terrible strength. It was time to get down to studying. Seeing the students arriving, Professor Morton invited them in. Seeing that there were quite a few people coming, he was also very happy because he did not expect so many students to be interested in this subject. Looking at Lafdal expectantly, Professor Morton said that he seemed particularly excited. Lafdal also agreed without hesitation. As expected, Guy Nandu's hand was gone. Li Han helped him give him first aid, but he still felt sorry for the professor. The new students also hoped he would take care of them. Then Professor Morton told them to stand behind the table he had prepared. More importantly, the professor asked Li Han if he had found the summoning bone. He replied that he had not found it yet. Hearing that, the professor winked and suggested that he try going to strange and dark places to find out. Although the suggestion sounded very unusual, Li Han still reluctantly agreed. Professor Morton asked everyone about the previous lesson and said that today they would first improve their understanding of the curse. Guy Nandu quickly said that cursing was much more fun than summoning, so the professor who was explaining the concept immediately stopped hearing that. Then he turned to ask if he had learned summoning. Guy Nandu calmly confirmed. Suddenly, he asked with a dark face how the other students reacted. Guy Nandu quickly said that they all liked it. Everyone else came to the classroom today, and Li Han sitting next to him was also speechless. The professor's mood after listening was gloomy and not very happy. Then, his hand placed on the books and said today. Then the professor, looking up, decided to teach them how to summon undead instead of learning curse spells. When everyone heard that, they were very excited. Only Li Han was skeptical and wondered if it was okay. Because he realized, they had leapfrogged countless knowledge already. Professor Morton said that summoning undead was the core and most basic thing. Lafdal immediately had a question. He asked if it wasn't necessary to summon the undead. Professor Morton saw that and immediately replied, it's true that in the past, there were some dark magicians who still enjoyed digging up graves even though they knew it was taboo. Hearing that, Lafdal continued to say that if it was a taboo, magicians would still dig up graves, right? He did not hesitate to answer, there are indeed people like that. Li Han next to him wondered if Lafdal knew what he was saying, what not? And then, he said that he would not force the class to summon complete undead because he knew they would lose control. Morton's cold face slowly turned around, scaring them that they were probably going to visit their grandparents. Li-Han was confused why they had to do this. Guy Nandu heard that he could pay homage to his grandparents and he told about how he almost died because of a magic brush. Starting the lesson, he said, the first thing would be the hands. The magic begins to be performed. Li-Han was still looking very attentively. A cloud of black smoke gathered on each person's table. Everyone was surprised because a magic circle appeared on their table. The summoned object appeared, a bone hand emerged from the magic circle, it wiggled its hand. Flex your bones and joints, straighten your arms on the table. And then, it appeared on the table, everyone was surprised. After finishing casting the magic, the professor mentioned that everyone wants to learn this summoning because it's cool and great, but it's not that simple to learn. It remains to be considered whether it is a normal monster or more difficult to control factors if summoning an undead monster. And that's why they need special methods to approach death. So they couldn't perform magic yet, now they just needed to try to approach the hand using any method they could think of. Guy Nandu starts with light touching first to see how it goes. Li-Han pondered for a moment. He asked the professor a question, asking if there were undead monsters that were easily frightened. He replied that there would be no because they weren't creatures so they didn't know what fear was. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes opened wide. Opened very, very loudly and was surprised. The summoned object was trembling. It trembled, right in front of Li-Han too. The professor was worried why it was behaving like that. He wondered if there was a problem with the medicine he was using. Turning to Guy Nandu, seeing him being attacked by it on his face causing swelling, I thought it was not normal because of the drug. He immediately had an idea, maybe it was. Then call Li-Han in. Please try summoning one yourself. He hesitantly asked if he could do it, but the professor still confidently said of course. He threw a small bone to Li-Han, explaining that the strength of a black magician is that the training can be adjusted. After listening, Li-Han secretly thought that this was improvisation rather than self-adjustment. The object in his hand placed one end on the wooden floor. The magic bracelet appeared again, right under his feet, and he told him to chant the spell. He sighed, no matter where he goes. He threw the small bone his grandfather had given him into the circle. A flood of incantations was recited by him. He shouted, commanding the skeletal hand to rise, the wand to glow. Everyone's faces were tense. Black smoke circled around the stick. The professor looked at him attentively. Then, the black mass of magic headed straight towards the small bone. It started to glow. A skeletal hand is summoned. He was so worried that he was sweating. The skeletal hand is gradually perfected. It lowered its fingers. It still stood there right in front of him. Li-Han looked at it and wondered if he had succeeded yet. Then he got worried and turned to the professor and saw that he was still silent. And he stared at the skeletal hand. His eyes darkly focused on it. This summoning magic is actually a chain that controls the summoned monster, that's why novice magicians can't summon, Morton thought to himself. He clenched his fist, magic could be unleashed at any time if the skeletal hand attacked Li-Han. The skeletal hand continued to move. He was secretly surprised and afraid why it reacted without any command. He immediately blocked Li-Han's body, preparing to cancel its summon. Its 5 fingers stretched out. It did not attack but fell to the ground in front of the surprise of the two of them. It lay on the ground trembling. Both looked at it without understanding. Outside the building. In the professor's room, he explained that the incident just happened because he had too much mana. He wanted to reduce them but he stopped him, that was his natural talent. He gave advice, from now on you don't need to approach the undead monsters, you just need to make them subdue by force. Li-Han also thanked him and thought the teacher wouldn't be of much help. Suddenly there was a scream from behind. That was Guy Nandu. He was beaten by a bone hand, his beautiful face was swollen, he decided to risk his life on it. He was so angry that his head was about to explode. Li-Han has nothing more to say. Compared to the rest, isn't Guy Nandu talented in this field? The professor also said, talented but he hasn't developed his full strength yet, of himself. After a while the 3 friends finally left the professor's room. Guy Nandu's face was still swollen. As he walked, he blamed the zombies for not having any noble character. After applying the medicine, Guy Nandu with a swollen face told Li Han to come with him to the summoning class, as long as he wasn't a zombie. After listening, Li Han did not answer but began to wonder if he was sure, because most of the summoned creatures, including spirits, were ferocious, because they were usually monsters or demons. Behind him, the magician student looked at the two people side by side and couldn't help but curse under his breath, "Damn the black magician, all his actions just now made him pin him." He angrily pointed at his swollen face on one side and wondered why Li Han dared to slap him. That reproachful statement made Li Han turn around and explain that he had just accidentally done it, but the magician student didn't believe it and continued to grumble. Earlier, during class. Not only summoning, Li Han also wanted to test what orders he could give, to what extent. In the classroom, Li Han had a control staff in his hand, causing something to crumble. The professor next to him was shocked, excited when he saw that he had successfully let it self-destruct. The mage student holding a bone hand heard that and glanced at him. He approached where Li Han was sitting and spoke ill of him as an evil bastard. After his words, the bone leg on Li Han's body began to move. Without Li Han having time to say a word, that bone leg flew straight towards a certain direction. It fell and landed perfectly on the ground. When the magician students saw it, they were alert. That bone leg flew into the air, and the magician students were bewildered when they saw that. Before he could realize anything, that bone leg slapped him straight in the face. After that slap, a dark aura enveloped the entire building. Returning to the present, Li Han crossed his arms over his chest, sincerely apologizing for the unfortunate accident just now, all due to the summons acting on their own. After hearing this, his friend Guy Nandu pouted and called him by name. It turned out that the magician student had already left. Li Han felt a bit sad when he saw that, but it didn't last long. After a while of walking, the two students arrived in front of the ceremonial hall, where Professor Milia worked. Seeing no one to guide them, the two boys just walked in. Guy Nandu nervously looked everywhere. Li Han similarly observed the scene here, then was surprised because it was completely different from the Shadow Court. Here, there is also a toxic lake. Two students walked to a door and raised their hands to knock. Without waiting for the person inside to agree, Li Han opened the door and walked in but did not forget to apologize to Professor Millie for being late for some personal matter. In this large library-like room, there was only one woman sitting there reading a book attentively. When the woman saw him coming, she looked at him with dissatisfied and annoyed eyes and said that if he had something to do, then it couldn't be helped, there was no need. After hearing what she said, Li Han and Guy Nandu froze for a moment. Seeing the two of them just standing there, they had to apologize. After that, he didn't look at Li Han anymore and returned to his work, but Li Han was not that calm. He was confused when he saw that Professor Milia was not surprised to see him present. Questions began to arise in Li Han's mind. He wondered if Professor Mortem had told the other professors that he would become his disciple, warning no one to touch him. It was very possible, happen. Unlike Li Han, who stood still, Guy Nandu began to walk around and observe. Looking everywhere and seeing no one, he went to ask the professor where his friends were here first. The professor simply replied that they had class so they had gone home to do their homework. Hearing that, Guy Nandu gently breathed out a breath. The word successful homework shocked Guy Nandu. He couldn't help but ask again, "Homework? You already have a bunch of homework from other classes." After hearing that, Professor Milia rubbed his forehead. After hearing this, Professor Milia did not say anything but raised his hand and flicked it. Following that snap, two floating books appeared in front of the two people. The book that fell into Li Han's hands was a book about the basic theory and application of summoning magic. Then two tables appeared. Professor Milia asked Li Han and Guy Nandu to sit down there. After the two sat down, Professor Milia began asking them to read the book, mark it, then answer the question. Li Han also listened and began to open the book. The book opens prominently with the title, Questions about Application, Principles and Practice. Li Han squinted his eyes and read each word thoughtfully. The more he read, the more he realized that this was a good book. Even though he had seen all kinds of textbooks about his major before, this one was much easier to understand. Most books in Li Han's eyes are evil things. Their only goal is to waste Li Han's time. But this book is different. Li Han feels like it is reminding him to read slowly. He will gradually understand and remember the basic knowledge. Thanks to that book, Li Han's impression of Professor Milia was better. She was a great professor. However, his starry eyes made her feel a little shy, not understanding why Li Han looked at himself like that. Guy Nandu collapsed in front of the book. He lowered his head and groaned that he missed Professor Mortem. Professor Millii, even though he looked at him like that, was still very surprised. Normally, this type of teaching would make students angry, complaining, especially these kids. However, the student she thought would be the most arrogant quietly followed instructions. She started to remember what Garcia Kim told her. She said Li Han wasn't like that. A decision was made. She decided to pay attention to this Li Han a little more. On the shelves are neatly arranged books. Finally the class ended. Professor Millii said that's it for today, followed by a stack of papers placed down firmly. Seeing that the two of them were bored looking at the thick stack of papers, Professor Millii finally told them to remember to read and study all of these books next week. Li Han and Guy Nandu held hands on the stack of papers. Guy Nandu picked it up and agreed to the professor, but his face showed no regrets. Li Han looked at his friend like that and immediately knew that Guy Nandu would no longer come to study, and Professor Millii also thought that he would definitely never come back again. Not seeing anything else from her, Li Han and Guy Nandu turned around and left, not forgetting to see her again at the weekend. She looked at the backs of the two people in silence. After a moment of deciding, she told Li Han to wait. He also obeyed and stopped. Professor Millii slowly walked out. The first smile appeared on her always serious face. She said sorry for misunderstanding Li Han, and even promised to see him again next week. As soon as the words finished, the door to the room was closed. Witnessing that scene, Li Han still couldn't understand anything. Suddenly his face became frightened. Li Han began to feel surprised, wondering what the professor had misunderstood about him. In a classroom with two students sitting next to each other in a very awkward atmosphere, the principal spoke up. Li Han and Yoner sat opposite the two students, looking intently at the principal. He said it was time to learn life lessons. After saying that, the principal even raised his tongue to lick his teeth. His face clearly showed evil, asking the students meaningfully, surely they haven't forgotten the homework he assigned, now he wants to look over it together. After listening to Li Han, he was speechless. How could he forget that the principal's homework was to retrieve flags from other towers? Seeing that no one reacted, he finally said he would look at the Xuanvu and Fire Phoenix first. The two female students sitting below exchanged glances and nodded. After that nod, the two people stood up using the table. The two girls stood up, their faces happily expressing how they had exchanged flags peacefully. After listening, the principal also announced that Xuanvu Tower and Hoa Fuang had completed their homework, but the mirror clearly waved his hands in frustration. The two students below looked at him silently, wondering if he needed to, showing obvious disinterest. After a while, the target finally arrived. The principal asked about Li Han's Dragon Tower. He stood up and announced that his group had also gotten the flag. But using a peaceful method, the principal once again despondently congratulated the Dragon Tower on completing its homework. He flew down with a disappointed face, but his mouth was still praising. Good, good, you did very well, very wonderful. Li Han stood there with a dead fish in his eyes. After thinking about it, the principal turned back, his eyes serious. The students under those attentive eyes also felt startled. His bony face was exaggerated. Calling his honor night students in a friendly voice, the principal asked if they were carrying flags, and the expected answer would be yes. The students sat there listening without saying anything, but their faces turned red. While he was still close to those students, sitting above Li Han felt someone pointing a laser at the back of his neck. Not seeing an answer, he decided to ask again why they didn't bring out the flag, at which point Murati hesitantly stood up and apologized. In a gloomy mood, he announced that his tower had not been able to get any flags, to which the principal immediately declared that the White Tiger Tower had not completed its homework. Although his face was calm, Murati's hand clenched into an angry fist. He cursed silently. This would definitely affect his score. In complete contrast to the students, the principal smiled like he had a good time and joked that it seemed like they had failed in their negotiations. On the one hand, Li Han just wanted him to shut up. The principal started preaching about the purpose of this class, which is for everyone to get to know each other and get along at school, but he was very sad because no one understood that. All the students were silent, because he knew he was lying. But it didn't stop there. The principal immediately said that he would make the homework easier to understand this time. Afraid that the students wouldn't understand, he began to explain that if they turned to the west of the academy, the students would see a lake, and those who had seen it knew it was as big as the ocean. The principal continued to speak. In the middle of the lake there was an island. And he hid a ticket that allowed students to go outside the academy on it. Hearing that, all the students seemed to be energized. The girls were surprised. The boys were equally surprised. Their HP bar was fully charged, their fiery eyes looked at the principal. He didn't find it strange, but just sighed a little. But this time there's something special included. The principal wanted everyone to cooperate and bring it back here to him. That request made the boys depressed, only the girls were happily chatting with each other. Guy Nandu was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He silently cursed the principal as a damn skeleton. He couldn't hold back any longer and angrily pointed his finger and asked why he had to work with these people. The other party couldn't help but respond, asking Guy Nandu what he was barking at. Back a while ago, the principal had completed the team pairing. Xuanvu and Fire Phoenix would be on the same team. The Azure Dragon and the White Tiger would be on the same team. But he also did not forget to put a barrier in front, depending on whether they wanted to follow instructions or not. The model of the dragon and White Tiger in his hand was broken. Leaving behind only an empty hand, the principal's face filled with murderous intent threatened that if they failed because of that, there would be big consequences. Returning to the present, while the girls were chatting happily and harmoniously, the boys were extremely gloomy and disappointed. Li Han stood looking at everyone, lost their souls, and exclaimed, the atmosphere was so heavy, and if things kept going like this, things would gradually get worse. Unable to leave things like that, Li Han stepped up and said in a flattering voice, dear friends at the brave White Tiger Tower. He proposed that everyone can ignore all misunderstandings and cooperate, so that honesty can still reach out. But the person over there didn't respond. He criticized this as being more unlikely than the academy collapsing. After hearing it, he argued that it wasn't that bad. The person opposite continued to curse loudly. They got this score because of Li Han. He was surprised he didn't think they were worried about such a score. However, Li Han was still determined. He went forward to explain that it was just a misunderstanding, and advised them to think carefully. Afraid they wouldn't believe him, he began to explain, if the principal taught the class to be able to teach students, would he really give his students an F for just a small mistake? But an F will come if they don't cooperate. Li Han continued to explain, whether they thought, but someone interrupted. From behind a slow figure approached, advising everyone to wake up. The person who came was Marathi. He stood with his arms folded on his hips. Marathi's attitude is extremely bad, advising everyone not to be fooled by Li Han's boneless tongue, because they have never had a good thing happen when they were involved with him. They were even punished because of Li Han, or recently they were secretly attacked. Li Han stood aside and listened without having time to refute anything. Marathi added another question at the end. He asked everyone who thought they tricked Durgu and Anrago. After that sentence everyone turned around, throwing Li Han a look of hatred. Yoner saw that the situation was not good, walked up and patted his shoulder and shook his head. Unable to do anything else, Li Han can only do that. He called Durgu, who was passing by, to come closer to him. When he saw that action, he wondered. Even though he didn't understand, Durgu still approached and Li Han raised his hand. Without saying a word, he held him down by the neck, and that made Durgu confused. Then the wand was pressed directly into his face, and Li Han loudly threatened that if he did not cooperate, another tragedy would happen. This time he would drop Durgu into the lake. That action surprised the students at the White Tiger Tower. Yoner behind him did not expect that his friend would do that. And the main character doesn't understand anything. His face was worried. He didn't expect Li Han would choose this despicable way to make everyone cooperate with each other, panicking and asking for help. The students behind saw this and shouted his name in panic. Li Han not only did not let go but also clamped tighter. They awkwardly said they would cooperate, so let Durgu go. Afraid that Li Han wouldn't believe them and even promised honor, after listening he looked at Durgu for a while. Then let him go, not forgetting to give him a slap on the back. He agreed to let it go this time. Before leaving, Li Han gave one last warning, hoping they would be more careful from now on. Durgu returned. Everyone worriedly asked if he was okay, not forgetting to curse Li Han as an evil bastard. Marathi stood still for a moment, still unable to recover. He couldn't believe Li Han would do that. Although there are some complex relationships created in basic magical personality education, that is not the focus. The problem here is due to the tiger's unwillingness to cooperate, the clever transformation between the dragon and the white tiger, between the bird and the turtle. So, Sienna's face is covered with snake skin. She put her hand in front of her chest and sincerely asked Li Han when he would start. He turned half his face back and said he was still thinking. Because the raid on Professor Uregum's laboratory is a truly urgent matter. He closed his eyes thinking that the right moment was very important, making Macon a bit hesitant about suddenly being so formal with Sister Sienna. Put your hand to your mouth to signal Macon to be quiet, if we go there. Narrowing his eyes, he looked through the half-closed door. Professor Uregulm has a bushy beard, eyes as bright as car headlights, and is holding a bottle of medicinal herbs standing in front of the door. If this happens, he will probably have nightmares for the next month. It's best to find a doctor, out his schedule without being discovered. There are white hills and mountains of all sizes lying in the distance. The basic horse riding training lesson has come to an end today. Everyone did very well. Image of students standing and talking, including Wardanas and Macon. The professor called behind Wardanas and he turned around to look. Turn around and walk towards her. What's wrong? There's no need to go to the tent today. The professor happily said that she would take her nephew to the market with her. The thunderous news that he would only return tomorrow made his eyes widen. After saying that, the professor left, not forgetting to wave goodbye to him. In his heart, he thought they would leave tonight, so suddenly. Maybe it's just what you mean. This is a rare opportunity, so you have to take the opportunity. He was full of enthusiasm and walked towards Macon. His friends were also there. Macon raised his voice and asked what was going on. He walked straight, wrapping his arms around everyone's neck and whispering something. The time to act has been decided, he said firmly. It was tonight that made Nelia a bit surprised. Tonight. Dalkard pushed his glasses and said it was a bit sudden, but that's fine, then we can rest comfortably on the weekend. Macon stood next to him and said the moment had finally come, but it seemed sharp. These two people's faces were a bit worried about this campaign. Macon was the first to raise his hand, signaling his determination to the end. In the end, all of them were determined to join forces for a peaceful semester without homework. He looked at them and felt bored but couldn't do anything. When did you guys come up with this slogan? There were two types of students. One was the type who had sneaked out many times at night and the other was never. Macon and Nelia chatted loudly while Radford kept staring at something. The three remaining young men stood next to each other. They seemed very scared about this mission. But of course, someone's footsteps gradually appeared. It's Lehan. He is definitely the best type. My friends who will carry out the operation quickly gather here. Perhaps your leadership will make everyone feel more secure for the mission. Sienna walked towards Lehan. Do you know how to open the door of the Horned Beast Tower? Radford's face showed anger, causing Lehan to say, we found a way. Everyone is still watching silently, and soon we will see what we have prepared. Each piece of stone on the wall cracked. A small path opens behind the wall. The wall seems to have just been broken and everyone will enter their campaign. Dalkard and Macon looked at each other with wide eyes. Dalkard pushed her glasses. Almost everyone admired Lehan. This person was truly terrifying. They didn't expect him to prepare to this extent. Lehan's lips moved as if to say something. Then he pointed at the rubble and wondered what that was. Surprising everyone, it turned out that this was not done by you. Sometimes I wonder what kind of person you think I am. Lehan was discouraged by his friend's words. He touched the crack. The original plan was for Radford to unlock the physical lock, and I to unlock the magic. A few small stones fell to the ground, but this is bad. Why is everyone wondering about this statement? The fragment is inside the Horned Beast Tower, meaning someone has entered the tower. We are no exception. Dalkard hid behind a girl. Something that should have been outside had infiltrated the Horned Beast Tower. Those weren't monsters. Dalkard seemed a bit worried. So what should we do? Or should we return here? He lowered his voice slightly. No, there was no way that after coming here, you would just give up and leave. Listen everyone, we didn't secretly infiltrate the Horned Beast Tower, he said, but everyone froze, not understanding what he was saying. A snap of your fingers, from this moment onwards. We are here to stop the summoned monster that has invaded the Horned Beast Tower and protect the professor's precious property, he said with full confidence. We volunteer to act together. Everyone enthusiastically agreed with your opinion. That's great. Having said that, he rushed in there like a gust of wind. He was also bored with how quickly they turned around. Let's go protect the professor's property. Standing with my back against the stone wall, now perhaps the search will be very quick. But I wonder if it's because this place is dark, someone said to Lehan. The darkness adds to the horror. Everyone looked around to see if they could find anything. Lehan held a small chopstick in his hand. As he finished speaking, the light was lowered. It was like a spell. Everyone stood there watching him do it. Don't worry about this. The darkness is not a problem. Walking up the steps, perhaps the real problem is. Turning half of his body towards everyone, he slowly said that we had only visited the first floor. The second floor was a completely unknown area. It makes them even more eager to search. Let's go. He looked at everyone and felt something strange. Even so, even though they followed him, everyone was worried, and he couldn't blame them. However, we can't turn back anymore. If we throw a javelin, we have to follow the javelin. Just one more step will be the second floor. What else will we have to face? It looks normal on the outside, but we can't let our guard down because this place is quite dangerous. He casually waved his hand in the middle of empty space. His face was hit by that light, a bit worried and gloomy, not knowing what was waiting behind. A light of many colors, it was winding, it was attractive as if drawing him into another dimension. That flow of power startled him. Macon walked over to ask him, then said he felt a source of mana power. Perhaps this space itself was filled with mana, maybe it was as he guessed. The attractive force attracted his hand and slowly pushed it deeper. He was transported into another dimension. It was a huge forest with 4 acres of trees and only a small boy in the middle of the forest. He was stuck in the middle of this space. Being a magic that expands space, his words surprised everyone who entered. Sienna was a bit worried. There was a saying that an excellent alchemist must first be an excellent gardening expert. It seemed that the scale of this forest was surprisingly large. Nelia ran over and said there were many types of plants here that she had never known before. Sienna looked around and said I was the same. This is a man-eating plant, a palm tree that can swallow anyone in front of its mouth, but you can also see many types of dangerous plants surrounding it. Fortunately, this is not a dormitory but a factory. That means I don't have to worry about traps like before. He reassured everyone to stay calm and find the path where the professor might have gone. A skeleton hand peeks out from under your shirt, if we can. That skeletal hand poked out. That strange thing created bold footsteps on the ground. This trace was finally discovered by everyone. What a monster. The chatter arose again. Will we ever encounter one? Maybe we should retreat. Nelia came up with an idea that seemed pretty cool. She suggested to Li Han that we follow these footsteps. Monsters have sharp senses, so we must have found a safe place. He completely agreed with her opinion. Receiving approval and praise made her nostrils flare. Li Han waved his hand signaling everyone to follow him. They kept walking like that, looking around. And as expected, no students were attacked while passing through that road. Although there were no monsters, they probably encountered them. That one snorted a stream of smoke out of its nostrils that was quite dangerous. A cow with 2 large horns, its eyes full of anger emitting a yellow light as if it was unfriendly and intended to attack. Macon thought it was a cow, he added, but it was no ordinary cow. Radford asked him what we should do here, but he had a rather childish thought that the academy was really stupid. The ferocious cow is standing in front of the way to the upper floor. We have to do something if we want to get over those stairs. But there's no need to fight it. It seems like it's still hungry. It'll probably leave after it's full. Macon has a thought that it won't have any effect. That cow continued to graze on the grass which looked quite appetizing to it. Suddenly it kicked its legs, startled and angry, as if it sensed something. It jumped up, its facial muscles contracted, and the cow's body was filled with murderous intent. Its weight crushed all the plants under its feet. Macon was a little worried about what would happen if the professor saw. Maybe Yanera was right. At this rate, we'll all be in trouble. He held his hands tightly to the ground. Perhaps he would have to prevent that from happening. In the grass he flew out holding the tiny wand that had now become larger. This time the cow had to hold its feet firmly to the ground. Paralyzed, the same power seemed to emanate from his eyes. Purple light enveloped the cow like a rope. It used its hind legs to quickly jump up and dodge. Everyone was surprised because it dodged Li Han's attack. They also ran to help him. 2 young men, chanting fire spells. Wait a minute, he was startled and reacted that they couldn't use fire in a place full of plants like this. Just use magic that wouldn't harm the surrounding objects. They were quite confused with Li Han's words if so. Paralyzed, they launched another attack and rushed towards the cow. It seemed that its power became weaker the closer it came into contact and then disappeared. Stunning, it did not affect it at all. It moved its tail, its whole body emitting a pale yellow light like a protective layer. He glared at them and took a deep breath. The cow didn't even pay attention to the people standing nearby. They wondered what the professor had fed it. Sienna held a box containing several potions, which were used to throw at the cow to weaken it and make it easier to deal with. Taking this, the medicine bottle burst and water rushed into the cow. It seemed to frown and breathe faster. Not only did it not weaken, it rushed towards everyone. Macon reassures everyone to calm down. Its resistance to magic has decreased, so magic should have an effect on it. Please cast a spell on it. Paralyze a huge stream of power from 3 wands shot at it. Paralyze, paralyze, damn it. The magic gradually seeped into its body. It stopped attacking. It seemed to have worked. The cow gradually weakened and fell to the ground. It ran like crazy, rushing towards where everyone was standing. Then suddenly it rushed forward again. It could move. Get out of the way. It flew straight over the head of a purple-haired young man. Help me. Guys, Li Han witnessed his friends being injured. They won't be fine at this rate. He gritted his teeth in bitterness. Right at this moment, this critical situation had become the motivation for him to become even stronger. The magic had been activated before he even recited the spell. The wand emitted a blast of power like lightning, which in the future would become a moment that would one day be likened to a miracle that would surprise everyone. Paralyzing a rush of greater power, this small but mysterious change, in the future will become a moment that will be likened to a miracle that will surprise everyone one day. While watering the plants, suddenly there was a sound. Suddenly a question arose. What is that? A buffalo whose horns are wrapped in vines is rushing forward. Suddenly rushing in front of Li Han, it suddenly fell down without warning. He was about to attack, but unexpectedly the buffalo suddenly fell down, making him a bit surprised. Other students around were also frightened by its large body. One of them breathed a sigh of relief because he was saved. At this time, someone spoke up and asked, was he saved? Having said that, they waved their hands to thank Li Han, but at this moment he affirmed that he could not rest yet. After speaking, he held the stick firmly in his hand. The more he thought about it, the more strange it became. He felt like there was some very familiar magic present around here. He made it clear to everyone that the huge buffalo could wake up at any time because he had just knocked it unconscious. He was still quite skeptical about this place. Li Han wanted to know if there was anything magical around here when suddenly the branches next to the tree began to move, causing the surrounding ground to shake violently. He was so shocked that he stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. The other students were so scared that they screamed at each other, not knowing what was going on. The sound of willow tree leaves rustling and shaking violently. The tree roots began to move closer to them. The students felt like something was coming. From the tree trunk appeared a fierce face and shouted at the people in front of him because they had desecrated this place. Seeing that the tree could talk, everyone panicked and screamed. Some people were surprised by the fact that the willow tree could talk. They were all scared and screaming. Some wanted to run away because they thought he was a monster, but Li Han calmly calmed everyone down. He stood in front of that huge tree trunk and thought to himself, this willow tree is not ordinary. He even guessed that this willow tree is the ruler here. He glanced behind him suspiciously. Then he calmly explained to him that he was just protecting Professor Uregilm's tree. Yoner also echoed him to make him more confident. At this time, that willow tree was also more harmonious than before. He praised them endlessly for their efforts in protecting the tree when the professor was not present. Li Han only bowed his head in polite response. Then the willow slowly introduced himself. He was a botany professor. You could call him Willow. As soon as he finished introducing himself, he bent down to look at the fainted animal below and began to praise him. Seeing that, he also accepted the compliment and thanked the professor in front of him. This professor slowly used his vines to wrap around the animal and then explained to him that this was the cow that Professor Uregilm raised, but because it was so clumsy and could not distinguish directions, it ran away naked. Seeing that, he continued to ask him if he was always taking care of the trees here. Professor, Willow slowly answered, today I was assigned the responsibility of protecting this place. Speaking of this, he began to sigh and complain to him, because Professor Uregilm went to meet the king's people, so now he has to take care of this place. Hearing that, Li Han was a bit surprised. He naively said, Professor Uregilm said to go to the market with Professor Thunderstep. He asked again with some doubts, but Li Han did not lie. He told him to ask Professor Thunderstep to know. Seeing that he had been tricked, he was shaking all over, trying to squeeze out every word to thank you. Then suddenly he asked him what he would like to give because he had a great contribution in killing the cow to protect the flowers and grass here. He did not hesitate to ask directly about the ingredients and reagents for performing alchemy. However, after hearing that question, he hesitated a bit and said that this place had too many dangerous things for them. Seeing that he did not succeed in his plan, he immediately decided to change to another method to convince him to reveal the ingredients. Then he scratched his head and apologized to Willow, because perhaps he was a bit greedy with this wonderful place. He slowly covered up his plan. He switched to another explanation. He said that he was also curious to see Professor Uregilm's laboratory. it seemed impossible, but he agreed to his proposal, making him a little surprised and stuttering. After that, he moved to the third floor. As he walked, he told them to follow him upstairs and give them what they could use. He still didn't stop rambling. This professor even wanted to blame the cow just to help the students get the necessary things. He walked up the stairs following Professor Willow. His arm passed through the colorful barrier. Stepping through that door, everything seems to become completely different. Because there was no light in the surrounding space, Yoner was a little panicked, and he couldn't use the light spell. Seeing that they were having a bit of difficulty, Willow reminded them, then used her vines to emit light to help them go easier. In front of them was a door with a bright light coming from it. One of them was a bit surprised because it felt like something was running past. Getting closer to the door, people also began to see more light coming from the door. On the door now appears the number 6. Seeing such a situation, every one of them was surprised because it felt like the door had just jumped in front of them. The door opened inside and everything seemed completely frozen. The cold had enveloped that room. From the tables and chairs to the stairs were covered in ice. Cold air emanated from inside, covering Li Han's outer space. The light shining from inside made the professor a bit surprised. Suddenly the door was slammed shut right in front of everyone. Professor Willow believes that this laboratory should be closed permanently. Similar things happened in other laboratories. Professor Willow then summoned a few more laboratories for them. But the unfortunate thing is that the space inside those summoned doors is not reality. At this moment, there was a rustling sound because someone was taking notes. That person was Li Han, and he looked at what he wrote down just now. He seemed to understand something. He realized that the first and second floors didn't have many traps, but the third floor was carefully guarded. He closed the notebook and thought that the notes on how to summon the laboratories had been written down by him, so it might be okay to take them out and use them now. Suddenly he turned around and thought a bit. The pile of bags was tied tightly on the other side. Those were the gifts given to him when he found the professor's laboratory. He sincerely thanked Professor Willow. He thought he couldn't do anything, so there was no need to thank him, but he was still very grateful to him for letting them come to this place. He was happy because everything was going in the right direction that he had outlined before. He thought he could easily escape from here without any problems. But life at the Magic Academy is not easy, because later they all returned to their original positions, but Professor Willett reminded them that they had to water the whole garden. He looked stunned. He couldn't believe how this had happened. Before they left, the professor told them to bring back the gift bags they had received, and he would clean up this mess later. Seeing that, they thanked him and left first. He looked at the 3 flower pots in front of him and felt a bit sad because they were all withered. He picked up the watering can, which caught your attention. Seeing that Professor Willow was about to water, Li Han called out. He sincerely offered to let everyone help him clean up the rest. He now thought it was right to make a good impression on him. At this time Yoner also spoke up. She also wanted to help everyone. Her face was full of joy, saying that she was very good at this. Touched by that suggestion, he somewhat shyly raised tree branches to cover them and praised them as the excellent students he had met. Seeing that they were interested, the professor decided to give them gifts. Both of them were very curious about what he planned to give them. But the professor is still a professor even if it's just a willow tree. Who would have thought that he would take them to a place and tell them to water the entire area? They were a bit confused. They thought they were being given a gift, but unexpectedly they were taken to another place and told to water the entire area. Before he could ask, the professor disappeared without a trace. He felt guilty and raised his hand to his head in reproach. He apologized to her and then took all the responsibility on himself. At this moment, she was holding the water bottle. She had not heard anything he said. Her face was now extremely bright and radiant. He approached and gently told her that he felt that the amount of work the professor assigned was a bit much. On the contrary, she felt that this work was quite fun. She said as she pointed towards those rare plants. Seeing that, he just sighed. He thought that at least she liked this. He finally decided to pick up the watering can. Then the two people started watering the gardens around this area. Behind the two of them there is a lake that looks very clean and cool. At this time, sunlight was shining on the lake's surface, causing air bubbles to appear on the surface of the lake. A few hours later, it seemed like they had finished their assigned work. Both of them stood up straight and warmed up their muscles. She felt like her work was done, and he agreed with her. He stood breathing rapidly but still felt sorry for her and kept apologizing in his heart. She happily wiped the sweat from her forehead and told him that she felt happy about this job. Now he felt no guilt towards her anymore, because she didn't seem to be uncomfortable at all. Having said that, the two of them put on their coats and decided to go home. The lake's surface is quiet right now. The silhouette of two people chatting happily appeared. Suddenly there was a voice. "I was always observing you, young man." This made you a little confused. She was also startled by that voice. The two began to assume a defensive posture, and he shouted loudly to ask who the other person was. Suddenly something appeared before his eyes that made him stunned. From below the surface of the water, a drop of water floating in the air appeared. Both Li Han and Yoner stood motionless looking at that huge thing, not sure if it was an enemy or a friend. It introduced itself. Its name was Parasi, the spirit of this pond. They were surprised because they did not expect to meet a spirit who thought he was a disciple of that willow tree. They looked at each other and silently affirmed that it was definitely not dangerous to them. He was a bit surprised because he knew that professor. He also said that he had signed a contract and he was taking care of this garden. It seemed very satisfying to see young people like them taking care of the trees. He now thought that Professor Willow brought them here to work because he wanted to leave a good impression on this spirit. He happily wanted to support him because he helped him take care of this garden. He now felt a bit guilty because he was upset with the professor in the beginning. At this time, it said, it could give him the advice that he was wondering about. He was a bit surprised to hear it say that. He also honestly asked for advice on how to make friends with other spirits, because they all ran away when they saw him. It seemed a bit surprised by this question. It thought it knew what the reason was for him, because he was carrying a wood spirit with him. He explained that an oak tree had been given to him, and it seemed like he understood. It reassured him, then said that the wood spirit in the tree was also afraid of him, but it said that his nature was very good. He held that thing in his hand and was a bit confused because he didn't think it was afraid of him. She now seemed a bit worried and asked Parasi about how to let Li Han form a contract with the spirit. It calmly said that low-level spirits would run away as soon as they saw him. It continued to give advice, telling him to find a fierce and violent spirit that would suit him. He bowed his head and thanked it. Then suddenly it said things that only happened with a very low probability at this time. He felt that the advice this spirit gave was a bit unreliable. She now thought that everyone had finished talking. She boldly asked Parasi if he could make a contract with Li Han. It seemed like she really cared about him. Before her actions, he was a bit surprised. That spirit was also a bit surprised by her words. He was a little worried and told her there was no need to do that, but she seemed very determined, because opportunities were hard to find. He still tried to reassure her, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped, not knowing how to continue. Because inside he is now very embarrassed by her behavior at that time. He thought she was quite similar to the kind of kindergarten teacher who was pairing him with other friends. He spoke calmly, afraid it wouldn't work. Because it had already signed a contract with that willow tree, it couldn't sign any more. Hearing this, she was a little disappointed and he was a little less shy. Suddenly it put its hand into the pond and said with an amused expression, "If you don't want to leave empty-handed." It continued, "Let me introduce the spirit I know." Parasi thought that the character of the spirit he introduced was a bit strange, but in the end, it was still better than nothing. It told him that when he met that spirit, if he said he knew him, it would seem that the spirit would listen to what he had to say. As he spoke, he thought about that scenario and hoped that this meeting would be beneficial for him. Water drops began to rise. A large drop of water appeared above, and the two looked like they were about to crystallize together to form a block of water. After saying that, it flew up high and drained all the water from the pond. Below the pond is a large hole. There is a cave below, it said. If you go in here you will meet that spirit. He didn't expect there to be a secret passage down here. The two of them jumped down and decided to go inside. Before leaving, they didn't forget to say thank you. He was about to go inside, but suddenly he wanted two people to give him a hand. As soon as it was brought out, it shot some kind of liquid onto the two people's hands. His hand now glowed a bit, which surprised him. On the back of his hand, a mark appeared. It said that this was its power transmitted into this spell. This spell could help them there one day. Before leaving, they thanked me again. It smiled happily. Nothing. When the two entered, it did not forget to remind the two of them not to forget their love for trees. As soon as he went inside, he thought that Parasi was a spirit but was more benevolent than the other professors. The stick in his hand emitted light to let them go. At this moment, he seemed a bit nervous when he came down here. She suddenly spoke up. She thought that the spirit living in this pond did not know what would happen. He thought that perhaps it was still a water spirit, and she guessed that it would live in a river or lake. Yoner seemed to wish it was a river spirit because they are very wise. Hearing her say that, Li-Han had more hope of leaving this place. He thought that he would be able to gain wisdom thanks to them while at this academy. When he got there, he opened the lid and climbed up. As soon as he stepped up, he was stunned as if something shocked him. Li-Han shouted loudly, "Here!" His scream made her ask in surprise. Then, Yoner also climbed up after him, and was also shocked by this scene. She suddenly screamed loudly. In front of them was the disciplinary room, which looked extremely dark and flimsy. He looked at the scene before him and made a firm assertion that he was completely not a river spirit. Yoner was a little panicked because this was the place where Li-Han had been locked up. He walked inside. He checked the doors one by one and confirmed they were safe. He assumed this place was currently unused. Yoner seemed to feel more secure and decided to leave this place, while he seemed a bit doubtful. Li-Han looked around but still couldn't see the exit even though there were many doors. It feels like all paths are blocked. Yoner started to feel scared of places like this. Calmly reassure her, because here he seems to have roughly grasped the surrounding structure. Remembering the time he had experienced before, Li-Han led Yoner to a magical passage, where he had been before. Looking around, he felt that this place was different from before because there were no surveillance devices. He feels like he's at the end of his rope. Li-Han took out his stick and decided to use magic power to create a path. He told her to stand behind him for safety. "Let's start, using magic power the same way you broke open the dormitory door." Li-Han gathered powerful magic to create a path. At this moment, suddenly there was a scream, "Stop now, you idiot!" He was startled and stopped. The two of them were surprised and asked who made the loud noise. That spirit had a very noble personality, so he didn't want to tell them his name, but instead asked who they were, and quickly said that Parasi had introduced them here. Continuing to explain, he said he told me to come here and there would be a spirit to make a contract with. The spirit continued to say, "They are young people, Parasi is very soft-hearted towards people like them." That spirit decided not to sign a contract with him and chased the two of them back. Yoner turned to him and thought the spirit had disappeared. Then he sullenly thought that this time he had failed again. She thought that this elf was also afraid of him, but suddenly a shrill scream rang out, "What did you say?" It reappeared to confirm that it was not afraid of him. The two of them felt relieved that it was still here. Yoner still firmly believes that it is avoiding him. Yoner continued to say that Parasi said that the spirits that met him were scared. He stood to the side feeling a bit shy and said, "That person did not say that." But in the end, he still wanted to know why that spirit rejected him. They continued, constantly asking why this spirit was avoiding him. He said hesitantly, the reason he avoided them was because he hated meaningless battles. Both of them looked at each other without saying anything. The two of them also agreed with what he said, but he was not like that. The real reason the spirit avoided you was because it had been tricked by a contract before. Because, the principal, he refused to form a contract with someone because of his great pride. But after fighting for a week, he made a contract because the principal told him to only do simple things. And the simple task it was assigned was to supervise students in the disciplinary room. But to think that the academy's students escaped so much that they fled here to avoid it. It was haunted by that, so it didn't want to make a contract, but they didn't think it would feel insulted in this way. They realized this spirit had a lot of pride. The fact that they said he was afraid offended his pride. And not happy that Li-Han and Yoner doubted its power, it would show him and her a part of its power. Ask Li-Han to concentrate the most magic power and convert it into an element. Laughing and asking Li-Han to change into a more destructive element, he replied, "Okay." Li-Han seemed serious, vowing not to let that happen again, so he concentrated as much as possible. Suddenly, Li-Han was also surprised. He picked up the stick and spoke, bursting into flames. The fire burned bright red. The ashes of the fire scattered. The fire is getting bigger and bigger. It seemed, Li-Han was too worried, but the magic was still stable. Then suddenly there was a flash of light. Li-Han himself held the torch with that light. Yoner standing next to him was also surprised. Shocked because he couldn't believe that Li-Han could summon such a large lightning bolt in this place, and I don't understand what's going on. Both of them seemed to be having a lot of fun. She suddenly noticed and asked him what he was doing. He thought the letter K in his head, then rays of light shone around. He screamed and couldn't believe it. Even so, elemental transformation failed. Elemental transformation was an ability that spirits who didn't want to show off showed off, and transformed. And having the ability to interfere with magic and elements, that was a way to prove strength. Li Han sighed and wondered what was going on. It was frustrated that it could easily deal with elements, but couldn't transform fire magic. Was it thinking, or was there something special about magic? It discovered something and screamed, "No way. It looks normal on the outside, but inside it hides magic power." As if seeing the dragon's fire itself, a thought flashed: did this young mage create that fire? Li Han bewilderedly asked himself, did he just release lightning? This would be extremely dangerous. He still stood in front looking at the lightning spirit. Thunder Spirit believes that the magical abilities of young magicians are very weak, like a child holding a bomb. However, he wondered how Li Han had so much mana. It's not just this punishment room. But they themselves will be in danger, followed by the image of Li Han and Yoner lying in a fire. Every ray of light flashed again. The lightning spirit thought, this is no longer a matter of self-esteem. He whispered, I need to destroy the magic before he panics. On the one hand, Li Han told Yoner that the lightning was very cool and wanted it to open the way. Then asked if anyone could pave the way for us. Don't, angry spirit, don't move your staff. Li Han was bewildered, not understanding what it had to do with the stick, and he shouted, not to move. Both he and Yoner seemed to not understand anything. He pondered whether he should tell him that it was dangerous or not, for fear that he would be surprised and the fire might explode. Therefore, the Thunder Spirit expressed his attitude that he did not like others waving sticks in front of him. Looks like Yoner has some idea. He thought about how to destroy that magic. Li Han's weak ability to control magic could not be easily destroyed. The Thunder Spirit imagined, and if Li Han panicked before the magic was destroyed, an explosion would occur. He thought that there was no other way, so he had to try. Turning to Li Han and saying that he had changed his mind, Li Han, even though he didn't understand what was going on, still replied yes. Then asked to make a contract with Li Han. Li Han didn't understand why he changed his attitude 180 and why he changed his mind. The Thunder Spirit changed his mind because he saw his ability. Knowing that Li Han's mana is so great that other magicians can hardly match it. Urge Li Han to hurry up and make a contract. You never know when that fire will flare up. Yoner looked suspiciously and didn't know what he would do. Li Han only focused on thinking, it would be a special spirit because Farakas had suggested it. Li Han wondered again that his mind was a bit suspicious, pulled the spirit that wanted to make a contract with Li Han and urged him to hurry up. Then he sighed. After all, he wasn't in a position to be picky, so he decided to make a contract. He happily thought that Li Han made the right decision. The contract begins, open your soul and accept me. Li Han continued and acknowledged him as his partner. And you have the right to summon me, so remember this well. However, he did not forget to warn Li Han that he was neither his servant nor his master. Li Han seemed to know something. It turned out its identity was. He closed his eyes and thought. A lightning scar appeared on his forehead. Li Han still stood still. Loi Chim, a sentence rang out, waking him up. He thought it was dragging, so this was probably the reason why his mind was unstable. The Thunder Spirit had made a contract with him, so he sensed the doubts in his mind and warned Li Han not to go too far. Yoner walked over. You've made the contract, Li Han. Congratulations. Li Han replied, thank you. Interrupting the conversation, saying it wasn't important, showed true power. After saying that, he took the wooden stick. Li Han thought, it went into my arm, so far, it feels so good. Thunder Spirited, I will help you control it, and shout and ask you to release that fire quickly, right now. You still don't understand anything here. The fire began to go out. Li Han thought to himself, it seemed like he was in a hurry. You, the Thunder Spirit's voice once again turned his attention. There you are, don't you know how dangerous what just happened? The angry spirit shouted loudly, and questioned why he used such terrible mana. With that much mana, this whole room will soon be burned to ashes. The lightning spirit continued speaking. Li Han held a magical wooden staff in his hand, because he himself didn't know what was going on, but it seemed very dangerous. His face was gloomy, thinking that his current fire magic was beyond his ability. The lightning spirit said he was a powerful but young magician. The thunder spirit kindly asked if you were okay. The sun is already rising, the lightning spirit subconsciously reminded him. Don't you guys have to go to school, making Yoner and Li Han startled. Li Han stammered, no. It's just that now they have basic imperial geometry and arithmetic, as well as submitting homework, so when they were reminded of it again, their faces turned as pale as banana leaves. Li Han shuddered as he remembered Professor Morton's last class. Remembering it, he secretly felt lucky because he had done his homework and wouldn't be able to submit it late. Suddenly Li Han looked up and asked Mr. Perchuntra to please lead him out of here. Perchuntra heard that and stopped talking because he couldn't do it. When Li Han and Yoner heard that, their faces were filled with disappointment. Because I had made a contract to protect this place, said the spirit. He frowned and thought, even if he helps, I'm not sure if I'll be able to get to class on time. Li Han was so angry that he shouted, oh my god, how could you help me? Why did you even make a contract with me? Yoner thought he was crazy, a graduate student afraid of submitting his homework late. Being stuck in the punishment room is another matter. Wait until you get out of here, summon me again and I will prove my true bravery to you. Now I can only open the blocked path for you. I can't leave here, just recite the sealing spell here, and with that the door leading out will open. He put his hands on his hips and took a light breath. Puff, okay. Seal here for a moment, then the chain and lock appear. Then the lock tight. He turned around, grabbed Yoner's hand. Let's go, she replied, okay. Wait until the two are about to leave, drag the speaking spirit after you, wait until you go out and don't forget to summon me. My bravery is much better than this. On this side, Li Han and Yoner are speeding out. A white sheet of paper is placed on the ground. A line of pen is placed on paper. Both of them looked at the map together, but it seemed like everywhere they went was a dead end. Li Han was surprised to see a skeletal hand. He asked, are you guys looking for a way? It wiggled and shook its head. Li Han was helpless. Okay, then. Looking at the map, everywhere you see architecture like ant nests, it is difficult to escape. He ordered to check the hallway on this side, because the two of them were wasting their time. Look at the wall making noise. Next, a voice appeared at a door. Are you guys looking for a way out of here? Li Han slowly approached. He thought to himself that there must be someone in the prison and asked, who is it? The other person heard his voice and was a little surprised, recognizing this voice. Ask Li Han, aren't you that new student who was caught after escaping from the basement? She was a senior who was arrested for stealing from the principal's warehouse. What mistake did she make this time? Li Han placed his hand on the door and asked back. Yoner came closer from behind. Who was she? When I was locked in the punishment room, this senior was in the room next to mine. The skeleton slowly approached. He didn't pay attention here. The person inside also said, the way out, it's not easy to find. Its skeletal hand prodded Li Han's body. Li Han waved his hand away, waiting for me. Then it just left. It ran back to its bones. The small parts begin to connect to form the complete piece. Then run towards both of them. Why should I tell you? The senior inside said. The guy on the outside thought to himself, this time I don't have anything to convince her. The skeleton was still clinging to his shirt. This time he turned around and was ready to get angry. I told him that before he finished speaking. Mr. Li Han suddenly stopped. He widened his eyes in surprise. Look at the skeleton in front, which is the hand. Which is the leg? A very complete animal. It raised its neck up. Then Yoner screamed loudly, monster. Li Han next to her stopped her. Wait to calm down. It thought it had summoned it. He bent down to its level and asked, is this human skeleton a leopard? Did you reassemble this skeleton yourself? It nodded. I think this is good again. Okay, so we need to find the bone hidden in the punishment room, he said. Hearing him say that, the inside suddenly asked, wait, what? The senior inside spoke out. You said you summoned a skeleton. Did you accidentally learn black magic from Professor Morton? So what's the matter? He said. That hand remained on the door. The person inside put the letter through the slot and told him to take it. You asked for directions out, right? Good luck, the senior said. Li Han turned pale and thought, why did I not feel happy after taking this map, and said thank you. Finally, Li Han said to Yoner, let's go. Then he quickly continued, we're leaving, let's go. She still stood there silently. Inside, the senior looked through the door and thought to himself, a first-year student learning black magic. I have to meet him later. Sunlight began to filter through the school. There were a few students there who were bored and tired from today's class. They bowed their heads to thank the professor for today's lecture. Li Han and Yoner observed everything. He sighed with a tense expression and looked his head in. Inside the room, he saw the professor collecting all the homework and he thought it was too late. The lecture was over. Yoner is so worried out here. What about your cards? He secretly thought that this professor didn't take attendance, but if he submitted his assignment now, the professor would definitely say things like you guys didn't even bother to come to listen to the lecture. Then he would continue to say why would I have to waste his time, looking through your homework is not time conscious. Yoner suddenly called out to Li Han, let's go. He reached out and pulled out the magic wand from his pocket. She was startled, not knowing what was happening, and tried to restrain him, because he could not attack the professor. Li Han was confused, looked at her and said, over there I have no intention of doing that. Because you're aiming for the pile of homework. And about to put both of their cards in the pile of paper, Yoner asked with an incredulous expression if he could do that. Li Han reached out to pick up the exercise book, of course he could and he would throw it in there right away. He calmly stood in front of the pile of homework, completely prepared. All the troubles I went through because of my professor were this moment. He raised the tip of his stick, tilted it towards the stack of papers and shouted loudly, get out of the way. Yoner stood next to him, watching with only admiring eyes. He did, elementary control magic, it looks so easy. Li Han was truly outstanding. Hold the stick firmly in your hand. He raised it high and thought, simply put them in the stack of papers and not be detected. Then, close your eyes tightly. Suddenly there was a silhouette, briefly behind him, whispering in his ear that he was concentrating. Li Han was stunned for a moment. Then he opened his eyes wide in panic, thinking that he had encountered too many things and had hallucinations. Suddenly, he heard Professor Volodi's voice. A voice came from behind. It was just a simple operation like stuffing paper into a stack of papers, but... Li Han turned around to look. He actually didn't hear wrongly, it was Professor Volodi's voice. He crossed his arms and told you, why are you looking this way? Let's concentrate. Hearing that, both of them turned pale and thought that besides meeting the professor unluckily, who was the professor standing next to them? He had yellow hair, one hand was raised to his chin with a judgmental expression, but there was a barrier around the target, right? As soon as he touches the barrier, he will immediately report back. Although it is invisible, it is quite fragile and meticulous. He raised his stick and pointed in the other direction, making the stack of books float. He hesitated and thought, a barrier. Then looking closely at the stack of books in front of him, he whispered, now that he looks closely, he can see a little. If he could see it, 2 books were flying in the air. The 2 professors were still discussing because they couldn't surpass him. He tried his best and thought, I can do it. 2 books were flying towards the stack of books. Just fly straight there. Finally, 2 books fell down. In the end, his and Yoner's 2 books lay peacefully there. Returning to the staircase scene, it's a bit murky. Li Han's charismatic and confident face is still clearly visible. Seeing Yoner and Li Han talking, the 2 professors were surprised by something. Because of such a thin barrier, it is possible to notify him if he makes a small mistake. It's unbelievable, how could he do that? The blonde professor exclaimed. Professor Volody immediately replied that it was only because he had learned the lesson, but he still politely thanked him. The blonde professor came up to talk to him, and acknowledged that he was too good to be just under his school and that his name was Wodanas. He also introduced himself as Professor Kermanchu, who teaches magic. His specialty is magic barriers. And he offered to shake hands, but he advised against shaking hands because of race. You think I'm under illusion magic, but I have to maintain my image. And surely you will meet him in the lecture, and teach you interesting things about illusions. Professor Volody on this side was thoughtful. Because he thought illusions were useless, magicians, once they reached a certain level, would not be fooled. Li Han was surprised that the professor had just spit on someone else's strengths in front of them. The atmosphere was definitely gloomy. Kermichu did not forget to ask more, why just now he wanted to try to insert paper into the stack of papers through the barrier. He was surprised why the professor did not pay attention. He must have gotten used to it. Li Han scratched his head in embarrassment because they submitted their homework late. Professor Kermi asked, did you do that just for a small assignment? And laughed at him, because he was truly a magician who worked hard. If it were me, he wouldn't have bothered to do the assigned work in the first place. He wondered, why is that? Because of Professor Alfin Knighton, a voice spoke up. Professor Volody continued, being a high-ranking manager for the Empire, better at abusing power than magic. Kermi told him that in order to expand, he cut research fees in half, and so did Professor Vodali. The cautious sentence means that the professor used to be a manager. Then you need to maintain your image first, this person's face, Li Han thought to himself. And Kermi advised him to be careful, otherwise he would become an imperial official. Professor Volody, he seriously told Kermi that's enough joking, there's no way Li Han would choose a lowly path that doesn't involve magic. Seeing the two professors talking, I could only stand still and watch. He looked in the mirror and told himself he should just hide. Because your dream is to be a manager for the Empire. One beautiful morning, staying at the tall tower, Yoner breathed heavily because he was finally back. And suggested calling everyone down to share. What a coincidence, he said after seeing everyone gathering over there. Li Han quickly asked, everyone did it yesterday, but before he could finish the sentence, his friend Ashan Dalkard suddenly turned around and asked if he was home. She grabbed his shoulder tightly, because there was a big problem and she needed your help. Durgu and Gainando were taken away, she shouted loudly. Hearing Ashan Dalkard scream, the group of students rushed over like the wind. Wardanas looked at the scene for a moment to grasp the situation. Ashan Dalkard recounted the incident when they finished class and returned. A monster was summoned and attacked the group. Most of them were able to escape, but Gai Nandu tripped and fell. After that unlucky stumble, the monster took the opportunity to use its plant tendrils to wrap around Gai Nandu's legs, causing him to be controlled and unable to run away. Wardanas clearly understood the situation. So why was Durgu also arrested? Wardanas asked. It was because he tried to save Gai Nandu. The answer couldn't have made Wardanas more disappointed. Durgu, you're really unlucky. All the students were confused by the situation of their two friends being taken away by monsters. They discussed asking each other for help from the professor because they were near the main building. Ashan Dalkard was on the side listening. See. The monk students have arrived, everyone is looking forward to it. It seems like they have just tried to seek a favor from the professors. How is it? Will he go save Durgu? Responding to the students' expectations was a disappointed face from the tower student. The teacher said, solve it yourself. As soon as the sentence ended, both friends were in despair as if they had just fallen into the abyss. The students were confused and speechless. Everyone was worried about Gai Nandu and Durgu. They were trying to figure out how to solve this problem. In contrast to the troubled faces of their friends, Wardanas sighed. I immediately knew something like this would happen. Well, maybe you're no stranger to these troubles. But because the male lead's aura never fades, Wardanas becomes the enlightener for his friends. He suddenly flashes an idea. I guess that's the mark left by the monster, Wardanas thought to himself when he found a clue nearby, a groove scratching deep into the ground, creating a long, winding trail. Wardanas pointed towards the monster's path. Things have come to this, we can only follow the traces they left behind. This is the only way we can find the next clue ourselves and rescue them. Master, if you want to save Durgu, come with us, Wardanas suggested to the students before leaving. The two monk students seemed uncomfortable with Wardanas's recent proposal because they felt they were being asked to be his minions, but because they also wanted to save Durgu, they had no choice but to agree, follow Wardanas. The students were excited about their upcoming challenge. They began to become more determined and united to solve the problem at hand. They all tried to rescue Gai Nandu and Durgu. They didn't miss a single moment. The blue-haired student with a face full of forced resignation, Wardanas, we can do it, it will be okay, Wardanas answered confidently and firmly. If the professor doesn't want to help, we'll have to find another way, Wardanas said complacently, determination shining in his eyes. He reached into his coat pocket, preparing to pull out something. It was his familiar staff. He held it with both hands and placed it on the ground, pressing it with great force. Everyone was surprised by his sudden action. Li Han, what are you planning to do? Li Han remained silent, looking mysterious. He began to raise his hands in preparation for some magic ritual. Lightning began to appear from his hands and fly into the air. He was using his magical power to summon a spirit. Oh spirit, call rain and lightning to me. Even though he was the guardian of the once collapsed Bell Tower Kingdom, those who often traveled the sea still haunted his name. Adenard saw the magical scene before his eyes and kept thinking, the spell used to summon a spirit shows the proficiency and level of that spirit. Would Wardanas use such a long spell? So how powerful will this spirit be? At this time, Wardanas still focused on the summoning rituals. He began to recite very long spells to summon the spirit. I, the one who made a contract with you, have the right to call you. Appear. He finished his spell as the tip of the staff lit up, streaks of lightning beginning to appear around it. This light gradually forms streaks of light, which create the shape of a flower petal using lightning. Petals began to appear, from one petal and more appeared. A total of 5 petals made of lightning formed from Wardanus' staff and placed completely in his 2 hands. This thing then disappeared, leaving only a ball curled up from the lightning just now, floating in Wardanus' hand. Watanaz was surprised by its appearance after the final summoning ritual was completed, just as small as a ball of lightning. He began to feel confused. The glue was stiff and unacceptable. What's wrong? I thought it was going to be some kind of powerful spirit. His friend started to look down on the spirit that had just been summoned. He was so small. Ha ha. Why did you only appear partially? Watanaz bewilderedly asked the lightning spirit. Have you forgotten? I'm stuck somewhere because of you. Even so, this is too small, Watanaz sighed. If you always have a reason to hide when I need you, how can I trust you anymore? Watanaz's face darkened in disappointment, and he said. Watanaz's attitude made the lightning spirit extremely uncomfortable. He secretly thought that he could shock the arrogant and illogical old men to death if he wanted at any time, pulling the spirit to show a tense expression. There is an enemy, someone is hiding. The spirit sent a warning to its master Watanaz. Watanaz felt a bit scared when he heard it. I will hide in the darkness. Watanaz carefully looked around in case of danger. He was here. I didn't see anything nearby. But what Watanaz did not expect was that cracks began to appear under his feet, on the ground, and the earth began to move. Below him, the thunder spirit quickly alerted its owner, but the monsters acted too quickly. They began to rise from the ground. Giant moving trees and tendrils appeared on the ground, dynamic. Watanaz had not yet had time to react to the sudden change before his eyes. He had no prior preparations. It immediately used its tendril power to wrap around the legs of the nearby students. The students screamed in terror. That monster was probably capable of walking underground. Thunder miscellaneous speak. Probably the magician in this place did something unnecessary, for example giving it a skill, pulling the spirit to say what it thought to Watanaz. He stood to the side and observed carefully and guarded against danger. On one side, his friends were hung upside down by the tendrils. The monster's magic power radiated a red color around them. It drained their magic power to the point of exhaustion. Be careful if you get caught, then you will suffer like them, said the thunder spirit. Okay, I will destroy it immediately, Watanaz said loudly with determination. As soon as he finished speaking, the thunder spirit right next to him questioned harshly, you are not allowed to use fire magic. Watanaz was shouted at by him. Lightning spirit stopped him because if anything happened he could burn the other students to death, but he ventured to ask the spirit if he would take action. The thunder spirit replied falteringly, with my current situation, it was a bit difficult. The thunder spirit showed a weak appearance because of her small figure. Watanaz heard this and sighed helplessly. But there was still a way. It seemed he had just found some insight. Its finger-shaped lightning flashed. Pointing at Watanaz in front of him, I will teach you a magic. You need that. Watanaz was also a bit surprised by this proposal. He was stunned for a moment. What, isn't it more dangerous than the magic I just learned? He asked Loy. He embarrassedly shouted at him, stop talking. I want you to imagine thunder the same way you did with the other elements. Lay's first words made Watanaz a little nervous. He sighed. However, this time it's a little different in that you will imagine it falling from the sky. Watanaz was bewildered after hearing it. The magic circles overlapped layer by layer and shone brightly at their center. To use magic power needed to be concentrated at one point. However, the image of thunder was the complete opposite. Because lightning does not stay in one place, it splits into many rays after striking, so it is very suitable for the current situation. After the lightning strikes the ground and spreads to a large area, it will eliminate the target, underground. Contrary to magic, if the lightning splits in many directions, the worst situation can happen. Watanaz is a bit worried about using this magic. It's really dangerous. It's difficult to keep the lightning from separating like that, so I'll help you. The two thought thoughtfully with determination to save everyone. The staff began to emit light around it, which was the magical blue color of Watanaz. Next is the scene where he concentrates on following the chimpanzee's instructions, using his hand and staff combined with his imagination, pulling the spirit to stand behind him and look at him. In just a moment, lightning appeared. This was probably the magic that the lightning spirit had mentioned before. We did it, right? Watanaz was surprised by the result. Seeing that, the spirit couldn't help but be surprised. You did it. How did you do it? It wasn't that difficult, Watanaz replied. It turned out he had imagined the image of two batteries while doing it. Watanaz used his palm to control the lightning that had just been summoned. It seemed he was very talented in controlling it. Lightning gradually crept into each of Watanaz's fingers, focusing on the spell I am about to tell you. Although the spirit's magic is brutal and constantly changing, even a rookie mage can use it with Furkuntra's help. Watanaz was surrounded by glowing lightning, Furkuntra's low-level lightning magic. He was teaching Li Han the second circle magic. Thunder Spirit judged that the monster was in an unstable state due to many experiments. Thanks to that, it absorbed electricity very well, so this magic would be even more effective. Hearing that, Watanaz became more confident in performing this magic. I understand, I will perform it immediately. He held his staff towards the sky. Around the staff the first streaks of thunder began to appear curling around it. Yes, bring what he imagined into reality. The Thunder Spirit cheered him on. Right away, he immediately used his bravery to read out Furkuntra's spell, cast, and thunder. While the magical ritual was being performed, the Thunder Spirit felt something was wrong and paused for a moment. Perhaps something wrong was about to happen. In his hand was a glowing staff with many lightning swirls around it, waiting for too much magic concentrated in one place. Watanaz still ignored Thunder Spirit's words in his ears and continued to perform magic. This boy did not understand what he was doing. Thunder Spirit questioned him. The magic he created on the tip of his staff began to move and fly into the air. Where are the professors coming from right now? Is it this direction? The professor asked. Yes, before their eyes was a terrible scene, a huge monster rising from the ground with strange tendrils. Professor Garcia Kim saw the chaotic scene before them. They panicked and didn't understand what was going on. Oh my God, it has captured so many students. They stood from the ground looking up. All the students were wrapped around them by tendrils and drained of their magic power. The professor said, I will save them right away. Garcia Kim began to research the power enough to defeat that monster. She held her staff and prepared to perform magic to eliminate them. Before she could do it, she discovered something unusual. A glance up surprised her because she had just seen a streak of light in the sky. It was an extremely large thunderbolt with widespread power, lighting up the entire sky. This giant thunder thing began to gradually move towards the ground and created a huge shock. The light shone as bright as a sun. Clusters of monster trees growing from the ground were burned. All of them had to suffer the devastating force of lightning. This amount of magic power was so great that it surprised the witnesses. They stood to one side and were also blinded by the light. Garcia Kim was confused by the unbelievable power just now. What a terrible amount of magic power. She squinted her eyes at it. Each of the tentacles of the underground monster was burned by low-level lightning magic. They shriveled like dry tree branches and gradually withered and then slowly fell to the ground. Who could? The professor wondered. Before the professor's surprised eyes, the kidnapped students gradually fell from the top of the monster's tendrils. She quickly took out her staff and immediately used magic to save her students. The first rays of light came from Garcia Kim's cane. They were blue and gradually moved towards the students. The students who were falling at a sudden speed suddenly slowed down, which was because the rings of blue light surrounding them kept them weightless in the air. They began to slowly move down to the ground and landed safely. Was everyone okay? Were they injured anywhere? Professor Garcia Kim asked the students. Oh my God, Garcia Kim was surprised by the scene before her eyes. It was a monk student. He was affected by low-level lightning magic, so his whole body was blackened. His face and limbs were shaking. The expression on his face showed fear and horror. On the other side was the sight of Watanaz and the monsters. After being completely eliminated, burning like a pile of ash, it was burned, Watanaz said with satisfaction. Am I doing it right? I have a feeling you're not very focused. Watanaz asked the spirit. This is not my fault but your fault, the spirit answered angrily. I was wondering whose magic power it was, and as expected, it was Li Han. While Li Han heard the professor's words, he glanced over. Professor Garcia, they faced each other and exchanged surprised looks. Li Han saw the professor approaching and asked, How are the arrested students? I'm also worried about the children, but there's no need to worry, the professor replied. Li Han heard a sigh of relief. He thought he had successfully overcome this problem. Immediately after, the professor smiled kindly and said, They were just a little numb from the electric shock. As soon as he finished listening, his expression couldn't have been more awkward. His face was so bewildered that he didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was as quiet as Li Han's embarrassed silence. Here, let me heal you guys, the professor said as he held out his magic stick and performed actions that caused blue streaks of light to appear around the stick. Li Han looked at the actions in bewilderment. Looking at the professor's reaction, it seemed nothing serious. Li Han calmly reassured himself. Furthermore, I didn't know that Professor Garcia could use healing magic, Li Han thought to himself. Usually professors don't know anything outside of their major. Blue streaks of light began to run around the professor's body like a ribbon, each feather falling to the ground as the students began to recover. They lifted each arm and leg and sat up with difficulty. We are alive, thank you Professor Garcia. Don't thank me, thank Li Han. Professor looked at Li Han with gratitude and admiration. He was the one who defeated the monster to save you guys. When they learned that the person who saved him was Li Han and not the professor, they were a bit surprised. Only then did they turn around immediately, because they had just received a rather painful electric shock from Li Han. Maybe they were very bitter this time. Li Han stood there looking at them and thought to himself, being electrocuted is an even worse injury than having magic power sucked out, so I understand why they are angry. Maybe Li Han hasn't been cool for long before his image as a male lead has already begun, turned off. Li Han stepped forward to say, if you have any problems, before finishing your sentence, the monk students bowed their heads to thank Li Han. Thank you Li Han. Li Han was a bit confused by this action of the mage student. It was indeed awkward, but for a knight, if I was helped and not thanked, it wouldn't be right, the mage student replied, with a look on his face. Even though he was a bit tearful, he was still shyly grateful to Li Han. Immediately everyone came and were grateful to Li Han. Thank you for that, I can understand why Dorgu believes in you so much. Thank you Watanaz. This thank you made Watanaz a little touched, his face showed happiness. Not long after the seemingly rosy outlook, a sentence seemed to pierce Li Han's heart. Of course I don't intend to consider you a friend, however I won't forget this. I cooperate best was on the lake mission. Maybe they wanted to repay Li Han for saving his life, so they wanted to offer to cooperate with him next time. See you later. The monk student said goodbye to him and left. These people know how to draw boundaries, Li Han thought to himself. Professor Ogre Garcia Kim seemed curious. She wanted to approach Li Han to ask about him. Li Han, can we talk about the lightning magic just now? The thunder spirit standing next to him looked surprised. It's time for you to explain. Watanaz turned to talk to his spirit, but the spirit seemed uneasy about this proposal. Sorry, but the summoning time is almost over, Lightning Spirit replied seriously. Looks like you have to deal with it yourself, the thunder spirit said to its owner. The professor standing on the side was a bit confused. Next time I will show you my true power. As soon as he finished speaking, the thunder spirit disappeared into the air. The remaining pieces of light lingered for a bit and then disappeared. The disappearance of the lightning spirit left an awkward space between Watanaz and the professor. Are you a user of lightning magic? The professor asked. Faced with this question, Watanaz did not know how to explain. He wanted to tell her the story behind it. A foot stepped in front of Professor Garcia and Watanaz. They suddenly raised their eyes to look at that person. In his hand he held a fragment from the underground tendril monster, but it was burned and paralyzed by Watanaz's lightning. It turned out that it was Professor Volody. Perhaps he was standing behind witnessing everything. Interesting, the professor said absent-mindedly. Watanaz saw the teacher. He looked trembling, scared and a bit awkward. A worried look appeared on his stiff face. Wait, Professor Volody, why are you asking about lightning magic? Professor Garcia Kim asked harshly. With one hand she stood up to protect Mr. Watanaz. It is necessary for his teaching, the professor replied. She suddenly turned around and asked, what, Li Han, does that mean I'm joining his class? Yes, that was the answer that Professor Garcia Kim received for her question. She gasped. Her eyes turned into an O. Her mouth turned into an A. She stiffened and turned to stone. I respect every professor in this place to a certain extent, but Professor Volody's classes have gone beyond the limit, Garcia Kim thought worriedly. She thought they were too harsh for students to catch up with Professor Volody's lectures. The image of him in her imagination with his eyes burning like a fire seemed like a monster about to devour him, live all the students with his lesson plan. She looked at Watanaz with a worried look, and moreover, Li Han, a new recruit, was in his class. Li Han doesn't look like a veteran student, he really looks like a scholar who can face any danger. Feeling that Professor Gracia had some misunderstandings about him, Professor Vagrek stepped forward to ensure that Li Han could completely keep up with the teaching progress, which surprised Teacher Gracia a bit. Professor Vagrek then talked more about Li Han's knowledge of magic, which helped him easily understand what the professor was teaching. Even last time, Li Han relied on himself to learn how to create a water shield. Indeed, Professor Vagrek was extremely appreciative of Li Han. He did not hesitate to praise Li Han for being so eager to learn that even he had to hold back. Saying this made Professor Gracia spray glue again. She looked at Li Han and silently blamed her fate. Look at the student who is so talented that he glows and is rushing headlong into an impossible class because of that same innate talent. Professor Gracia could only sigh. She couldn't keep Li Han if he could keep up with Professor Vagrek's class. Professor Gracia could only sadly give up on a genius like Li Han. Professor Gracia sadly told Professor Vagrek to take good care of him, but Professor Vagrek, still indifferent as usual, replied that he would not be biased. Anyone. Unable to speak anymore, Professor Gracia's face turned a bit serious and she turned to wish Li Han good luck, looking at the professor as if wishing him safety in death. He also trembled, hoping the professor could say it all clearly. In return for Li Han's professor's screams that echoed through the sky, there was only silence. Now he was probably staring and worrying about his fate in the next classes. Somewhere in the school, Guy Nandu and Ishan were holding a shopping basket. The two of them were walking somewhere side by side. Ishan looked at the basket in his hand and silently appreciated Li Han's kindness. One day they will definitely return the favor. Ishan turned around to praise Li Han and Guy Nandu. Li Han always gave them good things, so now they can go there and buy some delicious food for themselves. Talking about delicious food, Guy Nandu was not excited at all. He remembered the last time he visited the black market. There was very little good food there. Ishan could only comfort his friend, telling him a story. A few days ago, a large amount of food was imported from the black market. It seemed they had already traded with the Tiger Tower. Guy Nandu also just hummed, "Yeah, that's it." As soon as they arrived at the gate of the black market, an elf raised his hand to stop them. It seemed like he was in charge of checking those who passed through. That boy looked at the two of them and said, "Hello, everyone from the Tan Dragon Tower, nice to meet you," then introduced himself. "He is Salko from the Tutana family." Ishan had heard the name of this family. They were very famous in the field of stone mining in the empire. Looking at the boy in front of him, Ishan was a little confused because that dwarf family was very good at manufacturing. But why was there an elf in this family? But Ishan still politely greeted him and introduced himself as Ishan comes from the Dalkad family. Ishan lifted the cloth covering the basket to reveal the potions stolen from Uragum's laboratory, then said his purpose was to exchange these potions for other things. As soon as Salko looked in, he was silent for a moment, as if he had realized something. Salko seriously apologized to them and then refused to trade, which made Guy Nandu and Ishan scream in surprise and ask why. While the two sides were arguing back and forth, Li Han was walking behind him, wondering why his friend was standing in front of the market gate and having a conflict with someone. As soon as they turned around, they saw him carrying a basket coming. The two of them quickly shouted, "Li Han!" Guy Nandu pointed at Salko and asked Li Han to talk to him because he refused to exchange clothes with them. Li Han went over and asked if it was true. Li Han very calmly asked Salko what the reason behind it was. He simply answered because the law required him to do so. Salko stood there and informed them of the new rule. They could not bring impure items. Li Han stood looking at this serious classmate and immediately understood. This student is probably the leader of the Turtle Tower. Not making things difficult for Salko anymore, Li Han lifted the towel and asked him if he could bring the vegetables harvested from his garden to the black market. Salko observed for a moment and then agreed. Li Han immediately turned around and promised to meet his two friends later. So the two people who were still enthusiastic and couldn't enter the gate just now had to stand and watch their friend enter so smoothly. Ishan couldn't bear it. Seeing classmate Li Han walk further and further away made Ishan believe that this time he could not repay him. Salko looked at Li Han's vegetable basket with some disbelief and asked if he really grew it. "Do people from the Wardanas family also do these things?" Li Han humbly replied, "What does the family have to do with anything? I still divide the food. Eat for the people next to your tower." Hearing that his people were eating Li Han's food, Salko was a bit startled and asked why they didn't pay the fee. Just as Salko was about to return it for them, suddenly his stomach growled loudly without following Salko's control. Allowing himself to be so disrespectful in front of outsiders, Salko felt a little embarrassed, clutching his stomach and trying to explain. Li Han delicately selected a brilliant potato to offer to his classmates. He even advertised that it was delicious to the picky princess. Recalling Adenart's adorable potato-eating appearance, Li Han somewhat disagreed with the fan's nickname. She was clearly an easy eater. But that Salko rejected Li Han's good intentions because he had nothing of value in exchange, but Li Han didn't pay attention to those things and told Salko to just take it. It seems like Li Han has touched Salko's pride. He is a dwarf of the Tutana family and will not accept things without paying a fee. After saying that sentence, Salko turned around and left, leaving Li Han helpless, still holding the potato in his hand. Li Han stood there silently, a bit confused. Looking at the characteristic long ears swaying because its owner had to run away, Li Han wondered if Salco was an elf. At a market stall, Ratford respectfully greeted Li Han. As soon as they met, Ratford complained to his master about the new rules. Li Han had some questions that he wanted Ratford to tell. He said that the black market was growing due to Salco's leadership. At this point Ratford sighed again because there was a problem. Previously, two students had a fight with a friend over a lamp that cost 5 loaves of bread. The Green Goblin made a fuss demanding a return because the coffee was fake, but while the seller had made it clear before, it was simply a few students arguing with each other. Ratford added about the current state of the academy. If other towers start a war, the Turtle Tower will face many difficulties. That's why Salco, as the leader, came forward to solve this problem. Salco erected 2 large steelies in front of him to protect the Turtle Tower from the fighting of the other 2 towers. That is the strict rule: if you work, you will eat, otherwise you will have a belt, and it is forbidden to bring stolen goods to exchange. Hearing this made Li Han angrily hit the table. Li Han angrily condemned the corrupt people for affecting other innocent students. Because of them, mixers like Li Han are about to lose their jobs and starve to death. Ratford also nodded in agreement. Then Ratford introduced something new when Li Han was not here. In the distance, there were 2 students intently looking at the pile of cards on Imirg's counter. Imirg simply introduced the rules of the game. There was a hex card in 3, she would turn them all over and then shuffle them again. If they could find them, they would receive twice the bet. Li Han was a bit dumbfounded and wondered if it was okay to bet. Ratford said that even if he didn't like it, the law wouldn't prohibit it. In the blink of an eye, the student trying to bet screamed. He was in pain because he lost the loaf of bread that was his food for 3 days. Imirg seemed sorry and apologized, but he shuffled the cards quite slowly. But actually, Imirg has another card hidden in his hand to cheat. They all saw it. Ratford whispered and advised him not to play with Imirg. Li Han also agreed and praised that unique card-playing technique. While the 2 were discussing, Salco's voice rang out from behind, finally finding him what on Oz. Li Han turned his head a little curiously. Salco brought 2 more people and hoped Li Han would confirm if these were the 2 people who ate his food without paying. Salco's expression looked a bit serious as he looked at Li Han. Scene change. Li Han said, "Oh, they are the people I cooked stewed tomatoes for before." He walked towards them. "Wait a minute, about that." The white-haired student waved his hand. "Not that I meant to blame him." He nodded slightly. "I'm here to apologize on behalf of my friends for their wrongdoing because living idle is a really thoughtless action. They wanted to repay them for what they had eaten, but their current situation was a bit difficult." Li Han refused. He felt it was evil to take it back from them, especially they weren't even from the Tiger Tower, or my tower. However, the other side cannot ignore this matter. The white-haired student pointed his thumb at himself and aggressively said, "I would return it in the name of my friend." Li Han asked how he planned to do that. He asked Li Han to go around the academy at night. There is useful information for Li Han. The white-haired student offered to meet Li Han tonight. He would tell Li Han everything. Scene change. Li Han walks up to meet him. Li Han followed that student. He looked around and there was no one there except the 2 of them. The other student lacked access to the 3rd floor of the main building on purpose to keep new students like us from knowing. In fact, every time we tried to go to the 3rd floor, the structure of the building changed, but our persistent efforts have borne fruit. There are a total of 5 corridors. I was sure I could see the stairs leading up here. Today they were blocked by the wall again. However, they found the solution. Li Han pondered for a while. This is when the right hour hand and minute hand point to an odd number. When the clouds cannot cover the moon. And for a moment he had to grip the wand tightly with his left hand. Those are the 3 conditions that need to be met. To open the hallway of the 3rd floor. A door suddenly opened. Li Han said, as expected of a magic academy, "I wouldn't believe you if I didn't see it with my own eyes. It's amazing that you decoded everything." Li Han asked, "If you told me to come here just to say this?" The other person shook his head. This was just preparation. He wanted to introduce Li Han to someone. Li Han curiously asked who it was. The other person couldn't say yet. Then Li Han will know soon. He was curious, not understanding anything. The student told Wardines. I asked other students about what kind of person Li Han was. Li Han was slightly confused. He asked about him. He thought there was nothing good about the rumors surrounding him. Wait, Li Han thought maybe the person he wanted to introduce him to was. Suddenly, something appeared behind him, startling him. This is, Li Han gasped, a bunch of anti-magic. That's right, this is a trap, the other student pointed straight at him. He shouted deathly wardiness. It turned out that it was just Li Han's imagination. You looked around and things wouldn't turn out like that, right? The other person asked what was going on. Li Han shook his head and asked what the rest of them said about me. The other guy said I heard you gave food to many other people, and I wanted you to stop doing that. Those who cannot find food or clothes for themselves will not know how precious they are. Li Han sighed softly. He was right. The friend asked Li Han if he agreed. Li Han replied that there was nothing wrong with that. Li Han closed his eyes and said that those who do not work do not know the value of labor, especially professors. My friend was a bit surprised. He clenched his fist. Maybe I misunderstood him. Please forgive me. He put his finger to his nose and took a breath, then said that some people from the Tiger Tower said he was a heartless, cruel and brutal magician. I found those rumors to be true and false. Li Han thanked him for thinking they were fake. Li Han thought he didn't know what was going on, but he believes that he can fight to the end and confirm that the rumors are false. The two of them were standing in front of an extremely large stone statue. The statue depicts a person with long hair and eyes closed. Li Han looked at it for a while. It was a bit broken, but it was still a beautiful stone statue. He felt somewhat familiar. The friend next to him called his name. He asked if he saw how it cracked here. Last time he restored it, and after seeing it, he couldn't let it keep falling apart like that. Li Han wondered why it broke again. He was using a hammer to hit the statue again. It continued to crack even after I repaired it. The classmate picked up the hammer and banged it. The ground rumbled. A secret door opens here. Li Han was pushed inside alone. He swallowed his saliva and went inside. It was dark inside, so he walked slowly. He told Tutantha, I believe in you. Tutantha nodded with relief. You can just believe in me. Li Han took a deep breath. The steps gradually became faster. A bloodshot eye glowed. A new student has arrived again. Huh. Before Li Han's eyes is a monster with one body but consisting of 4 different animals. Li Han was curious what this was. The statue echoed, pleased to meet you, I am the statue of a forgotten monster. Student who came here to repair the statue, do you dare to swear not to tell anyone around you about me? The statue questioned him. Li Han vowed not to say anything. He asked him what he was doing here. The monster statue wagged its tail. It was just killing time. The room it was guarding was sealed 187 years ago. He ventured to ask why I was not allowed to tell others about him. Because the professors might force me to work again, the statue told him. Li Han laughed. You're really wise. You heard that you know how to escape. You possess the wisdom you need. He asked him if he knew the location of a room located in the tower of the main castle. The statue hummed for a while. He said he knew there were 3 of them. Li Han enjoyed it in the end. Then, suddenly, it stomped its feet, but before that, you must beat me in a race first, the monster said to Li Han. Li Han hesitated for a moment. It gives something. A chessboard appears. They play a game. Li Han sprayed glue and didn't know what to say. Scene change. Tutantha is using a hammer to carve another statue. He carved a small statue next to the large statue from before. He knew that the monster statue possessed ultimate chess skills, even he couldn't get a single point from it. Tutantha thought Watanaz would almost certainly lose. He thought he would have to comfort Li Han. He had to respect his pride. Suddenly, Tutantha turned around. Li Han is back. Tutantha sighed. He said he would guide Li Han until he defeated it. Whenever he wanted to challenge him again, he would tell Tutantha. Li Han didn't need to interrupt him. Li Han won. Tutantha was so shocked that he dropped the hammer he was holding in his hand. Li Han said that statue was worse than I thought. He said his skills weren't even as good as the foreign professor who lived next door to him. Of course, maybe that professor was super good. Tutantha didn't believe it. Really? Li Han nodded yes. He also told me that thanks to me he could finally sleep well. It's good that Tutantha's voice is low. He led Li Han back. He asked Li Han how he won. Tutantha wants to talk to you about the dwarf opening, the characteristics of the Tutantha family and the strategy of bringing the knight to f3 when the opponent has one of your pawns. Li Han laughed loudly and nodded in agreement. Scene change. On the way back, Li Han is tormented by Salco's chess stories. The next morning, Sunday, Li Han stood on the sandy shore. You see, this place is so big. He thought that skullhead master, I don't even know if he expected me to complete this mission. He looked through the water bottles he had collected, wondering if any of them could help him cross this lake. But all he had was royal wine and a bottle of eye medicine, both of which were useless. Last night, after Li Han returned, someone asked Guy Nandu, "How did you create a low-level mana potion?" Guy Nandu replied, "Cutting off the bottom part of the Garla Mardu and cutting the remaining part into parts about the length of 2 little finger knuckles. Right after that, you will have to cut the snow incense tree into thin pieces by hand. You have to do it quickly before the Garla Mardu dries. Next, Yoner interrupted. Li Han, look, this is a wise potion. It will make you smart just by drinking it." Li Han looked at the bottle Yoner held in his hand. He took the bottle. He asked Guy Nandu, "What is 14 times 19, degree 417? Wrong, 2 people spray glue. The correct answer is 266. Li Han asked Guy Nandu to tell him again how to make a low-level mana water potion. Guy Nandu replied, "Cutting off the bottom part of Garla Mardu and cut the remaining part into parts about the length of 2 little finger knuckles." Yoner shouted loudly, along with what? "Okay, this is not wise water medicine. It is confident water medicine, not wise water medicine. All I have is just 3 bottles of that medicine water. Right now I don't have a jar of lust that is useful to me. The problem is this lake." Li Han thought to himself, can't he create a makeshift canoe with magic? There was a cautious sound behind him, and Li Han turned around. There was a sound behind the bushes. He curiously approached. "No need to worry, okay, slowly put it down." There were 2 people with a big boat. The other said he had done this countless times back in his mother's hometown. A canoe. He hid behind a tree. "Hey," the voice startled the other 2. Li Han held the stick and pointed at the 2 people in front. They fell to their knees and shouted loudly, "You bastards! Are you planning to steal this boat from us? You can't steal Baphomet from me. I haven't even given you a name yet." Li Han slowly said, "Don't move." Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Why did he threaten them? "You told the 2 they seemed to have misunderstood. I didn't come here to steal the boat, I just wanted to ask where it was going." "They feel a little more secure, is that so?" The monk student asked if he was interested in the boat I created. He laughed loudly and told Li Han to test drive it. Li Han was a little confused. "So you did it yourself? I feel very uncertain about this." The 3 of them sat together on the boat. Li Han suddenly realized that this boat was quite sturdy. It did not leak water when there were many people sitting on the boat. Li Han continued to look at the other 2 guys, not believing that they would be so easily lured by him. Remembering that time, he pretended to doubt their skills. The 2 of them offered to look around to prove their honor. Li Han was also quite surprised when the 2 of them left one of them alone, like to go on a boat. Li Han's speculations were completely opposite to reality. He flashed a hope that the 3 would be friends. Li Han said that now let's determine the location of the island. Arango also agreed. Their boat is still moving smoothly. Li Han thought he needed a pair of binoculars. Suddenly he remembered Ulrarlong's words. He once told you, a swordsman achieves certain levels will be able to use mana. Although it doesn't provide much magic, it strengthens the physical health of a person in danger. Li Han thought that if he was right then he could use it. And can enhance vision to find the island. Li Han used that power. An endless stream of bright blue light radiated from his body. Li Han has not yet reached the point where he can enhance certain organs, allowing him to mimic the effects. It was thanks to that power that he found it. He told the other 2 people that he had found the island. Everyone was bewildered after hearing the news and half doubting it. Li Han believes it was just luck, and now all 3 know the direction. He turned to look at the other 2 and was about to say something. They were afraid of the magical power radiating from Li Han, so they held a wooden sword in front of them. He was a little confused but received nothing in return. Li Han suggested that we have to go back. Everyone understood. Arango is still the one in charge of sailing. Even though he was feeling very tired, he still tried. He was worried at first but everything was fine. Arango tried to maintain his speed to return as soon as possible. Suddenly Arango stopped, making Li Han a bit confused. Arango hesitated as if he had just poked something. A small drop of water began to appear below. That drop of water reflected the image of the 3 of them. Li Han was worried when he felt that aura emanating. Somehow, the drop of water emitted shimmering light against the sky. Li Han realized it was a water spirit. The water spirit shot out powerful jets of water, creating a shower. The guy screamed in fear and turned to ask Arango what he had done. At that moment, confused, he could only apologize. Li Han was still standing. He couldn't tell from it that it was a high-level spirit. He thought the culprit who scared the water spirit was him, not Arango. Li Han reassured Arango to calm down and stand up, because Li Han needed his strength. Arango hesitated because he felt like Li Han didn't blame him. Arango still thought it was his fault. Then he pondered for a while. Li Han turned to look at Arango. Because everyone makes mistakes, it's important that we face them. Arango was touched by those words. Li Han ordered him to continue rowing. Hearing that, he immediately sat in position, both hands holding the oar firmly, showing that Li Han should give everything to him. He began to lightly glare at the water spirit. The spirit met that ice-cold gaze and immediately trembled all over. From the spirit's perspective, it feels so small when facing you. And was agitated by Li Han. It continued to emit bright light. Li Han was worried because he had a bad feeling. Around the three of them, other water bubbles began to appear. They all emerged from the water. The other two men were scared and hugged each other. Li Han was helplessly hunched over. The water spirits radiated identical light one after another. Li Han saw that the situation was at a disadvantage. He summoned a shield in front of him. The shield blocked a large amount of water at once, otherwise, there was no telling where their boat would have drifted. Li Han urgently called on the two people to quickly row the boat out of here. The two of them were still scared, but still very obedient. He ordered the two of them to row with all their might and not think about stopping. After that battle, the island returned to a peaceful scene. Arango was exhausted at this point, wondering if they were far enough away. Li Han felt it was probably okay. But something hesitated. And then their boat stopped on the golden sand. Because you thought we would go back, but we ended up on the island. Indeed, the three of them in a wooden boat reached that island. Everyone is going inside. Arango turned his head to look at the boat and rubbed his hands because he was tired. So Arango suggested taking a break. Rowing was tiring, so Li Han agreed to let Arango rest. Arango with a tired expression said thank you. Meanwhile, there were voices praising that the sand on this island was very soft. The sand is so soft that it can sink at any time. And at the same time, his friend slowly sank down. When that happened, all three were panicked and surprised. Li Han stood motionless in place because he knew it was the principal's trap. In panic, Arango could only signal for everyone to run away from the sand, ignoring Li Han's warnings. And gradually Arango also sank. Each call for help was raised. Li Han with a very calm expression took out a gray ball, and thought that both of them were slow to react. He held it and let it fly straight into the air. And then found that the primary control could not be turned on. At that time, Li Han's hand held it tightly and also hoped to do some tricks. You will move the ball. Pieces of iron were cut horizontally and flew out. He walked rhythmically on the sand as if nothing had happened. The person flying up held the ball firmly in his hand. Li Han realized that he wanted to turn the ball around and use it to get out of the current situation. Meanwhile, the others were almost completely submerged in quicksand, so he could no longer freely use the ball. Li Han's whole body fell directly onto the large rock. At that moment, he was annoyed and realized that the boat was gradually lost in the sand, and so were the other two guys. The boat was also corroded by sand, so it was difficult to use the boat to escape. The next shock Li Han received looked at the shifting sand. From under the sand, something protruded. Slowly a pair of legs formed. He just stood there and witnessed it, but he was still stunned. A monster wearing brown gloves, with a large, muscular body, emerged from the sand, looking very scary. The monster complimented him, but with the unflattering implication that he was good at running away. Li Han thought that monster was undead, and that it was a trap for the principal. He politely bowed his head to greet him. Next, Li Han wondered what he was doing and what task he had come to assign. When he heard it finished, the monster wondered if he wasn't surprised at all, but then he had to stay calm. Knowing the question, even the undead admired him for asking, so it answered. And its main desire is to sink all three people into the sand to test their teammates. The monster even offered to let him inside because everyone was waiting. As soon as he agreed, Li Han immediately pulled out a brown wooden stick from his hand. Li Han raised the wooden stick at the undead and ordered the iron ball to go. The monster was hit in the head with a ball but did not react. Then it just fell to the ground. At that time he was angry because he didn't understand what he had just done. Li Han immediately bowed his head to admit his mistake, making Undead surprised with his attitude right now. Meanwhile, it ordered him to go. Each heavy and ferocious step continued. This time it was actually hit by something. Li Han continued to swing the wooden stick again, making the monster really angry because he was toying with him. Hearing the scolding, he stood dumbfounded. Li Han pondered for a while. Instead of trusting his teammates, he would rather defeat them. He started chanting the spell. The monster was surprised why this Li Han could know its spell and thought he stole it. He thought that he didn't even want to learn that magic, and shouted loudly and began to rush forward. The monster raised its arms to fight, thinking he was a nuisance. The undead recognized his move and immediately took advantage of it. He thought that for a new student, his thinking was bold. And that's all it took to look down on him. At this moment, its body emitted bright red fire. The monster's angry fire had covered everything around. Li Han came to this island like a mouse caught in a trap and could not escape. The spike was released slowly. Make it crash into you. Undead always provokes you to not run away, blaming you for absorbing its mana. At that time, Li Han pulled out the sword called Morning Star. The sword is made from black magic stone. In such a situation it has the ability to absorb mana.